The Great Yen Dynasty. 15th year of the Zhenda era, 7th month in Yunzhou. Boss, should we eat the big one or the small one? A sharp, excited voice broke the silence. The small one's tender, but the big one should taste good too. There was the sound of someone swallowing greedily. Let's eat the big one. We can cook her. The two small ones are better for roasting. A rough voice followed, and the sound of a knife being sharpened stopped.
Eat.
Eat me. But please, don't hurt my daughter. A third voice, weak but filled with anger, trembled in the air. Meng Qingluo opened her eyes just in time to hear this chilling conversation. A flood of memories rushed into her mind, and cold sweat broke out all over her body. What on earth? The people they were talking about eating were actually her? She had been a special forces soldier and a military doctor. That day, she had gone undercover as a doctor to rescue hostages. But the criminal suddenly went mad, and a bomb exploded, sending her and the hostages flying. As if being blown up wasn't bad enough, fate decided to play another trick. She had somehow traveled through time and ended up in the body of a woman named Meng Qingluo. The name was almost the same as hers, except the character Luo now had an extra Chao radical on top. Just like the chaos running through her mind right now. The original Meng Qingluo was from Mingjia village in Qining County, Shizhou Prefecture of the Great Yen Kingdom. She was 16 years old and should have been fleeing famine with her family. But 2 days ago, she got separated from them and was captured by 2 vicious men who planned to cook her to fill their stomachs. Shizhou had once been a rich and prosperous land, but 3 years of natural disasters had turned it into a wasteland. First came locusts, then floods, and now a terrible drought. Truly unlucky, just like her, the unluckiest person alive.
Don't
Hurt. Aluo. The desperate, trembling voice pulled Meng Qingluo back to her senses. She suddenly sat up, startling the man holding the gleaming kitchen knife so much that he almost dropped it. The other man gasped in surprise. Using all her strength, she sat up and finally saw clearly what she was facing. 2 fierce, filthy men, their bodies reeking of decay, their eyes glowing red with hunger. The man who kept shouting, "Eat me, my girl," and Aluo was her foolish father. At that moment, he was tied to a pillar by those 2 men, struggling hard to break free and save her. Not far away, near the gate, there were 2 baskets. Inside each broken basket lay a baby, both less than a year old, her 2 children. Well, look at that. The stubborn woman actually woke up. The 2 men stepped back in shock, then quickly recovered and stared at her with shameless eyes that made anyone uncomfortable. Brother, since she's awake, let's keep her for now. How about we deal with the little ones first? There are 2 anyway, said the thin man, his eyes full of malice. The one called brother understood his companion's wicked thoughts and gave a sly grin. Fine, we'll do that. They weren't worried that Meng Qingluo would escape. They thought she couldn't and wouldn't even try. After agreeing, the 2 turned toward the baskets, ready to choose one.
Ha!
Meng Qingluo sneered silently. Anyone who dared to insult or underestimate a woman who had once been an unbeatable soldier would pay the price. Her eyes quickly scanned the empty courtyard. Nothing useful, not even a stick, a brick, or a pebble. Then her gaze landed on the large kitchen knife in the strong man's hand. Yes, that would do. Like a leopard waiting in the dark, Meng Qingluo fixed her eyes on their backs, searching for the right moment to strike. The thin man's dirty hand was already reaching toward one of the babies. Sensing danger, both children began to cry loudly. The sound pierced Meng Qingluo's heart, a feeling left behind by the body's original owner. Her eyes turned cold as she lunged toward the strong man. In one swift move, she grabbed the knife from his hand. Then, with the back of the blade, she struck the thin man on the neck. He fell without a sound. Before the strong man could react, Meng Qingluo swung the knife again, and he too collapsed. Once they were down, she untied her father and bound the 2 men tightly to the pillar, back to back. After securing them, Meng Qingluo picked up the knife, sat down beside the baskets, and looked at her 2 children. She felt terrible at that moment, Her stomach burned with hunger, her throat was so dry hurt, and she was so exhausted that her head spun and cold sweat covered her body. The original owner of this body had no fatal injuries. She had starved to death. Perhaps sensing their mother's presence, the two children in the basket on her back stopped crying.
Luo.
Luo. Dad's scared.
Scared.
Her simple-minded father squatted in front of Meng Qingluo, pointing at the people tied to the pillar. After resting for a while, although the hunger still felt awful, her head was no longer spinning as badly. She glanced at the two fainted villains tied to the pillar and gently comforted him. Don't be afraid. They can't move anymore. I tied them up.
Oh.
Her father nodded obediently. Then he rubbed his stomach. Luo, Dad's hungry. The babies are hungry too. Meng Qingluo gave a bitter smile. She knew he was hungry, and so were the two children, because she was starving too. After sorting through the original owner's memories, she learned that she, her father, and the two children had been separated from their family 2 days ago and captured by strangers. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 whole days and nights. They had almost become someone else's food. Now, weak from hunger, she wanted to just lie down and give up. But she knew that if she did, she would end up like the original owner, never getting up again. Then her father and the children would starve too, or worse, become someone else's meal. She had to find food. Her eyes fell on the two villains tied to the pillar. She stood up, walked over, and searched their clothes. She found 3 small pieces of silver and 2 tiny, hard vegetable cakes. She wiped the silver clean with her sleeve and put it into her bundle. Then she looked at the 2 dry cakes with disgust and handed them all to her father. Even if she starved or died of thirst, she would never eat moldy food taken from those villains.
Sigh.
I'm so hungry. If only I could have a big, soft white bun to eat. Meng Qingluo held her burning stomach, clinging to the last bit of strength she had. But then, in the next moment, as if in a dream, a warm, white bun appeared in her hand. She thought she was seeing things, but the heat against her palm was real. Could it be? As the thought struck her, Meng Qingluo's heart began to race, and joy surged through her entire body. In her past life, she had been a strong and capable soldier, but she still had a gentle heart. When she wasn't training, she liked to read novels on her phone with her comrades. Could this be what those novels called a special gift from heaven? Meng Qingluo almost wanted to laugh out loud at the sky. The old saying was true: good people are rewarded. Coming from a family where 2 generations had given their lives for the country, she believed she wouldn't be so unlucky this time.
Don't eat that.
It's spoiled. It could make you sick. After her excitement faded, Meng Qingluo stumbled a little and sat back down.
You. Seat. And rest.
Her simple-minded father, worried about her, obediently handed back the dried vegetable cake he had been about to eat. But his eyes lingered on it with clear reluctance. All right. Meng Qingluo sat down, closed her eyes, and thought, steamed bun. Sure enough, a bun appeared in her hand. She didn't dare to test whether she could enter the mysterious space yet, so she used her mind to look inside. What she saw amazed her. The large supermarket where she had once lost her life had come with her. Was this heaven's reward for her bravery? The supermarket was huge, and she didn't have time to explore it all. After a quick glance, she reluctantly pulled her thoughts back. Father, let's go find some food. Maybe it was because of his childlike innocence, or maybe because of his genuine care for her, but calling him father felt natural and easy. Good. Let's find food, he said, smiling with the pure joy of a child. Before leaving, Meng Qingluo remembered the dangers they might face on the road. She decided to teach her father how to use an electric baton, so he could protect himself if needed. It wasn't hard to use. He just had to be careful not to shock himself. There were plenty of these in the supermarket's security room. Looking at the 2 people tied to the post, Meng Qingluo's lips curved into a cold smile. In her past life, she had dedicated herself to saving others, but she would never forgive those who had harmed innocent people. With a single thought, a shining silver needle appeared in her hand. Perfect, her medical kit had come with her too. She used the needle to wake them up. Then her father used the electric baton. After several tries, accompanied by muffled sounds, Father Meng finally learned some self-defense skills. Looking at the two tied-up people who had fainted again, he smiled with satisfaction, holding the stick in his hand. His eyes sparkled. "Luo, this is good." Seeing her father's silly but happy face, Meng Qingluo showed a rare smile. "Yes, father. Let's go."
Go.
Father Meng carefully helped her carry one child on her back, then carried another himself. Besides the two baskets, they also had a small bundle. Usually, the bundle only held some dry food and old clothes. When she opened it, there were only the old clothes left, no food at all. Now, she had added 2 pieces of dried vegetable cakes and 3 small pieces of silver she had taken from the 2 bad people. The silver could be kept for later, but as for the food, since she had her own storage space, she would never eat anything from those people, nor would she let her father eat it. Still, she put it in the bundle. After all, even a small piece of vegetable cake like that could be traded for a child in times like these. Carrying the bundle in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, with a child on her back, Meng Qingluo walked out of the broken house that had almost cost them their lives. Father Meng followed behind, holding the electric stick and carrying another child. Just as they stepped out the door, Meng Qingluo suddenly stopped and turned back. The 2 villains were barely alive after being struck several times. With a cold look in her eyes, she summoned her silver needles and quickly ended their threat. Even though she had the original owner's memories and knew the drought was severe, the sight outside still shocked her. In the middle of summer, there was not a trace of green. Only dry, yellow land. The ground was cracked open, and the riverbed in the distance was completely dry, filled only with sand and stones. Oh my heavens!
This.
Meng Qingluo's mouth hung open in disbelief. They were standing outside a broken house halfway up a mountain. There was no sound of people, not even birds. The silence was so deep it made her uneasy. She dared not stay there any longer. The sun was already leaning west, and they needed to find shelter before nightfall. With a thought, Meng Qingluo took out 2 cold coarse-grain buns from her storage space. The 2 white buns she had taken earlier had already been quietly put back into the space. She felt deeply thankful that her father was simple-minded and the children were still young. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to openly take food out from her secret space. Although her father wasn't very bright, she still chose to be careful and only took out cold food, not hot. "Father, here," she said, handing him a steamed bun. Her father watched as she rummaged through the bundle and pulled out a bun. His eyes widened in surprise.
Daughter, eat.
He hesitated, slowly pulling back the hand that had reached out for the bun. Meng Qingluo felt a warmth in her heart. She pushed the bun into his hand and said softly, "There's another one." Though her father wasn't clever, he had always loved her deeply. "There's more?" He looked at her, and when he saw her take out another bun from the small bundle, he finally began to eat eagerly. Meng Qingluo was also starving. She quickly finished her bun, then took out 2 bottles of water from her space. She opened one and poured it into the bamboo tube in the basket for her father, then drank from the other herself. When they finished drinking, she put the empty bottles back into her space. With food in her stomach, the weakness and burning pain in her belly faded, and her strength slowly returned. In the basket, the 2 children were still asleep, weak from hunger. The area around them was open and empty, so Meng Qingluo didn't dare feed the children there. She quickened her pace. Before the sky turned completely dark, she finally found a small cave at the foot of the mountain. The cave was well hidden, with dry grass and thorny bushes covering the entrance, which made her very satisfied. With one simple-minded man, 2 small children, and a weak woman, even the smallest danger could cost them their lives. They squeezed through the dry grass into the cave. It wasn't large, just enough for 3 adults to lie down. It was about 1 or 2 meters high, with some dry grass inside, but thankfully it didn't smell bad. It seemed to be naturally formed, not a wild animal's den. After entering, Meng Qingluo disguised the entrance again, making it harder for anyone to find. Once everything was settled, she finally took a closer look at the two little ones in the basket. Both were boys, twins, thin and small, their faces darkened with dirt. From her memory, they were almost a year old. The two babies were born prematurely, and their mother didn't have much milk. Since the disaster, there had been little food, and the babies had been eating irregularly, growing thinner day by day. When told the babies were only 6 or 7 months old, Meng Qingluo believed it. They were the children of the original owner, born out of wedlock, and their father was unknown. Thinking of the original owner's memories, Meng Qingluo sighed softly and clumsily picked up the older baby, holding him in her arms. "Dad, help feed the baby." The simple-minded father immediately turned around, facing away from her. Since it wasn't possible to make formula with hot water, Meng Qingluo took out a small carton of milk suitable for children from her storage space, poured it into a bottle, and began feeding the baby. As soon as the nipple touched his lips, the baby began to drink eagerly, almost flattening the bottle's tip. Hearing the sound of the little one swallowing so hungrily, Meng Qingluo felt her heart ache. The feeling came partly from the original owner and partly from herself. Poor little one. The older baby, who had been dozing with his eyes half closed, opened them after eating. His eyes were bright and dark like grapes, and he gave Meng Qingluo a cheeky little smile. Meng Qingluo. In her previous life, she had been single for 26 years, so she couldn't quite describe this feeling. It was happiness, warmth, and a tenderness that melted her heart. All right, big brother is full and ready to sleep. Now it's little brother's turn to eat. Meng Qingluo placed the older baby into the carrier on her back. Soon, the younger one was also full, his face showing pure contentment. Like his brother, he opened his eyes after eating, staring curiously at Meng Qingluo as if seeing his mother for the first time. His long eyelashes fluttered adorably, making her heart melt completely. Little one is full too. Time to sleep. She placed both babies into the carrier. Perhaps because they were full, they didn't cry or fuss, and soon drifted off to sleep. Looking up, she saw that the sky outside had turned completely dark. The single bun she had eaten earlier was far from enough for someone who hadn't eaten properly in days. After walking for half a day more, Meng Qingluo was hungry again. Gritting her teeth, she decided to test her father's reaction once more. She couldn't just ignore the treasure she had, especially since the child was small and her father wasn't in his right mind. She had no other way to find food. For now, she could only rely on the space. "Father, the baby has been fed."
Oh.
Her simple-minded father, Meng Wujin, who had been facing away, finally turned around. "Father, here." Right in front of him, Meng Qingluo took out 4 big white buns from her worn bundle, handed him 3, and kept one for herself. Food? Meng Wujin's eyes lit up with joy. Seeing that his daughter also had one, he quickly reached out to take a share. Meng Qingluo carefully watched his reaction. His eyes were clear, only filled with happiness, no suspicion at all. He didn't ask where the buns came from, which made her feel relieved. She didn't want to explain every time she brought out food. It seemed that as long as her father had something to eat, he was content. It was fine if he wasn't clever as long as he listened. After thinking for a moment, Meng Qingluo pointed at the bun and reminded him softly, "Father, don't tell bad people about this, okay?" Her father's eyes widened as he remembered the 2 men who had tried to harm them. Frightened, he shook his head quickly. "I won't say anything.
I'm scared."
Meng Qingluo ate 1 big bun and drank some milk from a bamboo tube. Her stomach finally felt half full. Her father ate 2 buns and finished the rest of the milk, then licked his lips. "Aluo, it's delicious." Meng Qingluo smiled. "Father, are you full?" "Full," he said happily, patting his belly. After eating, Meng Qingluo decided to rest for a while. Her father would guard the first half of the night, and she would take the second half. Watching her father stand at the cave entrance, holding a kitchen knife in one hand and an electric baton in the other like a guardian, Meng Qingluo moved the baby to the innermost part of the cave. She lay down outside, used the small bundle as a pillow, and closed her eyes. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. That was thanks to her past life's profession. She had been a soldier, used to camping and training outdoors. But she didn't fall asleep right away. Her thoughts were heavy. She had died while saving someone, and when she opened her eyes again, she had come to this world. Not only had she arrived at a critical moment, but she had also brought the mysterious space with her. She had no idea why this had happened. The original girl was the eldest daughter of foolish father Meng Wujin and mother Yang. But she was not their real child. 2 years ago, her real family found her and took her back. Her real father was a general who guarded the border all year round, and her mother was the lady of the general's mansion. She should have been a proper young lady of the general's family, but she had lived in Meng village for more than 10 years. For some reason, a year later, her family sent her back again. When she returned, she was already expecting a child, and 7 months later, she gave birth to twin boys. They had no names yet, so people just called them Big Treasure and Little Treasure. After coming back, she was often sad, but she truly loved her 2 children. Her memories of the time she spent in the general's mansion were blurry. Only a few fragments remained, showing how much she resisted recalling it. Since the original girl resisted, Meng Qingluo did not try to piece those memories together. After all, parents who lost their child when she was little and then failed to protect her again after finding her, she did not want to think too much about them. Her adoptive father's side had a big family. Her grandparents were still alive. There were her eldest uncle and aunt, second uncle and aunt, third uncle and aunt, their children, and 2 married aunts. Her father was the youngest son. Though simple-minded, he was deeply loved by his parents. So when he grew up, her grandparents spent 10 taels of silver to find him a wife, Yang, who became her adoptive mother. Her adoptive parents had 3 sons, her 3 younger brothers. The whole family used to live together. But one day, in a place called Bitter Orange Slope, they were separated by wandering refugees and bandits. She didn't know how the others were now, but when she thought of that warm, big family, Meng Qingluo's eyes grew wet. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Meng Qingluo paused for a moment. Those were the original girl's feelings. She couldn't bear to leave them. Maybe, at this very moment, that big family was also anxiously looking for them. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow morning, she would take her father and set out to find them. The night was quiet. After dozing for a while, Meng Qingluo woke up. She opened her eyes and saw her foolish father still sitting at the entrance, holding a knife in one hand and a stick in the other, staring wide-eyed into the darkness outside, his ears twitching slightly as if listening for any sound. His silly look made her smile and feel deeply moved. Meng Qingluo closed her eyes again and focused her mind on the space. She was familiar with a big shopping mall. When she had planned to come here to exchange hostages, she had already disguised herself and carefully studied the layout. The mall had 3 floors. The first floor had car dealerships, pharmacies, clothing and shoe stores, and jewelry shops. The second floor was a large supermarket selling food, drinks, seafood, fruits, vegetables, meat, cooked dishes, electric bikes, and bicycles. The third floor was the management area of the supermarket. Behind the mall was a medium-sized yard surrounded by warehouses and cold storage rooms used to store goods for the mall. Meng Qingluo didn't know if all these things had come with her, so she needed to check carefully. After checking, she couldn't help but be surprised. Except for the door leading to the third-floor management area, which couldn't be opened, everything else had come along. She also found that in the middle of the small yard, there was now an old well with clear spring water. There hadn't been a well there before. She remembered that clearly. Aluo. Someone's here. Her father's voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. Someone was coming? Startled, Meng Qingluo sat up quickly. She listened carefully. There were indeed footsteps, but they didn't stop and soon faded away. It was a false alarm. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. But this scare made her realize that her father's hearing seemed unusually sharp.
Dad, you sleep.
I'll keep watch.
Oh.
Her father, tired from keeping his eyes open, obediently handed her the electric baton and kitchen knife, then lay down and fell asleep almost instantly. Watching him fall asleep in a second, Meng Qingluo couldn't help but smile. She felt both pity and envy. Ordinary people couldn't fall asleep that fast, no matter how tired they were. Simple people truly had their own kind of peace. Meng Qingluo placed the electric baton and knife beside her, glanced at the sleeping children, and after thinking for a moment, gently picked up the older and younger ones. Half asleep, she fed each of them 2 small buns and a box of children's milk, then helped them relieve themselves before putting them back in the basket to sleep. The 2 little ones drank their milk and dozed off again, still half asleep. Watching her mother play with the children made Meng Qingluo smile. It was a pity the 2 little ones were so thin. If they were a bit chubbier, they would look even cuter. The children soon fell asleep, and their simple-minded father followed. Everything around was quiet. Meng Qingluo searched through the original owner's memories, but found little useful information. She only knew that this country was called Great Yen. The capital was far to the north, a great distance from her hometown in Shizhou. The original owner's village was at the center of the drought. The Meng family, along with the other villagers, planned to escape to the capital or somewhere nearby where the drought hadn't reached, hoping to settle down again. The whole Meng family was united. Led by the grandparents, not a single person was left behind as they left Shizhou and entered Yunzhou. But judging from the surroundings, Yunzhou was not much better off than Shizhou. As Meng Qingluo slowly accepted the reality of her new life, time passed quickly. When the sky began to lighten, she went to the market space and tried using an electric kettle to boil water. She was thrilled to find that the electricity worked, the water tap ran smoothly, and the water never stopped flowing. Even more surprising, the market space had an automatic restock function. Anything she used would be replaced automatically.
It was an endless supply.
She first filled a bamboo flask she shared with her father. The flask was large, and it took a full kettle, about 2 liters, to fill it. She then added a little salt and sugar. After preparing water for the adults, she turned to the 2 little ones. She took a water pouch from the supermarket, washed it, and wrapped it tightly with her old clothes so no one could tell what it was made of. The baby's bottles were also cleaned and disguised with worn fabric. When the boiled water cooled to warm, she mixed in milk powder, shook the bottles, and stored them in the space. The baby's food for the day was ready. By the time she finished and fed the children, her father was still asleep. "Father, wake up. It's time for breakfast."
Oh.
The moment he heard there was food, he woke up instantly. His hair stuck up in all directions, and he stared blankly at Meng Qingluo's bundle, because all the good food his daughter brought came from there. This time, without hesitation, Meng Qingluo took out 3 large meat buns and handed them to him. Silly father saw that his daughter also had some, so he happily took the 3 warm, fragrant buns. Smiling eagerly, he said to Meng Qingluo, "Daughter, I won't tell anyone about the bad person." Meng Qingluo's face twitched. She wasn't a bad person, really. Carrying a basket on her back and a bundle in her hand, Meng Qingluo led the child and her simple-minded father down the mountain and onto the main road. She didn't head straight toward the capital. According to the original owner's memory, she needed to go to Kujibao. In the small forest outside Kujibao, her family was waiting for them. When they had fled from Mingjia village, her grandfather had repeatedly told everyone that if they got separated, the family would wait in the same place for 3 days. Today was the 3rd day. If she could bring her father and the child there today, they could reunite with their family. Her grandfather had once traveled far and wide as a bodyguard, so he was knowledgeable and skilled in martial arts. She herself had been found by her grandfather during one of his journeys and was given to her parents, who had been married for years without children. Her grandmother was the daughter of a village doctor and knew some medicine. She usually treated only family members, but sometimes helped neighbors who came to ask. Her uncles were kind and respectful to each other. They never bullied her father for being slow-minded. Instead, they took extra care of him. Her second uncle had been drafted into the army 5 years ago and hadn't returned yet. But since letters still came occasionally, he was likely still alive. Her third uncle had been injured by a tiger while hunting in the mountains, leaving him with a limp. Luo, where? Where are we going? Her father asked hesitantly, looking at the road ahead. Father, don't be afraid. We're going to find Grandpa and Grandma. Meng Qingluo knew what he was afraid of. There were now a few refugees appearing on the main road. Seeing people reminded him of those two who had frightened him before.
Good, find.
Father, Mother, he said, his eyes lighting up. Yes, let's hurry. They needed to reach the meeting place quickly and walk as much as possible before the sun rose high. The midday sun in July was unbearable. It burned like fire, making one sweat all over, almost as if being roasted. At that moment, in the small forest outside Kujibao, not only the Meng family, but also some villagers from Mengjia village were waiting. During this great chaos, the bandits robbed and killed, and every household lost someone, either missing or dead. Everyone else fled, but only the people of Meng village returned after hiding for a while. They all thought the same way. If their family members were still alive, they would surely come back here to look for them. If they left, in such troubled times, even if they survived, they might never meet again. So the Meng family and the villagers, under the guidance of Elder Meng and the village head, decided to stay and wait. They followed the elder's advice. Sometimes the most dangerous place is also the safest. When some villagers gradually found their way back, everyone felt that Elder Meng and the village head had been right. They were glad they hadn't panicked and run away like the others. The villagers placed the elderly, women, and children in the center, while the men guarded the outside, keeping watch day and night. In this way, they safely passed 2 days and nights. As dawn broke on the third day, Madame Yang was the first to wake. She reached out to touch her 3 children beside her. Feeling them safe and sound, she let out a sigh of relief. But when she thought of her husband, her eldest daughter, and her 2 little grandchildren who were still missing, tears filled her eyes again. For the past 2 days, Elder Meng's eldest and third sons, along with their sons, Meng Dalong, Meng Erlang, and Meng Sanlang, had taken turns searching. They had found Qilong, who had been separated during the chaos, and Dalong's daughter, Dia, but not Madame Yang's husband or her other children. If they still couldn't find them today, everyone had agreed they would stop waiting tomorrow.
Woo, woo.
Madame Yang buried her face in her hands and sobbed softly. Her quiet crying woke the old Madame Meng. Even before she opened her eyes, her tears had already welled up. Now, the whole family was together except for her youngest son, eldest granddaughter, and 2 little ones. Thinking of the dangers they might be facing, her heart ached deeply. In the wilderness, with everyone on edge, no one slept deeply. When one person woke, the others soon followed. The women began preparing a simple breakfast, while the men discussed finding water, food, and the missing people. Father, shall I go out with Dalong again today to look for them? Elder Meng's eldest son asked for his father's opinion. Although father was still strong, the constant hard work made them worry that he might wear himself out. All right, Erlang and I will go with the villagers to look for water and food. You and Sanling stay here to watch over the children, said Master Meng after thinking for a moment and nodding in agreement. After drinking some boiled wild vegetable soup and eating 2 dry buns, the 4 of them set out. Madame Yang watched anxiously as Uncle Meng and Dalong left. She wanted to go too, but her 3 children were still young, so she couldn't. Bailing was 10, Jilong was 8, and Shirlang had just turned 6. Mother, do you think Uncle and Big Brother will find father and sister today? Bailing asked. He was old enough to understand things now. Earlier, he had woken up to the sound of his mother crying. He knew she cried because she was worried about father and sister. He was worried too. Yes, they will find them, Madame Yang comforted her son, though she was also trying to comfort herself. Mother, I want to go look for father and sister, Jilong said, looking up at her hopefully. You can't. Grandfather said we're too young to help, and it's very dangerous outside, Shirlang answered for his mother in a serious tone that made him sound like a little adult. His soft, childish voice made everyone in the Meng family fall silent. Who among them wasn't worried? They were all worried about the safety of those 4. But in times like these, when fate tells you to stay down, you must stay down. When it tells you to wait, you can only wait. As the sun sank once more in the west, those who had gone out to search for people and those who had gone to find food and water all returned. The ones looking for food and water came back empty-handed, and those searching for people returned without anyone new behind them. Master Meng and Erling came back first. When everyone saw their empty hands, the hope on their faces faded into silence. When the Meng family had first set out, they had many people, several carts, even a donkey cart and an ox cart. They had brought plenty of food too. But with so many mouths to feed, especially so many growing boys, the supplies quickly ran low. By the time they reached the border of Yinzhou, more than half of their grain was gone. They had planned to ration carefully and gather wild vegetables along the way to fill their stomachs and keep moving. But no one had expected the drought in Yinzhou to be just as bad as in Shizhou. Along the road, there were no wild vegetables left to dig. Every bit of leaf and root had already been taken by others. Even worse, after the recent chaos among the refugees and the bandits looting, the Meng family's food was almost all gone. Even those in the Meng family who knew martial arts were struggling, let alone the other villagers. "Old man, you didn't find anything at all?" Old Madame Meng's lips were trembling. Old Master Meng sighed, sat quietly beside her, and glanced at his second grandson, who sat pale-faced next to his eldest sister-in-law. What he didn't want to say was that, on their way back, they had seen a group of people trading food in a desperate way. A small, dark piece of vegetable cake had been exchanged for a baby girl only a few months old. He was old and had seen much in life, so he could bear it better than his grandson. The second grandson had thrown up on the spot. "Erling, are you tired?" Madame Pan, the eldest aunt, looked at her son's pale face and asked with concern. Erling shook his head without answering. His mind was still filled with the scene they had witnessed on the road. Although his grandfather had tried to comfort him, the heavy feeling in his heart remained. He felt weak and silent, staring blankly at his toes. Among Meng Qingluo's generation, she was the only girl. The other 10 were all boys. The eldest uncle and aunt, Mr. Meng and Madame Pan, had 3 sons. The eldest, Dalong, was 18 and already married. His wife, the younger Madame Pan, was his mother's cousin's daughter. They had a little girl, about 1 year old, nicknamed Dia. The second son, Erlang, was 16, 2 months older than Meng Qingluo. He was not yet married. Before the famine, he had been preparing for a match, but the disaster had put everything on hold. The third son, Sanlang, was 14, still a growing boy. The second uncle's family had twin sons, Sailang and Wulong, both 13. The third uncle's family also had 2 sons, Lulang, 12, and Qilong, 11. During the chaos that day, little Dia had been snatched away by someone in the crowd. Dalong and his wife had gone nearly mad searching for her, but in the end, they managed to rescue her. Thinking of that, the younger Madame Pan held Dia tightly in her arms, still shaken. She looked anxiously outside. The sky was darkening, and her father and husband had not yet returned. Madame Yang was also waiting nervously. After a while, the figures of the eldest uncle and Dalong finally appeared in their sight. But behind the 2 of them, it was the same as when others returned home. Completely empty. No one was there. Madame Yang stood up, ready to go forward and ask, but when she saw what was ahead, her legs gave out. Then came the sound of her crying loudly in grief. At that moment, all hope turned into disappointment. No, into despair. Deep, overwhelming despair. She cried, and the 3 children cried with her. The rest of the family also wiped away tears. "Wujin, a Luo. My Wujin, my dear a Luo." Old Madame Meng could no longer hold back her sobs. She kept repeating those few words over and over. Her beloved youngest son was gone. Her favorite granddaughter, a Luo, was gone too. And the 2 sweet little babies they carried were also gone. "Father, we've searched everywhere within several miles these past 3 days. There's no one," said the eldest son, his eyes red, sitting before the old Master Meng. He didn't dare say it aloud, but he knew his younger brother, niece, and the two little ones were most likely lost forever. Eldest, it's not your fault. The young are small, the old are weak. You've done your best. The old master, eyes red, patted his eldest son's shoulder. He knew his son had been blaming himself terribly these past few days. That day, when the chaos broke out, little Qilong was swept away by the crowd, and the eldest son ran after him. When things finally calmed down, the family realized that the youngest son, the eldest granddaughter, and the two babies she carried were missing. The youngest son was slow and didn't react quickly enough to the shouting. The eldest granddaughter had become quieter since giving birth. She could sit silently for hours, lost in thought, and hadn't cried out for help. The two babies couldn't speak. And so, they were overlooked in the confusion. The eldest son blamed himself deeply, and the old master's guilt was no less. Now back to that morning. After eating his fill, the simple-minded father became full of energy when he heard they were going to look for their family. He strode forward with great determination. He took after his father, handsome, tall, and strong, about 1 meter 87 inches. Unfortunately, after fleeing from famine, he had grown thin. When he stayed silent, face stern, holding a shiny kitchen knife in his hand, he looked quite intimidating. Along the way, even the real refugees, seeing only the father and daughter, didn't dare to approach or rob them. Because of her past profession, Meng Qingluo had a strong sense of direction and was good at finding her way. After taking a few wrong turns, the sun was already high in the sky when they were finally close to Kuju village. "Father, there's an old temple ahead. Let's go inside to rest, eat something, and wait until the sun isn't so hot before we continue."
All right.
Her simple-minded father nodded obediently. Meng Qingluo roughly calculated the distance. Back then, those two bad men must have feared that their families would come looking for them, so they had taken the four of them about 30 miles away from Kuju village. Now, she and her father had already walked about 20 miles. It was noon, so they could rest a bit longer. There wouldn't be much road left in the afternoon, and they would definitely reach Kuju village before dark to reunite with their family. The sun was blazing, the heat unbearable, and she was carrying a child on her back. Meng Qingluo was drenched in sweat and felt dizzy. If not for the sugar-salt water she had prepared in her special storage space, her weak body might not have held up. When she stepped into the old temple, she froze. There was already a group of people resting inside. Those people looked up warily when they saw someone enter, but when they noticed it was only a man and a frail woman, each carrying a small child, their expressions relaxed. However, two of them glanced at the baskets on Meng Qingluo and her father's backs with a look of longing. Meng Qingluo was sure she hadn't imagined it, even though it lasted only a moment. There were 4 people sitting around a large iron pot, 3 men and 1 woman. Something was cooking inside. One man stirred it with a wooden spatula while the others stared at the pot, swallowing hard, their eyes fixed on it. Out of curiosity, Meng Qingluo took a closer look. Her face instantly turned pale. As a former soldier and military doctor with sharp eyesight, she immediately realized what she was seeing, and it was something terrible. She almost threw up on the spot and wished she hadn't looked. She quickly forced down the nausea, grabbed her father's hand, and said, "Father, let's keep going. If we don't reach home before dark, Grandpa, Grandma, and Mother will be worried." Her father looked at her. "Luo, are you tired?" "I'm not tired."
Oh.
Her father always listened to her. Whatever Meng Qingluo said was what he would do. The two of them quickly left the old temple and continued walking under the blazing sun. Even though she had experienced it herself, seeing it with her own eyes was far more shocking. Under the scorching heat, Meng Qingluo finally felt the chill around her body slowly fade away. What kind of tragic world was this? What was the government doing? Did they not care about the lives of the people? Her simple-minded father didn't understand the ways of the world, and at this moment, Meng Qingluo didn't even know whom she could ask. They hurried on for about 2 miles.
Wah, wah.
Mother.
Father.
From the roadside came the sound of a child crying. Meng Qingluo looked over and saw two adults lying motionless on the ground. A little boy about 3 or 4 years old was clinging to his mother, crying. Meng Qingluo looked around carefully. Seeing no other refugees nearby, she walked toward the three. The two adults on the ground seemed to have fainted, either from hunger or thirst. If they were already gone. Thinking of what she had seen in the ruined temple, she shivered and dared not imagine what might happen to the boy. After making sure there was no danger to herself, her father, or the child, she knelt down and checked the adult's pulses and eyes. The woman had passed away several hours ago. There was no saving her. Fortunately, the man still had a chance. She untied the bamboo flask from the woman's waist. It was empty. She shook it, but not a single drop came out. Silently, Meng Qingluo took her father's bamboo flask and poured the salt and sugar water she had prepared that morning into the family's flasks. She first gave some to the little boy, whose lips were cracked from thirst. Since Meng Qingluo and her father had arrived, the boy had stopped crying. He looked at her with tearful, helpless eyes. "Mother should drink," the boy said softly after taking 2 sips, pointing to his mother, who lay still on the ground. Meng Qingluo's nose stung with emotion. She gently poured some water into the man's mouth instead. The man had no visible injuries. There was still a small amount of dry food left in his bag, which meant he had fainted from thirst. After a while, the man slowly woke up. The first thing he saw was the large face of Meng Qingluo's tall, simple-minded father leaning over him. Startled, he sat up quickly, instinctively pulling the little boy behind him and looking at them with wary eyes. The foolish father was so frightened that he fell backward, then quickly got up and looked at the man with a hurt expression. He had only wanted to check if the man had woken up for his daughter's sake. "You're awake?" Meng Qingluo asked calmly.
Who are you?"
The man stammered nervously, shrinking back. "We're the ones who saved you," Meng Qingluo said directly. She pointed to 2 bamboo tubes and a wrapped bundle on the ground. "This is the little water and food we have left. Hide them well so no one finds them. Your child has already lost his mother. Don't let him lose his father too. Protect him and help him grow up safely." Before the man could react, Meng Qingluo and her father had already walked away. It took a while for the man to realize what had happened. He hadn't expected to meet people who would give him food and water instead of robbing him. Inside his own bamboo tubes was clean water. When he opened the bundle, he found 2 vegetable cakes, more than 10 coarse grain buns, and several steamed buns that still carried the faint smell of grain. At the bottom of the bundle lay a shiny pointed hoe. At that moment, his little son was holding one of the buns, happily eating it. The man froze for a moment, then quickly gathered the bundle, turned toward the direction Meng Qingluo had gone, and knelt down, bowing 3 times. They must be heavenly beings. "Thank you, kind saviors, for saving our lives. I, Erguzi, swear that if my son and I survive this, I will spend the rest of my life doing good deeds." With tears in his eyes, he used the hoe to dig a small grave nearby and buried his wife, marking the spot, hoping that one day he could bring her home again. After bowing with his son before the grave, he placed the boy in a basket, carefully packed the food and water beneath him, then lifted the basket onto his back. Holding the bundle in one hand and the hoe in the other, he walked away with firm steps. Further down the road, Meng Qingluo finally found a small patch of trees that offered some shade. She sat under a large old tree. Though the tree was dry and its leaves wilted, it still provided a bit of coolness. She set the 2 children down, gave them some water, then fed the baby before placing the child back into the basket. The 2 children were truly well-behaved. Once they had enough to drink, they would lie quietly in the basket, playing with their little hands or nibbling on their fingers. They only made small sounds to remind the adults when they needed to relieve themselves. It was as if they understood how hard life was for the grown-ups and how difficult the world had become. Iran took out 3 large meat buns from her bundle and handed them to her simple-minded father. She herself only ate 2 plain buns and drank some water to calm the uneasy feeling in her stomach. After what she had seen earlier, the sight had been so shocking that she couldn't bring herself to eat meat for the moment. Perhaps it was because this road led to Kuju village, not the main road heading north. There were not many refugees along the way. Just like now, there was no one around. All she could see was a stretch of dry, yellow land. Meng Qingluo, who had unexpectedly become a mother after crossing over, gazed at the children in the basket, lost in thought. She had plenty of supplies in her space, more than she could ever use. She believed that she and her family had made sacrifices for their country, even giving their lives, but that alone shouldn't have earned them such great fortune. So, if heaven had given her this useful space and sent her here, it must have a purpose. What she needed to figure out now was how to quietly use these supplies to help her family, the people around her, and those suffering in this harsh world. When people had reached the point of turning against each other, the world had already become a living hell. It wasn't that she was overly kind-hearted, but the education she had received in her previous life wouldn't allow her to ignore others' suffering. She believed that as long as she used her abilities wisely, her special space could help. Maybe not everyone, but at least one person at a time.
Daughter.
Aluo. Suddenly, her father called out nervously, pulling Meng Qingluo out of her thoughts. Someone was coming. A carriage approached, driven by a middle-aged man. In the heat of the day, the curtains were tightly closed, so it was impossible to see who or how many people were inside. There didn't seem to be any danger. Meng Qingluo glanced at it briefly, then looked away. Father, don't worry. It's fine. She sighed quietly. The kidnapping incident had clearly left a deep mark on her father's mind. Inside the carriage, Yan Shuju looked at his nephew's pale face, then lifted the curtain to glance outside. The quiet grove stood tall with old trees. Though two refugees were resting nearby, they didn't seem to pose any threat. Uncle Yuan, let's stop and rest for a while. Hearing his young master's order, Su Zhongyuan looked around and quickly understood what he meant. Yes, young master. The carriage stopped on the other side of an old tree, only a few meters away from Meng Qingluo and her father. When Meng Qingluo saw the carriage approaching, she felt a little nervous, but soon noticed that the people inside didn't seem to want to bother them. She then took a closer look. The man driving the carriage looked about 45, with fair skin and a round face. His clothes were of good quality. After the carriage stopped, he carefully helped a boy of about 5 years old down. The little boy was carried in the man's arms, his limbs limp and his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. Finally, a young man of about 18 or 19 stepped down. He wore a light blue robe, his hair tied high, with a matching ribbon. A jade pendant hung from his waist, and he wore fine embroidered shoes. His features were elegant and calm, giving off a cool and refined air. And that face. Meng Qingluo didn't get a clear look at his face, because the moment she glanced at him, her heart suddenly began to race. This was unusual. She didn't know why, but his face, both striking and somehow indistinct, gave her a strange sense of familiarity. Maybe he looks like someone I knew before. Or perhaps an actor I've seen on TV. She thought to herself. The young man seemed to sense her gaze, and turned his sharp eyes toward her. Such piercing eyes. Meng Qingluo was startled. Suppressing the uneasy feeling in her heart, she quickly looked away. In these troubled times, taking a life was as easy as crushing an ant. The man clearly had a noble background. She had no wish to die in some deserted place just because of a moment's curiosity. Minner, wake up and eat something. The young man gently shook the boy in his arms. After a while, the child barely opened his eyes before falling back into sleep. Young master, what should we do? The middle-aged man asked anxiously. If we can't find Dr. Xue soon, I fear the young boy may not hold on. Dr. Xue was famous throughout the Yan dynasty for his skill in both medicine and antidotes. His residence wasn't secret, and under normal circumstances, he would be easy to find, unless some disaster had struck. But now, with the natural disasters, refugees have fled north, and Dr. Xue has also left. He probably couldn't bear to see the suffering across several provinces and went to travel as a healer, helping those in need. The emperor fell ill from worry, and several princes, instead of helping, began to fight among themselves. The court was in chaos, and the young master of their family suffered because of it. What hard times these are. The people suffer, and the emperor struggles. We will definitely find him. Yan Xiaozhu's eyes were firm. Because they were close, every word of their conversation reached Meng Qingluo's ears. Her heart stirred, and she began to observe the young master carefully. His face was pale with a bluish tint, and his lips were dark purple. Meng Qingluo frowned. This child wasn't sick, he was clearly poisoned, and quite seriously. The schemes within noble families were truly ruthless. Even a child of just a few years old could be harmed so cruelly. Someone must have treated him before, slowing the poison spread, but not curing it completely. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long. Meng Qingluo hadn't planned to get involved. But thinking of her own birth family and the current chaos, she realized she needed a powerful ally. Even if she was wrong and this person wasn't someone influential, at least she could save the child's life. A child so young shouldn't die so early. Besides, since fate had brought her here, she should do something meaningful with this new life. Meng Qingluo stood up and walked toward the three of them. Yan Xiaozhu, worried about his nephew, didn't notice her approach at first, while Su Zhongyuan looked surprised. 2 meters away, Meng Qingluo stopped. She studied the child closely for a moment, then looked straight at Yan Xiaozhu and said, "The young master has been poisoned. It's not a deadly poison, but it's stubborn. If it's not treated soon, he won't have much time left." Her words struck them like thunder. For a long moment, the two men were stunned, staring at her in disbelief. Su Zhongyuan's usually smiling face turned cold. He drew the soft sword from his waist, his whole body radiating hostility.
How dare you? Who are you? Who sent you?
In an instant, more than 20 men in black surrounded Meng Qingluo, the foolish father and the child. Seeing Su Zhongyuan's skill and the formation of his men, Meng Qingluo wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she felt even more certain she had made the right choice. This man was clearly a young master servant. If even a servant had such skill, and there were so many hidden guards around, then the master must be someone of high status. Yes, she had decided to rely on this powerful person. Feeling pleased, Meng Qingluo lifted her dark little face and smiled at Su Zhongyuan. Her bright, fox-like eyes sparkled like stars. Her smile startled Su Zhongyuan and surprised Yan Xiaozhu as well. She looked like a simple village girl, her skin tanned by the sun, her figure small and thin, but she was quite bold. Could she really be a spy sent by the enemy? "You two don't need to doubt who I am," Meng Qingluo said calmly, making up an excuse. "I just couldn't stand seeing a child suffer, since I have a little one myself." She pointed behind her. "That's my father. His mind is like that of a small child," she said, tapping her head. Although Yan Xiaozhu and Su Zhongyuan didn't understand the word mind, they understood her gesture. The simple, innocent look in her father's eyes confirmed her words. "The two in the baskets on my back are my babies, not even a year old." To gain their trust, and to secure her chance to rely on them, Meng Qingluo was giving it her all. Yan Xiaozhu looked at her and believed most of what she said. "But still, your reason for helping me isn't what you claim," he said firmly. "Oh, come on." This man was really hard to deal with. Meng Qingluo kept smiling, though she was secretly frustrated.
"Fine,"
she said, counting on her fingers. "I admit it. I saved the young master because I wanted you to owe me a favor. I can tell he's from a wealthy family. I just hope that if I ever need help, you might lend a hand. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything bad, just small favors, nothing dangerous." Yes, that sounded reasonable enough. Even she almost believed her own words.
Su Zhongyuan.
Not taking advantage of a favor? She was already planning her reward before the young master was even healed. Yan Xiaozhu couldn't help but laugh. His sudden smile was dazzling, almost making Meng Qingluo lose her composure. He was too handsome. When he was serious, she didn't think much of it, but when he smiled, it was almost enchanting. "Very well," Yan Xiaozhu said with a teasing look. "But if you fail to heal him, not only you but your father and your 2 children will all die." As he spoke, he made a gesture like cutting off a head. Do you still dare to treat him? Master. Su Zongyuan didn't want to entrust the young master's life to a woman of unknown origin who clearly looked like a refugee. Yan Xiuzhu waved his hand, and Su Zongyuan reluctantly stepped back, though his fingers never left the hilt of his soft sword. Please go ahead. Wait a moment. Meng Qingluo had already planned how to treat him. When she dealt with those two villains earlier, she had secretly brought her silver needles with her. So her medical kit was also here. Inside were the silver needles and medicines she needed. Even if she didn't have the kit, there would surely be a pharmacy on the first floor of the big market. That was why she dared to take on this challenge. Yan Xiuzhu watched as the young woman ran off and came back carrying a worn bundle. She placed it down and half opened it. Torn clothes spilled out. He frowned in disgust. But when he looked again, his expression changed from disdain to surprise. Inside was a small case filled with silver needles. The girl's dark hands unfolded it before him, revealing dozens of shining needles of different sizes and thicknesses. Su Zongyuan's eyes widened in shock as well. With a wave of his large hand, more than 20 men in black disappeared instantly. Meng Qingluo took out the silver needles, then tied up the bundle again. It was still bulging, and no one knew what else was inside. For some reason, Yan Xiuzhu suddenly felt that the shabby bundle didn't look so shabby anymore. It almost seemed like a treasure bag. Meng Qingluo ignored their looks and gave instructions. Lay the young master flat in the carriage and remove his outer clothes. I need to use the needles. Su Zongyuan obeyed, and Yan Xiuzhu followed closely behind. You must stay outside. Do not disturb me while I work. When they tried to enter the carriage, Meng Qingluo stopped them. If you want me to treat him, you must trust me. She lowered the curtain, blocking their view. Su Zongyuan looked anxiously at Yan Xiuzhu. Of course, Yan Xiuzhu didn't fully trust a stranger he had just met. He glanced toward a nearby tree. Su Zongyuan understood immediately. He strode over to stand beside the simple-minded father and the two children, standing tall and alert. Meng Qingluo was aware of the commotion outside, but didn't pay much attention to it. It was fine for them to stand guard. They could protect her father and the child. She inserted the needle, released the poisoned blood, gave medicine, and then fed the boy some water from the old well. The water from the suddenly discovered well was not only harmless but also cool and sweet. She hadn't tested whether it had any special effects, so she wasn't sure yet. As long as it didn't harm the young master, it was worth trying, even if only to quench his thirst. Meng Qingluo had just noticed that although the three travelers were dressed richly and didn't seem short of food, their dry, cracked lips showed that they were already running out of water. It made sense. Even if they had stored some, how much could a carriage carry? The journey had been through dry lands, with no chance to refill their supply. So many people and horses needed water, and since they were rushing to find a doctor for the poisoned young master, they were likely close to running out. Looking around the carriage, Meng Qingluo glanced at the two nearly empty water bags and felt she had guessed right. Half an hour passed. Su Fuyuan grew anxious. The young master showed no reaction, so he stood waiting nervously. An hour passed. Even Yan Xiuzhu became uneasy. Her simple-minded father was also worried, not understanding why Meng Qingluo hadn't come out of the carriage yet. If she hadn't told him to stay put and watch the baby while feeding him sweet cakes, he would have rushed over long ago.
Allure.
My girl. My girl. Her father called out loudly. The curtain lifted, and Meng Qingluo jumped down from the carriage. Sweat covered her face, and she stumbled, almost falling. Careful. Yan Xiuzhu quickly grabbed the back of her clothes. He was tall, and she was small and thin. With one pull, her feet left the ground. She looked just like a little kitten being lifted by the scruff of its neck. Meng little kitten Qingluo. You're tall, so what? Thank you, she said, trying to hide her frustration. I know you're worried, but the young master's poison had spread through his whole body and was close to reaching his heart. It was difficult to treat, but now he's stable. You can go in and see him. Steadying herself, she turned stiffly toward her father. Her legs had gone numb.
Allure.
Are you all right? Seeing that his daughter was safe, her father finally relaxed, though he still looked at her face with concern, softly calling her name. Meng Qingluo understood what her father meant. She smiled at him and sat down beside him to rest. I'm fine, father.
Oh.
Her father nodded. Inside the carriage, the young master had already woken up and was looking at his uncle with admiration. Su Zongyuan was half kneeling beside him, checking the young master's pulse. His expression slowly turned to surprise.
How is Minner?
Master, thank goodness, the young master's poison has been cured. We don't need to find Dr. Shuet anymore. No wonder that young lady had spent 2 full hours treating him. A miracle doctor, another one had appeared in Great Yen. Yen Xiuzhu was both excited and relieved. Excited because his nephew's poison was completely gone, and relieved because their trip had not been in vain. But his face remained calm.
Good.
Very good. Since that young lady wanted him to owe her a favor, he would grant her wish. Master, do you think that girl might be Dr. Shue's student? People with such skill rarely show their true identity. I don't know, Yen Xiuzhu said, shaking his head. Whoever she was, she had cured Minner. That made her their savior. The carriage continued forward. Su Zhongyuan was still driving, but now Yen Xiuzhu sat beside him. Inside, young master Yen Min lay quietly, curiously observing Meng Qingluo and her companions. Her simple-minded father was also looking around the carriage and at the young master on the soft couch with great curiosity. He had seen carriages before, even ridden in one, and had seen and ridden horses too, but that was when he was a child, back when old Master Meng still worked as a guard escorting goods. Later, when old Master Meng stopped doing that work and he grew up, those childhood memories faded. Now, sitting in the carriage again, he found everything fascinating, touching, and looking around with wonder. Seeing her father's amazed expression, Meng Qingluo couldn't help but smile again. The 2 little ones in the basket on her back had woken up after eating and sleeping well. Soon, the older one began to whimper, and the younger followed. Knowing what they wanted, Meng Qingluo, who had never been a mother in her previous life and still wasn't used to suddenly becoming one, rubbed her forehead helplessly. Blushing, she called out, Uncle, could you please stop the carriage for a moment? My 2 little ones need to take a break. Su Zhongyuan's hand froze, his eye twitching slightly as he stopped the carriage. De Bao's whimpering grew louder. Meng Qingluo quickly jumped down, afraid the child might have an accident inside the carriage. But she was still a little too late. After Meng Qingluo helped De Bao finish, the impatient Xiaobao, who was being held by Yen Xiuzhu to help her, gave him an unforgettable gift. Yen Xiuzhu had only stepped in because he felt sorry for the thin young woman jumping on and off the carriage, and also out of gratitude. Now he stood frozen in place. Su Zhongyuan was also stunned. Their young master was known for being extremely clean. Even a drop of dirty water on his clothes would make him change immediately. Meng Qingluo was speechless. She looked at Xiaobao, still in Yen Xiuzhu's arms, smiling mischievously at her, and didn't know what to say. I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry. Meng Qingluo quickly took Xiaobao back, apologizing again and again, afraid Yen Xiuzhu might get angry and toss the child aside. Yen Xiuzhu did want to be angry, but when he looked at the child's dirty little face and those big, bright eyes that shone like black grapes, his anger simply disappeared. He did feel uncomfortable, but there wasn't a trace of disgust in his heart. That strange feeling even surprised him. It's fine.
Kids are like that.
It's getting dark. I'll take you to Kuju village first, then I'll change my clothes later. Su Zongyuan, who had been waiting for his master to explode, was completely stunned.
No angit?
He even said it's fine? He could hardly believe it. Meng Qingluo let out a sigh of relief, quickly putting Xiaobao back into the basket. She gently pinched the child's nose. You little rascal, don't do that again, or I'll have to teach you a lesson. Xiaobao thought his mother was playing and giggled happily. When Xiaobao laughed, De Bao laughed too. Yen Xiuzhu, who had felt awkward hearing Meng Qingluo's rough words, couldn't help but smile as well. Children really weren't so bad after all. By the time they reached the small grove outside Kuju village, the sky was completely dark. Go on and look for them. We'll wait here for the time it takes to burn one stick of incense. If you can't find them by then, come back quickly. Yan Xiuzhu reminded Meng Qingluo carefully. Meng Qingluo shook her head. No need. Thank you for your kindness. My family said they would wait for me, and they surely will. The road isn't safe. You should leave quickly. A carriage with fine clothes and rich decorations was like a tempting target for some people. Meng Qingluo left. Yan Xiuzhu still waited in the same place for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. When he saw she hadn't returned, he told Su Zhongyuan to drive the carriage away. After returning to the carriage and changing clothes, Yan Xiuzhu opened the small porcelain bottle Meng Qingluo had given him. The medicine smelled fresh and clean, and the pills were smooth and evenly made. The young woman had said it was for Minner, 2 pills each time, twice a day, and after 10 days, the child's health would be as good as any other. As he turned the bottle in his hand, Yan Xiuzhu's eyes fell on the 2 large water bags. He clearly remembered they had been almost empty, yet now they seemed full again. He picked one up. It was heavy. It wasn't his imagination. Minner, where did this water come from? The big sister poured it in. The little boy answered quickly. It tastes really good. The water was sweet and refreshing. After the young woman poured it in, he had secretly taken a sip. Yan Xiuzhu paused, then took a drink himself. Indeed, it was delicious. He hadn't expected that young woman to be so observant, noticing their difficult situation. In such a dry season, these 2 bags of water were worth more than gold. As the carriage moved farther away, Yan Xiuzhu decided to accept her gift. She was clearly capable. If she could give away water so freely, she must have her own way to find more. Mother, father, grandma, mother, father. Walking into the forest, Meng Qingluo and her simple-minded father saw the Meng family sitting by a fire in the distance. Madame Yang shivered and stood up. Father, mother. I think I just heard my husband and Luo'er's voices. She feared she was only imagining it from longing. I think I heard father and big sister too, said the 8th son quickly. I heard them as well, another added. Old Madame Meng trembled with excitement, struggling to stand. Father, mother. They're back. Grandfather, grandmother, mother. It's Wujin. It's Aluo. Father.
Sister.
In an instant, the once sorrowful and heavy atmosphere in the Meng family turned into excitement. Everyone stood up and hurried toward the direction of the voices. Mother, it's really father and big sister. They're back. The quickest one, the clever little Julong, shouted excitedly when he saw the 2 figures appear. Husband. My daughter. Madame Yang burst into tears and ran toward them. She threw her arms around Meng Qingluo. Old Madame Meng hugged her youngest son tightly. Wujin, my child. I thought I'd never see you again. Aluo, my dear Aluo, where have you and your father been? We've waited for you for 3 days. Your grandfather, uncle, and elder brother have been searching for you all this time. Holding her daughter close, Madame Yang felt the warmth of her child and knew this was no dream. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cried even harder. Meng Qingluo felt her mother's love and her family's deep concern. Her heart grew warm, her nose tingled, and tears welled up in her eyes, feelings that came from the original owner of this body. Grandfather, uncle, 3rd uncle, big brother, father, and I ran into some trouble. I'll tell you everything slowly, she said gently, trying to calm her worried family. Old woman, stop crying. Let little Aluo sit down and rest. She must have been frightened and exhausted these past few days, said old Master Meng, pulling his wife, who was still holding Wujin and crying, to sit down. The Meng family all sat again. They wiped away their tears and waited for Meng Qingluo to speak. She then told them how the 4 of them had been taken by some bad people to the mountains, how they managed to escape, and how kind strangers later gave them a ride back in a cart. She explained everything she could, and for the parts she couldn't, she gave a version that everyone could accept. When they heard that the 4 had been kidnapped on purpose and almost came to great harm, Everyone turned pale with fear, especially Meng Erlang. Remembering what he had seen that day, his heart ached even more for Meng Qingluo. From now on, he swore to stay close to his sister and the two little nephews, never letting bad people get near them again. Old Madame Meng squeezed forward and held Meng Qingluo in her arms to comfort her. "Luo, don't be afraid. From now on, our whole family will stay together and never leave you again." The eldest and second aunts each picked up a baby, gently checking them for injuries. Seeing that both children were unharmed and in good spirits, they finally felt relieved. "Our little Luo is truly amazing." Old Master Meng hadn't expected that the usually quiet and stubborn little girl would show such courage at a critical moment. She had taken advantage of the villains' carelessness, knocked them out with a stick, and tied them up. Then, in an unfamiliar place, she managed to run more than 30 miles back home. Hearing her grandfather's praise, all 10 of her brothers looked at Meng Qingluo with admiration in their eyes, thinking, she really is worthy of being a general's daughter. Their mother had told them that a Luo came from a general's household. As for why she had been abandoned and later sent back, they didn't understand. But they didn't need to. Since the general's family didn't want a Luo, their family did. A Luo was their sister, and no one could replace her. "A Luo, come have some water and eat a little something." After crying, Madame Yang was filled with joy. Her husband and a Luo had returned safely. She thanked the heavens and the Bodhisattva for bringing her loved ones back to her. "Mother, I'm not hungry or thirsty. I already ate in the kind person's carriage, and father did too," Meng Qingluo said quickly, waving her hand. With the story of bad people and good people, some things could now be explained clearly for later use. The family sat together, while others stayed at a distance, so Meng Qingluo wasn't worried about being seen. She soon took several items out of the basket. There were 3 shiny knives, 1 kitchen knife taken from the 2 villains, and 2 long, sharp butcher knives she had brought from the market. With more weapons, her family would be a little safer. There was also a dark stick, which still belonged to her simple-minded father. He hugged the stick happily, grinning from ear to ear. Night fell. Seeing that it was just another dark stick, no one paid much attention. Since he liked it, no one tried to take it from him for a closer look. 2 jin of sugar, 2 jin of salt, a bag of rice about 20 jin, and a bag of flour about 10 jin. These are what Yen Xiaozhu gave her when she was leaving. Other items include 30 mixed grain buns, 30 mixed grain corn cobs, and 5 jin of cured meat, all taken from her space. She didn't dare take too much at once, nor water, because she said the kind-hearted people on the cart only fainted due to dehydration. She gave the little prince water she had taken from the villain, saving his life, which is why they returned her. Seeing the pile of food in front of her, the Meng family was all stunned. Did Al Luo and the others turn misfortune into blessing? They were kidnapped, but not only did they come back, they also brought a lot of things. Today, they went out and couldn't find food, so the family was worried about people and grain. Now they're back and there is food. Meng Qingluo took out each item, and her father would say, "Bad people." Then when she took out another, he would say, "Good people." Meng Qingluo secretly smiled. Her foolish father didn't need much explanation. The Meng family would think these things either came from kind-hearted people or were taken from bad people. "Oh, by the way, Grandpa, these 3 pieces of broken silver were taken from that bad person." After Meng Qingluo finished, she thought for a moment, and before everyone could react, she put the 3 pieces of broken silver into Grandpa's hand. "There are also some small things, but I don't need them now, so I kept them all here. If someone needs them, I will take them out." This sentence was a prelude to her later taking things out of her space. "Hurry, put everything away, and hide it well." Grandpa Meng hadn't spoken yet when he heard footsteps approaching their house. He quickly shoved the broken silver into his pocket and ordered his family. Everyone moved quickly. Under the cover of night, they packed the grain Meng Qingluo brought back into the original sacks, sealed them, and hid them on the cart. Back with the family, Meng Qingluo felt better. So many things, including water bags and bottles for the 2 little ones, were all from Minglu. They said Yen Xiaozhu, and the others gave them, specially for the babies to drink water. From now on, She wouldn't have to hide when feeding them water and milk. Third uncle, I heard your family brought back 5 Jin and Aluo. It turns out the visitor was the village head of Mingjia village. Aluo and the others met Meng's youngest son, Meng Chongli, when they returned. Meng the village head didn't believe what his son told him at first. He thought his son had mistaken someone in the dark. On the way fleeing from hardship, the family got separated. If they didn't find each other on the first day, or if someone didn't return, it would be very hard to reunite later. Thinking about this, he decided to come personally to check on them. Yes, Big Head, is that you? They are back. Truly, heaven is watching over us, old Master Meng greeted warmly. Meng the village head was a younger relative of old Master Meng. When he was a child, his head was very big, so everyone called him Big Head. The nickname stuck over time. Seeing Meng Wujin, Meng Qingluo, and the 2 children in his arms, Meng the village had believed it was really them. While feeling happy for the Meng family, he also marveled quietly. Third uncle, where have Luo and the others been these days? Old Master Meng briefly explained how Meng Qingluo was kidnapped and then managed to escape. Of course, he didn't mention anything about stealing silver or giving out food. Little F. Jean Luo, you are truly lucky children.
Great.
After surviving such a big disaster, good fortune will come your way. Meng the village had praised them a few times. Meng Qingluo shyly smiled at him, returning to her usual personality. Meng Wujin also gave a silly smile. Third uncle, I didn't expect the drought in Yunzhou to be as bad as in Shizhou. Many families have little water and food. Outside, they can't find much to eat, and the road to the capital is still thousands of miles away. What should we do? Mingjia village is all Meng family members, with no mixed families. Including Meng Qingluo's family, there are 20 households with over 130 people. Due to losses along the way and a previous riot where some were lost or killed, only about 100 remain now. Meng Qingluo was stunned when she heard this. Less than 500 miles, and already more than 30 people were lost. The villagers of Mingjia are all relatives. Although they often have disagreements and arguments at home, they are very united as a village when facing outsiders. If a united family suffers such heavy losses, what about those who travel alone or are from less cooperative families? Could it be total destruction? Big Head, tomorrow morning, we will send some strong workers out again to look for more people from my family. We need to find some water and food. Decide on a time limit. Whether we find anyone or not, everyone must return here. After they come back, we will leave immediately. We can't stay here any longer. Staying in one place for too long without supplies is very dangerous. But to wait for the family to return and to find them, they have no choice. Old Master Meng is glad. Luckily, they made a rule. Wait 3 days, and if no one comes back, they will wait no longer. And finally, Aluo and the others returned. Because the family came back, and because Aluo brought food, Old Master Meng felt happier. His quick mind returned, and he was willing to share some tasks with the village chief. He also wanted to thank those families in the village who stayed and waited with everyone. Meng Lijing left to organize people. Grandpa, I want to go with you tomorrow morning, said Meng Qingluo suddenly. No, several people said at once. Mrs. Yang, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, second brother. Grandpa, I will stay right behind you and not wander off, Meng Qingluo continued. And I think it's better to look for water and food when we rest next time, not here. First, this place used to gather many disaster victims. Second, we've searched for 3 days and found nothing. Continuing to look is probably useless. Third, this area is too flat and not in the mountains. If there is food and water, it's only in the deep mountains. Meng Qingluo listed several reasons. She didn't say all of them earlier because she had to act like her usual self in front of Meng Lijing to avoid drawing attention. But now, with her grandpa, she didn't need to be so careful. Old Master Meng thought for a moment. Little Aluo is right. I was mistaken about going to find your Uncle Lijing. Seeing that her grandpa agreed, Meng Qingluo was happy. Searching nearby? That's not good enough. How could she take things out of her space? Even if she found a place to hide them, It would be obvious because people had already passed by and looked there. That could cause trouble. Old Master Meng and Meng Lijing accepted her advice. Early the next morning, they set out immediately. Because Meng Qingluo brought back food, everyone in the family had a good meal for breakfast, but there wasn't much water left. The Meng family walked behind Ao with lively spirits. The village chief led the way, with his family following behind. Last night was very dark, so Meng Qingluo didn't pay much attention. Now, after careful observation, Meng Qingluo sighed silently. There are too few strong adult men in the group, only about 30 people. It's not surprising that so many people were lost during the last riot. The old, the young, and the weak women couldn't protect themselves. Children, just a few years old or around 10, all wore torn clothes, looked dirty, barefoot or in worn-out grass shoes, struggling to keep up. Although summer isn't cold, their exposed skin was covered in red bumps from mosquito and insect bites. It itched so much that they scratched until it got inflamed, oozing yellow fluid. Even the youngest children had no carts to ride in. At first, the village still had some cattle and mules, but after the water shortage, they slaughtered the large animals. There was no water left for drinking, so there was no supply for the animals either. So later on, water was the biggest need, not food. 3 days ago, bandits raided them, stealing not only their water but also most of their food. Everyone walk faster while it's cool. It'll be hard to move once the sun comes out, Meng Li shouted loudly from the front. Hearing this, everyone quickened their steps. Meng Qingluo struggled to carry Xiao Bao, feeling exhausted. In her past life, carrying a 30-kilogram backpack for 50 kilometers of marching wouldn't have been a problem, but now, in this body, her weak physique made it very difficult to adapt. Silly Dad carried Dabao, holding an electric stick tightly as he walked close to Meng Qingluo. In front of them was Yang Shi, who held Tailang with one hand and Jiu Lang with the other. Baba Ba was walking among them. Yang Shi kept looking back at Meng Qingluo and the children. The despair and suffering of these 3 days made her never want to go through it again. Meng Qingluo's family still had a donkey cart. De Lang was driving it, with pots, bowls, grains, and other valuable items loaded on it. There were also 3 hand carts pushed by Uncle Meng De, Uncle Meng San, and the Old Master. On the carts were the family's seasonal clothes, quilts, and some miscellaneous items. Grandma Meng sat on one of them. When Grandma Meng was young, her family was well off and she had never experienced hardship. Since marrying into the Meng family, Lord Meng has been very kind to her. Aside from a few hardships when the children were young, she hasn't suffered much. Now that she is old, she has to join in fleeing from danger, but her strength is no longer enough. Additionally, because Meng Qingluo was missing for 3 days, she was worried. When she returned, she was happy. Last night, she tried to stay strong, but eventually she became exhausted. Second brother helped his sister-in-law, Xiao Pan, carry the oldest girl, occasionally glancing back at Meng Qingluo and the others, afraid they might disappear again. Others also carried bundles or baskets. Living at home, the family's belongings didn't seem many when packed, but each person carried quite a lot. Meng Qingluo could access her space to take out things. She could also put her belongings inside. But with so many eyes watching, she dared not put anything in. As for living animals, she hadn't yet found a chance to test if she could bring them in or take them out without side effects. They had rested in place for 3 days, and everyone's mental strength was still good. Before the sun became too hot, they had already traveled quite a distance. But now, during the hottest part of the day, everyone started to tire. The adults still forced themselves to keep going, but the children began to cry and complain. Dad, I can't walk anymore. Mom, I'm hungry. Grandpa, I'm thirsty. Their voices rose one after another. The adults were used to this scene and knew their children's personalities. Some tried to soothe them gently. Yaya, let's walk a little longer. After a while, we'll rest and eat. Others shouted firmly. If you can't walk, you have to keep going. Falling behind means getting caught by bad people or sold. Meng Qingluo looked at her family, only the 3 children she carried on her back. Her youngest brother, Shiliang, was just a baby. Maybe because her father was different from others, her three brothers, though each with their own personality, had been obedient and sensible since they were young. At this moment, Yang took her basket from her back, making her feel much more relaxed than before. Seeing Yang with a pale face, sweat covering his small face, and his little legs trembling, she couldn't help but feel worried. Yang, here, have some water. Last night, Yang had heard his grandmother and uncles say there was almost no water left. They hadn't found any water yet. Despite his lips being dry and cracked, he still shook his head, trying to suppress his thirst. Older sister, father said we should wait until we rest before drinking. Meng Qinglu silently reached out and pulled him close, unscrewing the water bag cap. Inside there was sugar and salt mixed together. She gently whispered to him, "Drink quickly. Father is right. We're almost at a rest stop, but you're still young, so it's okay to drink a little earlier." "Oh, older sister, I will drink now." 12-year-old Lang, being young, immediately took several big sips from her hand. "Older sister, it's so sweet." Lu Lang licked his lips happily and whispered excitedly. "Good boy, Lang." Meng Qinglu casually slipped a hard candy from her space pocket into his mouth. It was orange-flavored. Before Lang could react, the candy was in his mouth, filling it with a sweet, fragrant orange taste. "Older sister, shuh." Meng Qinglu made a shushing gesture with her hand. "It's a gift from a kind person. Don't let others find out." Lang quickly covered his mouth with his small hand and nodded vigorously to show he understood. The two whispered quietly, unaware that Ba Lang, Jiu Lang, and Mrs. Yang overheard them. Their foolish father heard, but didn't react much. He just looked at his daughter's small bag on her arm with a sad, helpless expression. All the treats inside her small bag were gone. He had eaten them all. Taking advantage of everyone else being too tired to notice, Meng Qinglu carefully fed them each a few big sips of water and also gave them a piece of fruit candy. Mrs. Yang was a woman and weak. Meng Qinglu fed her a pill from her space pharmacy, similar to a Western medicine, made of ginseng extract. Mrs. Yang had never eaten ginseng before, but had smelled its aroma from the medicine at home. Mrs. Yang pursed her lips, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on Meng Qinglu, filled with question marks. Meng Qinglu smiled at her and silently mouthed, "Mother, don't open your mouth." Mrs. Yang quickly nodded with her lips closed. Meng's other family members, Meng Qinglu didn't dare to feed water. But a little candy was fine, so she used the excuse of borrowing from the kind person yesterday. Thus, the adults in Meng's family each had a ginseng pill candy in their mouths, and the children had fruit hard candies. Meng Qinglu acted simply and roughly, stuffing the candies into their mouths. They could only eat and see the candies. They weren't allowed to speak or spit them out until they finished. After one round, Meng Qingluo was very busy, and her whole family was so exhausted that they almost couldn't keep going. Her earlier slow steps suddenly returned to normal. Everyone's eyes sparkled with gratitude as they looked at Meng Qingluo from time to time, especially Meng's wife. After eating a ginseng candy, she no longer felt dizzy or blurry-eyed, and she seemed more energetic. She felt like she could live another 500 years. She thought to herself, rich families really are different. No matter what natural disasters happen, the elders and children in the family can still enjoy such expensive ginseng candies. The whole family was happily together. Suddenly, they stopped in front. "What's going on?" "Why did we stop?" the old man asked. "I'll go see what's ahead," Uncle Meng said, putting down his cart and rushing forward. Soon after, he returned, followed by Meng's eldest son, Meng Changshao. Meng Changshao was carrying his 3-year-old eldest son, Juzi. Before he got close, Meng Changshao shouted loudly, "Great-grandma San, help! My son Juzi is very sick." He was so worried that his voice cracked, and he sounded like he was crying. "Hurry, put him on the cart." "Let me see," said Meng's wife. Just then, Meng's wife found her strength. Uncle Meng helped her down from the cart and signaled to put the child on it. Meng Qingluo stepped closer and saw that the child's face was very pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. While the grandmother was checking his pulse, she gently took the child's small hand, secretly feeling his pulse too. It was very hot, and the child had heat stroke. The grandmother checked his pulse and asked about his condition, then let go. Xiao, he's severely overheated. Does your family have any medicine? She asked. No, we don't, Meng Chongxiao said sadly, lowering his head. Then he looked up again. Great-Grandma San, is there any other way? If it were normal times, I could pick some herbs from the mountain, she replied. But look around. I can't see a single blade of grass. She shook her head helplessly. Her grandfather and father were both doctors. They were open-minded and learned some medical skills when she was young, following them around. She could recognize herbs and feel pulses and treat simple illnesses. But beyond that, she didn't dare try. Meng Lijing and the child's mother soon arrived. Hearing this, the mother of the child was so worried she started crying. Zhuzi,
My dear child.
it's my fault I didn't take good care of you. Boo-hoo, third uncle, third aunt. Meng Lijing in his 50s looked helpless like a small child. He anxiously looked at the elderly couple, hoping they could give some advice. Zhuzi was his eldest grandson. If something happened to him, what would be the point of their long journey here? Grandma, I have some medicine. It was given to me yesterday by a kind young man, but it's not much, just enough for Zhuzi to take 3 times. After learning that Zhuzi had heat stroke, Meng Qinglu took advantage of everyone's attention on Zhuzi and Grandma to secretly reach into her bag. She quietly took out 3 bottles of medicine, opened them, and poured the contents into small porcelain bottles. In the original story, the country of Dian was known for its porcelain, which was made with advanced techniques. Valuable medicines and food were stored in porcelain bottles, usually sealed with wooden stoppers. The medicine given to the young noble yesterday was also stored in a porcelain bottle. She was grateful for the space marketplace, which even had such items. When Grandma Meng heard this, she took a bottle, sniffed it, and nodded. It has patchouli and other medicinal herbs that are good for heat stroke. Aluo, did the young man say how to use it? Yes, he said 1 bottle should be divided into 3 doses, taken once or twice a day. After 3 doses, Zhuzi should be fine. Good, good. Grandma Meng shook the bottle, estimated the amount of medicine, and skillfully fed some to Zhuzi. The rest was handed to Meng Chongxiao. Xiao, keep this. Give him half at bedtime tonight. This medicine was given by a kind young noble to thank Aluo. Grandma just smelled it, and it's good medicine. Thank you, third aunt. Thank you, Aluo. The tall man was so grateful that tears welled up in his eyes. Meng Qinglu also stepped forward voluntarily, giving Zhuzi a few sips of water. It was spring water from an ancient well, pure and untainted. Strangely enough, after giving Zhuzi the medicine and water, he quickly opened his eyes and cried out loudly, "Mother, mother." Everyone was relieved that he was awake. Meng Lijing kept thanking Meng Qinglu. Previously, Meng Qingluo was a lively and cute girl. But after the people from the general's residence recognized her and sent her back, and before she was even married, she became pregnant. This made her sad and gloomy, and she seemed to emit a dark aura. Sometimes, her eyes showed a hint of resentment. It's not her fault. After such a big blow, and with some nagging women saying she was unwanted by her father and unloved by her mother, she felt even worse. Anyway, her words were not very kind. Aluo, you are a lucky girl. If it weren't for you and Aunt San, my son would be in big trouble today. In the future, if you need help, just come to me, Meng Lijing said, gently ruffling her hair with affection. Thank you, Uncle Lijing. I understand. But since it's very hot, I want to remind everyone if there's some salt or sugar at home, adding a little to drinking water can help cool you down and prevent heat stroke. Good, I'll tell everyone, he replied. Meng Lijing's family led the way ahead. After thanking them again, he hugged his son and left. Once they were gone, third aunt quietly said, Aluo is too honest. She's giving out such precious medicine. If I were her, I'd take some for myself. What if someone at home gets sick? Then there'd be no medicine left. Meng Qingluo bit her lip. She understood what third aunt meant. If she didn't have space, maybe she would only take a little medicine to save a life, or perhaps she wouldn't take any at all. After all, her family was the only one she would protect, and she only cared for her closest loved ones. But because heaven had given her that precious space, she couldn't stand by and do nothing before understanding the situation. What are you saying? Come help push the cart. Third uncle snapped, glaring at third aunt. All the medicine had been given out. Wouldn't that make a Luo feel even worse? Although third aunt was stingy and clever, she was a woman who valued her husband above all. When third uncle glared at her, she immediately obediently ran back, lowering her head to help push the cart. Suddenly, there were a few screams ahead, and the group stopped again. What's going on now? The old man frowned, unhappy. I'll go check, said Meng Debo, putting down the cart again. Soon after, Meng Debo returned, eyes red. What happened? Is it a big problem? Old Master Meng's brow twitched. Uncle Meng looked around at the women in the family, then finally spoke. Father, there are quite a few dead people ahead. I think they are those who ran away after their bitter orange bag was stolen. They had no food or water, and after walking so far, they couldn't go on and all died. Hurry up and go, everyone. Don't stop. Don't look back. Keep moving quickly, Meng Lijing shouted loudly at the front. The group continued forward, and the people at the back, including Meng Qingluo, saw clearly. There were about 20 or 30 dead bodies by the roadside, lying on their sides, on their backs, sitting half up, some slumped against the roadside. The sun was blazing, the temperature high, and heat waves rolled over. Most of the bodies had already decayed, giving off a disgusting smell, with white things wriggling on them. Oh my, Amitba, this is terrible. Such suffering in this world. I hope in the next life I will be born into a good family. Meng Qingluo only glanced briefly and turned her eyes away, feeling too sad to look. She reached out and pulled the 10-year-old boy beside her, covering his eyes with her hand. Don't look.
Bialam, Yulam.
All of you, don't look. The villagers ahead, let's speed up and pass quickly, quickly. The last words were shouted loudly by Meng Qingluo. None of the people here knew better than her how dangerous these bodies were. A great disaster followed by a terrible plague. In just a few hundred steps ahead, they would encounter many corpses, people, and large livestock. There were no living beings or animals around. At this moment, Meng Qingluo no longer cared about maintaining her shy girl image. She went to her grandfather and grandmother, her expression serious. Grandpa, I need to tell Uncle Lijing. We must pass through this area quickly, without delay. Not only that, but everyone in the team should cover their mouths and noses with something, even if it's their own clothes or a cloth, anything to block the smell. Little Aluo, are you worried? Old Master Meng looked at his granddaughter and then at his wife. Meng's wife and Meng Qingluo exchanged a glance, then looked back at Old Master Meng and nodded. Yes, dear. Our Luo is right to worry. We should all cover our mouths and noses. It's for everyone's safety. Old Master Meng went to the front of the group. The Meng family members, led by Meng Qingluo, kept walking and kept taking out torn clothes from their bundles. They cut small holes in the clothes and put them over their heads to make simple, practical head coverings. Meng Li listened carefully as Old Master Meng explained that in this situation, an epidemic could easily happen. He immediately believed it. Because not only Aunt Meng knew medicine, but Uncle Meng, who had traveled a lot when he was young, also knew many things. He loudly told the villagers, everyone, cover your faces and bodies with something and don't stop walking. We need to move quickly. We'll rest only when we reach a place with no deaths. Seeing how Meng Qingluo's family made simple and easy head coverings, other villagers also followed their example, wearing similar ancient-style head coverings. When everyone was covered, Meng Qingluo and her mother both sighed in relief. Our little A Luo is so smart, so observant. After visiting the capital city, they realized things were different. Her mother gently pinched Meng Qingluo's slender arm and sighed. Meng Qingluo understood what her grandmother meant by smart. After returning home, she avoided talking about the capital or hearing about it. The Meng family knew this well, so they didn't discuss it in front of her. Now, her grandmother and family believed she learned everything from the capital city, which was the best. It saved her from having to make excuses. Meng Qingluo thought for a moment and took out 3 small boxes of cooling ointment from her space pharmacy. The boxes were made of tin, and inside was a paste. She opened the lid and carefully applied the ointment to the hands, feet, and foreheads of the two children in her basket to prevent mosquito and insect bites from dead people or animals. After applying it, she covered the children with thin cotton cloth, leaving only their eyes visible as they looked around. She applied the ointment without worrying about her family. Older sister-in-law, you also put some on Daya. After you finish, use the remaining on yourself. Everyone in the family needs to apply it. Be quick so others don't see. There are only 3 boxes, and it's not enough for others, Meng Qingluo whispered to Xiaopan. Xiaopan understood and took the ointment to apply it on Daya's forehead. She then gave the second box to Yang, saying, Mother, you first apply some, then after you're done, give some to Lu Lang and Dad. Meng Qingluo and Xiaopan's whispered conversation was overheard by Yang. She didn't say anything but took the ointment and applied it to herself and her family, on her face, neck, and hands. She also gave a box of ointment to Grandma so she and Grandpa could use it. Madame Meng took the cooling ointment, looked at its clear, smooth texture, and softly said, This is different from what wealthy families use. It's good stuff.
Wow.
Shirleyong took a deep breath, smiled showing his small teeth, and quietly said to Meng Qingluo, Sister, this feels so cool when I put it on. Meng Qingluo didn't reply but smiled and tousled his hair. His hair is quite dirty. Everyone hadn't bathed for half a month. Who knows when they could take a bath again? Forget it. No point in bathing now. There's no water left to drink, so why bother? Seeing that everyone had finished applying the ointment, old Master Meng looked at the mostly used box of cooling ointment in his hand. After a moment of struggle, he squeezed some into his palm and moved to the front of the line. He handed the ointment to Meng Lijing softly and said, Start by applying some to the children. The rest can be used on the adults. Eluo got 2 boxes. The young master said it can repel insects. Smart people don't need many words. After giving instructions, the old man turned and left. Meng Lijing watched his grandfather's back, feeling so touched that tears welled up. Dad, what's wrong? Meng Changshao stepped forward. Your third uncle is always thinking about our family. Take this, he said, it's for insect repellent. Just put a little on Juzi's forehead, hands, and neck. Don't use too much, just a little in one spot. We'll use the rest later. Be quick, don't let others see. If they see, they'll say we're being selfish, Meng Lijing said, pulling his sleeve and testing his tears, then handed the ointment to his son. Dad, I understand. I'll go now. Meng Changshao understood. Earlier, Eluo had taken some medicine from the young master to prevent heatstroke and shared it with Juzi. Now, she also got some insect repellent ointment, but it was too little, so Uncle could only secretly give some to their family. Because the people in this village rely on the village head to manage affairs, a Yi is respected and can control people, but he is old and doesn't have the energy to worry about such things. If something happens to the village head, the leader of Mengjia village will be gone. If the village head's family has problems, he would also be too discouraged to handle anything. So, who would care about managing the village? Everyone continued walking with heavy hearts. They had already been walking for a long time in the morning, and it was time to rest. But because of the dead person on the road, no one dared to stop or rest. The sun was setting, but they kept walking. Mother, I can't walk anymore. I really can't. The first to give up was 6-year-old Shirleyong. He was being pulled forward by Yang, but his short legs couldn't keep up with the adults. The adults kept walking. He had to run. Even if you can't walk, you still have to go, Yang said sharply, glancing at the corpse lying nearby, almost turned to bones.
Ugh. Wah.
Just let me die, just let me die. I don't want to walk anymore. I really don't want to walk. I can't go on, I can't go on. Wah. For half a month, they had been walking every day, not eating enough, sleeping poorly, and the hot weather was exhausting. Now, seeing dead bodies along the way was frightening and upsetting, and Shirleyong was the first to break down. He cried with tears and snot streaming down his face. Meng Qingluo, that, you little kid, what do you know about life and death? Your tone sounds just like the nagging old woman in the village. Shirleyong, come to Grandma. Grandma Meng, worried about her grandson, called him over. Meng Qingluo looked at Shiliang's pale face, nose running, and then nervously glanced at Grandma. He reached out and took Big Bao out of his father's basket, walking toward Grandma Meng sitting on the donkey cart. "Grandma, you rest a bit. Let Dad carry Shiliang." "Okay." Sweaty and exhausted, Grandma Meng took Big Bao from Qingluo with love. "Oh, my little treasure, come to Grandma. Grandma will hold you." Big Bao, who was taken out of the basket, pouted and looked up coldly at the sky, showing no big reaction. He lay still, ready to be held. The donkey cart was small, piled high with many things. Grandma Meng had to squeeze onto it, sitting with her legs unable to move. She curled up, and it was so difficult to hold Tenleng, let alone a baby. There was no other way. No one else in the family had a hand free, and their backs were empty. Everyone felt weak but determined. Tenleng happily climbed onto his silly dad's back, wiped his tears, and immediately smiled with a small, toothy grin. Julong looked at his brother with envy. Being sensible, he didn't argue and asked his dad to carry him too. Bakheng looked at Julong with envy, then bent down in front of him. "Julong, Brother Bakheng will carry you." "No, Brother Bakheng, you can't carry me. Don't make us fall," Julong said with dislike, sidestepping his brother and continuing to move forward with his short legs. Seeing his younger brother not appreciate his help, Bakheng straightened up, touched his small belly, and said regretfully, "It's not that. Julong, don't dislike Brother Bakheng. You know I have a lot of strength, and I can carry you."
Sigh.
"But right now, my belly is empty, and I don't have much energy. I just can't hold out anymore." "That's okay. I don't have much to feed you either," Julong said as he kept walking and teased his brother. Everyone burst into laughter, and their cheerful voices temporarily lifted the gloom hanging over the family. Meng Qingluo shook her head with a smile. Her 3 younger brothers were all lively and funny. Bakheng was straightforward, saying what he thought and doing what he wanted. His strengths were his great strength and big appetite. At home, he could eat 5 big bowls of rice in one meal. On the road, he never dared to eat enough. Because he was strong and interested in martial arts, he had been learning from the old master. Julong was clever, never losing out. Anyone who tried to take advantage of him would be disappointed. He was very protective of food, and since he was young, he often made excuses to trick his brother Bakheng into giving him food. That's why he was so blunt with his brother earlier. Julong had already gone to a private school with some older brothers in Meng's village, and he could read quite a few characters. Tenling was still young but smart. He was quick with his little mouth, spoke clearly, and remembered what he heard. He could learn by imitation, and was a child who always had milk to drink when crying. Worried that Grandma and Dad might tire themselves out, Meng Qingluo forced them to drink a few sips of water again and gave them a piece of ginseng candy to put in their mouths. The Meng family members, including Meng Qingluo feeding water and ginseng pills, were exhausted from the effort. Moreover, the people in the village were noisy, children crying, adults shouting and scolding, trying to coax each other. It was a chaotic scene. Meng Qingluo walked while bending down to hit her legs, which had become numb and unresponsive. Seeing her struggle, Erlang carried Dia back to sister-in-law Xiaopan, then came over to take the basket on her back and carry little Bao. Meng Qingluo didn't refuse. She was really afraid her body would collapse from exhaustion again. After walking quite a distance, they reached a small forest. Meng Li signaled everyone to stop and rest. At this time, dusk was settling, and it was getting dark. They had been walking all day, surpassing their usual limits. Everyone's feet were blistered, their lips cracked, and they were gasping like fish out of water. Including Meng Qingluo, everyone sat down heavily under a tree, some even lying down, not caring if the ground was hot. "I'm so exhausted." All 10 men, except for De Lang and Erlang who were more steady, were holding their feet and groaning. The Meng family wasn't short of food. Each person gnawed on 2 mixed grain biscuits to fill their stomachs. These biscuits, made from the mixed grain and flour Meng Qingluo brought back, were prepared in the morning and still soft, so everyone ate happily. But the water in the water bottles was running low. Each household shared 1 or 2 bamboo tubes, holding them in their hands, taking turns to sip small amounts, then passing them to the next person. This reminded Meng Qingluo of a story she learned in school called a red apple, which described war. Back then, young soldiers were the same, reluctant to eat, passing around a single apple among everyone. Of course, Meng Qingluo's family was better off because she managed the bamboo tubes and water bags. After drinking, she would add a little more water, just enough for everyone to take a few big sips without being noticed. Old Master Meng took a few small sips, then shook his head. The water was almost gone. Oh heavens! What should they do? If they couldn't find more water, they wouldn't just fail to reach the capital. They might all die of thirst on the roadside, just like those people. After giving the two children some water and milk, Meng Qingluo looked at the donkey tied under a tree nearby. It was their only means of transportation. If it died of thirst, their burden would become even heavier. Mother, take care of the Bao and little Bao. I'll look for some dry grass and fodder nearby with the donkey. The whole family was so exhausted they collapsed on the ground, unwilling to move, which gave her a chance. All right, just don't go too far, she said. Everyone around was from the village, so Yang was not worried about any accidents happening. Meng Qingluo led the donkey a little away from her family and the villagers, hiding in the dusk to quietly feed the donkey some water and food. She didn't dare feed too much, just enough to fill its belly. After feeding, she slowly led the donkey back and tied it to its original spot. Aluo, did you find something for the donkey to eat? Grandma Meng asked, thinking her granddaughter was lucky. Grandma, yes, I found some dry grass. I was lucky and managed to feed the donkey until it was half full. Meng Qingluo nodded and pointed at the dry grass near the donkey's mouth that hadn't been eaten yet. When they heard she had fed the donkey, everyone relaxed and closed their eyes to rest. After finishing, Meng Qingluo took the big clay jar from the donkey cart, their family's water container for cooking. The water inside was almost gone. They thought they would run out of water after cooking tonight's meal. Meng Qingluo paused for a moment. Their family had no water left. What about others in the village? It was probably the same everywhere. She poured a little water into the jar, not daring to fill it too much, just half a jar. At least, after finishing tonight's dinner, they could still boil water from the bamboo tube for tomorrow. The Meng family stayed behind to protect everyone because they are skilled in martial arts. Several adult men are tall and strong, which was also requested by old Master Meng. Now they have added sharp weapons to their tools. The restless refugees see the shiny knives in the firelight and realize they are not easy to deal with, so they all step back. Silly Dad holds a small electric stick, standing tall and looking at the others with a dismissive, little-eyed expression. If anyone tries to snatch his daughter a luo or the baby, they will have to deal with his stick first. He can knock out bad people easily, so he's not afraid. Everyone, feeling alert, forgets their fatigue. After walking in the dark for about an hour, they finally find a good place to rest for the night. That evening, while cooking dinner, Aunt Pan lifts the clay pot. She feels like there's more water in the pot than usual. But she's not sure, because it wasn't her who cooked breakfast, it was her third daughter-in-law. The third daughter-in-law is very careful with money, so she probably used less water. Thinking this way, Aunt Pan forgets her worries. Oldest brother's family, is there enough water for tonight's cooking? Old Master Meng, worried about running out of water, asks.
Dad, don't worry.
There's enough water for cooking tonight. We'll save some for tomorrow's drinking too. Hearing this, old Master Meng breathes a sigh of relief. He hopes that tomorrow, as his eldest granddaughter said, they can find water in the mountains. Even if they can't, at least they won't go thirsty tomorrow. Listening to their conversation, Meng Qingluo also feels relieved. It's good nothing unusual is happening. With no worries, Meng Qingluo starts playing a game of giving candies to her family. Children get hard fruit candies, adults get ginseng candies to help everyone regain strength. It's simple and straightforward. No peeking, candies are put in mouths and must be swallowed, no talking until they finish. The Meng family thinks Meng Qingluo is worried about being discovered by others in the village, so they all cooperate quietly. The best choice is to eat the candies secretly. What are you looking at?
Who cares what it looks like?
As long as there's something to eat, that's good enough. Why look. Children rarely eat candies at home, especially on the run. They all smile happily, feeling like they're floating on clouds of happiness. Adults rarely eat ginseng, and I've never had ginseng candy. After eating it, I felt completely free of fatigue. Big sister, it would be great if we could have this often in the future, Silang sighed to Meng Qingluo. Meng Qingluo looked up. He saw that Silang, exhausted and faint, was leaning on Wu Lang and Er Lang. The brothers had identical faces, so much so that at a glance, they looked like one person. Others found it hard to tell which was older brother and which was younger, but family members could easily distinguish them because their personalities were very different. One was lazy, the other hardworking. At home, the one who went out to play was definitely Silang, while the one hiding inside reading was Wu Lang. Even though they were a few years older than Jiu Lang and Shi Lang, they were still just 13 years old, at the age of dreaming. After a while, Meng Qingluo chuckled softly. When did our fourth brother's ambitions become so small? Big sister, do you think his ambitions are very big? They've always been this small. Wu Lang straightened up proudly. Our older brother has said since he was little that he doesn't want to learn martial arts or take exams to get a government job. He just wants to marry a rich girl. He'd eat, drink, and live off his wife. In modern terms, that's called living off a wife. As long as he can eat, drink, have money, and relax, he's happy to be lazy and ignore others' opinions. Meng Qingluo was stunned. He didn't know that his fourth brother actually had such great ambitions. Looking at Silang again, Silang was calmly watching her, as if his brother's words didn't hurt his pride at all. He really is someone who wants to live off others. Seeing Silang's handsome face and tall figure. Maybe he really can achieve his lifelong wish. Meng Qingluo decided to give the little kid a little reality check. Wanting to marry a rich girl isn't impossible, but if you don't have any skills yourself, which wealthy family would marry their daughter to a poor, useless kid who's blind to his own shortcomings? What could she see in you? Hey, fourth brother, listen. Listen. Isn't this what Dad and Mom have said before? Now big sister is saying the same. My sister's knowledge is the best in our family besides Grandpa, even better than our eldest uncle. I think you should focus on learning to read after the famine ends. Which rich family would marry their daughter to a useless, blind, poor kid with no skills? Little Wu Lang, looking sharp and serious, spread his hands to his brother. Meng Qingluo nearly burst into laughter, and the other young men followed suit. The youngest, Tenling, cheerfully said, "Fourth brother is shy. Second brother hasn't even married yet, and you're already thinking about marrying someone to take care of you." Fourth Lang blushed and said, "Just wait and see. Don't think I can't marry a wealthy girl. Maybe someday I'll bring back a princess or a noble lady as my wife." Wow. His ambitions are really big. All right. Sister is just waiting for you to marry a princess or a noble lady, so she can enjoy the good life too. Meng Qingluo saw him get embarrassed and stopped teasing him. Yes, sister, just wait. Not only will I make sure you enjoy good days, but I'll also stand up for you and make those bullies in the capital pay for what they did. Fourth Lang nodded seriously, accidentally revealing the many words he had kept inside his heart. Meng Qingluo. Suddenly, she felt very envious of the original owner. No, wait, she was the original owner now. Fourth brother. Suddenly, a few exclamations. Wulong reached out and pinched Fourth Lang's hand hard. The pain made Fourth Lang grimace, and his eyes flicked toward the silent Meng Qingluo, sparking a sudden thought in his mind. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, "Sister, I'm sorry. He didn't mean to mention those people." When Meng Qingluo snapped out of her envy, she noticed the little ones watching her carefully. Fourth Lang looked guilty. She was momentarily stunned, then smiled brightly at everyone and sincerely thanked Fourth Lang, saying, "Sister thanks you. Thank you for always thinking of me." Seeing her smile, the young men all relaxed. Sister had changed. She didn't quietly walk away or sulk when mentioning those people from the capital. Maybe, over time, she gradually forgot. The lively, cheerful sister she used to be had returned. Footsteps approached their house. The children stopped talking. "Great uncle, Many families have run out of water for cooking. Meng Li came over and sat beside old Master Meng, looking concerned. I took some water from our house and shared it with a few other families who still have some. Do you have enough water for cooking tonight? Yes, we have enough water for tonight's cooking. Thank you for your concern. Old Master Meng nodded. Aro, here you go. Try this. Sister-in-law asked me to bring it to you. After the old man finished speaking, Meng Lijing reached out and put something into Meng Qingluo's hand. She looked at the 2 salted duck eggs in her palm and then looked up at her grandfather.
Keep it.
Sister-in-law is showing her kindness. When she was at home, she was good at raising ducks. Every year, she would salt a lot of duck eggs to sell. The old man nodded at Meng Qingluo, signaling her to accept it. Thank you, Uncle Lijing. Is Juzi feeling better? Meng Qingluo smiled and thanked him. Yes, much better now. His mother is cooking, and he's playing nearby. Meng Lijing didn't expect Meng Qingluo's medicine to work so well. After drinking the medicine, the child immediately woke up. Now he was lively and playful, just like before. His eldest daughter-in-law was very grateful to Meng Qingluo. She wanted him to bring 2 duck eggs to thank her. Although there were only 2 eggs, in this drought and shortage of water, salt, and grain, they were very valuable. 1 duck egg could be enough to save a person, which was no exaggeration. That's good. You and Grandpa are talking. I'll go see what's ahead, Meng Qingluo said, picking up the duck eggs and leaving. Meng Lijing and Grandpa Meng, along with Uncle Meng and the men, were discussing how to find water and food. Meng Qingluo took the duck eggs to Aunt Pan's place. Since 2 eggs weren't enough for the whole family, Meng Qingluo took out 4 more from her space. 6 eggs in total. She cut each into 4 pieces, making 24 pieces, so each person could have 1. That night, they still ate wild vegetable porridge. Each family member's bowl contained 1 piece of duck egg. The 10 children ate small bites, licking their lips, reluctant to finish it all at once. None of the children asked where the duck eggs came from. They were used to eating whatever was available. They didn't ask too many questions because they knew that asking too much might get them scolded by the adults. The adults didn't ask either. They saw Meng Lijing giving something to Meng Qingluo, and she then gave 6 salted duck eggs to Aunt Pan. So, except for Grandpa, no one noticed that Meng Qingluo had taken out 4 more eggs. Everyone thought they were from Meng Lijing's family. Although Grandpa noticed, he thought they were from the kind young man who had given them to Meng Qingluo. At that time, Meng Qingluo didn't show the eggs. The children initially wanted to keep them for themselves, but now she shared them with everyone. There was no need to ask questions. The eggs belonged to Xiao Arlo. She could decide what to do with them. Furthermore, Aruo saved someone once and received some good things in return. Over the past few days, she has taken out quite a few, and it seems they are almost all gone. Aruo is a kind-hearted young girl. Others might not be able to be so selfless. That night was very quiet. Except for the night watchman, everyone else was deeply asleep. They were so exhausted that, despite their worries, as soon as they lay down, they fell into a deep sleep. What they didn't know was that, besides the guards, Meng Qingluo was also awake. She quietly got up and sprinkled a special powder around the village to repel mosquitoes and insects. Near her home, she even sprinkled more around her family. She saw how pitifully the children had been bitten during the day and was worried about infections. She was also afraid her own 2 little ones might get bitten. The night passed quickly. As soon as dawn broke, everyone got up. They set out again, facing an uncertain journey ahead. The problem of water shortage weighed heavily on everyone's mind like a big stone. After cooking breakfast, they boiled some water and poured it into bamboo tubes for each family. Meng Qingluo's water jar was completely empty. After about an hour, the team sent out to find water returned. Meng Chongxiao shook his head and looked worriedly at Meng Liza and old Master Meng. They had not found any water. The villagers looked disappointed and dejected, walking with their energy drained. Oh heavens! This feels like a curse. Grandma Hu, Meng Qingluo's 4th grandmother, sat down heavily and started crying loudly. Oh heavens! Just take me instead. I'd rather die to save my little grandson. Her crying and collapsing caused chaos in the group. In the original story, this fourth grandmother's husband had passed away early. They had a son and a daughter. The daughter married far away, and after the son married, they only had one grandson, Meng Baomiao, his only child. Grandma, whose family had always been cherished and cared for. Everyone, rest here for a while, Meng Liza said helplessly to the villagers. But it's so hot. How can we rest? The villagers muttered, but they still sat down where they were. Grandma, who, young and widowed, was a fiery and difficult woman. Her late husband was a close relative of old Master Meng. With old Master Meng's support, most people didn't want to provoke her. Everyone has no water. It's not just her family. Why are you making a fuss? Old Mr. Meng was pushed aside by Meng Lijing as he walked forward to scold her. Third brother, please help me. My family had no water last night. We couldn't cook breakfast this morning, and there's no water to drink. Look at my little Bao Miao. His face is pale, and his lips are dry and bleeding. If he can't drink water, I'm worried about him. I'm really worried. Boo-hoo. Aunt, who cried sadly. Meng Lijing looked at her with pity and shrank back behind old Mr. Meng. He didn't dare to provoke her, afraid she might scratch his face again, and he had nowhere to complain. Old Mr. Meng sighed and interrupted. When his fourth brother was still alive, although they were cousins, they were as close as brothers who shared the same pants. When they were young, his fourth brother once stole bread from their home to give him, and he also stole melons and fruits from their land to share with him. Before leaving, his fourth brother couldn't bear to part with him and kept reminding him to take care of her and not let the villagers bully her and the children. He took his water bottle and said, "Bring it here, okay," and who immediately stopped crying, quickly got up from the ground, and handed the water bag to the old man. The old man poured all the water from his bamboo tube into her water container before handing it to her. Save some for the children. We have no water at home either. The jar is almost empty. Thank you, third brother, hearing that Meng's family also had no water, and whose face showed a bit of embarrassment. Old Mr. Meng waved his hand and said to Meng Lijing, who was behind him, "Let everyone keep walking. What's the point of resting under the sun?" Meng Qingluo looked at her grandfather, who was over 60, with a helpless expression. She felt a little sorry for him. The drought and water shortage were the cause of all this trouble, but she really couldn't find an excuse to take out more water from her space. Helping others is important, but her own life was also important. She had just been reborn and needed to cherish her life, right? Grandpa, here. Meng Qingluo took the empty bamboo tube from her grandfather's back basket and poured all the water from her own bamboo tube into his. I don't want it. Your grandma still has some. You and your grandma should save it. Old people don't get as thirsty, her grandfather said with a smile, shaking his head. He gently patted her on the head with his big hand. Her granddaughter, though not really part of the family, was very loved. She was more cherished than their own children and grandchildren, and she was the closest to him, more than even his wife. Grandpa, you must take some. You're the backbone of the family. When you're well, we're all well. I've poured a little for you, and there's still more in the bamboo tube. Meng Qingluo forcefully handed the bamboo tube into the old man's hand and then returned to her spot. Old Mrs. Meng looked at the scene with a worried expression. She also glanced sideways at Hu's family, who were walking heavily ahead. She sighed softly. She wasn't a stingy person, but over the years, her husband had cared a lot for his brotherly friends and looked after that family quite a bit. When the children were young, even when the family was almost out of rice, as long as she caused a fuss, some rice would always be shared with them. But Hu's wife was clueless and ungrateful. She caused trouble often and didn't teach her son and grandson well. She always thought caring for her own family was natural. After decades, her husband's brotherly bond had worn thin. So, on the way to escape, as long as she didn't cause trouble, the family wouldn't starve or thirst. Her husband would ignore them, pretending not to see. On the very first day without water, she caused trouble. If she kept causing problems later, they might lose access to water again, and her family would go without. Old Mrs. Meng rubbed her forehead in frustration. Zhao, the third aunt, stared fiercely at his wife's back, full of resentment. She cursed silently. Damn woman. If you weren't the elder, I'd have slapped your face with my sister-in-law. You have no water, but my family does? You've made Luo worry about her grandpa, and the kids are reluctant to drink water. Luo, if you're thirsty, just drink from mother, Yang softly told Meng Qingluo. Don't worry, mother. There's still some in the bamboo tube. I didn't pour much for grandpa, she said, handing her own bamboo tube to Yang to check. Yang reached out and felt it. There was indeed water, quite a lot. She said nothing more. The sun rose high, and the heat hit hard. The sky was clear, and it was another hot, windless day. Luo, are you thirsty? Come, drink my share. Pan offered her own bamboo tube to Meng Qingluo. Everyone in the family thought that Meng Qinglu had poured all the water from the bamboo tube for Grandpa. Meng Qinglu didn't explain and simply said thank you, politely accepting it. She looked like she was drinking water, but she wasn't really drinking. Instead, she quietly poured some more water into the bamboo tube. In this way, the united family's bamboo tubes were all handled by Meng Qinglu. No one expected that she wasn't drinking but was secretly adding more water into the tubes. Clever Aunt Meng San picked up her bamboo tube to drink. Her hand paused slightly. She felt that the water in her bamboo tube hadn't decreased but had increased. After thinking for a moment, she believed she understood what was happening. She looked at her husband with loving eyes. Her gaze was as gentle as water, so soft it seemed to squeeze out more water. Her husband, Meng Sanbo, looked at his wife with confusion. Why are you staring at me so straight, that look? It reminded him of when they first got married. Back then, her look was so sweet. Now, it made him feel uneasy. Was she looking at something else on him? Or was she thinking of asking him to buy her something? No. On this fleeing journey, besides a field of dead bodies and dirt, there was nothing else. Fool. Aunt Meng San gently pinched her husband's arm and pretended to be affectionate. You're the pillar of the family. How can you not drink water? Come on, take a few sips. Look at you, all sweaty, and your neck is sweaty too. You must be tired. She then forcefully fed her husband several big sips of water and gently wiped his sweat with her hand. Her husband, Meng Sanbo, was speechless. This woman has gone crazy, suddenly so gentle. Honestly, this gentleness is a bit overwhelming. Feed Lu Lang and Qi Lang some water too. Meng Sanbo blushed and changed the subject. Okay. Aunt Meng San cheerfully agreed and generously handed the bamboo tube to the two children, Lu Lang and Qi Lang. Today, their mother seemed different. No, she was different right now. An hour ago, she was holding the bamboo tube tightly, warning them. Lu Lang, Qi Lang, there's only this much water left. You can't drink too much. Just take a sip to soothe your throat. She said it was just a sip, but as soon as their tongues touched the water, she snatched the bamboo tube away. Now, with a gentle look, she said, Here, take it and drink more. Drink a couple of sips. Don't be thirsty, brothers. Your father is saving this for you. Meng Qingluo watched the actions of the third house and family with amusement, smiling to herself while feeling a bit of admiration. She realized that the lovely misunderstanding was something she had created herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was warmth and affection, but suddenly Yang Shi whispered softly, It's over. It's really over. Huh? Meng Qingluo turned her head. She leaned closer to Yang Shi. Mother, what's wrong? Yang Shi, a lively and straightforward woman, didn't hesitate when her daughter showed concern. She whispered with a tearful tone, Girl, I've got that thing. What should I do? That thing? What thing? But in just a second, seeing her mother's beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking at her, Meng Qingluo suddenly understood. Mother, are you having your period? Yes, girl. Isn't this just terrible? It didn't come earlier or later. But now, when we're in a hurry and short of water, it's here. I can't change my clothes, and I can't tie the belt. Oh no, it's coming out, it's flooding out. It's over, it's really over. Yang Shi was close to tears, feeling so embarrassed she wanted to hide in a hole like Ping Tu Ge. She was having a tough time. What should she do? Daughter, what can I do? Mother, don't worry, I have a way. Really, hearing her daughter say she had a solution, Yangshi's tears, which were about to fall, were forced back. Meng Qingluo handed the little treasure on her back to Erling, then greeted her father and eldest uncle, saying she needed to take her mother somewhere private. She promised to come back quickly and catch up with the group. After saying that, she grabbed Balering with one hand and Yangshi with the other, quickly leaving to find a sheltered spot. Balering, spread out Dad's coat, wrap it around, then close your eyes. Don't open them until I tell you. Big sister, I understand, Tool Boy Balering obeyed. He shook out his long coat, stretched out his hand, and closed his eyes. Mother, go inside and take off your underwear, then throw it on the ground. You don't need to worry, I'll handle it. Just put this on directly, like putting on underwear inside your pants. Do you see clearly? First tear it open, then when you put it on, close it again. This stuff is sticky and strong, more secure than tying it with a rope. Don't worry, it won't come apart or fall off. I understand. Yangshi hurriedly took the item from her daughter's hand. It looked like paper or cloth or something in between, she couldn't tell what it was. She didn't bother to ask what it was anymore. Following her daughter's advice, she took off her undergarments and threw them on the ground. Meng Qingluo picked them up and dug a small hole to bury them. The family of three quickly rejoined the group. The old man only glanced at them and then looked away. Yang's walk was a bit awkward. She softly asked Meng Qingluo, "Luo, what kind of undergarments are these? Aren't you afraid they'll get blood on them?" "Not worried after a few hours. No, I'm not worried. Mother trusts me. When the time is right, I'll change them again." She gave Yang a pair of adult diapers taken from the space in her storage. She had thought about using sanitary pads, but considering the long journey, there wouldn't be much time to change them. Using diapers was more convenient than traditional cloth pads, much better than the old-fashioned cloth strips used in ancient times. As for where she got them, as long as Yang didn't ask, she wouldn't say. If asked, she would say they were good things from the capital, meant for little children to wear at night. These things didn't exist in the Great Yen. No matter who she was, she wouldn't think they came from the space. Maybe, perhaps, such items really existed overseas. Meng Qingluo was right to bet on it. Yang, with her daughter's help, avoided a big embarrassment. Her gratitude was overflowing, so she wouldn't ask where the items came from. Her daughter cared for her and brought out good things for her to use. Asking about their origin would only hurt their mother-daughter bond. She knew her daughter, Luo, hated mentioning the word, capital, and despised the ruthless family in the military governor's mansion. After being sent back from the mansion, Luo cried and said, "Mother, the thing I regret most is going to the capital. From now on, you are my real mother, and father is my real father. Mingjia village is my home. I will pretend I never knew those people from the general's mansion." Yang was lost in her memories, while Meng Qingluo was thinking about the present. Meng Qingluo thought to herself that, as a woman, she also needed those things. Thank heaven. Thank earth. Thank the heavens for sending her a precious space. She no longer had to worry about not having paper to wipe after using the bathroom. She could use sticks, stones, or leaves like everyone else here. She also didn't need to worry about sanitary pads during her period, as she had the ancient ash cloths. She felt that she was truly the daughter of the heavens. The heavens had thrown her into this tough world to experience life. Fearing she might make mistakes and die again during her adventures, they found it too troublesome to send her back for reincarnation, so they gave her a precious space instead. Meng Qingluo was feeling relieved when another problem arose ahead in the group. Hu Posi's good grandson, Meng Baomiao, suddenly fainted from the heat and fell to the ground, unmoving, just like that day with the pillar. Hu Posi was so frightened she shouted for her husband and wife, almost collapsing herself. Fortunately, Meng Qingluo had medicine for Meng Lijing's family pillar. The pillar hadn't finished the medicine, so he recovered, with about half left. She forcibly fed the remaining medicine into Baomiao's stomach. Meanwhile, everyone sat still, waiting. Meng Qingluo heard the little girl crying out, "Mother, I'm so thirsty. Just one more sip, please. Mother. No more drinks. Not even one more sip." We can't find water now, so keep some moisture in your mouth. Girl. Mother, my head itches. It itches so much. Please scratch it for me. The girl begged. Mother. Scratch what? The more lice, the less it itches. Scratch yourself if you want. I need to rest. I'm so tired. When will this end? No food, no water. Sob, sob. The woman broke down crying. Her sobs mixed with the girl scratching her scalp, making Meng Qingluo feel numb all over, as if someone had suddenly hit her with a numbing needle. Everyone hadn't bathed or washed their hair for a long time. The heat made them sweat, and they all smelled sour. Their hair was probably full of head lice. That's why it itched so badly. Oh, mother. Meng Qingluo couldn't bear to think about it. She felt that not only her head itched, but her whole body started to itch too. After a while, she suddenly stood up and carefully checked the little heads of her 2 children in the basket. After inspecting, she patted her chest in relief. Although their hair smelled bad, she didn't see any lice. The 2 little babies looked confused. Mother, why are you checking our heads? While Meng Qingluo worried about lice, Meng Lijing ran to find the old man. Third uncle, what should we do if there's no water? It's hot, and the children and women are likely to get heat stroke. Do you remember how far it is to the mountains or deep valleys? Meng Lijing asked this because the old man had once escorted a convoy to the capital. Old Master Meng was silent for a moment. He glanced at Meng Qingluo, but quickly looked away. He shook his head and said, that was 15 years ago. Back then, we were busy protecting the caravan, so I didn't pay attention to unrelated matters. It was on a mountain pass far away. Now, I remember it vaguely. I think there was something nearby, but I can't remember how far it was or how many days it took to walk there. I'm getting old, and my memory isn't as good. Not getting the answer he wanted, Meng Lijing looked disappointed and left. Bao Miao had already woken up and was lying in her mother's arms. Meng Lijing went over to check on her, saw she was fine, and then called everyone to continue their journey. Where there's water, we go. Where there's no water, we go even more. Walking is the only hope of finding water. Another day passed, and once again, they camped for the night. This time, many families in the village didn't need to unload their pots and bowls, including Meng Qingluo's family. No water left. What will they use to cook? There was only a little water left in the bamboo tube, to be kept for rinsing their mouths and throats. Meng Lijing came again, bringing his eldest son Meng Chongshao and 3 young men from the village, those who went out early in the morning to find water. Great uncle, I just thought it over. We still need to send people out tonight to find water. Otherwise, everyone will suffer tomorrow. Good, old Master Meng nodded. Let my eldest son go with them. He knows martial arts and can fight if needed. Old Master Meng didn't expect that after 2 days and 1 night of travel, they wouldn't even see a mountain pass. This also surprised Meng Qingluo. She had hoped to find a mountain where she could secretly take out water from her space. Grandpa, I want to go with them, Meng Qingluo said. No, old Master Meng firmly refused. It's dark at night. You can't help much, and you'll only cause trouble. He was worried about his eldest son, and even more so about his soft and weak granddaughter. When Meng Lijing came to find her, she understood his meaning. Her eldest son was skilled and could handle dangers, but she was more vulnerable. Meng Qingluo looked at others. Meng Lijing rubbed his nose and avoided her gaze. His thoughts were the same as her third uncle's. He couldn't help and would only cause trouble. Meng Qingluo looked at her eldest uncle. He was eager to survive and kept a distance from her, saying, Luo, don't look at me. My eldest uncle also doesn't agree. If your eldest aunt finds out I agree, she'll scratch my face and kick me hard. Meng Qingluo. All right, isn't it okay if I don't go? If I don't go, I won't go. Big uncle, come with me for a moment. Meng Qingluo pretended to be angry and pouted, waving to him. Big uncle looked at the old man with a look that said, See, Luo is angry. Can you even see a flower if you look at me?
Just go when I tell you to.
Let's see what little Luo wants to do. The old man glared at his son, and also looked worriedly at the upset granddaughter walking away. He knew Luo was kind-hearted, but he was worried about her safety. During the days she was kidnapped, He felt like his heart was completely empty. When Big Uncle arrived, he saw Meng Qingluo covering her precious wooden box carefully stored away. This wooden box was brought back from the capital by Luo. No one knew what was inside, but everyone knew that only Luo herself could touch it. Until that time when the third brother went up the mountain and encountered a big beast, was covered in blood, and was carried down the mountain. Father was ready to borrow money to treat his injury. Luo, pregnant and holding the box, came out of the room and handed a pair of gold bracelets to her father. Father, here, for uncle to treat his injury. At that moment, her parents were so moved they shed tears and refused to take anything. Later, Luo got angry and said, "Father and mother, don't you see me as your granddaughter? Isn't that right? Then I will leave now and leave this Meng family village." Her father and mother didn't want her to be angry, so they finally accepted it. But secretly, they agreed that when Luo found a good husband and got married, her dowry must include a pair of heavy gold bracelets.
Big Uncle,
Big Uncle, what are you thinking? Meng Qingluo handed him the thing in her hand, not wanting him to be distracted by her wooden box. Big Uncle is listening. Big Uncle snapped out of his thoughts, looked at what was handed to him, and looked confused. Luo, what is this? You've brought out your treasure again. Big Uncle doesn't want it. Put it away quickly. Hearing this, Meng Qingluo understood what her big uncle was thinking. This box belonged to the original owner. She had always kept it as a treasure. When she was kidnapped, luckily, the basket was carried by Yang's wife, so it was well preserved until now. She opened it and looked inside, but there was nothing valuable or worth money. A pair of silver earrings, a pair of gold earrings, a silver hairpin, and 2 jade pendants. These are all the jewelry the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion owns. Oh, wait, there was also a pair of gold bracelets, but the original owner gave them to her grandfather to save her third uncle's life. The most meaningful are the 2 jade pendants. One belongs to the original owner, with the character Luo engraved on the back, symbolizing her status as the daughter of the general's mansion. The other was found in her room the night she lost her innocence. It probably belonged to that untrustworthy man. If the original owner hadn't later become pregnant and planned to let her children find their father when they grew up, as a token of trust, she would have smashed and stepped on it, returning it to the earth. Meng Qingluo is no longer the same person she used to be. The people from the general's mansion are strangers to her now. After hearing her Uncle Meng's words, she waved her hand dismissively and said, "Don't say no, Uncle. These 2 things are treasures. Now is the perfect time to use them. If they are treasures, why are you giving them back to me? Do you want me to get slapped by my grandfather or pulled by my aunt?" Seeing her Uncle Meng's worried expression, Meng Qingluo couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Uncle, how could that be? One of these is called a flashlight, which can shine very far at night. The other is called 1,000-mile eye. It can't see that far, but 7 or 8 miles is no problem." Her Uncle Meng had never heard of a flashlight, but he knew about the 1,000-mile eye. Isn't that something only military generals use? Where did Luo get these? Are they from her biological father? Her Uncle Meng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at her nervously. "Uncle, you don't need to worry. I found them in my father's study before I returned to the general's mansion. He only cares about the border and loyalty, not me. They don't want me anymore. What harm is there in taking these 2 valuable things? I haven't even set fire to his study yet." Meng Qingluo's proud and calm attitude made her Uncle Meng feel both heartbroken and comforted. If Luo dared to mention it, it meant she truly didn't care anymore. What a pitiful child. "Here, Uncle, take these. Look, the flashlight works like this. There's a switch here.
Push it forward. See?
It lights up. Push it back, and it turns off." Meng Qingluo taught Uncle Meng how to use the flashlight and telescope, then patted his back and left, refusing to go with him to find water. She needed to think of another way to get water from the space. This gave her a headache, and she didn't want to deal with them. However, Meng Qingluo didn't know that at this moment, Uncle Meng's mind was full of turbulent waves, like a stormy sea, with many ups and downs. The flashlight could shine dozens of yards away, much brighter than the torches in their village. The 1,000-mile eye was indeed a military tool. Although it couldn't see very far at night, it was much better than the naked eye. During the day, he could see very far. Oh, Father, such a precious treasure, and he's holding it with trembling hands. The bright light from the flashlight had already attracted some villagers' attention. They looked over here. Meng Lijing and old Master Meng watched the figures of the uncle and nephew, recognizing that the light was coming from their hands. Everyone stay still and do your own thing. Meng Lijing waved his hand at the villagers, then took his eldest son, 3 young men, and old Master Meng to a spot farther away from the villagers. Big brother? What did Ah Luo say? Father, come with me. Uncle Meng led the 5 of them farther away, out of the villagers' sight. Only then did he turn on the flashlight. Father, Lijing, look. Wow. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it so bright? What material is it made of? Everyone's eyes widened as Meng Lijing asked 3 questions in a row. Uncle Meng repeated what Meng Qingluo had told them, explaining how to use the 2 items and their effects. He also demonstrated everything to the 5 of them again. This was Ah Luo's father's treasure. These 2 things are rare in Great Yen. They say her father bought them from overseas, from the West. Ah Luo is quite impulsive. She ran into her father's study and took out these valuable items. Old Master Meng sighed after hearing this, then said angrily, as long as the child feels happy, she can do whatever she wants. It's just 2 items. If she burns down the general's residence out of anger, I think it wouldn't matter. Uncle Meng, if they weren't so far from the capital, his father might have secretly burned down the general's residence to vent his anger for Ah Luo. He had been sighing and feeling regretful at home all day. Today, he finally let his true feelings out. Ah Luo gave you the flashlight for your use during the escape and to help find water. She wanted to go with you, but I didn't let her because she can't help much and is feeling anxious. The flashlight is for 4 of you to see in the dark, and the 1,000 miles eye is to help you see far away. Basically, it's to protect you at night and ensure your safety. Ah Luo is a very obedient and sensible girl. She's loved and cared for by Uncle San and Aunt San. Meng Lijing, realizing this, immediately continued the conversation and sincerely praised Meng Qingluo again. Then she said, Dad, big head brother, we're leaving now. All right, go early and come back early. The old man waved his hand. Did you bring the pig-killing knife and the kitchen knife? Yes, we did. The 5 of them responded and left the woods. However, despite their careful preparations, something unexpected happened to the 5 people going to find water. The women and children had already gone to rest. Only the men on night duty were guarding around the village, holding torches and patrolling. Meng Qingluo also lay down. The 2 children's baskets were placed between her and Yang. They slept soundly, occasionally snoring or smacking their lips, sweet and peaceful. Meng Qingluo often leaned over the basket to kiss their little faces, filled with tenderness. Father, Uncle San. Something happened, there was a fight. Father, Uncle San. They fought. Meng Qingluo recognized the voice as that of Meng Lijing's eldest son. When he heard the hurried footsteps, he opened his eyes. Sounds like Shangxiao's kid. Yes, it's him. What's going on? Something big happened? The villagers all woke up and sat up, looking worried. Everyone knew that the 5 had gone out tonight to find water at their own risk. Meng Lijing and old Master Meng hurried over, running in their slippers. Shangxiao, what's wrong? Did you meet other refugees? Shangxiao gasped for breath, panting heavily. They're not refugees. They're passing officials from the capital. They also need water. We found some, but they saw us. They want us to give them the water, saying they'll pay silver. We told them we don't want silver, just the water. Then a fight broke out. Father, Uncle Third, they have over 20 guards. Shengzi, brother Meng Sheng, saw the situation was bad, so he handed me a flashlight and a telescope, telling me to run back quickly and deliver the message. Father, Uncle Third, please take people and go. If you're late, they might all be killed. Also, they said they are from the Meng family of the mighty general's mansion in the capital. We can't afford to offend them. Shengzi uncle was calm before, but as soon as he heard they were from the general's mansion, he immediately got angry and started arguing with them. Don't worry, don't panic. We'll go now. Big brother and second brother, stay here and watch your younger brothers and sisters. Third brother, come with me. Meanwhile, the old man was making arrangements. Meng Lijeng quickly called about half the strong young men in the village. Under Meng Changxiao's lead, they took weapons and torches and left. After this commotion, no one could sleep anymore. Meng Qingluo also thought her uncles had encountered some wandering refugees. She never expected they were actually from the capital's general's mansion, her own family members. Big brother, second brother, father, mother. Please take care of the two children while I'm gone, Meng Qingluo said. Without waiting for their reply, she turned and left. The guards from the general's mansion numbered over 20, giving them an advantage. Unlike other high-status guards, these were chosen personally by her biological father from his soldiers. They had fought in battles, experienced bloodshed, and were skilled fighters. If a fight broke out, her uncles wouldn't stand a chance. Even if her grandfather brought more people, it would likely lead to a fierce battle with casualties. Since she was on the run and had come this far, she wouldn't allow the Meng family village or its people to lose anyone else. Moreover, these guards were from the general's mansion, people her original self hated deeply. She had to go. Ah Luo, come back. Come back, Yang shouted loudly, panicked and screaming. Mother, I'm going after father and Uncle Lijeng. It's not dangerous. Please watch over Da Bao and Xiao Bao for me. As soon as Meng Qingluo finished speaking, she was already out of sight. Big brother, I'll go after Ah Luo. Second brother stood up. It's too late. Big brother shook his head. You know Ah Luo's personality. When she makes a decision, can you persuade her to change her mind? Again, the other person is from the mighty general's residence. Even if you catch up with her, you won't be able to persuade her to come back. We will protect the big treasure and the little treasure here. Rest assured, this time, no matter what, Grandpa and Dad will protect Luo and won't let her get hurt. The fourth son's family, you can rest easy. With the old master watching over, Luo will come back safely. Mrs. Pan comforted Yang with these words.
Yang weep at her tears.
This child. She just can't stand those people appearing. When she hears them, she acts like she's gone mad. Third Aunt Zhao gritted her teeth in anger. They're not staying in the capital properly, showing off everywhere, and still want the water we finally found. I'd rather see the whole house thirsty and exhausted than see her in trouble. Second Aunt Sue spoke softly. When the top is crooked, the bottom will be crooked too. With such a selfish, mean old lady in charge, how can the others in the house be well? Only Luo, who grew up here, is kind and caring. She suffered a lot of unfairness when she returned. She can't fight against those greedy and fierce people. Grandma Meng hesitated, unable to speak harsh words about the general's residence in front of her daughters-in-law and children. Meng De Lang and Meng Erlang thought Meng Qingluo had gone to find Grandpa Meng and the others, but that wasn't true. She had her own plans and ideas. After catching up with them, Meng Qingluo didn't appear. Instead, she followed behind, watching the villagers' torches flicker in the distance. She reached into her space and took out her usual military binoculars to look at the distant official road. She could vaguely see torches and moving figures. Yes, she gave her uncle binoculars from a space shop that sells outdoor gear. She kept her own high-powered military binoculars in her medical kit. That's the place. Those people are there. Meng Qingluo suddenly entered her space, changed into black clothes and pants, put on her helmet, pulled it down, mounted her electric scooter, and sped off toward her destination. If she weren't worried about making too much noise and scaring Grandpa and the others walking at night ahead, she would have taken out a small car from the 4S shop on the first floor to show off. What's that thing? The villagers, anxious and hurried, didn't look around. They just held their torches low and hurried forward. Meng Qingluo rode her scooter swiftly, shooting across the official road from not far away. Just then, someone looked up and saw a bright arrow-like light flying past. In a daze, they also saw a figure and were greatly startled. Where to? Over there. Whatever you are, it's not the time to be daydreaming. Keep your head down and look at the road. Hurry up and go save someone. Meng Lijeng scolded loudly, silencing the two people's curiosity. Everyone looked down at the road, missing a view they had never seen before. When they were still a little way from their destination, Meng Qingluo turned off the lights, threw the electric scooter and helmet into her space, and casually grabbed a face mask from the space. The masks the kids played with, Pigsy and Sun Wukong. Looking at what she had in her hand, Meng Qingluo was speechless. Why did she always pick the face mask of the second senior brother? Wearing the second senior brother's face mask, wielding the golden cudgel of the eldest senior brother, she charged at the fierce guards of the general's household. Her moves were fierce and ruthless, not showing mercy. The 20 or so guards pushed her back step by step, injured but still holding on. Meng Debo and the other 3 suddenly felt relieved. Meng Qingluo's staff blocked the blade that almost chopped down on Debo's head, deflected the spear aimed at a young man in the village, and kicked over the guard leader, who was stabbing a sword at the young man's chest. Everyone stop. Put down your weapons. If you don't, I will cut her neck. A loud shout suddenly made everyone stop. The guards looked at her. They saw a thin, weak boy dressed in strange black clothes and black pants, wearing a pig-headed mask, holding a sword against their old lady, threatening her delicate neck. The sword was taken from the guard leader. Her favorite and best skill was to disarm opponents with her bare hands. Put it down quickly. Put it down. The old lady was trembling with fear and urgently ordered. They all put down their weapons as she asked, "Thank you, young hero, for saving us. Thank you for your help." Meng Debo stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed to thank Meng Qingluo. He thought their lives were going to end today, but suddenly, a twist of fate appeared. Before he could think further, the chaos ended. "Do you still want their water?" Meng Qingluo nodded at Meng Debo, indicating no need to thank her, then turned her face to ask the old lady. Meng Qingluo's memory of the capital city is blurry, but as soon as she sees this old woman, many memories flood into her mind. Those painful memories make her feel both sad for the original owner and angry. This old woman is the main culprit behind the original owner's unfair fate. She never expected to meet her in such a harsh way on this escape journey. What nonsense! At this moment, the old woman no longer has her former proud demeanor from the general's residence. Her face is pale, lips cracked and bleeding, her gray hair is messy and tied at the back, and she has no jewelry like beads or jade. She looks very miserable. Did she get robbed by refugees on the road? Meng Qingluo raises her eyebrows slightly under Brother Zhu's protective shell. Good. Stop, don't. Let them go. Let them go. The old woman anxiously glares at the guards. She hasn't enjoyed her life enough. She can't die now. Then you should quickly get water and leave this place, Meng Qingluo tells Uncle Meng and the others. Young hero, if we leave now, what will happen to you? Uncle Meng looks worried. Go, go. You all go your way. Even if 30 more come, they are no match for me, Meng Qingluo says, raising her hand. A black bead flies toward a large blue stone by the roadside. With a loud bang, the stone shatters, flying into the air, deafening everyone. Everyone? Guards from the general's residence. The person in front of them had truly shown mercy earlier. If they had attacked like that again, they and their horses would have gone to see the king of hell. Young hero, take care. If we meet again someday, I will repay your kindness, Uncle Meng says wisely. He understands that the young hero's attack was both a warning and a message that they shouldn't cause trouble here anymore. San Mao, Nyozi, Huzi, let's go. Uncle Meng and the other 3 grab water and prepare to leave quickly. Their figures disappear into the distance. The old woman stammers, Hero, hero, they've gone.
Can you
let us go? The coldness from the sword's edge makes her shiver and feel cold all over. Humph. Meng Qingluo snorts softly. Doing evil will only lead to your own downfall. I'll let you go this time, but if I see you bullying people or robbing again, I will cut off your heads. She pushes her sword forward, then lets go and disappears right in front of them. Everyone only saw a flash of darkness before it disappeared. The old woman, frightened, knelt on the carriage, saying, Thank you, hero, for sparing me. Thank you, hero. I will do more good deeds in the future, like fixing roads and bridges. Inside the space, Meng Qingluo sneered quietly. Fixing roads and bridges? It's more important to sort out her own messy affairs first. Quick, let's go. Leave this place. The old woman kowtowed 3 times to the sky, then slowly crawled into the carriage, urging her servants to hurry and leave. What kind of strange place is this? Yesterday, they were robbed by refugees, and today someone cut her neck with a sword. Auntie, should I help you put on medicine? Meng Qingbi, trembling, crawled out from under the small table, looking weakly at the blood on her grandmother's neck. Humph. Put on medicine, the old woman snorted, giving her a distant, complicated look. This granddaughter was her favorite, but whenever she thought about how she had been in danger these past days and how she hid away, leaving her to face it alone, she felt cold inside. Auntie, Meng Qingbi's beautiful eyes filled with tears.
Enough.
I'm not dead yet. Who are you crying for? Meng Qingbi. The carriage left and Meng Qingluo stepped out of the space. She heard the conversation inside clearly. It turned out it wasn't just the old woman. Her good sister was there too. A cold smile appeared on her lips. With a thought, she flicked 2 fine silver needles accurately toward the carriage's rear. With a sharp cry, the horse pulling the carriage reared and crashed into a large rock by the roadside. After a loud bang, the carriage split open, and the people inside tumbled out. Ouch! Ouch, my leg. My leg is broken. It was the old woman's voice.
Wow.
My face, it's bleeding. Her good sister cried as if her life depended on it. Meng Qingluo watched quietly from the darkness, observing the chaos. Then she looked up at the sky. She couldn't kill them now. For now, she would just take a little interest from the original owner's troubles. She turned her face toward the faint torchlights coming from the other side of the road, knowing her grandfather and others had arrived. Under the cover of night, Meng Qingluo quietly approached the Meng family village. Father, big brother, Meng Dabo looked at the torches appearing ahead and tentatively called out. Old Master, Huji. Is that really you? The old man's voice was full of surprise. Father, it's us. We're back. Uncle Xingzi, how are you? Did they trouble you? Meng Changshao looked at the 4 of them, relieved to see they were safe, thinking the people from the general's residence had let them go. The 2 sides exchanged greetings. Old Meng snorted coldly. Trouble? We almost lost all 4 of us there. The old woman from the general's house is ruthless. She ordered her guards not to hold back. If anyone died, she would take responsibility. Meng Qingluo didn't know about this part. If she did, she would definitely make the old lady and the little white flower pay more today. Xingzi, how did you 4 escape? Were you hurt? The village chief asked worriedly. We all got some injuries, but just minor cuts. A quick bandage with some powder from my mother will do. Old Meng waved his hand. Today, we were very lucky. Just when they were about to hurt us badly, a young hero in black with a strange pig mask helped us. He was so skilled, moving quickly through the crowd, then jumped onto the carriage and caught the old woman. That old woman was afraid of dying, so her guards didn't dare resist. They put down their weapons. Later, the hero told us to carry water and leave first. We were worried about him, so before we left, he showed us his skill. With a wave of his small hand, a big piece of blue stone shattered into tiny pieces. His internal power was amazing, really impressive. If I wasn't in such a hurry to bring water back and worried about trouble at the general's house, I would kneel and beg that hero to take me as a disciple. Yeah, I wish. If we persuaded him, maybe he would accept us. That young hero looks kind and righteous, always helping those in need, standing up for justice. Everyone. They thought the 4 of them would be so scared they couldn't move, but instead, they looked excited, talking eagerly, wishing to go back and fight again. Meng Qingluo, quietly blending into the crowd. Small hand? Taking disciples? Really can think of that. All right, it's good that nothing serious happened. Our family is worried. Let's go home quickly and talk along the way. Old Meng waved his hand to stop their chatter. Xingzi, did you find water today? Meng Lijing asked, the most important question on everyone's mind. Found it here. Everyone take a look. Uncle Meng handed the buckets, bamboo tubes, and water bags to everyone. Really found water. We're saved. Everyone cheered. But it's just this much. We found it under a stone wall, probably from a small crack where water dripped through. We collected it all. If it drips again tonight, by morning there will be more. When we pass by tomorrow, we can fetch more, Meng Li said happily.
No more, we can't scoop any.
The crack that was dripping water no longer does. We just caught the last bit. If we don't scoop tonight, with this terrible weather, it will dry up by itself tomorrow. Otherwise, the people from the general's house wouldn't be fighting us for it. They can wait here all night and we can scoop again in the morning. There's no more? Li Zhen looked disappointed. It's good enough that we found this much. It's all good luck. We can boil it in the morning, steam dry food on top, and drink the boiled water carefully to last another day. We'll keep looking for more, the old man, who had been silent, said calmly. This is thanks to Ah Luo, Meng Changshao added. If Ah Luo hadn't given us that bright treasure, we wouldn't have seen such tiny water bubbles. Our little Ah Luo is a lucky child. Tough first, sweet later. The old man sighed with purpose. Yes, Uncle San is right. That child is lucky and she doesn't keep things to herself. Li Zheng also sighed. Ah Luo has been a good girl since she was little. The only problem is she was born into the wrong family and didn't meet good people. The general's house people aren't kind to her. Uncle San's family treats her well enough. There's no need to go looking for relatives. Those people look down on us villagers. As they talked, the conversation drifted off topic. Meng Qingluo followed at the back of the group, listening to everyone's chatter. She really wanted to go back and find that water bubble to fill it up, but she couldn't remember exactly where it was. She was worried her family would worry if she went alone, and her mother's worried voice kept ringing in her ears. In the end, she decided to give up on this chance. The old man was surprised when she asked, "Ah Luo, aren't you with your family? Why are you asking about me? What?" Seeing Yangshi about to slap her thigh and roll on the ground crying, Meng Qinglu hurriedly pushed through the crowd. "Mother, father, I'm here. Ah Luo. Where did you go? Didn't you go after your father and the others?" Yangshi stepped forward, grabbing her arm as if afraid she might disappear suddenly. "Yes, Ah Luo. Where did you go?" her father also asked. "A father? I went with you and came back with you." Meng Qinglu tilted her head and looked at her father. "Old Master Meng, I don't believe you." Everyone. "Father doesn't believe it?" Ask Brother Shanzi if anyone was following him behind. Meng Qinglu pointed to the dark-skinned young man in the crowd. Shanzi looked at her, then at everyone else, blinking. "The person behind me is you. I thought it was group song. I was at the front, not behind you." "You fool," the man called group song scolded. "If Ah Luo was a bad person, your life would be over already." Shanzi's face first turned red, then pale.
Ah.
Meng Qinglu pointed to him, apologizing. "Sorry, Brother Shanzi. For our water-seeking mission, you carry this big responsibility. Don't drop it. Stop fooling around." Old Master Meng scolded his granddaughter, then said to everyone, "All right, the water for tomorrow is settled. Everyone rest now. Our eldest son and a few others are injured. Come to my house for bandages. If they get typhoid, it will be trouble. Does Uncle San still have medicine?" Meng Li asked. The old man nodded, indicating they still had medicine for treating external injuries for 4 people. Meng's wife helped bandage the wounds of the 4. Meng Qinglu sat beside Yangshi, comforting her. Yangshi was truly angry now, turning her back and wiping tears. Her back was the kind that couldn't be soothed easily. The old man pointed at Meng Qinglu with his finger from a distance, but said nothing else. "Oh, mother, I'm just worried about Uncle Da and father. Don't be angry. I won't do it again. From now on, I will ask for your permission before I go anywhere, okay? Where do you dare not go?" "You dare to be brave." Yangshi sniffled and hummed softly. "Mother, look, I went peacefully and came back peacefully. I didn't see those people at all. I didn't say a word along the way. In my eyes and heart, only you, father, grandma, and grandpa matter. You just know how to coax me. At first, you said you wouldn't go back, but in the end, you obediently returned. If you go back and behave well, I have nothing to say. But you, useless as you are, were bullied so badly. My heart aches for you. I raised you with my own blood and sweat. Why should they get away with it? Why? Your mother is also useless. What can I do if I feel pain inside? I have no power or influence. I can't fight or kill. I can only watch you suffer and feel sad. Oh, my poor Luo, Mrs. Yang cried while hitting the ground in anger. Mother. Meng Qingluo reached out and hugged the thin woman in front of her, pulling her into her arms. She sniffled. Mother, it will never happen again. Luo will never be bullied again. From now on, only I, Meng Qingluo, will bully others. If anyone dares to bully me, I will make sure they regret it. Don't cry, mother. When you cry, Luo feels sad too. Really, Luo begs you. My heart is breaking for you. Meng Qingluo used her finger to wipe away Mrs. Yang's tears. Meng Qingluo knew that since the original owner returned home, the whole family felt sad and afraid to upset her. They were careful with their words, not daring to speak openly. The anger from the general's mansion was also from the original family. They had power and influence, but they couldn't seek revenge or vent their anger. Today, Mrs. Yang finally vented everything in her heart. She swore that from now on, she would only make her mother happy and smile. She would never let her shed a tear because of her again. Anyone who dared to make her mother cry, she would make them cry every day. At this moment, Meng Qingluo truly accepted her identity. Deep down, she acknowledged the Meng family and Mrs. Yang as her adoptive mother, bringing them all into her circle, her own people. In her previous life, Meng Qingluo's comrades knew that in her eyes, as a female special forces soldier and medical expert, there were only 3 types of people: her own people, enemies, and unrelated others. For her own people, she protected them fiercely. For enemies, she was ruthless and cold. For unrelated others, she was indifferent. All right, everyone from the 4th family, stop talking about unnecessary things. It's late at night, and everyone needs to rest, old Master Meng said with red eyes, then lay down in his clothes. The old man turned his back to the family, and his silhouette looked a bit lonely. Meng Qingluo comforted her mother, then glanced at the family. She saw that several aunts and her grandmother had red eyes, and her younger brothers had tears on their faces. Meng Qingluo also pretended not to see and lay down with her back to everyone. She covered her chest with her hand. It was very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that she wanted to cry loudly. Go peacefully to your next life. Don't be sad. I will take good care of your family and children. I will treat them as the most important family members in my life, and I will treat the children as my own. I will also avenge you, she silently thought as she fell asleep. After falling asleep, she had a dream. In the dream, a girl dressed in blue, with flowing long hair and a face identical to hers, smiled at her. Meng Qingluo, I am leaving. From now on, you must treat the Meng family village and my family well, treat the 2 children well. If you can avenge me in the capital, do it. If not, then don't bother. Living well is the most important thing for you. Who are you? I am Meng Qingluo. Although we share the same name, our fates are different. You are a person with great luck. I entrust my body to you, my family to you. I am at peace now. This is my fortune. Farewell. Meng Qingluo. The woman bowed to her and then floated away.
Hey.
Don't go, don't go. I just want to ask how I ended up in this world. Girl, wake up, wake up. Yangsher shook Meng Qingluo awake. Aluo, what did you dream about? Why are you muttering? No, I didn't dream anything. Meng Qingluo sat there, lost in thought about the girl in her dream. She took a long time to understand and slowly got up to dress. With water, there was hope. The woman got up and prepared breakfast and supplies for the day. She boiled water and poured it into a water bottle. Those with salt added a little salt, and those with sugar added a little sugar. After eating and tidying up, everyone set out again. They trudged on for most of the day. There are mountains ahead. I see the mountains. Grandpa, sister, I see the mountains. Balahang, who had a telescope hanging around his neck and could climb high, was standing on a high branch of a tree, excitedly shouting. After shouting, he made a swoosh sound and climbed down the tree, running toward the team. Bailing, did you really see the tall mountain? Yes, yes, I saw it. The treasure on my neck is my sister's. It's called 1,000-mile eye. It can see very far, far away. Things you can't see with your eyes, it can see. After accepting the scouting task, Bailing was so proud he didn't feel hungry at all. Far away? How far exactly? Someone asked him again.
I
don't know. I'll ask my sister, Bailing said excitedly, running over to Meng Qingluo and looking at her with admiration. Sister, I saw the mountain. How far is it from us? Meng Qingluo smiled and asked. There's a saying. Looking at a mountain makes a tired horse run. Do you know what it means? Bailing thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I don't. Little Fifth, who was very clear-headed, said seriously, Bailing, it means that the mountain looks close, but when you walk there, it feels very far. It's an exaggeration, saying it's so far that you could run a horse to exhaustion. Bailing frowned. Sister, is that what it means? Your fifth brother is right. So, after we settle down, Bailing, you need to practice martial arts with Dad, and also learn to read and write. If you don't, you might never become a general. Bailing scratched his head. Sister, whatever you say, that's in the future. Right now, I want to know, how far is that mountain from us? Based on the telescope's viewing distance, Meng Qingluo calculated silently and looked at the sky. We probably can't reach it today, but definitely tomorrow. Oh, then I'll tell everyone, Bailing said eagerly. No need, we've all heard you. Mengli, who was nearby, came over just as he was shouting. He was standing with old Master Meng, both smiling happily as they watched. Hearing that they could reach the foot of the mountain tomorrow, the villagers' faces lit up with joy, and they walked more cheerfully. The next day, in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The villagers found a flat, sheltered spot at the mountain's base to set up camp. After resting for the night, the next day, except for a few people left behind to guard their belongings, everyone else went up the mountain to find water and food. The Meng family had many belongings at home, so they left Uncle Meng and a few others to stay and watch over everything. Old Master Meng took the women in the family and Meng Qingluo up the mountain. After arriving, they split into pairs to search separately. This arrangement suited Meng Qingluo's plan, as she had the chance to secretly use her space to cheat. She knew she needed to find water and food soon, or the people in Mingjia village would start running out again. Grandpa, are you searching with me? Old Master Meng still worried about his eldest granddaughter. Okay. The two children couldn't be separated from their mother. Big brother Yang carried the older one, and Meng Qingluo carried the younger. Old Master Meng took the older child from Yang's back and set out with Meng Qingluo. Grandpa followed the small creek valley. It used to be a flowing creek, but now it's dried up and turned into a dry mountain valley. Yeah, that's right. Old Master Meng nodded. They mainly looked for water. Yang's three sisters-in-law looked for edible wild vegetables, roots, and leaves. The grandfather and grandson walked for most of the day. As they went up, the creek bed turned into dry, sandy soil, with no water or wild food to be found.
Grandpa, I'm tired.
Can I rest my feet for a bit? All right, then let's rest. At first, old Master Meng was still energetic, but as time went on, he became more disappointed. His spirit was visibly draining away. It was time to feed the children again. Meng Qingluo fed the two little ones while observing the spot she had previously noticed, preparing to secretly release water from her space. Grandpa, you watch the kids. People have urgent needs sometimes. Before old Master Meng could reply, he saw his granddaughter run off quickly, her back like a rabbit's. His eyes twitched. Was she really that desperate? Actually, Meng Qingluo had already spotted a small cliff that used to be a waterfall. Below it was a tiny pond, which was dry now, but the bottom still had damp mud and blue stones. This was perfect. When releasing water, it wouldn't seep into the mud for a long time, saving her time. The pond wasn't very shallow, but not very deep either. It was about the size of the village's communal well, maybe a bit larger. The water well supplies water for the entire village all year round. As long as the pond is filled, the villagers' drinking water needs are met for several days. There is also enough left over for washing faces and bathing. As for what to do next, they would figure it out later. Feeling a bit exhausted, she quickly entered the space, connecting all the faucets inside with hoses and filling the water pond. Finally, the pond was full. Seeing the clear, transparent water, Meng Qinglu almost cried. It wasn't easy for her. Trying to do a small trick was very difficult. After an hour of effort, Meng Qinglu still hadn't returned, and old Master Meng became worried. Little Luo, my granddaughter. Hearing his worried call, Meng Qinglu hurriedly appeared in front of him, crawling and running. Grandpa, I found water. I found water. Her excited expression and actions made her look like a little gold person from her past life.
What?
You found water. Old Master Meng was excited. He grabbed Meng Qinglu's arm with great strength, making her gasp. Saw the. Grandpa, I got too excited. He kept apologizing. Quick, take Grandpa to see it. Grandpa, it's just over there, no need to rush. They carried the big and small treasures and went to the small pond. Seeing the full, clear water in the pond, old Master Meng cried. He really cried. His shoulders shook as he sobbed, tears and snot flowing freely. He wiped his tears and said, Little Luo, if it weren't for your urgency, this water would have been hidden in such a remote place. We might have missed it. Grandpa, don't cry anymore. Quickly find someone to go down the mountain and send a message, bring people and things to carry water. When dawn breaks, more refugees will come. If others see it, they might come to take it. Grandpa, I understand. I'll go find someone now. You stay here and be careful. Old Master Meng hurried down the mountain, worried about his granddaughter being alone here. But he hadn't gone far when he met Meng Lizhang's eldest son, Meng Changshao, and his younger brother, Meng Chongli, both heading this way to find water. Seeing the two people, the old man immediately called them over and told them about finding water. The two of them hurried down the mountain, and old Master Meng turned back to go home. After old Master Meng left, Meng Qingluo took more water from the ancient well and poured some into the pond. She still hasn't had time to study the true use of the well water, but after drinking it, she feels it can boost a person's energy. Everyone who drank the water, her parents, younger brother, and two little ones, found it helped them endure the heat and fatigue better than others. That day, after drinking the water, Xiao Zhuzi woke up quickly. Overall, it must have some benefit. Heaven's way wouldn't give her a useless well. The water flows continuously. She doesn't mind secretly sharing some with the villagers to help them build strength on their journey to escape hardship, so they can keep going until they reach their destination. Little Luo, Grandpa is back. Meng Qingluo didn't expect Grandpa to return so soon. She had just finished adding water from the well. Grandpa, why are you back so soon? The original owner's voice was soft and sweet, always that obedient, gentle girl in front of her family. I met two boys from the Deju family and told them to go back. Okay, Grandpa. Sit here and watch the water. Drink your fill first, wash your face, and keep an eye on Daba and Xiaobao. I'll go look elsewhere to see if I can find something to eat. All right, but don't go too far. Old Master Meng took a bone flute from around his neck and handed it to her. If you encounter danger, blow the flute. No one knew where old Master Meng got this bone flute from, only that he liked it very much. He had carried it with him for decades. Got it, Grandpa. Meng Qingluo took it and hung it around her neck before leaving. Maybe it was divine help, or perhaps the ancestors of the Meng family had accumulated good deeds. Meng Qingluo didn't expect that after walking only a short distance, she would find a dilapidated stone house. The house was old and half-collapsed, but behind it, connected to it, was a large mountain cave about 50 or 60 square meters. The cave was dry, with some grass growing inside, looking a bit desolate. But it was clear that people had dug it out and had lived there before. Since someone had lived there, it was easier to handle. Meng Qingluo quickly slipped into her space and headed to the backyard to find the granary. After searching for a long time, mostly finding refined rice and flour, she finally discovered a room filled with sacks of old grains and dried beans. Hemp was common in the Great Yan Dynasty, and sacks made of hemp were the main way to store grains. Hemp sacks are good because they have no markings, so she didn't need to change the packaging to hide the source. She reached out to feel the weight. Based on her past experience, each sack should weigh about 100 jin. Meng Qingluo thought that if there were 100 people in the village and each person shared 10 jin of grain, then for a good while, the villagers wouldn't need to worry about food. She wouldn't have to worry about finding ways to get more grain. After making her decision, Meng Qingluo quickly took out 8 bags of old rice and 2 bags of dried beans. She only took 2 bags of beans because she wanted to mix some beans in so people would believe the grains were stored by the people who once lived in the stone house. But she didn't want to include too many, as she didn't want to eat unhulled old beans, which are hard to chew. She carefully stored 10 bags of grain, covered them with some grass and small branches to hide them, then added a thick layer of dust, leaving only one hemp sack exposed. She dragged it out and opened it. Camouflage was her specialty. Either she didn't do it at all, or she had to make sure people believed her completely. After finishing, Meng Qingluo dusted off her hands and clothes, then left the stone house. Aluo, you're back. Didn't find anything to eat? That's okay. With what you brought back, we can eat for quite a few days. After we fill the water containers, you all go back and wait. Grandpa will take your eldest uncle deeper into the mountains. There should still be wild animals there. Grandpa Meng's idea was simple. Since there was still water in the mountains, there must be animals too. Meng Qingluo smiled at Grandpa, remembering that her grandparents had passed away early in her previous life. She wanted to call them, but had no chance. Her original grandfather was very kind to her. No matter how old she was, he always called her Little Aluo with affection. Now that she was gone, all that love was on her. Meng Qingluo happily walked over to Grandpa, whispering a few words in his ear.
What?
Aluo, are you serious? Grandpa was surprised, his eyes wide open, and he suddenly stood up. Of course, Grandpa. Aluo has been feeling luckier ever since she was kidnapped and woke up. If that's true, then little Aluo has truly gone through hard times and come out better. Aluo, you stay here and watch over things. Grandpa will go take a look. Grandpa, after walking about 200 steps from here, then roughly 300 steps to the left, there's a broken stone house. Behind it is a connected cave, which is... Yes. Grandpa, I understand. Old Master Meng ran very quickly, not at all like a man in his 60s. Meng Qingluo smiled, reached out to pick up Little Treasure, and played with him. Although these two children are twins, they don't look alike and have different personalities. Big Treasure probably looks like his irresponsible father, high-nosed bridge, big eyes, thick eyebrows, not fond of smiling. Even as a small baby, he looked cold and distant, rarely smiling in hundreds of years. Little Treasure probably resembles the original owner, soft and sweet, very cheerful. As soon as she teased him, he would smile so broadly that you could see his teeth and eyes. Before long, old Master Meng returned. He looked very excited. Girl, Xiao Qingluo. She's really a blessing. Grandpa estimates she weighs over 1,000 jin. His voice was very low, afraid others might hear.
Yes.
Grandpa, I also checked earlier. I think it's about that much. If each person in the village shares some, everyone will have enough food for a while, Meng Qingluo tentatively said, and old Master Meng nodded heavily. He didn't think that the water and grain they found were just for them. The family deserved to share more. The Meng family was so united, brotherly, and respectful, and their reputation in the village was just as high as Meng Lijing's, thanks to Grandpa's upright character. When the villagers heard they found plenty of water, everyone was overjoyed. Meng Lijing selected 2 main laborers from each household, took water jars, wooden buckets, bamboo tubes for carrying water. Basically, any container that could hold water, and carried or hung them on their shoulders or in their hands. Over here. Meng Lijing saw Grandpa Meng waving at them from afar. Everyone happily ran over. Third uncle, did you really find water? And quite a lot. Meng Lijing couldn't believe it even now. Of course. Can third uncle lie to you? Come on, When everyone saw the clear water pool, they all opened their mouths wide. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Upon rechecking, yes, they were right. There really is water. Immediately, several people cried, and several others smiled. Whether crying or smiling, everyone eventually lay down.
Why?
What else could it be? Drinking water quickly is the most important thing. Third uncle, this is a blessing from heaven for our Meng family village, Meng Lirong said with tears, cupping a handful of water and tasting it. It's very sweet. This is all thanks to my little A Luo. If it weren't for a Luo, we might not have found this water. So, the old man told the story of how Meng Qing Luo found water while feeling uncomfortable. The mountain is so big, and there are few of us. We can't search everywhere for water. The water is hidden in such a remote place. Who could find it? Of course, only our lucky A Luo could. Meng Qing Luo. No, Grandpa, can we not talk about this urgent need? Everyone's eyes looked at Meng Qing Luo with gratitude, just as Meng Lao Yu was thinking. A Luo's urgent need came at the perfect time, in the right place, and she was so lucky. All right, everyone stop talking. Hurry up and fetch water. There's plenty of water. Bring everything you can carry. Once it's full, we'll drink to our heart's content. I also have good news to share with Datu. Grandpa Meng waved his hand grandly, with the commanding presence of a general leading thousands of troops, full of energy. Meng De Bo and Erlang came to fetch water from Meng Qingluo's family. The others stayed at the foot of the mountain guarding their belongings. Even Yang's sisters-in-law, after hearing that water had been found, didn't continue searching for food. They went down the mountain to watch over the children at home. Everyone was busy fetching and storing water. Grandpa Meng took Meng Lirong and Meng Changshao to the cave. Meng Qingluo also went along, so she could explain anything unclear. But she was overthinking. In such a hard year, finding food was a treasure, regardless of where it came from. People fought over valuable things, let alone unclaimed ones.
Datu, look at this rice.
It's good rice, several years old, stored in the mountain cave. The cave is dry, so it's well preserved. Grandpa Meng reached out and picked up a handful of slightly yellowed rice to examine. The people in this stone house probably hid some of their wealth during a crisis. They didn't finish the rice they bought, and when they left, they didn't care. They just left it here. We didn't expect our Meng family village to be so lucky to get it. Meng Lijing nodded repeatedly. Not to mention the old rice, some families were so hungry they even ate mud, grassroots, and bark. Third uncle, did you find this too? Meng Changshao looked at old Master Meng with admiration. No wonder Dad always said third uncle was impressive and that they should stay on good terms with him. It wasn't me. It was my little A Luo who found it. This is because Heaven's Lord couldn't bear to see my little A Luo suffer, so he blessed the children. Old Master Meng looked proud, even more so than if he had found it himself. Meng Qingluo watched her grandfather with a proud look and smiled softly. Grandpa, Uncle Lijing, let's hurry and have everyone bring down the water and grain from the mountain. The sun is about to rise, and other families fleeing hunger are probably waking up and preparing to leave. The villagers of Meng's village had gone up the mountain in the dark, so these delays still left plenty of time. Early birds catch worms. Yes, Luo is right. Soon, the people collecting water learned they had also found grain, and everyone was very happy. They packed all the containers they brought, filling them as much as possible, then sat by the pond to drink their fill. Everyone divided tasks. The strongest few carried 1 or 2 sacks of rice on their shoulders, while others carried water. They no longer cared about whose family it was. Meng Qingluo followed at the back, making an excuse about a stomach ache to stay behind. She hid a few bags of rice in a corner of the cave and filled the pond with water before catching up with the villagers heading down the mountain. These rice and water were left for those with good fortune. Although everyone was very careful, the noise might still alert other refugees. They dared not steal from the refugees, but they knew some might come up the mountain to try their luck. She had to leave some supplies behind to slow them down, saving trouble for the villagers of Meng's village. On the way down, Meng Qingluo took the opportunity to secretly hide some coarse rice and grains in a small cloth bag in the bushes beside the road. After coming down the mountain, most of the villagers had already gone to find water and food. Those who hadn't left quickly found their families and headed down the mountain. When everyone learned that the luck of the Meng family had helped them find food and water, they all expressed their gratitude. Old Master Meng and Meng Lijing, worried about attracting too much attention, ordered everyone to pack up the grain and water quickly and then set out immediately. Their worries were not unfounded. When they went down the mountain, carrying water buckets and sacks, some people indeed saw them. "Father, when we go up the mountain, they can find water, and we can find it too," said a tall, thin young man calmly to his father. "Good, take a few people and go look for it," the old man nodded. Their water supply was almost gone, and they only had about 10 dried vegetable cakes left. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they couldn't give up. About 30 people set out, though originally there were over 60. Soon, the tall, thin man led others up the mountain and found the water pond along the trail where the villagers of Meng Qingluo had gone down. "Brother, I didn't expect they really found water," exclaimed another young man excitedly. The tall, thin man nodded with a cold face, squinting his sharp eyes. "Hurry and fill the water. I'll check nearby." Following the villagers' accidental drop of a few grains of rice, they found a stone hut and then a cave, inside which they discovered 3 bags of grain. Seeing the 3 unremarkable sacks in the corner, the tall young man felt very lucky about his decision. He also thought that the group ahead might have left behind the 3 bags of rice out of excitement or panic. 3 bags, about 150 kilograms of grain, plus water. Now they had hope. Thinking about his mother's death yesterday, the tall young man shed tears of sadness over the 3 bags of rice. "Mother, if only you could hold on for one more day, just one more day, you wouldn't have died. If only you were alive, how wonderful that would be." Like Meng Qingluo and the others, the tall young man carried water and the 3 bags of grain down the mountain and immediately set out to leave. Others still hesitating saw them find water and food and, like crazy, rushed up the mountain. Those who arrived early and moved quickly found some coarse grains and miscellaneous flour along the mountain paths. As for the water, some of it hadn't been fully taken by the 30 people, so they also filled some containers. Those who found food and water quickly ran down the mountain. Those who didn't escape were caught up by others coming to look for them, and fighting broke out. Who had strength and a bigger fist got the food and drink. The later refugees did not know what had happened, but when they heard that water and food had been found on the mountain, everyone responded as if they had heard a bugle call. They all rushed up the mountain. In the end, besides what Meng Qingluo left behind, some people did find water and food elsewhere, although it was mostly wild vegetables and fruits, and the water was limited. Thus, what Meng Qingluo left behind gave some people hope to survive. Of course, it also delayed their progress, allowing the people from Mingjia village to safely reach the next town. Meng Qingluo was inspired. On the way, whenever possible and safe, she left some food and water for those poor people without attracting attention or endangering herself or her family. Saving even one person was worth it. Saving a pair was even better. Next is Yunzhou Prefecture. Old Master Meng wiped the sweat from his face and told his family. Meng Qingluo looked into the distance. Sure enough, a tall city stood there. In the evening light, it looked like a fierce beast quietly resting. After crossing the city, we will continue north. In a few more days, we can leave Yunzhou. Hopefully, the drought will be better in the next region after Yunzhou, Old Master Meng said again. He hoped to find some water and wild vegetables or fruits to fill their stomachs. Let's hope so. Meng Qingluo and her family nodded in agreement. The others in the village also thought the same. The guide, Meng Lijing, was talking with his family and villagers about this. As they looked at the distant city, hope rose in everyone's hearts. Without needing Meng Lijing to urge them, their pace quickened. Soon, they reached the edge of the city. Outside the city, there were refugees everywhere, sitting, lying, standing. This scene made Meng Qingluo feel a bad premonition. "Grandpa, why aren't they going into the city? Old Master Meng's face suddenly turned serious, and his smile disappeared. I'm going to find Diju. Old Master Meng strode forward. Soon Meng Lijing called out ahead. Everyone, don't worry. Find a place to rest first. Uncle and I will go ahead to check the situation. The villagers, who had been traveling for over a month and were exhausted, had already worn out. If it weren't for Meng Qingluo adding ancient well water and finding some food, many might have collapsed along the way. Looking at the bodies lying along the road, families with children were left with only 1 or 2 members, or sometimes none at all. It was clear who had survived. When Meng Li said it was safe to rest, everyone found a place to sit down nearby. They couldn't enter the city immediately. Although everyone was anxious, no one objected. They obediently stopped to rest. Meng Qingluo's family also found a flat spot to sit. The first thing Meng Qingluo did was to take out the little ones to feed them milk and water and to help them go to the bathroom. In just half a month, the 2-week little ones had gained weight. Her feelings for the children changed a lot, from initial pity to liking and loving them. Now, they felt like her own children. If she looked away for a moment, she would start to miss them. I wonder if your eldest aunt and younger aunt have arrived here? Did they encounter any danger on the way? Grandma Meng nagged the younger relatives sitting nearby. The eldest aunt and younger aunt were the 2 oldest siblings of her father's generation. Their father had 4 brothers, and she was the eldest sister. The eldest aunt's family was in the county town. Her husband ran a courier business. The younger aunt's family was also in the county town. Her husband was a scholar who taught privately. In modern terms, the eldest aunt's family was like a logistics company delivering packages, and her husband's family was involved in teaching. When they fled from famine, the eldest and younger aunt said they would travel with Meng's family, but their grandfather refused. Later, the 2 families set out together 2 or 3 days ahead. At that time, the original self didn't understand why Grandpa did that. She thought he was afraid the 2 aunts' families would be a burden on the household. But now, Meng Qingluo realizes that Grandpa wasn't afraid of the aunts' families being a burden. He was worried that Meng's family and villagers might be a burden on them. Both aunts had the surname Meng, and their husbands were good people, but they also had brothers and sisters and parents. Being together often led to conflicts. Perhaps Grandpa was also worried about his 2 daughters, so he arranged to meet the aunts in Yunzhou Prefecture. By right, they should have arrived earlier, 2 or 3 days ahead. Since Meng Qingluo's group had delayed 3 days on the road, they should have arrived first. Mother, I and 3rd brother are going to look around to see if we can find our sister and the others, said Meng Dabo, standing up and pulling Meng Sabo to go look for people. Be quick and come back early. If you can't find them, come back. Don't go too far. Grandma Meng called after them. Got it, Mother. Meng Li and Old Master Meng haven't returned yet, and no one knows what the current situation is. Meng Qingluo needs to watch over her 2 children and dares not leave easily. Near the city gate, there are many refugees, and some people are trying to take advantage of the chaos. A few young men are being kept close by their mother, not allowed to run around freely. People see a couple nearby exchanging a small bag of grain for their beautiful 10-year-old daughter. Then the girl is taken away by the group. This group has taken not only several young girls but also 5 or 6 handsome boys. The girls cry with tears on their faces, kneeling and begging their parents not to sell them. They promise not to eat cakes or drink water, only to give to their brothers, just asking not to be sold. The parents look numb, glance at their younger son, then close their eyes and, with a firm decision, turn away with their child. Everyone witnesses this scene. Some feel numb and unkind. Others look on with pity. But in the end, they only sigh. Can they help? Can anyone? Including Meng Qingluo. Everyone can only watch helplessly as the group takes the beautiful children onto a cart, preparing to leave. Such evil. Such evil. Meng's wife, with red eyes, angrily slaps her thigh. Cousin, Brother June, it's little sister's cousin. Sharp-eyed, quick-moving Jiulong suddenly shouts. His shout startles the Meng family, but also makes them happy. They instinctively think that their big sister and her family have come to help. Jiulong, where are big sister and little sister? Where is Brother June? Meng's wife looks around, not seeing anyone, and asks Jiulong with a puzzled face. Grandma, aunt, quickly. Brother June is in those people's cart. I only saw him alone, no one else. Jilong says as he runs toward the group of carts. Carts? Meng Qingluo shivers. Father, mother, take good care of Dabo and Xiaobao. Meng Qingluo orders her parents and then chases after Jilong. There is only one cart here, no second one. Grandma, you all stay here, don't move. I'll go help Aluo. Brother, watch here, Erlang says seriously as he stands up. Erliang, you must go quickly. I will take care of Grandma and the others. Seeing where Jilong and Meng Qingluo were headed, everyone understood what was happening. De Lang hurriedly said. Since the adults at home were not there, Meng De Lang dared not leave, no matter how anxious he was. Meng's wife's hands were trembling. She hoped it wasn't what she feared. May heaven and the gods protect us. Jilong ran fast. When Meng Qingluo caught up, he had already lifted the curtain and shouted inside, Brother June, come down quickly. We've arrived. Who are these children? Why are they shouting so loudly? The group was happily buying some good seedlings at a cheap price. Before they could react, Jilong opened the carriage. Gong Lingjun, who was only a month older than Jilong, heard the familiar voice. Sitting there nervously, he saw Jilong and immediately jumped down from the carriage. He didn't care if he might fall. He had been separated from his parents for several days. Later, these people had caught him and tied him up. He was so worried and helpless. Now was the time to jump. Meng Qingluo didn't expect her little cousin to be so clever. When she saw him jumping down, she quickly caught him. Run fast, she whispered in his ear while holding him. Gong Lingjun listened and, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he followed his cousin and ran. The three of them ran back, chased by the others. Since the others were all adults and faster, they soon caught up and surrounded them. There were 10 people in total, 6 men and 4 women. Only 2 men and 1 woman stayed to guard the carriage. The rest chased after them. 7 people surrounded them. A man with a face full of scars looked at the 3 with a cold, fierce gaze. Run? Where do you think you're going? If you're in my Wong leopard's hands, you won't escape. I write the character Wong upside down. The 2 little ones looked nervous, leaning on Meng Qingluo, trembling with fear. Jilong also came over. They didn't rush forward immediately, but observed from the side. Meng Qingluo shot him a cold look.
Ha!
Writing Wong upside down still spells Wong. Lingjun, where are your parents? Why are you on their carriage? Meng Qingluo didn't pay attention to the surrounding encirclement, but turned to ask Gong Lingjun. My sister-in-law's family lives in the county town. Their ancestors had little land, and my brother-in-law is a scholar and a teacher. Life is okay, so even if we faced famine, we wouldn't be forced to sell children or ourselves. We met a group of many bandits on the road. My parents hid me. When I came out, they were gone. Later, I walked alone and ran into them. They tied me up and put me in a cart. Gong Lingjun is 8 years old. He can read and write at home, so he explains clearly. After learning the reason, Meng Qingluo looks up at Wang Bei's and starts negotiating. Good sir, you heard correctly. You forcibly kidnapped my brother, but our family did not sell him to you. I want to take him back. I also saw that you didn't buy him by force. The child's parents agreed to exchange him for food. Our family doesn't sell children, so please, kindly return my brother. Meng Qingluo speaks calmly. She doesn't want to cause trouble unless absolutely necessary. This group looks dangerous. If I were alone, I wouldn't mind. Just speak with strength. But I have 2 precious children, my whole family, even the entire village. The young girl speaks well. Although this child wasn't sold by his parents, we saved him indirectly. We've been feeding and caring for him on the way, treating him like a young master. The food and water we gave him are more than what some families give their children. Wang Bei's alluring companion steps forward. She makes a good point. Meng Qingluo quietly observes Gong Lingjun. He is quick and agile, running fast. He probably hasn't suffered much on this journey. That beautiful lady is right. I wonder how much food and water my brother has eaten these days with you. As long as we still have some, we will compensate. Oh. The young girl is quite sweet-tongued, hearing beautiful lady. The woman feels pleased and looks Meng Qingluo up and down. TSK, the girl is too thin, lacking in chest and hips. Meng Qingluo subtly senses their gaze. She's just skinny from fleeing famine and hunger. Don't look down on people. One day, she will have a full chest and hips too. Gong Lingjun resembles his father. He has a pretty and delicate look. However, he is not particularly handsome. During these difficult times, the people who want to buy children are not sure if they must take Gong Lingjun. At first, they just took him casually because he didn't cost anything. Now, seeing his family so generous, the charming woman said happily, "We don't lack food or water. If you want to take him, that's fine. 10 taels of silver, and he's yours." 10 taels of silver. Everyone around gasped. 10 taels of silver is enough for a normal family to live on for several years. Especially during these hard times. Meng Qingluo has no silver. She only gave her grandfather 3 broken silver pieces. But whether they want 10 taels or 5, it doesn't matter to her.
Why?
Because she dares to show her money in front of so many people? Showing money is a big mistake, especially now when many refugees are watching closely. Beautiful sister, we came from Shizhou. We've traveled so far, and we don't have much silver left. Can you accept less? Meng Qingluo quickly changed her tone, looking pitiful. No, we don't have that much silver. You can trade other things, the charming woman said. She felt she was being kind today, patiently talking to the young girl. But what she really wanted was for the girl to call her beautiful sister a few more times. Then we'll try to gather more. Beautiful sister, besides silver, do you want some good beauty cream? I saw that you and the other sisters are very pretty. If you put it on, you'll smell nice and look even better. And it might attract many men. When Meng Qingluo said this, not only the woman speaking but also the other 2 women, who hadn't spoken, looked a bit interested. Do you have some? Where did you get it? Yes. About half a month ago, I saved a noble young man passing through from the capital. He gave it to me. We rural girls don't need it much, but it's perfect for you, sisters. My grandma said this kind of beauty cream is very rare. It costs several taels of silver per bottle. Bring it here. Let's see. If it's really valuable, we'll trade for the cream, the woman said. Okay. Jiulang, go quickly and bring the bag with my sister's clothes. Hurry back. If my mother or grandma ask, just say I'll explain to them later. Meng Erling thought that today there would be a fierce fight with the group in front of him to rescue his cousin. However, his older sister quickly convinced the others with just a few words, making them very happy, and she was willing to exchange things for help. But does his sister really have that magical beauty cream? Currently, the most obedient person besides their father is his older sister. On the way, she saved water to feed them and gave them candies. So when Meng Qingluo spoke, he immediately ran back to their father like a little rabbit, grabbed Meng Qingluo's torn bag, and ran while passing her words to the family. Big brother, maybe you should go see too? Mrs. Yang was a bit worried. Meng Qingluo and the others could see from afar, but since they kept talking and negotiating with the other side, and Error just stood there without moving or asking for help, they decided to wait quietly so as not to disturb Aluo's plan to save someone. Fourth aunt, don't worry. Didn't Aluo send a message back? And since Jiulang can run back and forth, it means they're fine. Big brother comforted Mrs. Yang. It's not that he's careless, but he noticed that ever since his sister was kidnapped and he managed to find her again, she had changed a lot. She was more determined, careful about everyone at home, and always trying to make them happy. He believed in her. Meng Qingluo had already thought of a plan. The pharmacy on the first floor of the supermarket sold beauty products. In her previous life, those products were very famous and effective. She had used them for a while, and her skin looked good. The elegant scent carried a faint medicinal aroma, which she liked very much. To show her taste, the beauty products were stored in porcelain bottles. The bottles had no labels or markings, only the caps had the production date and logo. The design of the bottles was old-fashioned and elegant. She only needed to replace the caps with wooden stoppers. Older sister here. Little Jiulang ran breathlessly, his face flushed. Yes, Jiulang, good boy. Meng Qingluo took the bag, reached inside, and with a thought, 3 bottles of beauty cream appeared in her hand. She opened the caps and replaced them with wooden stoppers in just a few seconds. After finishing, Meng Qingluo deliberately spread the torn bag open in front of everyone, revealing only the 3 bottles of beauty cream and her 2 torn clothes. This prevented the greedy eyes around her from seeing more. Beautiful sister, here. She took out the 3 bottles of beauty cream, holding them carefully to give to the charming woman. Her movements were smooth, but her expression showed a hint of reluctance. I can see that among this group, the woman in front is the leader. As long as she is happy, Gong Lingjuan's problem will be solved. Sure enough, the woman hadn't noticed the others yet, and when she saw the bottle, her eyes lit up. Not to mention what's inside, these 3 beautiful porcelain bottles are worth about 1 or 2 silver coins each. Seeing the young girl's reluctant look made the woman even happier. The charming woman clearly knows her stuff. She has seen many good things before. In front of everyone, she pulled out the cork, and a refined, pleasant scent immediately wafted out from the bottle. Such a nice smell. What kind of flower is this? Plum blossom? Orchid? Or peony? The nearby people started talking loudly, looking toward the fragrance. The charming woman, with help from 2 others, opened all 3 bottles. 3 jars of beauty cream, each with a different scent. She scooped a bit of the cream with her finger, applied it to her hand, and gently spread and massaged it to absorb. Meng Qingluo watched her gestures, which looked very professional. She didn't need to say anything. She could roughly guess what these women were doing. One woman coquettishly said to the charming woman, "Sister, I like this orchid scent. Please give it to me." Another woman also acted spoiled. "Sister, this peony scent suits you best." "The plum one can be mine." The charming woman rolled her eyes. "Take them all if you want. You two have some conscience, at least leaving one for me." Meng Qingluo. "Is it really okay to fight over these openly in front of me?" "3 sisters, I will take my brother and leave now," Meng Qingluo immediately said. Let's go. Little girl, maybe we'll meet again someday." The charming woman's expression grew serious. "Look at this porcelain bottle. It's worth a lot of silver. Once we finish using the facial cream inside, we'll sell the 3 bottles, and you brothers can share the money." Another woman nodded and said, "Biao, your knowledge is really shallow. Didn't that girl say this porcelain bottle came from the capital? It was a gift from a noble young man passing through. Such thin, white porcelain might be from a special place, and it's quite valuable." "You mean from the palace?" "Shh, be quiet. We didn't get much today, so let's leave quickly," the charming woman said sharply. "All right, we're leaving now." As the carriage drove away, the children inside looked at Gong Lingjun with envy as he left with his family. Meng Qingluo returned home with her 2 younger brothers. Seeing the carriage leave, she finally relaxed. Erlang followed behind and looked at Meng Qingluo with admiration. "Sister, you're really amazing." Those people, the men looked fierce, and the women looked mysterious. Yet, my sister stayed calm, bargained with them, and even managed to bring Ah Jun back. Meng Qingluo smiled and said, "It's not that I'm so great. I knew you were right behind me, ready to protect me. That's why I wasn't afraid. I will protect sister." Ten Lang didn't understand everything, but he heard the words "protect sister" and shouted loudly, "I will protect sister too. I will too." Then 9 Lang and 8 Lang raised their hands. The 3 brothers spoke up, and the others followed one after another, pledging their loyalty. Their words made Meng Qingluo giggle happily. Over there, the old woman holding Gong Lingjun, tears streaming down her face, was also amused and turned her tears into laughter. What just happened? The clever 9 Lang started talking from the beginning, explaining everything, with Lang filling in the parts he missed. They heard that Meng Qingluo had exchanged the gift from the noble young man for Gong Lingjun. The 3rd aunt looked a bit regretful. "Luo, the things that young man gave you are probably all gone now." "Yes, not a single thing left. But it's worth it just to have Ah Jun come back safe and sound. Our little Luo has always been so thoughtful and caring." Mrs. Meng sighed, feeling proud that she and her husband raised their children well. Even after being away for 2 years, she still treats these people like family. Old Master Meng and Meng Lijing have returned, but their faces look worried. However, when Old Master Meng's eyes saw Gong Lingjun, he immediately brightened up. "Juna, you're here? Where are your parents? The others? Where are they?" "Grandpa, I don't know where they are," Gong Lingjun said, tears falling down sadly. "What's going on? How come you don't know?" asked Old Master Meng. At this moment, Uncle Meng Dabo and Uncle Meng Sabo also came back. "Father, have you found big sister and second sister?" they asked. Uncles Meng Dabo and Meng Sabo didn't find anyone and looked very disappointed. Seeing the little grandson crying in Grandpa's arms, everyone's mood grew heavier. They hadn't found those two families. Wow. Gong Lingjun, who had been frightened and scared for days, saw Grandpa's family and couldn't hold back anymore. He cried loudly. Today really was a day full of bad news. His grandson almost got taken away by those bad people from the dirty place. If his clever granddaughter hadn't acted quickly to save her little cousin, they might have fought those people to the death. Two young women had such a big incident on the road, and now no one knew if the two families were alive or dead. The city gates of Yunzhou Prefecture were closed. If they can't enter the city, how can they go north? Old Master Meng looked worried as he sat there. Meng Lijing's face was serious. The villagers looked desperate. They had left Meng's village with their families, endured many hardships, and finally reached Yunzhou Prefecture, only to be told the city gates were closed and no one was allowed in. Mrs. Meng immediately fainted from worry, clutching her head and lying on a cart, softly groaning. "Grandpa, besides entering the city, are there any other small roads going north?" asked Meng Qingluo after a long silence. "Or maybe there are some conditions that allow people to enter the city. Yunzhou is so big, they can't just refuse everyone outside," she added. Old Master Meng's worried expression disappeared. "Aluo, there are small roads, but I just inquired. The roads around Yunzhou require crossing a big mountain. The mountain is very dangerous, and it's hard to pass. Plus, there are many detours and there might be large wild animals in the deep mountains." Meng Qingluo understood clearly. First, all the carts and donkey carts at the Xiao family's home must be dealt with. Everything has to be carried on people's backs. If they can't carry it, they must abandon it. They brought all these things from their old home in Western State, and now they have to throw them away. How could the elders bear to do that? Second, taking a longer detour will take more time, food and water, and people will become more tired. Third, if there are large wild animals in the deep mountains, the villagers, especially children and the elderly, face the risk of being attacked. They have already escaped here. It would be unfair if wild animals caught them now. No wonder Grandpa and the village chief are hesitant to decide to lead everyone on a detour through the small paths. "There are conditions," said Meng Laoi with a bitter smile. "Each household needs a travel permit and household registration, and each person must pay 3 taels of silver to enter the city. Everyone has a travel permit and household registration, but no silver." They experienced a drought and had plenty of time to prepare for fleeing, so they naturally took their household registration with them before leaving. Meng Lijing went to the county office for each family to get the travel permits, and they all kept them hidden on themselves. Getting travel permits from the county office also cost silver. They had already spent silver before, and buying supplies for the journey also required silver. Each person needs 3 taels of silver. Meng Village has about 100 people, plus the new arrival Gong Lingjun. This is a huge amount of money. Some families might only have 1 or 2 taels of silver saved up. They used most of it earlier, and only some copper coins remain. Even a large family like Meng's, with over 20 members, would find it impossible to come up with 60 or 70 taels of silver all at once. Even if they had all the silver, what would they do if something urgent happened on the road? And after reaching their destination, how would they settle down? This is a difficult choice. If it were just Meng's family, Qingluo could find some excuses to take things from the jewelry shop to sell and gather some money, and they could get through this crisis. But what about the villagers? All the villagers are surnamed Meng, part of the Meng family clan. In ancient times, family ties were very strong. If Grandpa Meng decided to abandon everyone else and only take his own family into the city, she wouldn't need to waste her words. Grandpa, if that's the case, we only have one way to go. Let's take the small road around. We'll leave behind what we don't need, and once we pass Yunzhou Prefecture and reach the town later, we can think of a way to get back on track. Step by step, right? Little Aluo let Grandpa think a bit more. But I'm not willing to give up. The officials in Yunzhou Prefecture clearly don't want refugees to enter the city. They're afraid of riots, so they came up with this difficult rule. Seeing Grandpa listen, Meng Qingluo got up and went to the cart. Grandma, is your headache better now? Grandma was still softly humming. Hey, Aluo, this is Grandma's old problem. Once she rests, it'll be fine. Here, Grandma, drink some water. I'll massage your head again. Meng Qingluo handed her a bamboo cup filled with spring water from the ancient well. Grandma, don't drink now. You can keep it and drink slowly. The road ahead is long. Grandma, you shouldn't be reluctant to drink. If you're not feeling well, how can we keep going? Grandpa just said we might have to go around the mountains and take the small road past Yunzhou. Really taking the small road? Yes, we have to. If we go into the city, it costs 3 or 2 silver coins per person. The whole village adds up to over 300 silver coins. Who has that kind of money? Even if everyone in the village pooled their resources, it wouldn't be enough. After we reach the destination, we still need to settle down, right? That's true. Grandma listened to her granddaughter's chatter, then got up and took a few sips of water. After she finished, Meng Qingluo put a ginseng candy into her mouth and playfully winked. There's only one left. I kept it just for Grandma.
No one else has it.
Oh, my little Aluo, you're so caring that it makes Grandma want to cry. How can I not spoil you? Grandma chuckled at her playful attitude. Lie down comfortably, Grandma. I'll massage your head. My hands are sure to make your headache go away soon. Meng Qingluo pressed her fingers firmly, talking softly to cheer Grandma up. Before long, just as the candy was finished, Grandma's gentle snoring could be heard. Meng Qingluo smiled, lowered her hands, and returned to watch over the 2 children. Grandma's headache was caused by the surprising news from her older and younger aunts, combined with the earlier worries for herself and Ah Jun. After a good rest, she gradually felt better. Sigh, I wonder how my older and younger aunts are doing now. When I first arrived at the Meng family, both of my aunts had already gotten married. But during festivals and holidays, they always brought something for me: food, drinks, clothes, fabric, handmade little shoes, hair accessories. All sorts of things. Especially my eldest aunt's family, who runs a security business, often finds rare and interesting items. Whenever they find something good, they bring it back for me and the children at home. With clear memories, Meng Qinglu sincerely hopes that everyone is safe and well. I heard we might take a small path around Yunzhou Prefecture. Some villagers, who had been cooperating before, are now reluctant, because they care about their belongings. Listening to the noise ahead, Meng Qinglu didn't go closer. She expected this to happen. After a long while, old Master Meng returned. By then, it was almost dark, but not quite. Meng Lijing and old Master Meng could only decide to rest where they were. Meng Lijing led a group of villagers to a quiet, remote place away from the city gate, sheltered from the wind and far from other refugees. Looking at the starving, emaciated refugees with cracked lips, some expressionless, others with dark, fierce eyes, the villagers of Meng were afraid. Their luck was better because of their third uncle's family, who found food in the mountains. Though traveling was tough, they could mostly fill their stomachs. They also had water. Every 4 or 5 days, when water was almost gone, someone from Meng's third uncle's family would find some to share, so they never ran out of water. It wasn't enough to quench their thirst completely, but it kept them hydrated. So far, each family still has some leftover grain and water. Not much, but much better than those who have nothing and are waiting to die. Their faces looked tired from the journey, but otherwise, they seemed fine. Still, they had to stay alert for others trying to steal their food and water. Grandpa, after those people caught up with us, they've been following us, but I don't see them doing anything. What do you think they want? Suddenly, Meng Dalong pointed to a group of about 30 or so people resting not far away. The first two were a tall, thin young man around 20 years old and an old man in his 50s. The family looked toward the people Meng Dalong pointed at, and Meng Qingluo also looked in that direction. Meng Qingluo scanned the people around her, and finally her gaze settled on the old man's sack spread out under his backside. She couldn't help but smile slightly. It turned out they had found the food in the cave and managed to protect it. They were a clever group. After observing for a while, old Meng shook his head at his eldest grandson. Those people look healthy, not too exhausted. They seem different from other refugees. It looks like they don't lack much food or water. Maybe they came from the same direction as us. There are many of them, following behind us, probably seeking safety. To Meng Qingluo, her grandfather's words meant those people were using the situation to their advantage, pretending to be stronger than they really were. But this also showed that their leader was smart. It seemed the tall, thin young man sensed that Meng Qingluo was looking at him. His eyes looked in her direction from afar. Unfortunately, under the cover of night and from a distance, he didn't see her gaze. The tall, thin young man withdrew his gaze and said to the old man, "Father, I just asked. To enter the city, it costs 3 or 2 silver coins per person. We might not have enough. What should we do?" The old man was silent for a moment, then looked toward Mingjia village. "We should follow them like before. I've lived this long, and I can see that among these people there are some lucky ones with great fortune. Following them is the right choice." "Father, are you serious?" The younger brother of the tall, thin young man stretched his neck, looking doubtful. The old man glared at his younger son. You fool. What do you know? Think about what happened on this journey. As soon as they find water, we'll follow immediately. We'll definitely find water. What does that mean? If it weren't for your clever big brother, how many of us would still be alive here? Who knows? The old man finally sighed. It's as if heaven is blessing our Qin family. All right, we'll follow them. The tall, thin young man nodded without arguing. The old man continued, "If they choose to take a detour through the mountains, our family is better at climbing than they are. If they face danger, we should step in to help. It's only fair after all the luck we've had following these noble people." "Yes, I understand." Seeing her father and older brother so serious, Chen Xiao looked at the people of Mingjia village with curiosity. But as he looked around, he saw that these people were just villagers like them. There was no one truly lucky. The only difference might be that they were hunters in the deep mountains, while the others were simple farmers. Chen Xiao pouted, bored with their curious gazes. He lazily yawned and lay down on a burlap sack to sleep. "Father, we still need to go to town tomorrow," Meng Qingluo whispered to her grandfather. "Going to town costs 3 or 2 silver coins. Why does little All Luo need to go?" The old man looked kindly at his granddaughter. Since returning from the bitter orange pack, her luck had suddenly turned around, as if a wise person had blessed her. She kept finding food and water sources along the way. At first, he told the villagers the truth, wanting to clear her name. But after a while, he became worried she would attract too much attention, so he started claiming that good fortune was just from their family. People only thought the Meng family was lucky, never suspecting Aluo. "Grandpa, although some villagers still prefer not to take the small mountain path, they have no choice but to go around. It's summer now, and there are many snakes, insects, ants, and wild animals in the mountains. We need to buy some medicine powder and supplies, or if someone gets bitten without medicine, it could be deadly." Hearing this, the old man turned to his wife and found that their medicinal supplies had been used up on the way. "I'll go find Uncle Li Zheng. I'll ask each family to contribute some silver, and tomorrow, send a representative to buy supplies in town," the old man said, immediately getting up to find Meng Li Zheng. As night fell, the other refugees started preparing food. The villagers of Meng's family also set up pots to cook. Everyone cooked quietly, so as not to attract attention. Today, Meng's family took turns with second uncle's wife, Su Shi, to prepare dinner. Second Aunt Su Shi was cheerful and generous, unlike the shrewd and stingy third Aunt Zhao or the fiery and outspoken original Mother Yang. She was a gentle woman who spoke softly and never raised her voice. Second uncle had been away for 5 years, and she quietly raised her twin sons during that time. Meng Qingluo glanced at the two well-fed, obedient boys who were quietly resting in their parents' arms, then went to her second aunt. "Second aunt, are you cooking?" Susher smiled at her gently. "Luo, are you hungry? The food will be ready soon." Just a little longer. What did second aunt make? Before Susher could answer, Meng Qingluo lifted the wooden lid of the family's only large iron pot. Inside was a mixed grain pancake with dried vegetables, and below was wild vegetable porridge.
Sigh.
These things are very greasy. Although the family had some grain she brought back and more found in the mountains later, there were too many people, most of them young boys. Young boys eat a lot, which makes the family poor. So, there was no plain rice at home. They had to mix other things in. When they had good luck, they ate her brought-back multigrain buns and cornbread, dried vegetables from their home, or wild vegetables, roots, or tender leaves from trees when food was scarce. Anything edible and non-toxic was eaten. The porridge in the pot was different from others. It was mostly rice with a little water, not half water and half rice. For Meng's family, water was hard to find now, and they ate a little better than others, so they had some advantages. Second aunt is there. Anything else? Meng Qingluo didn't really want to admit she was craving meat. In her past life, she liked eating fish, shrimp, crabs, and other seafood, but she wasn't very interested in meat. She only ate more during training, biting her teeth through it. She couldn't stand the smell of raw meat. But here, after eating a meat bun with her silly father that day, she hadn't had any meat since. The 5 gene of cured meat she brought was hidden away by her stingy third aunt, Zhao, who refused to cook it. When she first arrived and had a chance to eat meat, she didn't cherish it. Later, she craved meat but was always with her family, eating and sleeping together, so she never had a chance to sneak away to eat meat. Oh, it's so hard, so bitter. She traveled 40 or 50 kilometers every day with an empty stomach, running around without enough energy. Now she craves everything. If only she could have those greasy braised pork dishes from her past life, she would eat a big bowl. No, besides meat, she also craves green, leafy vegetables. She was so eager that her eyes turned green. Mrs. Su looked up at her and immediately understood what she meant. With gentle pity in her eyes, she softly said, "The meat is gone. You know how your third sister is." She said she was afraid someone might smell it on the way and try to steal it, so she wanted to wait until we reached a safe place to eat it. Meng Qingluo was not a naive child and naturally understood her third sister's worries. But she knew that her sister's concern was one part, and another part was that her sister naturally lacked a sense of security. When she had good things, she felt more secure. At home, her grandmother no longer managed the household. Her eldest aunt, Pan, took care of it. Now that they were on the road, her grandmother was even less involved. As for her third sister hiding the meat, her eldest aunt also knew about it. She probably approved of her doing so, and knowing her personality, just let her be. Meng Qingluo sluggishly walked back, sat beside Yang and leaned against her, looking up at the twinkling stars in the sky at a 45-degree angle, thinking about how to secretly sneak into the space to get some meat to eat. For example, fragrant big buns, delicious roast chicken, roast duck. No, she couldn't think about it anymore. The more she thought, the hungrier she became. It was maddening. Meng Qingluo felt her mouth watering. The next day, the villagers pooled some silver. Meng Lijing and her grandfather took the lead, with Meng Chongshao, her eldest uncle, and Meng Qingluo as representatives to go to town to buy urgently needed items. They also planned to sell some extra valuable things from each household in town. Originally, her grandfather was supposed to go to town with them, but he couldn't refuse his granddaughter's request. Besides, she was lucky to have the chance to go to the city and see what it was like. Her grandfather decided that Meng Qingluo would go to town, and he told the villagers and Meng Lijing so. The money for Meng Qingluo's trip to town came from her grandfather's family, not from the villagers' pooled funds. Her grandfather did this to keep others from gossiping. Since Meng Qingluo was a girl, she couldn't carry or push things easily. Except for the steady eldest son, the second son, and the other 8 brothers. All the others looked at Meng Qingluo with envy. They wondered what the bustling city of Yunzhou looked like. Unfortunately, when they reached the city gate, they couldn't get in. Seeing the envy in her younger brother's eyes, Meng Qingluo's lips twitched. Actually, she didn't really want to go into the city. She would rather stay where she was and rest a little longer. She encouraged her grandfather to let her go to the city, mainly to find a chance to take some food, drinks, and medicines from the space, without others noticing. There was still a long way to go. Big sister will buy you candies and cakes in the city. Meng Qingluo looked around, saw no one else, and lowered her voice to speak to a few young men. Really? Besides the two older boys, De Lang and Erlang, who already thought of themselves as grown-ups, the others 3, 4, 10, or even 18 boys had eyes shining with excitement. Recently, the candies her sister gave them were very sweet and fragrant. Yes, Meng Qingluo nodded confidently.
Girl. Dad.
Will also eat. Silly dad saw that his daughter's eyes were all on the boys and not on him, so he was anxious and tugged at her sleeve. Okay, Dad will eat too. Seeing her silly dad's worried and pitiful little face, Meng Qingluo held back her laughter and quickly whispered to come for him. The adults at home watched the children's happy faces and all smiled. Since Luo regained her lively and gentle personality, she and the children had been able to enjoy themselves even while fleeing. Meng Chongxiao and Uncle Meng pushed a cart ahead, while Meng Qingluo carried a bundle and a large basket on her back, following behind. She paid 3 taels of silver, showed her travel permit and household registration, and entered the city. Inside, it was not as bustling as they had imagined. The shops on both sides were still open, but there were very few people on the streets, making it feel cold and quiet. Uncle Meng asked around and first went to a market, where they sold the carts, wheelbarrows, clay pots, thick quilts, and other things that the villagers had to give up. They didn't want to sell the donkeys either because donkeys could climb mountains. Instead, they took apart the carts behind the donkeys to sell. To sell everything quickly, all the items were priced at least half of what they cost when bought. There were buyers, so there were sellers. The key was that everything was cheap. After selling everything, Uncle Meng had more than 10 taels of silver broken into small coins. He sighed reluctantly. Once we pass Yunzhou Prefecture, we'll need to buy new things again. It'll probably cost over 20 taels, maybe nearly 30, to buy everything we need. We paid 6 taels of silver to get into the city, so most of the money from selling things was used for the entry fee, Meng Chongxiao said with a look of regret. Big uncle, elder brother Xia, there's nothing we can do about this. Don't worry too much. Let's hurry to buy what we need and go back early, so everyone outside won't wait anxiously. After entering the city, they looked for a place and sold some items. Several hours passed. Big Uncle Meng looked up at the bright sun near noon and nodded. Luo is right. Let's go find a clinic to buy some common medicines. Meng Qingluo followed behind the two and went to the clinic together. The clinic was quiet and empty, with few people. When the staff saw the 3 enter, they happily came forward to greet them. Are you here for a consultation or to buy medicine? We're here to buy medicine. What kind of medicine do you need? 8 bottles of insect and snake repellent powder, 5 bottles of heatstroke prevention pills, 5 bottles for treating injuries, and herbal medicines to prevent cold and typhoid, 5 sets of each. Big Uncle Meng clenched his teeth and gave the amount they had agreed on earlier. The clinic staff looked at their clothes and the worn baskets they carried. They understood that these people probably escaped from Shizhou and didn't have much silver. They were likely taking a small path. Walking through mountain trails is very dangerous, and the staff felt pity. Their attitude became more friendly. All right, please wait a moment. The staff quickly packed the medicines for the 3, then took out an abacus and started calculating loudly. The herbal powders are cheap, 30 coins per bottle, totaling 240 coins for 8 bottles. The injury medicine is more expensive, 500 coins per bottle, totaling 250 coins for 5 bottles. The total for all medicines is 10 taels of silver. 10 taels? Both Meng Chongxiao and Big Uncle Meng gasped. Meng Qingluo was also surprised. Based on her memory, she knew that in this dynasty, 1 tael of silver was roughly equivalent to about 1,000 yuan in her previous life. 10 taels of silver. That's 10,000 yuan. In her space pharmacy, these medicines wouldn't cost more than 1,000 yuan. Wow, 10 times more. Medicine in ancient times is really expensive. No wonder some poor families delay seeking help when they get sick, hoping to recover on their own rather than seeing a doctor or buying medicine. The man looked at the three people with wide eyes and surprise, but did not get angry. He kindly explained, "Don't think this is expensive. You should know that the bad weather has caused a drought in several states, leading to water shortages and difficulty growing herbs. As a result, the prices of medicines have gone up. This is Stiller Boss's kindness. If you ask other clinics, you won't be able to buy these medicines for less than 15 silver coins." Old Meng didn't say anything more. He took out 10 taels of silver, paid the shopkeeper, and put all the medicines into a large basket on his back. The three of them silently left the clinic. Last night, other families in the village pooled together 6 taels of silver. Old Master Meng and Meng Liheng contributed most, each giving 2 taels, making a total of 10 taels. They sold their goods for 10 taels. After subtracting the 6 taels spent by Old Meng and Meng Changshao to buy grain, they only had 10 taels left for medicines. Now, they only had 4 taels remaining. Meng Qingluo's money for going to the city wasn't included. It was 3 small silver coins she found on a villain, given to her by Old Master Meng. On the way to buy grain, Old Meng and Meng Changshao felt anxious and uneasy.
Still,
"We don't know how much grain prices have increased," Meng Changshao was worried. In the past, 4 taels of silver could buy a lot of coarse rice and mixed flour back home. But now, who knows how much they can buy? Seeing their serious faces, Meng Qingluo's mind was also racing. She couldn't just take out her space's food supply now. The best way right now was to solve the problem of buying silver for grain. Silver? Silver? While Meng Qingluo was thinking about silver, the three of them entered a grain shop. Old Meng and Meng Changshao went inside to ask, and their faces turned pale. Usually, a pound of coarse rice costs about 5 won, but now it was 30 won per pound. Ordinary grain flour, which used to cost about 4 won per pound, now cost 20 won. With only 4 taels of silver, they could buy only 200 jin of grain flour. Their village has 101 people. After removing a few babies, each person could only get about 2 jin of grain flour. 2 jin, how many meals could that last? Are you going to buy or not? If yes, buy quickly. If not, leave now. The shopkeeper at the grain store didn't have the kind heart of a doctor. He sneered with disdain, looked at the three of them, covered his nose, and took a few steps back. Meng Qingluo. After crossing over, she only washed her hair and face, wiped her body, and changed into a new set of clothes on the day she cheated and took a break on the mountain. She hadn't bathed or changed clothes for half a month. She knew they didn't smell good. The sun was high in the sky, scorching hot. Uncle Meng looked at Meng Qingluo's sweaty face with concern. He wanted to buy some good food early and head out of town. Ignoring the shopkeeper's attitude, he handed over 4 taels of silver. Buy all kinds of grains and flour. Seeing the shiny silver, the shopkeeper's attitude immediately changed, and he smiled happily. "All right, I'll go weigh the flour for the 2 gentlemen." 100 jin of flour was packed in a large hemp sack. Uncle Meng carried it on his shoulder as if it was a small child, looking completely untroubled. Meng Changshao also easily carried another sack of mixed grains on his shoulder, without blushing or panting. This made Meng Qingluo look at him a few more times. The young man was quite strong. "Luo, why are you looking at us like that?" Meng Changshao noticed her gaze and asked with a smile. Because of Meng Qingluo's medicine, her son had recovered from heatstroke and was able to live well. Meng Qingluo was his son's lifesaver, and he was always grateful. "It's nothing." Meng Qingluo also smiled. "I just think Brother Changshao and Uncle Meng are so strong, carrying 100 jin as if it's nothing." Her words made the 2 men laugh loudly. Of course, a skinny girl like her couldn't carry such weight. There was another thing she didn't say: this was grain, not stones. If she gave him another 200 jin, he would still carry it quickly and happily. Uncle Meng spoke up. "Luo, Do you know how much they can carry? Meng Qingluo pretended to be curious and excited, but she was secretly calculating how much silver she should prepare to buy later. Ah Luo, don't you remember? Your great-uncle carried a wild boar weighing over 300 jin back from the mountain without any trouble. As for Brother Chongshao, although he is not as strong as your great-uncle, he can still carry about 200 jin. Brother Chongshao and your great-uncle are truly impressive. Meng Qinglu's eyes sparkled with admiration. In ancient times, people ate more and had greater strength. Yes, modern people seem to have become weaker, relying only on their brains and not their muscles. Many can't lift a shoulder load or carry things by hand. Carrying 20 jin of rice up 5 floors makes them breathless. Meng Qinglu looked at them with admiration, which made the two strong men feel proud. That's really impressive. As they walked, Meng Qinglu saw her chance. They passed by a luxurious silver shop, where wealthy ladies and wives strolled gracefully inside. Meng Chongshao sighed. No matter how many natural disasters happen, they can't affect the love of beauty of those high officials' wives and daughters. After walking a while longer, they reached a quiet alley with no one around. Meng Qinglu tugged at her great-uncle's sleeve. Great-uncle, Brother Chongshao, let's rest a bit. I just passed by the silver shop and found something. Come look at what it is. Both her great-uncle and Brother Chongshao put down their grain loads. Her great-uncle curiously reached out and took the box from Meng Qinglu. It was a delicate wooden box, but he didn't know what was inside. Brother Chongshao also leaned in to look. Found something? What could it be? It looks like jewelry, Meng Qinglu said, still surprised. She nodded. Not long ago, I felt I stepped on something while walking. I picked it up and saw the box was pretty. I was curious, so I brought it over. I didn't get a chance to open it until now, but it turned out to be a pair of gold bracelets.
Wow.
Meng Qinglu, your luck is really incredible. Brother Chongshao exclaimed in amazement, shaking his head. His eyes were clear, without greed or envy. Uncle Meng took out a pair of gold bracelets and weighed them in his hand. They're solid, probably about 3 taels worth. The style is nice, and they should be worth quite a bit. Ah Luo, these are found items. You keep them. After saying that, Uncle Meng put the bracelets back into the box and naturally tucked the box into the bundle that Meng Qingluo was carrying. Yes, the items are yours, Ah Luo.
Take them.
This is your luck. Keep them for your future marriage, as part of your dowry, Meng Chongshao quickly added. Although their actions were mostly expected by Meng Qingluo, she still felt pleased inside. Meng Qingluo didn't reply immediately. Instead, she tilted her head and pretended to think. Brother Chongshao, Uncle Meng, even though I found these things and they are my luck, maybe they are also the luck of our Meng village, our Meng family. What do you mean, Ah Luo? The two men asked, looking at her. Just now, I saw Uncle Meng and Brother Chongshao worried about buying grain with silver. I was thinking, if I had silver, I could help you. I didn't expect that heaven heard my wish and sent silver our way. Should we pawn these bracelets? See how much silver we get, then decide what to do next. Ah Luo, are you sure? These are gold bracelets. Hearing Meng Qingluo's decision, the two men were so touched they almost cried. I won't think about it anymore. I said it's heaven's favor on our Meng village. If I take everything, wouldn't that break heaven's heart? The items were found by Meng Qingluo. After hearing her words, Meng Chongshao and Uncle Meng had nothing more to say. If it's her stuff, she can decide. The three of them went to the pawn shop. Meng Qingluo took out the bracelets, kept the box, and put it into her space. The box was her cheating tool, and she didn't want to give it away for free. They wrapped the gold bracelets in a torn handkerchief, making it look more like the belongings of refugees. Uncle, you go inside. Brother Chongshao and I will wait outside, Meng Qingluo said. Uncle Meng went into the pawn shop with the items. Behind him, Meng Qingluo reminded him, remember to bargain. Uncle Meng smiled immediately. Got it, worrywart girl. Soon after, Uncle Meng came out, his face beaming with happiness that couldn't be hidden. Seeing his expression, Meng Qingluo knew he had received a good deal. When they reached a quiet spot, Meng Qingluo asked, Uncle, how much did the pawn shop give you? Unexpectedly, Uncle smiled mysteriously. Guess? 10 tails. Uncle Meng shook his head and grinned widely. Aluo were really lucky. That pair of bracelets is quite new and stylish, and since they haven't been worn before, the pawnshop owner's handsome assistant liked them and said he wanted to buy them for his wife's birthday. After saying that, Uncle opened the cloth, revealing 3 shiny silver bars that dazzled Meng Qingluo's eyes. Meng Qingluo. Heaven is really kind to her. 1 tael of gold is worth 10 taels of silver, plus the craftsmanship. These 2 gold bracelets are worth over 30 taels of silver. According to her original plan, the pawnshop wouldn't offer much, probably around 10 taels, maybe 13 or 14 at most.
But
Meng Qingluo immediately smiled happily. She took a silver bar from her bag and gave one to Meng Chongxiao, another to Uncle Meng, and kept one for herself. Here, everyone gets a share. I'll keep 10 taels. You two can decide how much grain to buy with the remaining 20 taels, and the rest is yours. Uncle Meng and Meng Chongxiao stared at each other, looking at the silver bars, then at each other again. Should they take it or not? Was Aunt Luo being too generous? Uncle, Brother Chongxiao, let's go. What are you looking at? Aunt Luo, we'll just buy some grain. We don't want the rest, the two said in unison. If you don't want it, fine. I don't want the 10 taels either. Let's buy all the grain. Meng Qingluo pretended to take out a silver bar to put into her bag. All right. We'll keep it. They weren't fools. They would take care of the villagers and buy grain to share, but they wouldn't spoil them. Old Master Meng and Meng Li's usual words. A small favor is repaid with a grain of rice, a grudge with a bushel. Meng Chongxiao and Uncle Meng discussed and decided that each of them would contribute 6 taels of silver to buy some coarse rice and mix flour to take home, leaving 4 taels each for themselves. Last night, both families had each contributed 2 taels of silver. Now they wanted to save where they could. Listening to their discussion, Meng Qingluo felt reassured that they could buy a lot of food and miscellaneous flour. Brother Xiao, uncle, you two go buy the grain. I'll go somewhere else to buy some other things, Meng Qingluo said, pointing toward the street corner. No, little girl, you shouldn't go alone. If you want to buy something, Uncle will go with you. Uncle Meng refused. Uncle, it's just at the street corner. I'm hungry and want to buy some meat buns. I won't go far, Meng Qingluo said, then ran off quickly. Uncle Meng looked at the bun shop. Sure enough, it was at the corner. Meng Qingluo had already run far ahead, clearly craving meat. He didn't say anything more. Xiao, hurry up and buy the grain. Don't let Luo be there alone, someone called. Okay. The two of them sped up their actions. Meng Qingluo ran as if in a battle, buying meat buns, steamed buns, a roast chicken, and a pound of braised meat. She didn't buy much of each, carefully packed them into her basket, then, when no one was looking, secretly took some items out of her space and combined them. Just about finished, Uncle Meng and the other person each carried 2 bags of grain. Meng Qingluo noticed the quantity was off and knew they had other plans, but she didn't ask openly in front of everyone. Uncle Xiao, come quickly and eat some wontons. The ones here are really delicious, she called. Uncle Meng and the other looked at the table in front of her. She had already started eating, and there were 2 large bowls of wontons on the table. In the middle of the table was a big bowl with 6 large meat buns and 3 pancakes that smelled of eggs. Uncle Meng sat down, and Xiao also sat, looking a bit shy. Uncle Xiao, hurry and eat. What are you hesitating for? It's been a long time since I ate meat. I'm craving it so much. Today, I'm treating you. You know I got quite a bit of silver, she said. Their shyness couldn't resist the tempting aroma anymore. They didn't hold back and started eating. It was so delicious. They hadn't eaten enough in nearly half a month, nor had they eaten meat. Seeing them dig in, Meng Qingluo reached out and took a piece of egg pancake to her mouth. So fragrant. There was no moment when eating a pancake with an egg flavor felt so happy. A gust of wind swept everything away, and after all the food on the table was finished, the 3 of them were full. Looking at the clean table, Uncle Meng and the other man looked a bit stunned, with slightly red faces. They said they wouldn't eat, but in the end, They ate the most eagerly and quickly. Arrow, are you full? I'll go buy 2 more for you, Meng Changshao said shyly as he reached for the silver coins on his body. I'm full. Let's go now, Meng Qingluo replied. Finally, having eaten meat and eggs, Meng Qingluo felt very happy and satisfied. Okay, let's go. Since they had already eaten, and since she was her own niece, Uncle Meng's embarrassment disappeared quickly. He stood up first and led the way out of the shop. When no one was around, Meng Qingluo asked the 2 men, and only then learned that some of the grain was stored inside the shop. Uncle Meng said he was worried that carrying all the grain at once would attract too much attention, so he decided to carry part of it out of the city first. At the city gate, Old Master Meng and Meng Lixing were already waiting with some people to help them. Entering the city required silver, but leaving didn't require anyone's supervision. When they reached the city gate, sure enough, Old Master Meng and Meng Lixing had already arrived with several people waiting. After giving them the grain on their backs, Uncle Meng and Meng Changshao turned back and returned to the city. The city guards thought they were relatives bringing grain to the city and didn't stop them after a quick look. Meng Qingluo didn't follow them back. Her task was done. Now, she just needed to carry the remaining grain back. Uncle Meng and the others could handle it. There weren't many refugees inside the city, so it was relatively safe. She followed Old Master Meng and his group back to Mingjia village among the villagers. On the short journey, some people stared at the grain carried on the villagers' shoulders with envy. But seeing the shiny knives in the hands of those around the grain, they only swallowed hard and shrank back, not daring to approach. Everyone looked happily at the 2 large bags of coarse grain flour and 2 bags of brown rice. When they heard there was still a small amount left in the city, they were even more pleased. All right, everyone, you don't need to gather here anymore, Meng Lixing waved his hand to the villagers. Once Xiaer and the others return, 1 person from each family will come to distribute the grain to you. The villagers dispersed. Only the Meng family remains here, along with Meng Lixing. Luo, did your trip to the city go smoothly? Old Master Meng asks with concern. Meng Qingluo nods. Yes, Grandpa, it went quite well. Do you know how much money was spent? Meng Lixing asks her. I know a little, but Uncle Li Zheng is still waiting for Brother Tang Xiao and my eldest uncle to come back, so they can calculate it for you. Meng Qingluo doesn't want to get involved in the money matter. As for the bracelet she found, she plans to tell the villagers how it happened. Grandpa can handle that. Good. Meng Lixing realizes he was too anxious. As he leaves, Yang Shi brings over a bowl of porridge and a mixed grain cake to give to her. Luo, are you hungry? Mom, I'm not hungry. I ate in the city. I kept the food for tonight. Meng Qingluo waves her hand. Hearing she already ate, the family looks at her in surprise, but no one asks her any questions. They wonder where Meng Qingluo got the money to buy food. Then they think it might have been given by Uncle Meng. When she left, Luo also said she wanted to buy sugar and cakes to eat. Meng Qingluo glances around. Seeing no one paying attention, she takes a bag of sugar from her basket and puts a piece in her mouth. Even Grandpa, Meng Qingluo, makes him eat one too. Actually, it's milk candy from her space. She peeled off the paper and wrapped it in cowhide paper. Mom, it's so delicious. Seven Lang's eyes sparkle as he leans against his mother. If it's tasty, eat it quickly. Don't let anyone snatch it. Third, and also has a piece in her mouth, her tongue sticking out as she reminds her son. She also thinks it's delicious. This sugar tastes different from what her older sister usually brings back, with a strong milky aroma. Her words remind a few boys, and also make Silly Dad realize. The boys cover their mouths and quietly eat the sugar. Seeing this, Silly Dad also copies them, covering his mouth with his big hand, his clear eyes darting around. Meng Qingluo can't help but smile. When everyone is almost finished eating, she quietly takes out a piece of oil paper wrapped around a homemade chicken egg cake. It's available in Daliang, and the original owner once ate it in the capital. She doesn't need to explain where it came from. I promised everyone some cake. Take it and eat it quickly. Meng Qingluo gave each family member a portion. When they received it, they listened to her instructions, and the children finished their share quickly. The small homemade chicken cakes were big enough for an adult to eat in one bite. The children felt very happy. They had candy and cakes today. Even back home, they only got to enjoy treats during festivals or New Year. The poor families in the village didn't have special food during holidays. If it weren't for the many refugees around, they might think they weren't fleeing from hardship, but going on a long trip. "Big sister, is there anything tasty left?" Balahang quietly asked Meng Qingluo, his small eyes fixed on her basket, unable to move it. The other boys looked at Meng Qingluo when they heard him. Meng Qingluo. They all looked at her with eager, hungry eyes. She felt a bit annoyed. "Thank you very much." "Stop dreaming," Yangsher scolded Balahang softly, pulling his ear. "Your big sister doesn't have any silver. Your eldest uncle bought these things because he cares about you.
And you're just greedy.
Mother, be gentle, it hurts." "Big sister, save me." The other adults, including the old man, shook their heads and didn't say anything to help him. Among the 10 boys, he was the most gluttonous and greedy. Tenling, who was younger than him, was more sensible. Meng Qingluo smiled and gently freed his ear from his mother's hand. She whispered, "There are still delicious things, but we can't take them out now. They smell so good, and if others smell them, they might come to snatch them." Her answer surprised everyone. Was there really more tasty food? Old Mrs. Meng, who usually didn't get involved in household or outside matters, looked at her. She lowered her voice and asked, "Aluo, your uncles didn't bring much silver into town, and they bought so much grain. To go into town, each person needs a few silver coins. So, where did these things come from?" "Grandma, I bought all these myself," Meng Qingluo replied with a smile. "Girl, you found something again." Yangsher was surprised. Meng Qingluo smiled and nodded to her mother, father, and the rest of the family. "I found some things, pawned them for silver, and used part of it for my uncles to buy grain. I kept some for myself and bought these treats to share with everyone." Since her family asked, Meng Qingluo didn't hide it. When her uncles returned, everyone would find out anyway. After hearing her words, Third Aunt Zhao sighed softly. "Aluo is really lucky. We all benefit from her good fortune. Why don't I have such luck?" Her words earned a stern glare from Uncle Meng. Old Master Meng looked serious. "This matter must stay secret. When they return, I will tell them. When talking to the villagers, just say the 3 of them found it together." "Yes, father," everyone replied in unison. With more silver and grain, they wouldn't hide it from everyone. But the credit would be shared among the 3 of them, so Aluo wouldn't be the only one exposed in front of everyone. Meng Qingluo was very grateful to her grandfather and family for protecting her. She didn't oppose his plan. Right now, she couldn't protect herself, so she needed to stay low-key. The sky darkened again. People sent by Meng Lijing safely brought back Uncle Meng and Meng Changshao. With so much grain, and worried about attracting trouble over buying more, Meng Lijing and Old Master Meng decided to leave quickly, to stay away from trouble. That night, each family ate a hearty meal. Meng Qingluo's family had the most abundant food. They cooked thick white rice porridge, without adding wild vegetables for the first time. Besides the porridge, they had large meat buns, egg pancakes, and a roasted chicken brought back by Meng Qingluo. To avoid spreading the smell of meat, they didn't reheat the food. They ate it directly with the hot porridge, or just bit into it. In the hot summer, eating cold food wouldn't easily cause stomach problems. While others quietly made a fortune, the Meng family quietly enjoyed a feast. All 10 boys and their foolish father ate happily, with greasy mouths. Aside from the sound of slurping and chewing, there was no other noise. Uncle Meng had a good meal at noon and was still savoring it. Now they had another big meal in the evening. Life like this was better than any fairy tale. If the timing weren't wrong, he'd want to have a drink with his father and younger brother. Meng Qingluo watched her family happily eating, feeling both pleased and alert for any approaching footsteps. She was willing to use her limited strength to protect them. She wanted them to eat better and stay warmer on their journey to escape hardship. In her past life, she had grandparents, uncles, parents, and their brothers. Grandma and grandpa, when mom and dad were alive, Our family was very close and united. Unfortunately, Mom and Dad passed away early, and I came here alone. The elders and siblings over there must be very sad. Soon, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day of family reunion, will arrive. I miss them very much. But unfortunately, I cannot go back anymore. Arlo, eat quickly. Mrs. Yang saw Meng Qinglu pause, lost in thought, and quickly put the last piece of cake into her bowl. Mom, I'm full. I can't eat anymore. Meng Qinglu snapped out of her thoughts and put the cake into her silly father's bowl. Silly Dad is a man with a big stomach, and he can eat several pieces of cake. Silly Dad looked at the cake in his bowl and smiled foolishly at his daughter. Arlo.
Good.
Daughter. Good. Meng Qinglu chuckled softly. Of course, she was fine. The kind-hearted wife, who had finished eating, looked at the father and daughter with love and couldn't help but smile. Then she remembered something, and her eyes reddened. The family was happily eating when suddenly they heard soft sobbing. Everyone looked up. Grandma, why are you crying? Ten Lang, sitting beside Grandma Meng, reached out to wipe her tears. When Grandma Meng cried, everyone felt that the food in their mouths lost its taste. Luckily, they had almost finished eating. Everyone understood why Grandma was crying. She was worried about the eldest and youngest sisters. They had been outside the city for more than a day, but they hadn't seen any sign of the eldest and youngest sisters. They didn't know if they had escaped that danger at the time. If they had escaped, maybe they left after entering the city? After all, they left later than the others, and they wasted 3 more days in the bitter orange bag. According to the time and place provided by Gong Lingjun about the bandit attack, it showed that their group moved much faster than the people from Meng's village. Grandma, don't cry. Maybe the eldest and youngest sisters couldn't wait for us and have already gone north after entering the city. Their families are not many, and they have enough money to go into the city. Meng Qinglu comforted the old lady. Yes, wife, don't cry anymore. Little Arlo is right. When you cry, Jun will cry with you. Grandma Meng turned her head and saw Gong Lingjun sitting obediently, tears in his eyes, looking at her. She quickly wiped away her tears, stopped worrying, and nodded. I believe in Eruo. Our Eruo is a lucky girl. Pack up and get ready to leave. Over there, Meng Li was already urging the villagers to pack their things and prepare to go. Under the cover of night, the people from Mingjia village quietly left and continued heading north. Another group saw the villagers leave quietly without disturbing anyone and followed behind them secretly. An hour later, Meng Qingluo and her group reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up at the towering mountain that reached into the clouds, Meng Qingluo felt her heart sink. This mountain was so tall, and the forest was so dense. The only good thing was that in such deep mountains, they wouldn't have trouble finding mountain springs, wild vegetables, fruits, or even medicinal herbs. Of course, the condition was that you had to be brave enough to face danger. You had to have the skill. Meng Qingluo slowly exhaled a deep breath. She really wanted to turn back, take her family home, pay a few dozen taels of silver, and just walk straight through the city. That would be such a happy thing. Looking at the tall mountain, all her doubts about why the refugees were willing to wait outside Yunzhou City without hope disappeared. They didn't want to take the small paths because, with their thin, bony bodies, they couldn't outrun wild animals. If they encountered a beast, it would be certain death. Waiting outside the city gates, maybe some wealthy families or officials would pity them and give them some porridge. Perhaps they could even survive.
Oh my.
It's so high I can't see the top. How can we get over it? We'll all die. At the front, some village women were already shouting. Far from Yunzhou City, there were no other people besides the villagers of Mingjia. They didn't need to be overly cautious, and their voices grew louder. But that was just what the villagers thought. Not long after setting out, Meng Qingluo noticed someone was following them. Those people kept about 500 meters behind, seeming afraid to disturb them. She thought for a moment and realized who they were. As long as they had no hostility or intentions to harm the villagers of Mingjia, she was willing to let them follow. This road wasn't her doing. The main road was on the side, and everyone was going their own way. Shut up! A rude woman was shouting loudly. Why are you making noise? If you don't want to walk the mountain path, can you afford to take the main road? It was the man's voice scolding his wife. The woman shut up, but there were others in the village who shared her opinion. Some villagers approached old Master Meng and Meng Lijing and asked, "Uncle Third, Uncle Village Head, can we get through this mountain?" Old Master Meng raised his eyelids but didn't speak. Meng Lijing looked at the visitors and asked, "Get through? Do you have a better way?" The visitors didn't answer, and everyone looked at each other in silence. If they had a better plan, they wouldn't be asking for help now.
No?
Since there isn't, we have to bite the bullet and get through for our survival, Meng Lijing said firmly. And don't worry too much. We have many people, plenty of medicine and food, and water can be found in the mountains. Thanks to Uncle Third's family's good luck, we're much better off than those refugees waiting to die outside the city. Trust me, as long as our village works together, we can cross this mountain. The villagers watched quietly, and when the visitors didn't say anything more, they felt reassured. No one else voiced objections. Everyone, find a sheltered spot nearby to rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll start crossing the mountain. Rest well tonight, but remember, we're at the foot of the mountain. Be alert for wild animals coming down. According to tradition, each family takes turns on night duty, 8 people on the first half of the night, and 8 on the second. Meng Lijing made arrangements and then sat back to rest at his own home. Though he was younger than old Master Meng, he was already a grandfather. After walking for over a month and worrying about everything, he felt truly exhausted. But for the sake of his family, he had to carry this heavy burden. Fortunately, his third uncle's family was helping him. Otherwise, he didn't know if he had the strength to keep going until they reached the city and found a new home. Dinner was over. There was nothing else urgent to do, so everyone spread out their belongings and lay down to rest. Meng Qingluo fed the 2 little ones, covered them with small blankets, and then laid down herself, using a sack as a pillow, ready to sleep. Tonight, it was Meng's family on night duty. In the first half of the night, it was Meng Daliang. In the second half, Meng Sange. Meng Qingluo glanced at her tall brother's back nearby and peacefully closed her eyes. That night was calm, with no wild animals coming down the mountain or other dangers. At dawn, the villagers, who had slept soundly, opened their eyes. The moment they opened their eyes, everyone had only one thought. They were glad they had spent another safe night. The women hurried to prepare breakfast, making some pancakes and other simple food to eat on the road. After going up the mountain, they usually didn't prepare lunch at noon to save time and food. So, they made some pancakes and dried food, which could be eaten when hungry. Meng Qingluo opened her eyes and struggled to sit up. Her first priority was to feed the children. This morning, Yang prepared breakfast. Yang used a large clay pot to cook porridge, adding a little wild vegetables. In another iron pot, rice was being stir-fried. When the rice was cooked and cooled, it was packed into cloth bags as dried food. When hungry, they could grab a handful, chew it, and drink some water to satisfy their hunger. Meng fed the children and then ran over to Yang, who was cooking. "Mother, what are you doing?" "I'm cooking wild vegetable porridge. I'll also fry some rice to eat on the way," Yang said gently, giving her a warm look. Yang was fiery-tempered, but she showed all her kindness to her daughter. If her sons annoyed her, she might scold them lightly, pinch their ears, or give them a spanking, things she often did. "Is there nothing else?" "Just porridge," Meng frowned. "Mother, just drinking porridge won't fill our stomachs. Silly child, last night everyone had enough oil and water from what you bought, so we don't need a big meal this morning. Besides, those grains look plenty, but they won't last long if we eat too much now. We need to save some for later," Yang continued to explain calmly. If it had been her 3 sons, she probably would have jumped at first and then scolded them loudly. "Mother, just wait." Meng went to her basket, took out 22 meat buns, 22 large steamed buns, and 22 greasy egg pancakes. They looked like a lot, but when divided among the family, each person only got one. Originally, the Meng family had 24 members, but now there was Gong Lingjun, making 25 people in total. The 3 little babies weren't given any food. Each of them had 2 pieces, totaling 22. When Meng Qinglu took out the food, she had already counted everything. "Aluo, how much did you buy?" Yang Shi asked, surprised again as she looked at her. We already ate this much in the morning. There are still some other things left for tonight, Meng Qinglu said as she put the items away. Today we will walk all day. Mother, heat these up so the family can eat well and have enough strength to walk. Should we save some for tomorrow morning? Yang Shi hesitated, reluctant to part with the food. The weather is hot. The buns and egg pancakes can't be kept for long, so we need to eat them now. The steamed buns. Mother, keep them for tomorrow morning, Meng Qinglu replied. All right. Yang Shi happily packed the steamed buns and kept the other food warm over the porridge. The aroma of the porridge, mixed with the scent of eggs and meat, slowly spread out. Still asleep and confused, Meng Shirlang suddenly sat up. He sniffed and looked at his messy-haired, dazed father. Daddy, there's meat again. We have meat to eat. His silly father immediately woke up, eyes brightening. Shirlang.
Meat.
Aluo has. Shirlang understood what he meant and nodded vigorously. Yes. Daddy, sister is the best. She bought us candies, cakes, meat buns, roast chicken. Meng Qinglu came over and heard the two food lovers talking about food. She felt happy and gently tousled Shirlong's messy hair. Seeing her small hand on Shirlong's head, the silly father thought for a moment and reached out his big head toward her. Meng Qinglu was surprised by his sudden movement. What are you doing, Aluo?
Daughter.
The silly father anxiously shook his head. Only then did Meng Qinglu understand what he meant. She slightly curved her lips and gently stroked his messy hair with her little black paw.
Daddy.
Good boy. Yes, good boy. The silly father smiled happily, his eyes proud as he looked at Shirlang across from him. Shirlang blinked in confusion, not understanding what his father meant. Meng Qinglu almost laughed out loud when she understood. How could her silly father be so adorable? The delicious smell wafting from the pot also attracted the rest of the Meng family. Everyone was excited. They were about to have another delicious meal. The aroma also drifted to the nearby villagers' noses. It smells so good. Whose house is eating eggs or meat? Look in that direction. It's either the village chief's house or Uncle San's. They went to town yesterday and have some extra silver. They probably bought nice things for the children to enjoy. I really envy them. Their son earns a lot of money, and they can afford good things. We can't compare. Fortunately, these families just whispered about this among themselves. They felt jealous, but didn't really go over to see what they were eating or ask for some to give to their children. It's not that they didn't want to, but the old master's authority kept them from acting out of line. The old master was high in rank, experienced, and had many children and daughters-in-law who married well. He always stayed at the back of the line, taking care of everything. If they angered the old master, and the village chief ordered them to leave the group, their lives would be over. Old Master Meng also heard the villagers talking and said to Mrs. Yang, "The porridge is ready, right? Finish eating quickly, so no one gets jealous."
Yes.
It's ready. Everyone take your bowls and serve yourselves. Aluo just said, 1 meat bun, 1 pancake, and a bowl of dried vegetable porridge, enough for everyone. Eating is the safest part. The young boys of the Meng family weren't afraid of the heat. They quickly grabbed a meat bun, a pancake, and poured themselves some porridge. They placed everything on the ground, sat down, bent over, and started eating their buns and pancakes while drinking the porridge. In about 6 or 7 minutes, all 10 boys had finished their food. Meng Qingluo. She looked at the dried vegetable porridge in her bowl and then at the pancake she hadn't finished. Was she really that slow at eating? In her past life, she was in the military and eating quickly was one of her essential skills. Meat, I want to eat meat. 4-year-old Bao Miao from Aunt whose family waddled over, walking on short legs, muttering about meat. Behind him followed his grandmother, Aunt Hu. Aluo, hurry up and eat. Mrs. Yang signaled Meng Qingluo with her eyes to quickly stuff the remaining pancake into her mouth. Did you smell the aroma? The third aunt finished her last spoon of porridge, then got up to wash the dishes. Aunt Pan and second Aunt Sue also seemed eager. They finished their porridge quickly and got up to follow third aunt. Looking at Yang, her bowl was also empty. Why are you just watching me? Hurry up and finish your porridge, or someone else will take it, Yang scolded her daughter, with a sharp glare. Meng Qingluo. She quickly stuffed a biscuit into her mouth and chewed a few times, swallowing it along with the porridge in her bowl. Seeing she finished, Yang snatched her bowl and chopsticks, then ran off as if chased by a dog. Third brother, third sister-in-law, are you having breakfast? Granny, whose face was bright and cheerful, like a chrysanthemum blooming in autumn wind. Aren't you watching? Old lady replied calmly, lifting her eyelids and eating her dried vegetable porridge slowly.
Yuna, eat quickly.
You're much slower than your older brothers and younger brothers. Meng Baomiao had already stood in front of Gong Lingjun, staring intently at the meat bun in his hand, making old lady scold him. Third brother, did your family buy meat buns yesterday? That must have cost a lot of silver. Unlike my family, where there are many to eat but little work, Bao Miao hasn't had such fancy food in a long time, Granny who said pitifully, noticing old lady ignoring her. Meng Qingluo looked at old lady and then at old lady, almost laughing out loud. Old lady held half a meat bun, stiff and awkward, neither eating nor not eating. Meanwhile, old lady, hiding behind Granny who rolled her eyes at old man several times with impressive skill. In the end, old man's half bun was not eaten and was given to Bao Miao. In the tense atmosphere of the Meng family, where everyone was clearly unwelcome, Granny who left with her grandson without taking any advantage. After breakfast, the women began tidying up, preparing to go up the mountain. Meng Qingluo went to the only two livestock, 2 donkeys. She led them away from the village, feeding them water and food. She fed both donkeys together because she didn't want villagers to suspect that her family's donkey was fat and shiny while the village one was skinny and bony, which would look suspicious. Things were peaceful for a while. But while a few aunts and old lady were tidying up at home, suddenly, someone who had been following them ran quickly toward them from behind. Meng Qingluo had already finished feeding the donkeys. She, like other villagers, was sitting there waiting for her family to finish their chores. Something's happening. The men saw someone coming quickly and all stood in a line, holding their weapons to protect the women and children behind them. Meng Qingluo stood up and saw the leader, a tall, thin young man, from afar. Father, it's those people, Dalong immediately said. Yes, it's them. Old Master Meng nodded. He and old brother Meng Lijing had already noticed someone following them. But they knew the followers had been behind them all along, keeping some distance. Although they were cautious, they didn't want to worry the villagers, so they said nothing. Why did they suddenly change their plan and come closer? Meng Qingluo frowned. Her earlier judgment was correct. These people coming suddenly must mean something big has happened. Soon, the group was only about 100 meters away from Meng Qingluo and the others. Seeing their cautious behavior, they realized there was a misunderstanding. The tall, thin young man and an old man stopped their people and said a few words. Then, only those two approached. The old man stepped forward, bowing to old Master Meng and Meng Lijing before speaking. Dear sir and brothers, please don't be nervous. We mean no harm. The old man was slightly older than Meng Lijing. The dear sir referred to old Master Meng, and brothers meant Meng Lijing. Seeing the visitors' friendly attitude, the villagers relaxed. Old Master Meng and Meng Lijing also returned the greeting. May I ask what brings you here? My name is Chen. I am a hunter from Shizhou. This is my eldest son, Chen Yuliang. The others behind us are my family and relatives. Like you, we fled our hometown because of a natural disaster in Shizhou and couldn't survive there. I see that your villagers are disciplined and united, which shows good management by Lijing and the others. To gain a little more hope, I, unfortunately, followed you from afar without your permission. I didn't want to disturb you, but we just received news that last night, after we left, there was a sudden riot outside Yunzhou City, with refugees attacking and trying to force their way into the city. The government sent officers and soldiers to control the city. They drove away the refugees outside the city walls, and many refugees were injured or died. Those resting outside were also affected. Many refugees who didn't want to take small paths lost their way. By dawn, they were already heading this way. To avoid meeting them, we must walk faster and get ahead of them. Everyone felt relieved after hearing Old Man Chen's words, but their worry grew again. Old Master Meng and Meng Lizheng thanked the two men, then turned to urge the villagers to hurry and leave. Fortunately, breakfast was ready, and everything was packed. The villagers carried what they could, some on their backs, some on their shoulders, some in their hands. They started climbing the mountain. A riot among the refugees was a bad sign, and everyone was nervous. Meng Qingluo still carried little Bao on her back and held her small bag. De Bao was carried by Yang's wife. Without carts or donkeys, the men carried the heavy household items. Dad was a bit slow, but strong. He carried the big iron pot and the clay cooking pot in a large basket. The most important and heaviest thing was the grain. Uncle Meng carried it on his shoulder and in his hand. Besides the three little children, everyone else was carrying something. Zhao, Auntie Meng's sister-in-law, hid 5 jin of cured meat in a basket as a treasure and kept it close, not letting anyone take it. Meng Qingluo looked at her helplessly. Luckily, it was salty enough not to spoil, or it would have grown green mold. The villagers had rested well these days, eaten enough, and weren't thirsty. They all walked quickly. Even the children, encouraged by the adults, hurried along with their short legs. At night, there were no mosquitoes bothering them, so the children slept peacefully. The bites on their skin had been cleaned and treated with medicine by Meng Qingluo and Grandma. The swelling was gone, and it no longer itched or oozed yellow fluid. Some medicines were bought from the city, and others Meng Qingluo took from her space to use. Grandma, who knew medicine, kept all the purchased medicines at Meng Qingluo's house. Meng Qingluo took the medicines and put them in her basket to carry. So, if there were any differences in what medicines she had, no one would notice without careful checking. The villagers moved quickly ahead, and the Qin family followed behind at a safe distance of a few hundred meters, very disciplined. Their actions made Old Master Meng, Meng Lizheng, and Meng Qingluo very happy. Since they are not related by blood and are not very familiar with each other during this difficult time, I can't fully trust them. At the foot of the mountain, the land was still covered with dry grass and withered trees. After Meng Qingluo and her group had walked for most of the day, the plants on the mountain began to turn green. Mother, look. Look. There are wild vegetables. The children cheered happily. Oh, Father, look. Look. There are rabbits. Qilong, who was walking ahead of Meng Qingluo, also shouted excitedly. Everyone, sit down and rest a bit. Have some food, Meng Li said, looking around at the rare patch of green grass. They had been climbing all morning and were tired. Plus, the path ahead was more rugged, and there wouldn't be a good place to rest if they kept going. By midday, everyone had traveled quite a distance and had already left the other refugees far behind on the mountain. They couldn't remember the last time they saw so much green. Seeing the lush greenery made everyone feel happier. The Meng family found a piece of land. They took out mats, quilts, and sheets from their bundles and baskets, things they usually used to sleep on. The family sat or lay down, enjoying the cool mountain breeze, eating dry food, drinking water, and taking short naps. Old Master Meng looked at Meng Qingluo, who was teasing little Bao, then at his silent eldest son in his arms, and finally turned his curious gaze to Daba, who was twisting his head around looking around. He tapped his pipe and called out to his granddaughter, Aluo. Meng Qingluo looked at her grandfather. In the past, when the children were small, we didn't give them proper names or record them in the family register. Once we settle down, we need to register the children and give them official names. You should think about their names along the way. What do you think? Although the old man hesitated at first, he finally spoke. He hadn't dared to bring it up before because it was a sensitive issue for the children. Now that he saw the children slowly forgetting about the capital and their past worries, he felt more confident to mention it. All right, I'll think about it, Meng Qingluo replied with a smile. She tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, Daba will be called Meng Chongping, and Xiaoba will be called Meng Chong'an. These names might be simple, but she didn't expect her children to become famous or successful. She just hoped they would live safe and healthy lives. That was every mother's wish. She didn't care about fame or wealth, only that her children would be happy and healthy all their lives. All right, Chongping, Chang'an. That name is so good. The old man nodded repeatedly, looking at his silly son holding Dabao. He teased him. Dabao, from now on, your good boy name will be Chongping. Do you like this name? Dabao, who was looking around, fixed his gaze on great-grandpa. His small, calm face showed a change, and he responded to Grandpa. Our Chongping is speaking now. He says he likes it, right? Chongping responded again. The old man smiled, and Meng Qingluo also smiled. Dabao really understood, and was responding to Grandpa. Dabao likes the name his mother gave him. What about Little Bao? Do you like it? Meng Qingluo held Little Bao, facing her with her small face, and looked at her. I like it. My name sounds better than my brother's. Haha, Meng Qingluo giggled happily, laughing like a hen that just laid an egg. She even leaned in to kiss Little Bao's small face several times. The old man. His granddaughter was becoming less careful about her image. Isn't it proper for a girl from a wealthy family in the capital to smile without showing her teeth? Forget it. No matter if she's from a noble family or a wealthy household, his little Luo is just his own girl. She's a simple girl from a humble family, not related to those big families. Feeling her mother's joy, Little Bao got excited. He kept shouting and waving his little hands, kicking his tiny feet on Meng Qingluo's lap. Dabao looked at his excited little brother calmly, giving him a disdainful look. Childish. Next moment. Mom hasn't kissed me yet? Meng Qingluo was surprised to see Dabao shouting at her. He actually understood what his older brother meant. Is he jealous? Yes. She can't favor one over the other. She must treat them equally. Meng Qingluo handed Little Bao to Grandpa and took the big one from her silly father, kissing his small face several times. Finally, Dabao was satisfied. He closed his eyes and started to doze off in his mother's arms. The family heard that Meng Qingluo had given both children good names. Everyone said the names were nice, meaningful, and pretty. Unlike other families, where boys are called things like Dog Egg, San Mao, Pillar Fai, Lai Bao, Jinzi, and girls are called Peach, Pear, Flower, Fragrance. Arlo, mother needs to go pee. Will you go with her? Yang approached her. Yes. Mother and daughter walked one behind the other toward the nearby woods. The forest was thick, with lots of dry leaves. As Yang stepped forward, she suddenly jumped and shouted. What happened? What happened? Girl, there's a person. I stepped on someone. Yang pointed at the ground with a pale face. Meng Qingluo frowned and looked down. Mother, he's alive. Oh? He's alive? You scared me. Yang patted her chest, still shaken. Meng Qingluo looked silently at the person lying on the ground. His face, flattened by her mother's foot, still had a shoe print. Mother, you've squished Grandpa's face. Haha, Meng Qingluo couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Hey, you brat, don't laugh at me. Hurry, and think of a way to help him. Why isn't he waking up if he's not dead? Yang, feeling guilty, started to worry about the situation.
Okay, I'll check.
Mother, you find a spot to pee first. If he wakes up, I can't do anything now. All right. Yang ran off. Don't go too far. Call me if you need anything. Got it. Yang was away, and Meng Qingluo reached out to check the man's pulse. Just fainted from a fall. The man was a bit older, but in good shape. He wasn't faint from thirst or hunger. His clothes weren't very good, but not terrible. They were torn, with cuts on his hands, face, and neck. Meng Qingluo also smelled a faint herbal scent on him. Thinking of something, she stood up and looked around. Sure enough, she found a small basket under a nearby tree, with herbs scattered around it, along with a hoe and a long rope for climbing. These items confirmed her suspicion. The man on the ground was either a herbalist or a doctor. She didn't know how he fell down the mountain, but he was knocked out. Turning him over, she saw a large swelling on the back of his head, with faint blood seeping out. His injuries were mostly scrapes and cuts, not serious. The main injuries were on his left hand and head. His left hand was broken and there was a bump on the back of his head. While Yang was not around, Meng Qinglu fed the old man some ancient well water, applied acupuncture, and told On Nai to handle the external injuries when he returned. Luo, how is he? Is he awake? No, the old man's head was hit hard from behind. We need to carry him back, so On Nai can check him. Okay. Go pee first. After you're done, we'll carry him back together. The old man was not tall or fat. Meng Qinglu and Yang each carried him, one holding his head, the other his feet, and they carried him back like that. Fourth wife, Qinglu, why are you two carrying a dead person back? So unlucky. On the way back, they met Hu Pozi, who was coming from the latrine. When Shuiyang woke up, he found himself being carried somewhere. He was trying to remember what had happened. His last memory was falling down the mountain. Soon, he understood that he had been saved. He was about to thank the people carrying him when he heard Hu Pozi say something sneaky. Feeling frustrated, the old man suddenly burst with energy. His eyes opened wide, and he glared at the speaker, shouting, "Who's dead? Who's unlucky?"
Huh?
I think it's you, old lady, who's dead and unlucky. Ah, I'm coming back to life. Help! Hu Pozi's cheeks twitched as she ran away quickly, shouting loudly. Sui Yang? Yangxi? Meng Qinglu. The mother and daughter looked at each other, nodded in understanding, and stepped forward. Whether he was awake or not, he was injured, so they decided to carry him back first. Let me down. I can walk by myself. Shuiyang woke up and felt embarrassed to let the two carry him further. Why walk? Yang sure glared with her bright eyes. You have a bump on your head, a broken left arm, and injuries all over, Shuiyang. Ugh, so fierce. Even fiercer than his wife back in the day. Hu Pozi's loud commotion also attracted the people resting on the lawn. Amid her rambling, everyone finally understood what she meant. What are you yelling about? Old Master Meng scolded her, and Uncle Meng immediately got up and walked over to Meng Qinglu's side. After seeing that they really carried someone, and after asking about the situation, they thought for a moment and then took the person in their arms. They carried Shuiyang back to the green lawn. Struggling and protesting without success, Shuiyang muttered, "Ugh, ugh. Bandits, robbers, all these people are too fierce and unreasonable." Although they saved his life, he felt guilty toward his wife. Now old and frail, he had been hugged by a man. He felt dirty. He thought he was no longer pure. Could this be what people call losing innocence late in life? If Meng Qingluo knew that the old man, with white eyebrows and beard, still had such romantic thoughts, she would probably laugh so hard she'd hurt her stomach. If Uncle Meng knew, he might be so frightened he'd throw the man off the mountain on the spot. Soon, this strange old man joined Meng Qingluo's group fleeing the disaster. He had white hair and a white beard, tilted his head to the right, his left hand hanging over his chest, limping as he walked, carrying a small basket of medicine on his back. Mrs. Meng couldn't treat injuries from falls, but Meng Qingluo could, though she wouldn't show it openly. Everything was directed by the old man, and the medicine she used was from the basket she had picked up. Shuiyang said he was a doctor. Seeing the drought in several states, he wanted to travel and help by healing people. But his food, water, and silver were stolen by refugees. His kind heart didn't get a good reward. He had no choice but to go up the mountain to gather herbs to sell or treat illnesses in exchange for food. One careless step caused him to fall and roll down the mountain. Before losing consciousness, his only thought was, "It's over. Others couldn't be saved, and now I'm risking my life too." Originally, one more person meant more food and water needed. The villagers wanted to chase the old man away, but when they heard he was a skilled doctor, they kept quiet. "Little girl, do you know medicine?" the old man asked mysteriously, leaning close to Meng Qingluo. Since they were all healers, he knew she had helped him before he woke up. It was obvious, especially since only she and Yang Shi were around, making it easy to connect her to the situation. Meng Qingluo didn't deny it directly. She looked at him with her beautiful fox-like eyes, full of warning. Her message was clear. "Old man, dare you meddle? If you do, I'll chase you away." Shuiyang didn't understand why the girl was reluctant to show her medical skills, but he was wise and cautious. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Girl, where do you hide your silver needles? What are you trying to do? Meng Qingluo looked at him cautiously. Don't worry, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that I have nothing, following your family, eating your food, drinking your water. Besides my medical skills, I am quite careless. I looked at your father. He probably wasn't born foolish. Maybe he fell when he was young. My silver needles are somewhere lost when I fell down the mountain. I know you have some. Can I borrow them to use? Oh, not bad, old man. Are you trying to check my father's head? Meng Qingluo's eyes brightened. According to the original owner's memory, she had already remembered that her father was not born stupid. Her grandmother said that her father fell when he was about 5 years old, hitting the back of his head, like the old man. Since then, he only grew taller but not smarter. Her grandmother also said that her father was clever and talkative when he was young, just like Shirlang. Every time she mentioned this, her grandmother felt regretful. Her grandfather felt guilty, always thinking they didn't take good care of him and that they missed his whole life. Her father is already over 30. The earlier he gets checked, the better. She can't treat him now, but the old man's medical skills should be good. If he can help, that would be perfect. That is, the old man proudly lifted his chin. Little kid, I don't want to reveal my identity or I might scare you. Then you'll be begging me to check your father's head. Heh, Meng Qingluo chuckled softly. Old man, what's your surname? Doesn't matter if I have a surname or not. Shuiyong waved his hand. Well, since we'll be together for a long time, I can't keep calling you old man all the time. My family can't keep calling you old sir forever, right? Shue, the old man suddenly said.
Shue?
That sounds so familiar. She thought she had heard that surname somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. You're about the same age as my grandfather. From now on, I'll call you Grandpa Shue. Suit yourself. But I need to correct you. I am much older than your grandfather. I am 66 this year, 7 years older than him. 7 years is a big difference. 7 years old is still a child. In modern times, just starting elementary school, how can he be a half-grown kid? Meng Qingluo didn't bother arguing with him. She rolled her eyes and happily ran over to her family. Grandpa, Grandma, Mother. Grandpa Shue, I mean the old man we just saved. He said his surname is Shue, he's 76 years old, and he also said he can cure my father's illness. Not far away, old man Shue. Why is this little girl so talkative? She repeated everything he said word for word. And wait, when did I say I could completely cure it? Before old man Shue could finish muttering to himself, suddenly, he was surrounded by over 20 members of the Meng family. Miracle doctor, can you really cure my son's illness? The old man looked excited. Miracle doctor. Mrs. Meng's eyes were full of hope. Honestly, the old couple really hit the mark. He is indeed called a miracle doctor by everyone. From emperors to common people, stories about him are told as if he's a legend. Swallowing hard, he felt a bit scared by the way the Meng family looked at him, as if they might eat him. I can't guarantee to cure him completely, but give me 3 months, and his condition will definitely improve. Good, good. The old man was so happy he rubbed his hands together. Miracle doctor, we don't expect him to be as healthy as others, just better than now is enough. Yes, yes. Miracle doctor, go ahead and treat him. No need to feel pressured, Grandma Meng added kindly.
So,
when can treatment start? Uncle Meng asked happily. Back then, fourth brothers had been examined by many doctors, and they all said it was very difficult. Better doctors said that fourth brothers had been badly injured, and it would take time for the injury to heal naturally. It's been decades, and from how fourth brother looks, the injury must have been quite serious. A few days later, I think. My neck is sore and my hand is also broken, he said. All right, wait until you're healthy again, Dr. Shue. Old Master Meng changed his way of addressing him from old man to you. From now on, don't call me Dr. Shue. Just call me Old Man Shue or Grandpa Shue. Shue, old man waved his hand. With this excuse, he finally felt he could stay here legally. It wasn't easy. Grandpa Shue, huh? Shue, old man looked at Meng Qingluo. Among this family, she was the cleverest and most mischievous. I think Grandpa Shue can start treating my father's head today. Just kidding, the sooner you start treatment, the better. What are you waiting for? Don't waste free labor. Don't exploit it. My hand is still injured. Old Shui glared at him. The injured hand is your left hand. The other hand is fine, Meng Qingluo said calmly, glancing at the old man's right hand. My neck is also crooked. Old Meng struggled angrily. It's just a slight twist of the neck, not like your eyes are twisted and can't see the acupuncture points. Old Shui. Meng family members. Also, I can help you with the treatment, Meng Qingluo added. All right, with your help, let's start the treatment now. The old man waved his healthy right hand. The Meng family members were all stunned. The way Meng Qingluo and the old man interacted, it was clear that she was the one seeking his help for her father, but actually, he was the one asking her to treat her father. The acupuncture was on his head, not somewhere else. They found a quiet place. The old man, Uncle Meng, and big brother Meng stayed outside, keeping villagers away. Meng Qingluo took out a set of silver needles and a set of gold needles from her bag. Seeing the intricate gold needles, Dr. Shui's pupils shrank, his eyes widened. After a moment, he reacted and looked at her with a complex expression. Girl, actually, your father's illness doesn't need my help. Are you trying to use my name? Meng Qingluo nodded. Yes, Grandpa Shui. I had a strange experience and haven't dared to show it in front of my family. Today, meeting you is my chance and also my father's chance. We can't wait any longer. His brain condition needs early treatment. Besides, Grandpa Shui, I already know your identity. You're the famous Dr. Shui, known from the royal family to common people. Everyone knows you. Dr. Shui looked at her quietly. After a moment of tea, he nodded.
Yes.
You know my identity, so you choose to trust me. You even told me secrets that your family doesn't know. No, Meng Qingluo shook her head. It's not because of your fame or reputation. It's because I see you as a fellow doctor with a kind heart, and your good deeds make me believe you're a trustworthy doctor. I believe you won't expose me. Not only that, you'll even help me cover it up. She was the sweet, obedient granddaughter in her grandma and grandpa's eyes, the caring daughter in her mother's eyes. She couldn't afford to ruin her image. Dr. Shui smiled. A doctor with a kind heart. Since that is the case, the old man, with a shameless face, asked you to call him master. How about you become my disciple in the future? That's great. I was just thinking the same. The two honest and straightforward people, sharing mutual respect without many words, agreed happily. Thus, Meng Qingluo officially became the exclusive disciple of the renowned doctor and poison master, Dr. Shui. Master, shall we first treat my father with acupuncture? After the famine ends and everyone settles down, I will formally bow to you as my teacher and serve to you according to the rules? Yes, yes.
Haha.
Good, good. It was decided happily. After resting for an hour, everyone continued their journey. On the way, the Meng family members were surprised to see that, from calling him that old man or Grandpa Shui, they now called him Master. Moreover, Dr. Shui agreed. Old Master Meng pulled Meng Qingluo aside. Luo, when did you recognize the divine doctor as your master? Just now, when I was helping my father with his illness. He said I was good at assisting him, and since he's talented in medicine, I thought since his medical skills are so good, I might as well learn from him. So, I agreed to call him Master. Old Master Meng was speechless. But I told him, even though Master doesn't care about formalities or rituals, once we settle down, we will formally bow to him according to his rules. Did the divine doctor agree?
He did. Great.
Old Master Meng happily patted Meng Qingluo's shoulder. Since the divine doctor likes you, that's your good fortune. You must learn medicine well from your master and remember to be respectful and kind to him. I understand, Grandpa. Nearby, Dr. Shui heard old Master Meng's words about respecting him, and he couldn't help but smile widely. Haha, even a clever little fox can't outsmart me. Is he just using me as a tool? I don't care, if you truly want to learn medicine from me. Since you've called me Master, you belong to my school now. From now on, you're responsible for my food, clothing, and everything.
Ugh. So cold.
A mountain wind blew, and Jiao Lang shivered. Yes, it's cold. High mountains are like that, different temperatures at the peak, the middle, and the bottom. It's getting dark. The people from Meng village, who had traveled all day, were nearing the middle of the mountain. They felt the temperature change from hot to cool, and now to cold. Chang Xiao, take Huzi and the others to find Uncle Xingzi. Go ahead and check if there are any big caves or safer places to rest at night. We're getting close to the deep mountains, and without a safe place, we won't be able to sleep well. Without a safe cave to stay in, if wild animals come, everyone would be in danger. Got it, Dad. Don't forget to look for water too. The group left. Meng Qingluo watched them go, then thought for a moment before turning to old head Shui. Master, how long have you been wandering in these mountains? Do you know where any caves are? Luckily, Meng Qingluo asked old head Shui this question. When night fell and everyone had to travel with torches, Uncle Meng and the others returned. They brought back 2 pieces of news. One good, one bad. The good news was that they found a small mountain stream nearby with water. The bad news was that they didn't find a large cave big enough to hold over 100 people. Master, where exactly are those 2 big caves on the mountain slope? Old head Shui closed his eyes to think, then looked around. Go get the 2 treasures from Uncle Da. Let me see the terrain around here, then I can think. Uncle Da had 2 treasures from overseas, 1,000 Miles Eye, and a powerful flashlight. Everyone knew about them, and old head Shui did too. Soon, the 2 treasures were brought over. Under the flashlight's light, old head Shui used binoculars to scan the mountain surroundings for a while before telling old Master Meng, Old Meng, I'll go ahead. Follow me. Led by old head Shui, the people from Mengjia village found the 2 big caves. Someone inside first, cutting grass, pulling out big stones, and shoveling dirt. They even set some dry grass on fire to smoke out the caves. Finally, they cleaned the caves so people could stay in them. But everyone suddenly realized that although the caves were big, there were quite a few people from Mengjia village. If everyone and their belongings went inside, no one could lie down fully, only half reclining. The caves were found by old head Shui. The Meng family first chose a dry, clean, and flat spot inside the cave. During such times, no one was kind enough to give way. They were villagers, but they were also like family, and safety came first. The Meng Lijing family also entered the neighboring cave first. That is my family's late husband's 3rd brother. Their family has already moved in, and it should be our turn next. Old Master Shui is my family's A Luo's teacher. The place he found, what right do you have to compete with me for it? Just as the family sat down to tidy up and prepare to lay out bedding, they heard noise outside. The sound was clearly from Aunt Hu, and Meng Qinglu could guess her proud expression when she spoke. Madame Meng rolled her eyes at old Master Meng, then turned away and started talking to little Bao, who was still lying in the basket, teasing him. Old Master Meng frowned and stood up, shaking his head as he slowly went outside. He said angrily, 4th sister-in-law, what are you arguing about again? The cave is big enough for everyone to squeeze in. Don't block the door. Let them come in quickly. With the old master speaking, Aunt Hu stopped arguing. The other side, who was competing with her, also didn't want to fight anymore. They moved aside, and while she was making way, Aunt Hu pouted her bottom and led her family of 4 into the cave, finding a spot next to Meng Qinglu's family to settle down. The villagers from the other family. Old Master Meng. Shunzi, she's on my left side. You can find a place to rest on my right side, Old Master Meng said politely to that family. All right, 3rd uncle, they replied. Fortunately, because of old Master Meng's good relationship with them, they didn't argue with Aunt Hu. There were no carts or wheelbarrows. 2 donkeys were tied at the cave entrance. Over 100 people, along with their belongings, squeezed into 2 caves. The smell was terrible, stinky, and sour. Words couldn't describe it. Big uncle, how far is the mountain stream with water from here? Meng Qinglu asked. It's not too far. On the way, old Master Meng was paying attention to the route and calculating the distance to fetch water from the stream. When she heard it wasn't far, Meng Qinglu was happy. She and her 2 children could finally wash their hair, bathe, and change clothes. Dad, should we tell everyone? Each family can bring their water containers and go fetch water first, she suggested. Yes, that's necessary. Don't worry. Uncle Li Zheng will arrange everything. Old Master Meng nodded. Finding water was difficult, and once they finally had some, the villagers would surely be eager to fetch water too. Meng Qinglu didn't mention her plan to boil water for bathing and washing hair. If so many people boiled water, the water in the stream tonight wouldn't be enough for everyone. Men gather water, women light fires and cook on the open ground in front of the cave. Children sit around the fire, either warming themselves or playing. At noon, hardworking women go nearby to dig up wild vegetables, and some find mountain mushrooms. Meng Qingluo's family also collects many wild vegetables and mountain mushrooms. Although Uncle Meng Sen has a limp, he is still a good hunter. While Qingluo is giving her simple father injections at noon, she takes Erlang for a walk in the woods and catches a wild rabbit and a mountain chicken. Tonight's dinner at Meng's house is very rich. Besides their usual flatbread, they have fresh wild vegetable rice porridge, a pot of mountain mushroom chicken soup, and a large bowl of dried salted preserved meat. The wild rabbit is skinned, cleaned, and marinated to be eaten the next day. The salted preserved meat was taken from Aunt Zhao, who strongly requested to have a big piece cut off. Meng Qingluo says that they're still on the outskirts of the deep mountains. Starting tomorrow, they will have to cross the Real Forest. The less weight they carry, the better. After they finish the meat, they can buy more once they settle down, so there's no need to carry it all the way to their final destination. Although the Meng family doesn't say it openly, they all secretly agree that Qingluo is lucky and blessed. If it were others, Zhao might argue more, but since she has spoken, they all agree to take some of the meat. Besides, it's not just for a Luo to eat alone. After walking so far, having some meat and salt is good for both adults and children. Because tonight they are eating rice porridge, not made from brown rice. During dinner, Meng prepared 2 small bowls of porridge in advance, breaking up the wild vegetables inside, adding a big spoon of chicken soup to each. She handed 1 bowl to Yang and 1 to her, feeding to Bao and Xiao Bao. The 2 little ones are already 10 months old. They can't just drink milk powder to satisfy their hunger. They can eat solid foods like porridge with vegetables. When they first arrived, the children were too weak. Meng didn't dare give them anything other than milk powder. But after more than half a month of caring for them, the little ones have grown a bit stronger and healthier. When standing, their bones are more solid, and they have better resistance. Their stomachs are no longer so weak. When possible, Meng Qingluo begins to feed them some foods other than milk powder, like secretly taking out a few cherries from her space, removing the seeds, and giving them to the children. In her space, there are various fruits, vegetables, and rice flour formulas to ensure the children get a balanced diet. Although Meng Qingluo had not raised children in her past life, she had seen others do so. A leader in her unit had a 10-month-old baby who was chubby and cute. The baby could stand steadily while holding onto a stool, with short legs full of strength.
Wow.
Sister, what's wrong? What happened to your mouth? After feeding Xiao Bao and washing the bowl, Meng Qingluo saw Shouyang run in, covering his mouth and crying. Sister, I lost a tooth. Without it, I can't bite meat, and meat is hard to chew. What's the point of living if I can't eat? Thinking about the old ladies in the village with their crooked teeth and their complaints about not being able to chew meat, Shouyang felt more and more sad. He wished he could roll on the ground and throw a tantrum like them. Meng Qingluo gently opened his mouth to check. One of his side teeth was gone, with some blood on the silver filling. She knew he was starting to lose his baby teeth. Seeing him cry so loudly, she couldn't help but laugh and feel a bit helpless. Why are you crying? It's only temporary. When the new tooth grows in, you'll be able to chew again. Shouyang immediately stopped crying, his eyes wide with surprise and wet with tears. Really? It can grow back. Of course. Ask your brothers if they lost their teeth when they were little. When he heard teeth could grow back, Shouyang was happy. But without teeth, he looked a bit funny. He held a small, blood-stained baby tooth in his hand and asked, Sister, what should I do with this tooth? Take it to Mother. She will keep it safe for you. Okay. Shouyang happily ran off, gave the baby tooth to Yang, and then covered his mouth with his hand, smiling and playing with his brothers. That night, Meng Qingluo finally managed to heat water for herself and the two children to take a bath, wash their hair, and change into clean clothes. Smelling the fresh scent of her hair and the children's gentle bath soap, she felt her life was complete. After washing, the children's smooth skin and delicate faces appeared clearly. They no longer looked like skinny, pitiful little kids. These two children are really good-looking. Zhao, looking at Yang and Meng Qingluo holding the clean, white little ones, praised with a smack of her lips. Because Meng's family had good looks from their grandparents, everyone was pretty. But compared to the two little ones, they seemed less attractive. That's right. Just look at who their parents are. Our family's Aluo is quite good-looking. On the way here, she was tired and lost weight, and she got darker from the sun. Once she settles down, she will rest well and recover, and she might be like she was when she was a child. In the words of scholars, it's something like snow love or something similar. Yang raised her head proudly, looking very proud. Fourth aunt, Yushua is adorable. Wulong leaned in and said, Yes, Yushua is cute. It shows that our Wulong's studying wasn't in vain. Wulong, once things settle down, you should take the imperial exam again and bring back a scholar title to honor our family. Wulong is already a student preparing for the imperial exam. If it weren't for the famine, he would be getting ready to take the exam this year. Fourth aunt, Wulong can do it. Wulong nodded confidently, not being modest. Meng Qingluo didn't speak, but listened as her family talked back and forth, occasionally kissing the cheeks of the little treasure in her arms, then leaning over to kiss the big treasure in Yang's arms, to prevent the big treasure from feeling jealous of his brother. Night gradually deepened, and the mountain looked even more quiet and dark. Owls called, and from afar, wolves howled and bears roared. Sometimes, tigers roared too. Shangxiao, older brother. Everyone, keep the fire at the cave entrance burning brightly. Hearing the eerie calls, old Master Meng loudly ordered the night guards outside. Meng Qingluo didn't dare to sleep deeply that night, worried that wolves or bears might come out of the mountains and attack them. Today, Uncle's mountain chicken and rabbits were alive. She tried to put them into the space, but couldn't. Dead animals could be stored, but live ones, besides her, no one else could put in. This means that if danger comes, she might not be able to put the children into the space to protect them. Fortunately, the night passed, and everyone woke up without any wild animals visiting. At the flat ground near the cave entrance, it became lively again. Women prepared breakfast and dried food. There was water in the small stream, enough for them to use freely. The cook hadn't enjoyed such a water-efficient meal in a long time. This morning, it was Aunt Pan's turn to cook. Aunt Zhao helped with the stove, while Meng Qingluo, Yang, and Su took the children to wash at the stream. They stepped on the stones by the stream, washed the children's faces with the clear water, and cleaned their own mouths and faces. During this time, the two children's eyes kept focusing on Meng Qingluo. Wherever she was, their little eyes followed her closely, full of admiration. Their cute expressions made Yang and Su laugh out loud. So you really are her daughter? Your little eyes weren't so lively before. Those were small, but now they're bigger and can recognize people. Meng Qingluo said with a smile. What a joke. They're not as quick and lively as before, which makes her worry and work hard. Since she arrived, she never stopped feeding the children, whether it was milk powder, rice flour, or other foods. She even mixed spring water from her space into their meals to nourish them. Look at them. In about 2 months, they should be able to stand steadily. I guess they'll walk when they're a little over a year old. But I wonder when they'll start calling Mama? Su reached out her little finger and gently touched the children's tiny hands. The two little ones looked away from their mother and glanced at Su, then quickly looked back at her. As for their tiny hands, Grandma, if you want to hold them, go ahead, but don't delay us from watching our beautiful mother. It's hard to say. Some children learn to walk first, then talk. Others start talking first, then walk, Yang said with a shake of her head. Mom, second aunt, we're leaving now. After breakfast, we have to set out, one of the children announced. When they heard about leaving to walk and travel, Yang and Su both sighed. Su said, It would be so nice if this was our home. Yang chuckled. Living deep in these mountains as a home? Every night, I'd be scared to death. Who knows what might come down from the mountain and bite us? Meng Qingluo didn't speak, but she understood. Everyone's true wish was to settle down somewhere. They had been on the road for so long. Everyone wanted to find a safe place. They kept walking, but their hearts grew tired and uncertain. Mom, second aunt, once we settle down, we'll rest properly. We'll sleep until we wake up naturally, cook delicious food every day. I want to brew wine for Master, Grandpa, and the others. This time, even Sue smiled. Even when we settle down, it won't be like sleeping until we wake up ourselves. Eating good food every day. What a wonderful life that would be. They heard that in the palace, the empress and the concubines had to greet the emperor early and late. The grand gates and households followed strict routines, even more formal than ordinary farmers' families. Meng Qingluo hesitated to speak because her words about the days she longed for weren't just her imagination. In her past life, when most people weren't working, like when he wasn't training, they would do whatever they wanted, sleep until they felt like waking, go out to eat whatever they craved, or order takeout. On hot days like now, everyone would lie on the sofa at home, enjoying the air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and watermelon, reading novels, watching videos, or playing games on their phones. If second sister and mother knew that in that world, just by clicking on their phones, someone would deliver food within half an hour, they would think it was a fairy tale life. Not just them. Thinking about it now, even she felt it was a life only fairy tales could match. Unlike now, when she was always tense, sometimes out of water, sometimes out of food, constantly on guard against others stealing, and always on the move. The heavy backpack was now replaced by a little baby.
Sigh.
Meng Qingluo wanted to cheer her mother and second sister with a big dream, but she ended up feeling worried herself because her dream wasn't coming true. When will this life ever get better? She felt like she was about to break apart. Let's go, again and again. There was no more road ahead. She had to make her own way. The strong young man held a chopping knife, clearing the path ahead by chopping through branches and cutting down tall grasses and plants that blocked the way, barely opening a bloody trail. The previous group of pathfinders was tired, so she replaced them with the next group. The Qin family, who had been following the people from Mingjia village since last night, hadn't appeared since then. Old Mr. Chen was a clever and wise man. He knew that staying too close would annoy the villagers and make them suspicious. So, last night, the villagers of Mingjia village stayed in the cave, while the Chen family camped on the grassland nearby, setting up tents. Old Mr. Chen originally wanted to help the villagers of Mingjia in the mountains, but later he realized that among them were not only lucky people but also capable and talented individuals. There was no need for him to interfere unnecessarily. Old man Shui rolled his eyes but thought to himself, my unkind disciple finally remembered to think of his master and cares a little now. It's not safe to carry. Meng Qingluo nodded, panting heavily. I still want someone to carry me. Old man Shui decisively looked away, annoyed, and turning his back to her. He didn't want to talk to her. Talking to her made him feel upset because she didn't seem to respect elders or teachers. A sharp cry came from ahead, along with stomping feet. Snake. Snake. Big snake. The 100-person group wasn't very long or very short. The front was in chaos, and Meng Qingluo's family at the back could only watch helplessly at the shouting. Meng Qingluo thought for a moment and said to her third brother, Meng Sanling, third brother, pass the message forward. One person tells the next. Just ask if there's anything going on or if anyone needs medical help. Meng Sanling was the quietest among the 10 young men. Usually, he worked silently and didn't talk much.
He was shy.
Meng Qingluo thought she might need to explain why she was doing this, but he simply told the people ahead, pass it forward one by one. Ask if there's anything happening or if anyone needs help, and then pass the message back. She was surprised because she realized he was very thoughtful, even though he was shy. It was just like when she first found out her father had extraordinary hearing. Soon, the message came back that there was no big problem. A big snake had passed by, but Uncle Meng had sprinkled realgar to scare it away. After that, similar incidents happened often, sometimes snakes, sometimes big spiders, large insects, and once they almost disturbed a bear. Luckily, the person leading the way ahead had a telescope given by Meng Qingluo, so he spotted the danger early and took a detour. They traveled safely for 2 hours, passing through a relatively flat and open area where everyone could rest and look up at the sky. What should we do? When will we get over this mountain? Did you see that snake? Its scales are black all over, as thick as a bowl, with a long, red tongue. Its belly is round and full. I saw it. The old man said the snake had already eaten its fill and was afraid of the smell of realgar powder. Maybe they will fight it. And then there was that spider. Who would have thought there could be a giant spider that acts like a sieve? It had 8 hairy legs, a colorful body, and a web with a small bird that hadn't been eaten yet. Just looking at it was really frightening. What's that? My third brother said that if a Luo hadn't used the special eye to see everything clearly, we would have been directly taken into the old den of that big bear. That bear dares to fight big bugs. The women in the village were feeling nervous and talking quietly. Before today, they only thought climbing mountains was tiring or that last night's discovery of water made them feel safe, thinking they could escape hardship. But now, deep in the forest, they felt real fear from inside. Hearing their talk, Meng Qingluo looked serious. She glanced at the 2 little ones sleeping peacefully. She had been hopeful earlier, thinking if something happened, she could hide with the children in her space. But reality hit her hard. She had been in the primeval forest before, during missions with her comrades in the southwest. This mountain was better than those times because, no matter how dangerous, it didn't rain all the time, and there were no disgusting forest leeches. Otherwise, it would be very hard for these people to walk even a little here. She wanted to use what she learned in the army to help everyone leave quickly. Otherwise, for her and everyone here, they didn't know whether an accident or tomorrow would come first. Uncle, give me the special eye. She tightened her clothes, sleeves, and pant cuffs, sprinkled insect repellent on her ankles and wrists, covered her face and head, took the eye from Uncle Meng's neck, and climbed a tall, straight tree nearby with quick movements. Uncle Meng, is that really her niece? Mrs. Young? Is that really her daughter? Old Master Meng looked at her with complicated eyes. His sweet granddaughter was finally growing up and becoming stronger. She wouldn't let anyone bully her anymore. Old Man Shui. So his disciple was so capable and brave. He was right to believe in her. Everyone in Meng's village. Who was that boy climbing the tree? Was it Baleng? Baleng. No. It's not me. Little Bajiro watched his older sister disappear quickly into the trees, trembling with fear. Usually, he could climb a few meters high and show off in front of his friends. But look at his sister. She climbs higher and faster than he does. What can he boast about now? Bajiro felt completely defeated and wanted to hold his father's leg and cry out loud. Everyone was looking up as if on a pilgrimage, even though they couldn't see the person in the tree anymore. They couldn't see because the tree was too tall and the leaves too thick. Finally, Meng Qingluo reached the top of the tree, straightened herself on the branch, and took out her high-powered military binoculars. At this moment, no one knew that everything around her was in her view. She saw soldiers densely packed on the city wall of Yunzhou, rushing like ants toward the mountain where refugees gathered, and behind them, the Qin family trying to cross the mountain. Even a yellow-haired tiger in the deep mountains, sunbathing near its den, was doing something private with its mother tiger. An angry bear was chasing 2 wild boars. On the mountain, wild pears and hawthorns were still unripe. Nearby, goats were wandering leisurely, 2 spotted deer were fighting, a little rabbit was looking for water by the stream, a mountain hen was laying eggs in its nest, and medicinal herbs swayed in the wind. Meng Qingluo observed the mountain's direction, its height, and her own position. They planned to cross the mountain, but not necessarily from the highest peak. Their goal was to go around Yunzhou Prefecture, avoiding the outposts outside the city and the soldiers' view from the city walls. Without binoculars, and if she couldn't climb high, they would have to rely on luck, just like other refugees, wandering blindly. After roughly planning the best route up and down the mountain in her mind, Meng Qingluo slid down the tree. Older sister, what did you see? Bajiro ran up, full of admiration. Meng Qingluo took off her headscarf, tidied her clothes, and replied, "Wanna know? Wanna know what I saw when I climbed up?" Bajiro. His caring sister no longer cared for him. So, love can disappear, right? Meng Qingluo ignored the villagers' surprised looks and told Meng Lijing, the old man, and the village elders about what she saw in the tree and her analysis of the next steps. Listening to her clear and logical explanation, Meng Lijing's eyes changed from surprise to shock. "A Luo, where did you learn all this?" Meng Qingluo raised her face to look at him. "Uncle Lijing, have you forgotten what my good father does? Even if he doesn't acknowledge me, I am still his child. That's an undeniable fact. Some things are inherited from him. Blood ties are real. Just because he doesn't admit it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Her words were blunt and unkind. Meng Lijing looked at her with a guilty expression. "A Luo, I'm sorry. I was too nosy. Please continue. It's okay." "I don't care anymore." Meng Qingluo waved her hand and drew a simple map on the ground. From the increase in soldiers along the city wall and the large number of refugees at the foot of the mountain, the rebellion definitely failed. "We will keep moving, but we don't need to go much further. There's a mountain pass here. We cross it and go down about 4 or 5 miles. Old Shui had been quietly listening nearby. He didn't expect that Meng Qingluo was not actually Meng family's biological daughter and had another noble identity. General Meng, the mighty general, was a favorite of the current emperor, even personally arranged a marriage for his legitimate daughter with the crown prince of the Yan King. The Yan King is the emperor's own younger brother, commanding 300,000 troops, brave and clever. People call him War God Prince. He and Meng Xiangfei guard the borders in the north and south. If the emperor didn't have such a loyal brother, with the other princes causing trouble, it would be hard to keep his throne. Yunzhou is the domain of Prince Qi, and Shizhou is the domain of Prince Jin. Neither prince is easy to deal with, and they are enemies. So, when he heard that Yunzhou Prefecture refused refugees from Shizhou to enter the city, it was expected. Thinking too far ahead, take it back. 2 years ago, when the emperor said that only the legitimate eldest daughter could be the crown princess, he was told it was not suitable for a non-heir daughter. Later, there was some incident, and the emperor changed his mind. Any legitimate daughter could do. But the emperor's change of mind didn't matter. Neither the Yan King nor his son agreed to this marriage proposal. The excuse was that the crown prince had been weak since birth and was considered short-lived, so they didn't want to delay the general's daughter. Could it be? Shuiyong looked carefully at Meng Qingluo again. He thought she looked familiar. He remembered seeing her once at a palace banquet, but she was completely different from the person she was now. That personality, that temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have linked her to the general's residence. She has 2 children.
Whose children are they?
Forget it. Whether she has changed or not, and whose children they are, from the moment she entered his medical practice, she has been his disciple. From now on, he will protect her. After making the decision, Meng Qingluo walked back to Yang's side. She smiled brightly at Yang, who looked at her with a mixture of curiosity and hesitation. She stretched out her arms to hug her and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Mother, no matter how much I change, I am still me, still your daughter." You don't need to worry. Meng Qingluo decided that instead of hiding and being cautious, she would gradually show her differences from the original owner to her family and villagers. With time, everyone would get used to her changes. Once they're used to it, they will accept her. In the future, with old man Shui as her teacher, her medical skills will be secure. Any other issues can be blamed on the bad behavior of the general's family. Older sister, can you teach me how to climb trees? 8th brother shyly moved closer to Meng Qingluo, looking at her eagerly. Grandpa has strong fists and kicks, but no internal strength or lightness skills, so 8th brother is learning external martial arts. Meng Qingluo glanced at him. Really want to learn? Yes. Okay. Older sister, you're so kind. Meng Qingluo nodded. 8th brother immediately grinned widely and jumped up happily. running off to share the good news with his friends. Although Meng Qingluo agreed in words, she was thinking that after they finish escaping and settle down, she would find someone skilled in martial arts to teach him. Eighth brother loves martial arts, is active, and not afraid of hardship. His body is suitable for training, and since he has been following his grandfather since he was young, he has a good foundation. If he is a good teacher, he might really become a master. Ah Luo, I heard your mother say you like to eat fresh wild vegetables. Here, the filial sister-in-law came over and handed her a big bunch of sanji mushrooms and a handful of wild vegetables.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Do you have some at home? Meng Qingluo was not polite. She lifted her skirt to catch the mushrooms and vegetables. Yes, yes. Although the mountain is a bit difficult to walk through, there is water and food. Picking wild vegetables and gathering wild fruits is not hard. The diligent sister-in-law is a hard-working and capable person. She has a pretty, clear face with small, bright single eyelids. Meng Qingluo looked at her back and smiled. Not only is she capable, but she is also grateful and kind. Originally, the village elder's wife had good eyes for choosing a daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, she didn't live long. After her eldest son married, he fell ill and passed away before having a grandson. Meng Qingluo gave mushrooms and wild vegetables to her third aunt, Zhao. They planned to cook and eat them after resting and starting a fire in the evening. Everyone ate dry food with plain boiled water and then set out again. This time, Meng Qingluo led the group. She had a route in her mind, and everyone had to follow her. Most villagers thought she was lucky. Since the village chief and the old master trusted her, it was right to follow her. But a few people doubted in their hearts, wondering what a young girl could know. Even if she had been to the capital, so what? The capital is easy to reach by official road and carriage, not by mountain climbing on foot. Even if her father was a general, so what? She is not a general herself. Her father didn't teach her how to lead troops or fight battles. But no one dared to say these doubts openly. If they did, the village chief might send them away, and in this deep mountain forest, their family could be left to the wolves. After walking for about 2 more hours, before dark, Meng Qingluo found a tree and climbed to the top to observe the terrain. As she expected, her route was correct. Meng Qingluo slid down the tree. Father, Uncle Village Chief, we will soon reach the valley I mentioned. There's a protruding cliff nearby, and a stream with water not far away. We can rest there tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll climb over the valley, and once we're past it, we can follow the mountain trail down. Going down the mountain trail meant they would bypass Yunzhou Prefecture and head toward their next destination. Hearing this, everyone smiled. When they approached the cliff, they saw it shaped like a factory character. In this deep mountain, it was one of the best places to rest besides caves. Let's go, fetch water. They put down their belongings and immediately went to get water to boil. They had been without water for over a month and had become used to solving the water problem first whenever they arrived somewhere. It was midnight. A loud wolf howl woke the men who were dozing at night, and even most of the others were startled awake. Meng Qingluo suddenly opened her eyes. People say wolves are clever, and it's true. She observed for a long time during the day, but never saw a wolf pack. Oh no, the wolves are here. It's a wolf pack. Look over there, all those green eyes.
Ugh, wow.
The women were so frightened they backed away, and the children who had woken up immediately cried when they saw the terrifying wolf eyes nearby. Fortunately, Meng Qingluo chose a place shaped like a factory, so at least everyone's backs wouldn't be exposed to the wolves' view, and there was some space to hide. Women, take care of your children and don't cry. Men, stay calm. Grab your tools and, just like before, gather the women and children behind you. Protect your own territory. Old master, old second, add more firewood. Keep the fires burning strong. Old Master Meng remained calm in the face of danger. After giving instructions, he led Uncle Meng, Uncle San, and the brothers De, Er, and San forward, even bringing along Ba Leng. These grandsons had been learning martial arts from a young age and had some skills. Though it was dangerous now, it was also a good chance for them to practice. Meng Qingluo looked at her family members charging ahead, then at the two little ones in the basket. She thought about how she could help later. Surprisingly, the two little kids not only woke up but also struggled to sit up in the basket. They clung to the sides with their small hands and peeked out through the gaps, watching the scene. Meng Qingluo. The little eyes of the children weren't scared at all. Instead, they looked a little excited. They seemed eager to wave their tiny hands and cheer for their great-grandfather, grandfather, and uncles. Are the big and little brothers not afraid of the wolves? Meng Qingluo was curious. The two little ones had always been well-behaved, and this was the first time she saw their reactions so strange.
Ah, ah.
Little Bao made a few sounds at her, then drooled. Meng Qingluo. She suddenly understood what her little ones meant. They were saying, "Wolf meat is tasty." Looking at Bao, he turned his head with a cold face, giving a disdainful look at his younger brother, then looked at her and said in a small voice, "Ha." Meng Qingluo. Because she quickly understood her big child's meaning. If they come, they won't return. This. Ba Lang, be careful. With Yang's scream, Meng Qingluo's eyes saw her younger brother break free from her father's protection and fight fiercely with a wolf. When the big gray wolf's sharp claws reached toward Ba Lang's chest, Meng Qingluo flicked her hand, and a silver needle pierced the wolf's claw. Yow! The wolf whimpered, limped away, and wagged its tail as it ran off. "Mother, take this, watch the children." Meng Qingluo handed the electric baton from her father to Yang, then quickly moved to Ba Lang's side. Seeing her mother also run over, little Bao got anxious and kept calling out to his brother, drooling as he did. De Bao coldly turned away his clear, calm eyes. "Humph, I'll make you drool." With a serious face, he looked at the ground, where several dead wolves lay. That was enough. He tilted his head up, pouted, and started crying loudly, mimicking other children. Anyway, he wasn't the only one crying. The little ones were all scared and crying too, right? No one noticed that when his sharp crying started, the alpha wolf on the other side hesitated, then howled at the sky and ran away into the distance. The other wolves, sensing the signal, followed and disappeared into the night. Meng Qingluo heard De Bao crying and, once the wolves left, hurried back to the children. But surprisingly, De Bao's face was dry, and his bright eyes looked at her intently. "Did I hear things?" De Bao didn't cry. Meng Qingluo looked suspiciously at the two children. "Luo, are you okay?" Yang stood up and checked Meng Qingluo from top to bottom. Seeing bloodstains on her, she became worried. "Are you hurt?" "No, it's wolf blood." Meng Qingluo shook her head. Behind Meng Qingluo, Ba Lang said, "Mother, I also went to fight the wolves. Why didn't you ask if I was hurt?" After the wolves left, everyone checked themselves. They found that aside from minor scratches on two men, no one was seriously hurt and no one was killed by the wolves. Old head Shui applied medicine to the two injured men and told his family, "It's nothing serious. Don't exert yourself these days, avoid water, and you'll heal in 5 days." Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. Meng Lijing was busy counting the healthy young men who had killed wolves. They had a good harvest, killing a total of 15 wolves. Most of these wolves were killed by Meng's family. "Third uncle, how should we deal with these wolves?" Meng Lijing asked happily. Although everyone was scared when the wolves came, now it was over, and they had gained a lot. Kill them all. In the heat, skin them and salt the meat. Each family can take a few pounds. Also, tan the skins. With water in the mountains, piling them up is fine. "We need to keep moving tomorrow," said old Master Meng, sitting and catching his breath. He was old and not as strong as the young men. "Got it. Leave 5 skins for my family. My wife is afraid of the cold, and little Aluo also fears the cold. The rest, after we go down the mountain, we can sell with the wolf meat," the old man added. "Understood, third uncle." In the middle of the night in the mountains, everyone was busy. The men were killing wolves, skinning them, and salting the meat. The women were rubbing salt on the chopped wolf meat. Each family took about 10 pounds. The villagers, who hadn't eaten meat in a long time, stared at the wolf meat, drooling. If it weren't for the smell of cooking wolf meat attracting other animals, they would have cooked it right away. Everyone was busy. Dr. Shui threw some herbs into the fire. Suddenly, the fire gave off a strange, strong smell that was neither good nor bad, drifting with the mountain wind and covering the smell of blood from the wolves. Meng Qingluo paused as she took out spray medicine from her space. The doctor was amazing. The next day, they started to go down the mountain. Meng Qingluo still led the way. Thanks to Meng Qingluo's guidance, after resting another night on the way down, the villagers finally left the frightening mountain safely by evening. On the way down, the villagers were very lucky. Several families found thumb-sized ginseng, and some found 5-year-old lingji mushrooms. Meng Qingluo's family, Yang, found a 100-year-old ginseng and a 50-year-old ginseng. Of course, she didn't see the ginseng herself. When she was carrying little Bao and he urgently needed to go to the bathroom, Yang held him and went to find a place. Little Bao pointed in a direction and shouted, "Ah, ah." Yang, feeling curious, called Meng Qingluo to see what was there. It turned out to be 2 big sticks. Yang's family smiled happily, holding the little treasure and kissing its face. These 2 old sticks were very rare and precious. Meng Qingluo didn't let others know she had them. With Yang's permission, she stored them away. Of course, she threw them directly into the space beside the ancient well, along with mud and dew. Meng Qingluo also collected a few valuable herbs, 1 20-year-old lingji mushroom and a small piece of sanchi root. She didn't tell anyone about these either, and placed them next to the well. Since her space could keep things fresh, she planned to see if she could grow some rare herbs around the well after the famine ended. From afar, they saw the official road. Everyone was happy to have bypassed Yunzhou Prefecture and sat under a tree to rest. "Hey, what's that?" Meng Qingluo put down the big treasure on her back. She noticed that besides the treasure, there were 2 small things in her basket, 1 black, 1 white. A puppy? When did they get into her basket? Meng Qingluo looked at the fluffy, small creatures, about the size of an adult's palm, looking a bit different, like little dogs. But she knew they had just come down from the deep mountains. Where could these puppies have come from? They weren't dogs. What else could they be? Debao's big eyes blinked at her mother, grinning shamelessly. His small hands clutched the 2 puppies tightly to his chest, clearly saying he wanted them. Meng Qingluo rolled her eyes. Her big kid rarely smiled unless he was asking for something. Only then would he show a little smile. "Do you like them, Debao?" "Ah, yes, I like them." "Then you can keep them if you like." Meng Qingluo didn't mind. Her space had milk powder. Whether it was 2 dogs or 200, she could take care of them. This was the first time the little one expressed wanting something. As long as he was happy, that was enough. After leaving the mountain, they faced the hot, dry weather again. The group wasn't happy for long. The drought and high temperatures soon made everyone lose their smiles. "Arrow, how far are we from Yunzhou City now?" Old Master Meng and Meng Lijeng came over. "We took a lot of detours. It should be about 40 miles away." Meng Qingluo slid down from the tree and spoke to the 2. "That far?" Meng Lijeng wasn't sure whether to be happy or disappointed. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Meng Qingluo looked at them. "I just discussed with Uncle Zheng. If we are not far from here, we will stay overnight tonight. Tomorrow, 2 people will go back to Yunzhou City to sell the things we gathered on the mountain. At least we can save some silver for future use. If we don't sell them, who knows how long these good items will last in this terrible weather. If they spoil, they will be useless." The old man explained to Meng Qingluo. "Father, how many things are there in total?" "There are 10 wolf pelts, 5 rabbit pelts, several hundred pounds of wolf meat, 6 ginseng roots, 5 lingji mushrooms, some sanchi herbs, and other less valuable herbs and mountain fruits." Meng Qingluo thought for a moment. Pelts can be stored, but the other items are hard to keep. With this terrible weather, they might only last a day or 2 at best. "We should sell them. We don't know where the next big city is." Meng Qingluo nodded. Shuiyong listened to their discussion and thought that returning to Yunzhou City was the best plan. The nearest big city is Guangzhou, which is controlled by King Yan, but it is about 700 miles away. Other small towns are over 100 miles away, and in these small towns, the items won't sell for much, sometimes less than half their value. Since it's cooler at night, send some skilled people to go tonight. Rest outside the city for a while, then open the city gates in the morning, sell the items, and come back quickly, suggested old Shui. My master is right. We don't need to wait until tomorrow. Let's go now, Meng Qingluo agreed. Meng Lijing ordered each household in the village to send a representative to discuss and estimate the value of each item. They would set a standard price so that sellers wouldn't be troubled by the prices. If the price was a little higher or lower than expected, they would sell. If it was much lower, they would not sell and bring the items back. Everyone was familiar with the prices of pelts and wolf meat. Shui Lao was familiar with the herb prices, so they quickly estimated wolf pelts at 300 won each, wolf meat at 20 won per jin, rabbit pelts at 10 won each, and ginseng and lingji mushrooms at 5 or 10 taels depending on age and appearance. Finally, when deciding who should go, they considered that each person needed 3 taels of silver to enter the city. To save silver, they still recommended Meng Chongshao, Meng Debo, and the old man to go. This time, Meng Qingluo didn't say she wanted to go, but the old man volunteered to take her along. Luo, the old man thinks it's better to bring you along. I feel more at ease with you there. He has intuition and the blessing of Arafuki, which allows them to handle things smoothly. Meng Lixing, who is wise and experienced, clearly understands what the old master is thinking and immediately suggests, maybe we should do like last time? Let Eruo and the other 2 young people go? They are young, quick-footed, and clever. When Meng Qingluo and the others agree to go, no one objects. After all, they remember the silver they found last time, and it would be strange if they objected. Actually, Meng Qingluo doesn't really want to go. If the 3 of them go, she can't cheat by riding a bike. The journey is over 30 miles, and it would take a whole night on foot. Does she enjoy suffering? But seeing the hopeful eyes of the old master, Meng Lixing, and Meng Chongshao and Uncle Meng, she swallows her refusal. Okay, I'll go. At night, Meng Qingluo and the others return once again to the tall city gate. From afar, they look at the 3 big characters above the gate, their expressions very complicated. Meng Chongshao lifts the large basket on his back and asks, Luo, Uncle Sheng, are we coming back again? Isn't that right? We're back again. It's just that the South City Gate has been replaced with the North City Gate, and the direction has shifted. Meng Qingluo also laughs and says, we huffed and puffed through the deep mountains for days and nights, danced with wolves, and accompanied snakes, experiencing life and death, just to go around it. And now, in less than a night, we're back again. Hu Han-shan is back. What does it mean to work hard for decades only to return to the starting point? This is the best explanation. Luo, Chongshao, the city gate is opening. In the morning light, the north gate of Yunzhou City slowly opens. Many villagers carrying baskets, loading goods, and leading donkeys immediately line up to enter the city. Meng Qingluo and the others follow behind. The north gate isn't guarded as tightly as the south gate. The soldiers on duty didn't even check their identities. Just one person paid 3 copper coins to enter. The difference from a few silver coins to 3 copper coins is huge. Meng Qingluo and the others exchange glances along the way. After entering the city, Meng Chongshao still looks unconvinced. It's that easy? Just walk in. It should be because most of the people entering from the North Gate are locals of Yunzhou, not refugees, so the management isn't so strict, Uncle Meng thinks and explains. Never mind that. As long as we get in smoothly, that's good enough. Meng Chongshao happily waves his hand, almost jumping like a child, and walks along cheerfully. Should we go sell the hides first or sell the medicine? Uncle Meng asked. Let's sell the medicine at the clinic first. The same clinic as last time. It's quite a good place, and the owner seems kind. The staff are also friendly, so they probably won't haggle too much, Meng Qingluo thought. The 3 of them asked for directions and soon arrived at the same clinic as before. It was still the same clerk. Maybe because of the special nature of Meng Qingluo and her companions, the clerk remembered them. Seeing them walk in, he immediately greeted them. Oh, it's you 3. Still here to buy medicine? Young man, we're here to sell medicinal herbs, Uncle Meng said with a smile. Sell herbs? What kind of herbs do you have? The young clerk's eyes lit up. Quick, let me see. When the clerk saw that among the herbs in Uncle Meng's basket there were wild ginseng, lingji mushrooms, and sanchi, he immediately cheered. Our shopkeeper has been worried about not having lingji for medicine. You've brought a real treasure. Come, carry the basket, and let's go to the backyard. Meng Qingluo and her companions exchanged a happy look. They had come to the right place. Half an hour later, all the herbs in their baskets were gone, and Uncle Meng was holding silver notes and silver coins.
Why?
Because they just happened to meet the owner of the clinic, who came to check on things. When he heard they had good herbs, prepared hides, and fresh wolf meat, he enthusiastically bought everything with a big wave of his hand. Ah, Luo, you really are a lucky star, Meng Changshao said excitedly. It's also your good luck, Meng Qingluo replied with a smile. The three of them bought some food for the road, and then left the town. The sun was starting to set in the west. The three returned to the villagers' camp. On the flat ground, everyone set up simple tents to rest in the shade, waiting for them. You're back, you're back. Sister and Uncle Meng are back. Little Nine, who was sharp-eyed, cheered happily and waved at them. Hurry, sit down and rest. Everyone welcomed the three into the tent. Meng Qingluo took a sip of water and then went to the baskets with the two little bundles. But the two kids were asleep. She gently kissed their faces, and her worried heart immediately felt at ease. What did the children eat? Meng Qingluo asked Yang. In the morning, I ate rice porridge with fresh wolf meat paste you asked me to add. At noon, I steamed wild chicken eggs for both of them and drank some mountain fruit juice. Oh, I also drank water. You had already soaked it and put it in that bag, too, Yang said carefully. Inside the tent, Uncle Meng took out a cloth bag from the basket and poured out the banknotes, broken silver, and copper coins in front of everyone. We got lucky. We met a generous doctor from a good clinic. They gave us 500 coins for each wolf hide, so 10 hides are 5 taels of silver. Rabbit skins sold for 15 coins each. We have 300 pounds of wolf meat, which they paid 20 coins per pound. Ginseng and lingji are not very old, but rare, plus 30 pounds of sanchi. These three are worth 210 taels, the biggest share. We also have some other herbs and mountain fruits, which together the clinic owner paid 225 taels and 100 coins for. Wow. Everyone took a deep breath. They rarely saw so much silver at home, and now, on the way to escape, they had made a small fortune. We didn't spend much silver to go to the city. Each person used 3 copper coins, then bought some grain, salt, and medicine powders and ointments needed for the road. We spent another 20 taels of silver. Here, we have 205 taels and 100 coins. Big brother, you lead everyone to count. After the village chief and the representatives finished counting, he said to everyone, "These silver coins will stay with me for now. When we settle down somewhere, everyone can take them out to use. When the time comes, we can split it equally or keep it together, depending on the situation. Does anyone have any objections?" No objections, the representatives quickly replied. As they traveled, everyone knew they had to work together. Otherwise, they might end up like those dead bodies on the road, unable to reach their destination. They bypassed Yunzhou City and left the mountains, getting closer to their goal. At this point, they couldn't afford internal fights. They set out again, not asking where the road led. But this time, with old head Shue's guidance, they knew there was a small town at the next stop to rest. Over 700 miles away was a city called Guangzhou, the territory of the war god King Yan. The king's domain might shelter them. Even if King Yan didn't take in the refugees, Guangzhou was just beyond the capital city. With hope in their hearts and no other desperate refugees nearby, their burdens filled with grain and water, everyone, no matter how hot or tired, kept walking swiftly and confidently. While waiting for Meng Qingluo and the others, the capable carpenter Meng Jianghu, along with the villagers, made several carts. They gave one to the village chief's family, one to Meng Qingluo's family, and used the donkey's harness to attach the carts. Fortunately, the 2 donkeys that had traveled through the deep mountains were still alive. Under Meng Qingluo's careful care, both donkeys not only remained healthy, but also looked lively. Their coats were shiny and smooth, and they were full of energy, ready to be useful again. The other members of the Meng family rested well for the night. Only Meng Qingluo and her uncle Meng traveled back and forth about 70 or 80 miles. Meng Qingluo's family urged her to rest on the donkey cart. Uncle Meng, being an adult man, should be able to endure a bit longer. The cart was covered with a thin mattress. Meng Qingluo lay on it with her eyes closed to rest. The two little children sat in baskets on either side of her. The children had already woken up and were full of energy. They were sitting there plucking fur from the dogs. Lomping was holding a white-furred dog, and Chang'an was holding a black-furred dog. The children held tightly to the dogs, who trembled from the gentle pulling. The two children were happily chatting in their baby talk. Whether their mother, Meng Qingluo, could understand or not, they understood each other perfectly. They communicated joyfully, sometimes waving their small hands, pointing at each other's little heads, and making playful expressions with their eyebrows. Meng Qingluo fell asleep with her eyes half closed in this cheerful atmosphere. When she woke up, the night had begun to spread around her. She was sweaty from sleep. She touched her damp clothes and sighed. Worried, depressed, can't sleep? Maybe I just haven't rested enough. When you're exhausted to the limit, even a stinky pigsty can become a place to sleep peacefully. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder rolled from far away, growing louder. Dark clouds gathered slowly. The wind started to pick up. Under the strong wind, the gathering clouds moved steadily toward Meng Qingluo and her group. Is it going to rain? Is it really going to rain? Finally, it's going to rain. So cool. The wind is so strong. It had been a long time since they last saw rain. Everyone was filled with joy. Adults and children shouted happily, running back and forth at the front and back of the group. Was this drought finally ending? Was their escape route finally coming to an end? Meng Lizheng and Old Master Meng both had eyes full of great surprise. Such long-awaited rain. Grandpa, Uncle Lizheng, let's not just be happy. We need to find a place to stay dry quickly. It was so hot earlier, and if we get caught in the rain now, we'll catch a cold, Meng Qingluo said happily, but also reminded the old man and Uncle Lizheng. Yes, Qingluo is right. We must find a place to hide from the rain quickly. Master, are you familiar with this area? Meng Qingluo asked old head Shui.
Somewhat.
About a few hundred meters ahead, there's a land temple. It's quite big, and we can go inside to stay dry. Really? Meng Qingluo was also excited. Oh, Master, taking you along was the best decision I ever made. You're like a walking map. What is a map? Old head Shui furrowed his brows, almost wrinkling his eyebrows and beard. His disciple often used new words he didn't understand, even confusing his encyclopedic knowledge.
Ah.
It's a map. A map, Meng Qingluo quickly laughed it off. A walking map? What kind of thing is that? Old head Shui thought for a while but still didn't understand. Anyway, he knew his disciple was praising him, so that was enough. Everyone, hurry up. There's a temple ahead where we can hide from the rain. Uncle Lizheng shouted at the villagers, ignoring the argument between master and disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, large raindrops the size of soybeans pelted down, mixed with hailstones about the size of beans. The villagers ran quickly, children shouting as they ran. Hail is falling. Hail is falling. It hits the dogs, the chickens, and little seedlings. Summer is here. Summer is here. Thunder and hail in the sky. Kids, close the doors and sleep well. Clatter, clatter, the rain is falling, the rain is falling. More than 100 people just ducked into the land temple when a heavy rain poured down from above. Meng Qingluo took out a towel to wipe the rain from the children's heads, then wiped her own, and handed the towel to Yang. Mother, here you go. Don't catch a cold. The rain is lighter ahead, mainly hail. Not many water drops, so no need to wipe. Yang looked at the bright white towel in her daughter's hand, knowing it was a good item. Meng Qingluo didn't bother arguing. She took the towel, waved her hand randomly over her mother's head, and wiped away the rain and water droplets from her face until she was clean. The movements were so rough. Yang felt a moment of admiration, but then she started to worry. Her daughter used to be gentle and quiet, but now her actions were as bold as a boy's, climbing trees and hunting wolves, learning medicine, and leading the way. She wasn't sure if this was good or bad. Thank heaven. It didn't happen earlier or later, only after we got the land temple to hide behind. Heaven really favors us in Mingjia village. Yes, yes. I think Uncle Meng's family is lucky, and their good fortune has brought us all luck too. Inside the temple, there were many fires burning, big and small. Adults and children gathered around, drying clothes, boiling water, and cooking food. Outside, the storm raged fiercely, but inside the land temple, everything was peaceful and calm. Old head Shui quietly tiptoed over to Meng Qingluo. Disciple, your master is starving. If I die of hunger, who will guide you? Meng Qingluo rolled her eyes. All he ever thought about was eating. But he was still somewhat considerate, quietly talking to her. She thought to herself, she couldn't let her, Tool, starve. If she starved, who would cover for her medical skills?
Right? Here, eat.
Be discreet. Meng Qingluo took 2 big meat buns from her bag and secretly pressed them into his hand. Old head Shui quickly hid the buns in his chest and turned away to a far corner, happily stuffing the buns into his mouth. He thought to himself, her disciple was a bit sharp-tongued and clever, but he still liked her. In the basket, Chang'an was holding her mother's hand, wobbling as she stood up from the basket, her face full of excitement. Wow, not bad. Little Bao has improved and can stand now, Meng Qingluo praised happily. Although the child wasn't hers by birth, she could be with them all her life and witness every first time standing, first steps, first call for mama. Being with someone is such a wonderful thing, and witnessing those moments makes people happy and full of joy. Over there, after hearing her mother praise her brother, Debeo seemed eager to show off. He held the basket, trembling his little legs, and stood up. He immediately excitedly called out to his mother, Wow, Mom, look at me. Look, I can stand now too. But in the next second, there was a loud smack. The basket tipped forward suddenly, falling to the ground with the child and the basket crashing down. Meng Qingluo. Oh no, Debeo's cute little face is going to be flattened like a pancake. She quickly ran over to help up the basket. Inside, Debeo looked confused and looked up at his mother. Why did he fall when he got here? So embarrassing. Seeing that the little one wasn't crying or scared, and was even glaring at her, Meng Qingluo looked at the ground with doubt. Then she smiled, realizing there was a backup behind the fall. The backup was 2 small puppies that had come uninvited from the mountains. They were piled on top of each other, black dog on white dog, and the basket on top of the black dog, cushioning the fall. She reached out and picked up the 2 flattened puppies. Luckily, they were still moving their eyes and alive. They looked a bit silly, like they had been stunned but were okay.
Alu, come eat.
Your 3rd uncle has already eaten and is here to help take care of the 2 good children. Got it coming. Meng Qingluo left. The 2 puppies, who had been hiding in Debeo's arms after being knocked out by the basket, finally appeared in the eyes of hunter Meng Sange. Night fell, and the fire flickered dimly. At first, Meng Sange didn't pay much attention. But eventually, he noticed because one of the puppies had such bright white fur that it shone in the dark. What is that? He bent down and reached out to pick up the white puppy. His hand then touched the black puppy. Meng Sange carefully lifted both puppies. He was so surprised that his grip loosened, and the 2 puppies fell back to the ground with a dramatic thud. They looked dizzy, as if they'd drunk fake alcohol, and stars seemed to be flying before their eyes. Aluo, Aluo. Meng Sange called out repeatedly, almost kicking the black and white puppies far away. What's wrong? 3rd uncle? Meng Qingluo hurried over with a bowl in her hand. Yes, he wanted it. I noticed after coming down the mountain yesterday. Seeing how well he gets along with the 2 dogs, I decided to keep them. They can be toys for Dabao and Xiaobao. The adults get up every day and keep walking. The 2 children sit in the basket and get bored. More than half a month ago, they only lay in the basket eating and sleeping. Now, they have changed a lot. In just over half a month, the children have grown very quickly, almost like 2 months have passed. Uncle Meng looked speechless. How big is Aluo's heart? He asked. Aluo, Where did those dogs come from in the mountains? What are they? Wolf pups? All puppies look similar when they're young. I don't recognize them. Do you, Uncle Meng? Uncle Meng whispered, they're not wolf pups. Are you sure? Uncle Meng, I've been in the mountains almost every day when my leg was better. I wouldn't mistake them. Even if they're small, I can tell. Meng Qingluo hesitated. I need to ask Dabao. If he really likes them, we can keep them. They grew up with us, and they're domesticated. They won't be so wild in the future. In the end, the result was the same as the day before. Dabao in the basket was trying to pull the two dogs into his arms, clearly wanting to keep them and not throw them away. This is really... Seeing this scene, Uncle Meng didn't know what to say. A night passed. Everyone thought the next day would be sunny, and they could continue their journey. But the sky was still dark and cloudy. The rain, though not as heavy as the day before, was still falling hard. Even with raincoats and hats, everyone got wet. They didn't dare to walk and had to stay in the land temple. It was mid-August, and they had moved to the northern area. The rain caused the temperature to drop sharply. Everyone took out thick clothes to wear. But it was still cold, so cold that they kept shivering. They wanted to light a fire, but there wasn't enough firewood in the temple. Meng Qingluo also put thick clothes on the two children. Then she went to the temple door and looked at the sky. The day before, the rain had brought surprises and joy to everyone. Who would have thought that just one day later, that joy turned into worry? To take a shortcut, the people from Meng's village traveled light. They sold many things, including thick cotton quilts that were considered bulky and junk at the time. There are no stores selling thick quilts. Only a few exist. Just as Meng Qingluo was thinking this, Meng Li was loudly shouting, "Women, count how many warm quilts or thick cotton-padded jackets we have. Men, put on your raincoats and straw hats. Go nearby to find some branches and thatch. If this rain keeps falling like this, in less than 3 days, the firewood we gather will be soaked and won't burn. Without enough warm clothes and blankets, and no fire to keep warm, we will all freeze to death in this broken temple." Everyone started working together, because no one knew how long the rain would last. In the end, the women counted and found only 10 thick quilts, 13 large jackets for men, and not many for women and children. Only about 20 people had jackets. Tonight's mood was different from yesterday's peaceful atmosphere. It was more serious. The adults stopped joking, and the children, cuddling close to their mothers, watched the adults carefully. They no longer played or rolled on the ground singing songs. Meng Qingluo's family had more than 20 people, but only 2 quilts, which was among the 10 quilts in the whole village. Everyone had hoped that when they reached the small town mentioned by Old Man Shui, they would add more warm clothes and blankets. They still had some money from selling herbs and wolf meat, enough to spend. But suddenly, things changed. It was truly unpredictable. First hail, then heavy rain, stopping everyone on the road. They couldn't go forward or turn back. What the villagers in the temple didn't know was that because they were leading the way, the people behind them now had a path. Whether it was the Chen family or the refugees driven out of Yunzhou City, they were surprised to find a small path on the mountain. There was no path before, but as more people walked, it became one. This was how it was on the mountain. The young men leading Meng Qingluo's group had done a good job, cutting down branches and removing thatch, so the way was clear for their families and children. The villagers from Mingjia and Qinjia cut the path again, making it easier for those behind to follow directly without needing to cut more, walking up and down the mountain along the right route. After descending the mountain, the Qin family found they had safely bypassed Yunzhou City and arrived on the wide official road. Chun Yuliang looked very complicated. Experience shows that old people are wiser. On this road, as long as he followed his father and the villagers, he was sure he was right. "Father, there are really talented people in that group. Experts and wise men. Look at the route up and down the mountain, then look back at Yunzhou Prefecture City. We haven't taken a wrong turn at all." Old Chin smiled faintly, hiding his skills and reputation. Although he was a hunter, he was quite sharp. "Look, it's raining over there." Qin Yuliang and Qin Xiao looked north. Thunder roared, clouds rolled, as if dragons were drinking water, causing a storm. Meanwhile, here under the bright sun, People felt dizzy and their eyes darkened. They say summer rain is what separates the cattle's back. But it's autumn now. Why is it still happening? It's raining so heavily over there. It doesn't seem far from us, muttered Chen Xiaowu. Don't you know what the weather has been like these years? You can't judge by normal conditions. I think that villager probably caught this heavy rain. I wonder if they found a place to hide. Old Chen looked worried. Father, should we keep going or rest for a while? Chen Yuliang asked. Keep going. To make them less wary of us, we should stay a bit farther away. But we can't completely leave them. Your father here is eyeing that villager group. Wherever they go, we follow. Wherever they settle, we try to settle nearby. We're not very familiar now, but once we reach the place, we are all fellow refugees from Western State. We've traveled together, and we still care about our hometowns, looking out for each other. Father, do you really trust them? I think they are just farmers. Only a few of their family know some fighting skills. Chen Xiao pouted. As a rebellious teenager, he liked to argue with the head of the family. He always wanted to say something, do something to prove he was right, and that his parents were wrong. His father always said he was stupid, less clever than his older brother. That made him even more annoyed. Old Chen was angry and kicked his younger son. Calling you stupid is being kind. Father, you're hitting me again. If mother were here, she would protect him. Shut up. Chen Yuliang's eyes sharpened as he scolded him. How old are you? Think you know everything? Let me ask you, what did we encounter on this journey? What did we avoid? We are hunters who have lived in the deep mountains for many years. We have experience and know how to hide, what to avoid, and where not to go. But what about them? How do they know? They are the farmers you talk about, but it is this group of simple folk who have survived. They know the routes over the mountains, how to avoid the patrols outside Yunzhou, and how to go around the towns without taking too many mountain paths. Their routes are very precise, as if they have a map in their minds. If you are just a naive person, don't bother trying to mock them. Chen Yuliang usually doesn't talk much. On the escape journey, his mother secretly saved food and water so that he and his brother could eat more. His mother was already weak, and it wasn't until she collapsed that he realized what she had done. He felt he was a bad son for not paying attention to her. This is a painful memory for him and his father. He doesn't want his brother to use their mother's suffering to complain or to get sympathy. Every time his brother mentions her, it opens old wounds for his father and him, making them bleed all over again. After each time, they have to quietly hide and tend their wounds. He has tolerated his brother's behavior for a long time. Chen Xiaowu was frightened by his brother's sudden anger. Tears welled up in his eyes but didn't fall. His brother had never yelled at him before. Old Chen sighed deeply and quietly walked away to sit on his luggage, lost in thought. He feels sorry for his wife and his 2 children. He feels he has caused his children to lose their mother. Reflect on yourself. You're grown up, but you still don't understand anything. All you do is complain about others. What's wrong with you? You think you're the only one who can do things right. Humph. Chen Yuliang snorted coldly and sat down on the other side, calming himself. The others didn't speak. No one came to comfort Chen Xiaowu. On the escape journey, the ones who died first were women, the elderly, and children. Why did they die first? Not only because they were weaker, but also because they knew that if strong and healthy people died first, the weak and lonely would still die. They understood this, so they left hope for those who could survive. They believed that if they died, it was the end. But since they survived, those who lived on felt deep guilt and sorrow for those they lost. Meng Qinglu's family had only 2 quilts. One was shared with the women and the other with the children. Because there weren't enough quilts, they laid thin, dried straw on the ground to sleep on. The quilts were placed across the top, barely enough for everyone to squeeze under, but the adults couldn't cover their feet. Uncle Meng, De Lang, Heir Lang, San Lang, Old Master Meng, Old Man Shui, and Silly Dad only wore thicker clothes and dozed by the fire. In the middle of the night, Meng Qinglu was woken by the cold. She got up and looked around. Besides a few uncles and elders still wide awake, everyone else was dozing around the fire, some even pulling torn cloth from the temple altar to wrap themselves in because they were so cold. The fire had clearly grown smaller. Quietly, Meng Qinglu got up, touched the hands and feet of the two little boys sleeping in the basket beside her, and adjusted their quilts. They weren't cold, they felt warm and cozy. It seemed the two little ones weren't cold at all. One was holding a small dog in his arms, sleeping like a little stove. Carefully, Meng Qinglu moved to her grandfather and the others, added some dry wood to their fire to make it burn brightly, then stepped back. The village uncles and elders on night watch looked up at her, saw she was adding wood to her family's fire, and didn't say anything, just looked away again. In the dark, Meng Qinglu took a dark, short, thin down jacket from her space and put it on. Over that, she wore her own clothes. Soon, her body warmed up, and she felt so comfortable, she almost sighed with relief. But when she looked at her mother, grandmother, and the children, all curled up trying to stay warm, Meng Qinglu hesitated. She didn't dare take out a quilt from her space. If her family found out, she wouldn't be able to explain. They all knew whether she had such things or not, and there would be no excuse she could give. If it rained again tomorrow, she planned to go out of the temple during the day to find other ways. Fortunately, the rain stopped the next day. Though it didn't rain anymore, the high temperature seemed to have been taken away by the heavy rain overnight. Usually there are 4 distinct seasons, but this year, there are only 3. Summer directly turned into winter. The autumn wind was so sharp it felt like knives slicing her face. Villagers walking on the road shivered in the cold wind. They wrapped all their clothes, thin or thick, around themselves. "Ah, Luo, come here. Put this cotton coat on." Yang was worried that Meng Qingluo might catch a cold, so she wrapped her only thick coat around her. "Mother, I'm not cold. You wear it yourself. It's suddenly so cold, like the coldest winter. Your coat is too thin. How can you not be cold? Quickly put it on." "Mother, I really am not cold. Feel my hand. It's warm, right?" Meng Qingluo placed her small hand into Yang's palm. Yang held Meng Qingluo's hand and squeezed it. "Oh, it's really warm." "Fine, then I'll wear it myself." The Meng family had many members. When they were in Yunzhou Prefecture, they only sold their cart, donkey, some thick quilts, and the clothes for all seasons. As long as it didn't rain or get colder, they still had clothes. In Yunzhou Prefecture, at the Qi King's residence, the Qi King sat leisurely in the hall, drinking fine wine and enjoying a dance and song performed by a beautiful woman from the western regions. "Your Highness, Hu Chengzhong, the prefect of Yunzhou, sent someone to report that the refugees have all gone to the deep mountains in the east, trying to bypass the city to the north. Should we send people to drive them back?" After a long pause, the Qi King's gaze shifted from the dancer's sinuous waist and prominent curves to the person kneeling before him, who was reporting. He sneered. "In those deep mountains, wolves and tigers roam, snakes and insects everywhere. Why bother with such a fuss?" But, the kneeling man hesitated. "Just say it. What's the point of all this fuss? I'm trying to enjoy my music." Yes. Hu Chengzhong also reported that a few groups have already crossed the northern mountains. He's worried. "What?" The Qi King sat up straight. This matter was clearly beyond his expectations. The hall fell silent. Just when everyone thought he would be furious, he suddenly started to laugh. "Yes, I understand, your servant. I will go handle it now." The kneeling person stood up, took a few steps back, and then left to do the task. Behind him, the beautiful lady's bells jingled happily and melodiously again, making people feel a little excited. The colder it got, the more we needed to move around, right? After traveling for another day, Meng Qingluo and her group finally arrived at the small town mentioned by Old Man Shui. The town was small. Its walls weren't as tall as Yunzhou's, and its gates weren't as strong. But, like Yunzhou, it was unfriendly to wandering people. "Why can't we get into the town here either?" Yes. How can they do this? We are just a few people, not many, and there are thousands of people outside Yunzhou waiting. This is so sad, so upsetting. I want to cry. We've traveled so far, and there's not even a small town where we can rest. Everyone was talking, but Meng Qingluo had expected this. Because on the way, whenever she had free time, Old Man Shui quietly explained the current situation of the Great Yan Empire. Basically, it was, the former emperor had 10 sons, 8 of whom reached adulthood. Of these 8 princes, 1 became emperor, and the other 7 were well off. The former emperor didn't forget to make all of them princes. Thinking about the famous 8 princes rebellion in history, wasn't the former emperor setting a trap for his sons? Think about it. The 7 princes each had sons, and those sons had grandsons. They all had land, soldiers, and money. Everyone was a descendant of dragons, so no one was more noble than the others. If anyone believed there was no disrespectful thought in their hearts, who would believe it? The oldest among the 8, the current emperor, Yan Laosan, was the biological son of the Empress Dowager. She was previously the empress, so although Yan Laosan was an average ruler, he was the eldest son and naturally became emperor. The Empress Dowager also had another son, Prince Yan Laowu, the second son. He was talented in both civil and military skills, brave in battle, and guarded the southern border for the emperor. His territory was Guan province. Their hometown was in the western state, which was the fief of King Jin. King Jin was said to love poetry, books, and talented people. He was kind to his people, but unfortunately, his luck was not good. Western states suffered from disasters year after year, and some people said he was hypocritical in front of others, but secretly doing terrible things behind their backs, which angered the heavens and brought punishment. His mother held a low position in the palace and died when he was 10 years old under mysterious circumstances. Later, as he grew up, it was discovered that her death was caused by human hands, with evidence pointing to the queen consort, Lady Shu. After that, the Prince Jin saw the Prince Qi and his mother as enemies. Whenever there was a chance, he would cause trouble for them. Over time, they became fierce rivals, always angry when they met. The Prince Qi was said to be a rough man who didn't like studying or martial arts. He had only read a few books and didn't know how to use a sword. He was the worst among the princes in knowledge and fighting skills. He loved beauty and good food and was a spoiled, carefree person. For someone like him, being kind to his people was already good. Hoping he would treat his enemies' people well was just a daydream. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Just like before, send a few people into the city to buy what we need, then we will leave to find a new resting place. Each family should check what they want to buy and report back to Shangxiao. Meng Lizheng was also very angry inside. He thought the officials were too stingy and mean. They wouldn't let them stay in the city, which was unfair. They didn't want to stay, but they also wanted to buy some necessities. However, the officials refused to let them in. What could they do? Because it was raining, streams were full of water. The Meng family village had enough water and food, but due to the cold weather, they lacked clothes, blankets, and medicine to prevent cold. So, Meng Qingluo didn't go into the city with the others to buy things. Instead, she sat by the roadside with old Shui, and together they found Meng Lizheng, old Master Meng, and some men from the village who could speak for the family. She explained the current situation to everyone. Worried they wouldn't understand, Meng Qingluo patiently explained everything in simple words until everyone understood. The divine doctor and a Luo said that we can't settle down in Yunzhou. Because of Prince Jin, Prince Qi doesn't welcome us, said San Mao from the water search team, pouting. If they don't welcome us, we have to keep moving. Prince Yan is the emperor's brother and a war hero. He probably won't ignore us, asked Hu Zi from the same team. This is hard to say, replied Meng Qingluo. Old man Shui shook his head. King Yan is now far away in the southern border. His fiefdom, Guangzhou, is managed by his only son, Prince Yan. I haven't met the prince myself, only heard that he was born weak and fragile, and I don't know much about his personality. If he's kind and cares for the people, maybe he will see that we are few in number and decide to settle us. But if he's like King Qi, who doesn't care about the people's lives, then they will have to head north. Their land is still about 700 miles from Guangzhou City and even farther from the capital, probably over 1,400 miles. If they walk about 50 miles a day, it will take them another month to reach there. If they walk less each day, it will take over a month. By then, Winter will be fully here, and the roads will be icy and dangerous. Whether they welcome us or not, we must keep moving forward. As long as we are still within Yunzhou territory, don't expect to settle down. Besides buying some supplies in the city, we will just keep walking, Old Man Meng finally decided. The goal was set. They would keep walking all the way until the 9th day of the 9th month. Half a month later, on the 9th day of the 9th month, a day when people plant dogwood branches everywhere, Meng Qingluo and her group reached the border between Yunzhou and Guangzhou. The boundary between the two states was not a plain or a river, but a tall, majestic mountain. They had to climb the mountain again. The Meng family villagers' eyes sparkled like wolves. "Luo, after we cross this mountain, will we be entering Guangzhou City?" Yang asked, a little doubtful because her daughter had secretly told her not to worry, that she had a way to keep the family from heading further north. She was tired from the journey and longed to settle down, something she had been hoping for a long time. Meng Qingluo was examining a token she had taken from her space. When Yang asked her, she smiled widely, showing her white teeth. "Yes, very soon we will have a new home. Daughter, do you have a way?" Yang blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and quietly asked. "Yes." Meng Qingluo handed her something in her hand. "Just this." Yang looked confused. "It was just a piece of iron." "Look carefully, mother. There are words on it," Meng Qingluo said with a smile. "Mother can't read. How can she understand it?" Mrs. Yang turned the sign over and over, trying to understand it but couldn't. "Why don't you talk to your grandfather and the village chief?" Mrs. Yang glanced at the two men nearby who were discussing something. Meng Lijing and Old Master Meng sat together, talking about how to find a way to settle in Guangzhou City. Old Head Shui was listening carefully. With his connections, he could help the Meng family settle down, but he couldn't help the entire village. Even if he knew the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, and also the Empress, he didn't know the King of Yen and his son. To protect the Meng family, he would need to rely on others, but that might not be enough. "We should wait until we reach Guangzhou City and see what the officials say before making a decision. It's pointless to guess blindly now," Old Master Meng said. "There's no point in rushing." "You're right, uncle. We should act when the time comes." Meng Lijing nodded. Meng Qingluo looked away and took the iron sign from Mrs. Yang. "I can't be sure how many people this sign can help, so I can't say yet. I don't want to raise hopes only to let everyone down later." "Where did you get this sign, Luo?" Mrs. Yang asked curiously. "Mother, do you remember when we were at the Bitter Orange Pack and I saved someone before we came back?" Mrs. Yang nodded. She remembered well because Luo had saved someone and received many good things. Their family had survived the hardest times partly because of Luo's help. "Did that young noble give you this?" Mrs. Yang asked in surprise. "Yes," Meng Qingluo nodded. "He gave me the sign and said that as long as I have it, he would help me if he could." At that time, Meng Qingluo didn't look closely at the sign and just put it into her space. She thought she wouldn't go to the capital anytime soon and might not need it for a while, so she didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until she was on the road, listening to her master repeatedly explaining the current situation, that she suddenly remembered she didn't know who she had saved. She took out the sign from her space and looked at it carefully. When she saw it, she immediately felt happy inside. "I didn't expect this iron badge to be related to the King Yan's residence." She didn't care what the badge was for. Since the other person gave it to her as a token of trust, she had a favor to ask. Given that they had saved her life, the least she could do was inquire. With a strong sense of confidence, she thought, "If I don't take this chance, I might regret it." Moreover, from her past life to this one, she had worked hard for so long. Sometimes relaxing and doing nothing was not a shameful thing. The villagers from Meng's family village climbed up the winding mountain path. "There's some wild vegetables over there. I'll go pick them," said Aunt Zhao, the third aunt, rushing out of the group. "Hey, there are some chicken claw mushrooms. I'll go gather those," Yang called out excitedly. "That mountain persimmon is ripe. Bahang, hurry, climb up and pick it." "Your sister likes to eat autumn persimmons," said Aunt Sue, the second aunt, shouting. I'm coming. I'll go right now." Bahang quickly climbed up the tree, moving faster than before. He felt proud, His sister's method was really effective. Meng Qingluo watched happily. Anyway, the women in the village were either gathering wild mushrooms and fruits or digging up wild vegetables. The men, on the other hand, chased after animals whenever they saw them. For a while, the mountain was filled with laughter and joy. Chickens flying, eggs breaking, snakes slithering, birds flying, wild rabbits running faster than anything, and mountain chickens flying higher than ever just to escape the villagers' traps. The villagers enjoyed catching sheep on the mountain, but some people looked unhappy about it. This road is mine to open. This tree is mine to plant. If you want to pass, you have to pay a toll. Meng Qingluo. This tune sounded so familiar. Could it be from a TV crew filming a drama about bandits in her past life? What are you trying to do? Old Master Meng looked sternly at the group of people suddenly appearing. With a wave of his hand, the young men chasing chickens and rabbits stopped and stood behind him, holding their tools.
Hey.
Old man, are you deaf? A rough-looking man staggered forward, pushing away old Shui who was nearby. Did you hear what our boss said? Pay the toll. Silver. Only with silver can you pass. There were about 20 or 30 people in front of him, dressed in ragged clothes. They looked like a disorderly mob, except for the leader. The tall man has a dark complexion and wears all black. He is missing one eye, which is covered by a black eye patch. He exudes a strong, fierce aura, like a black spirit without one eye. He is leading a bright red horse. The horse is strong, shiny, and lively, with bright, alert eyes. Its tail swings happily, showing it is a good horse. Meng Qingluo didn't pay much attention to this group. She believed her own strength, and the number of people from Mingjia village gave her an advantage. Suddenly, there were sounds of a slap, a cracking noise, and someone crying out in pain. A figure darted past, then a few more sounds. The person who staggered and fell to his knees was crying out loudly. Everyone looked closely and saw that the man's arm was broken, hanging limply. His face and mouth were swollen like a pig's head, and blood was at the corner of his mouth, showing he had been beaten very badly. I thought no one would dare to curse my grandfather or push my master in front of me. Since you've crossed the line, I'll let you taste what it feels like to break it. At this moment, Meng Qingluo was filled with anger and her eyes were icy cold. The others around them. The female villain? The villagers of Mingjia. Arrow is so impressive. The one-eyed man finally took a good look at these people. He raised one eye and swept his gaze over them, finally stopping on old Master Meng and Meng Qingluo. He saw that these people were quite skilled, especially the old man and the young girl. He had misjudged them. He thought they were just refugees fleeing famine, but it turned out they were not easy to deal with. How about a contest between us? If you win, you can go. We want nothing. If you lose, you give us all your valuables, the one-eyed man said proudly, offering a challenge to old Master Meng. It seemed the lesson wasn't enough. Meng Qingluo's face darkened. How old are you? How old is my grandfather? How dare you bully the elderly? I'm not much, but I never fight women, the one-eyed man said calmly. Even though the woman in front of him was quick and skilled, he didn't take her seriously.
Wow.
Still a macho man who looks down on women. Arrow, step back. I'll handle this, Meng Dazhuang said, stepping forward and pulling Meng Qingluo and old Master Meng behind him to protect them. You, the one-eyed man looked at Delang's hair and shook his head. You're not old enough to be married yet. I don't fight with children. Meng Qingluo. Hey, my little universe. Has this person lost his mind? Meng Qingluo was so angry she almost swore. Fighting and picking fights, choosing the easiest target. Who raised you like this? I must beat you down, make you submit, then make you kneel and call me father, sing, conquer, and you'll be proud of yourself. Seeing that the other man's one eye still ignored all of them, old Meng's face turned red with anger. He stepped forward and punched the good eye. Just fight, no need to talk so much. Villains always die from talking too much, isn't that right? The one-eyed man caught old Meng's fist. After a few exchanges, they started fighting. Kids, come on. Big brother is fighting. What are we waiting for? The injured brother, holding a broken hand, stood up and waved his uninjured hand, shouting loudly. His eyes were full of anger, and he wanted to break the small hands of the girl in front of him and scratch her little face, once his big brother won. San Mao, Tang Xiao, Hu Zi. Damn it all. Meng Li Zheng, holding a hoe, shouted. He didn't know martial arts, but he wouldn't lose face. Come on. Beat them to death. Meng Chong Xiao responded to his father's call and charged forward. Everyone in the village, men, women, and children, started to move. Tang Zhao's wife held a big iron shovel and swung it at the other's head. If you dare covet our things, see if I don't shovel you to death. Old Hu, the old woman, shakily leaned on her firewood stick and randomly poked at the opponent, cursing non-stop. A bunch of unworthy descendants, shame on your ancestors for 18 generations. I feel ashamed for your parents. Why were you born? You should have been thrown into a urine bucket and drowned, so you wouldn't disgrace your ancestors. I think your ancestors' coffins are about to burst from anger, blah blah. Silly dad, holding an electric stick, protected Yang, and the little dumpling. Looking at the other's small eyes, he sneered. Besides being proud, he also looked down on them. Big Aunt Pan grabbed a long hoe from Yang's hand and rushed into the crowd, sweeping through like a mighty army. I let you curse my father, look down on my eldest son, underestimate my Aluo, and harass my family for wool. Our family has eaten your meat, drunk your blood, and even offended your ancestors for generations. Are you tired of taking wool from us? Meng Qingluo. She didn't realize her big aunt was so fierce. Seeing that her own people hadn't suffered any loss, Meng Qingluo focused on her uncle fighting the one-eyed dragon. Big brother, kick him in the lower body. Yes, just like that. His leg skills are weak. The old man standing beside Meng Qingluo watched the fight and occasionally gave pointers to her big uncle. Big brother, poke his eyes, blind one eye, the old man added. The one-eyed dragon was fighting. Meng Qingluo covered her stomach and laughed loudly. Old head, who was sitting on the ground too lazy to get up after being pushed by the shaking brother, originally wanted to secretly take some herbs from the medicine basket to brew, but seeing this scene, he lost interest. Hearing Meng Qingluo's cheerful laughter, he also grinned and smiled. Fighting is more fun than messing with herbs all day. The fight ended perfectly, with the other side completely defeated. You little rascal, what's so great about sneaking attack? The one-eyed dragon was pressed down by Meng Big Uncle, face on the ground, still shouting at Meng Qingluo. Meng Qingluo was not angry at all, smiling happily. You said you don't fight women? We're women, not gentlemen. I like to sneak attack. A rascal is a rascal. If I can beat you, so what if I'm a rascal? Anyway, I'm not a real man. The leader was subdued. Others were also pressed down, some grabbed by the hair. Where is your hideout? Meng Qingluo kicked the one-eyed dragon with her foot. The one-eyed dragon looked at her disdainfully, as if saying, You little thief, you don't deserve to ask me. Meng Qingluo didn't argue with him. She walked over to the shaking brother and gently pinched his broken arm. Where is your hideout? Shaking brother's broken wrist was made tender by Meng Qingluo, and the pain made him sweat coldly, crying out like a pig. Lady, please show mercy. We don't have a hideout. We don't. Meng Qingluo remained expressionless and continued to squeeze. Not telling? Do you want the other hand broken too? Pain, pain. Auntie, I have no home, really no home. Wah. Big brother, save me. Tell her we really have no home. In the end, the one-eyed dragon said they weren't bandits from the mountains, but small troublemakers from Yinzhou who had gathered during the chaos of a natural disaster. He used to be involved in the underworld, so he became the leader. This was their first attempt at robbing money, but they hit a bad patch right away. Someone harshly taught them how to behave properly. They really had no home, so search them. Meng Qinglu gave a meaningful look to the two women, Hu Pozi and Chang Xiao. Then, the women in the village searched everyone thoroughly. They took off all their outer clothes, even their good underwear. If Meng Leoi hadn't stopped them, they would have stripped the people down to just their underpants. No, even the underpants would be gone, leaving them completely naked. The one-eyed dragon looked at himself, sighed in relief. His clothes were still intact. If they had been taken, he would have been humiliated in front of everyone. How could he still stay in the underworld after this? These people weren't just disaster victims, they were like bandits, even more ruthless. They took all the silver, copper coins, food, and even stripped their clothes. Some women even reached into their hair to search, and a few directly tried to reach into their underwear. The men screamed loudly, covering themselves with their hands. But covering their private parts didn't protect their dignity, and they cried out painfully. Huposi pulled out 3 small silver pieces and a few copper coins from the man's underwear, then looked at him with a sneer. Hey, kid, you're pretty well off. Got more? If you do, hurry up and take it out, so I don't have to search you myself. Let me tell you, lying is not allowed. If you hide silver on your body, your ancestor, can find it. Even if you hide it in your behind, I can still get it out. No more, really no more. There are only 2 coins left in my shoes. Shaking brother sat down suddenly, pouring out the 2 copper coins he had hidden in his shoes to Huposi. Everyone else. Meng Qinglu looked at the women in the village pulling out smelly silver and copper coins from underwear, shoes, and other places. She covered her nose and took a few steps back, laughing and crying at the same time. Their fighting power is so fierce. Impressive, very impressive. Uncle Meng tied the one-eyed dragon and threw him onto his horse, face down and back up. The others used the rope from Old Man Shui's herb picking to tie up the pair of hands, stringing them together like a bunch of grasshoppers, and followed behind the Meng family team. As for the red chestnut horse, Debeo said he liked it very much and kept talking to the horse all the way. So, Meng Qingluo's family now had a donkey, 2 puppies, and a big horse. The horse belonged to Meng Qingluo's family. The villagers didn't say much. If Uncle Meng and Meng Qingluo hadn't worked together to catch the one-eyed dragon, they wouldn't have gained anything, and maybe their belongings would have been taken by others. It's not about whether the horse is good or not. Anyway, today they didn't lose. They not only took many nice clothes but also got 20 taels of silver, 500 copper coins, a not-so-good jade pendant, 2 silver hairpins used by men, and the one-eyed dragon, afraid of his wife, voluntarily handed over 2 5-tael silver ingots, a coat with a fur collar, and cotton pants he had worn. It was a big harvest, and getting things easily made everyone happy. Old lady who walked in the team with a big smile.
Why?
Because she found silver and copper coins in her torn pants and shoes. The village chief and the old master told her not to give them to the village, but to keep them for herself. The old master and Meng Liza were disgusted by her words. At worst, when they shared silver and goods with the villagers later, they would give her less. Old lady who wiped the copper coins and silver with the corner of her clothes, then bit the silver coins in her mouth. Meng Qingluo, who saw this by accident, was speechless. Yang's big son turned his head and babbled softly at Meng Qingluo, then secretly looked at the red chestnut horse that Uncle Meng was leading. Debeo shouted, and little Bao followed his brother, sniffing in her basket on her back. Meng Qingluo looked at the 2 children helplessly, discussed with Uncle Meng, and took the one-eyed dragon off the horse. She tied him to his friends, and they all went together. Then the 2 little ones' baskets were placed on the horse's back. They used a wide, flat pole to carry the baskets on the horse, tying them tightly. The reins from Uncle Meng's hand were transferred to Meng Qingluo. Once on the horse, Debeo happily stood up from the basket. Little fat hand reached out from the basket, tugging at the horse's hair and touching its belly now and then. Meng Qingluo was worried that the young red horse might get annoyed from being pulled and teased by the 2 little kids and might kick. But as soon as the older brother, Chongping, gently patted the horse's belly twice and made a few soft sounds, the angry horse obediently let the 2 kids climb on and play. Thinking about how the 2 puppies came uninvited and listened well to the older brother all the way, Meng Qingluo watched this familiar scene and couldn't help but look at the older brother thoughtfully. Could it be that the older brother can control animals? Suddenly, the happy shout of the older brother brought Meng Qingluo back to her senses. Good boy, you have a big horse now. Are you happy today? She asked with a smile. Yes, happy. Hee hee. The whole Meng family watched the little guy shouting and nodding happily, all laughing along. While the family was smiling, on the other side, Xiao Bao couldn't see his older brother in the basket with the horse. He only looked at the horse's well-defined muscles, reached out his small finger to poke the firm flesh, and drooled. I wonder if horse meat tastes good? Compared to the meat of Air Hay and White Wave, which one is tastier? The red horse and Air Hay in Xiao Bao's arms felt a chill down their spines. How scary. Human children are actually thinking about eating horse meat and even bear meat. Fortunately, under Uncle Meng's reminder and with the older brother's approval, Meng Qingluo named the white-furred tiger cub Bai Lang and the black-furred bear cub Air Hay. The frightened red horse raised its head and let out a high neigh. Air Hay struggled and howled loudly in Xiao Bao's arms. The little brother's small eyebrows furrowed, and he shouted a couple of times at the horse, as if scolding the greedy little kid. Meng Qingluo watched the lively expression of the older brother and said with a smile, "Good boy. We haven't named the horse yet. What do you think we should call it?" Usually Meng Qingluo named animals based on their fur color. Oh, I mean their coat color. Her gray donkey was called Little Gray Hair. The tiger cub had a bit of a fierce name, Bai Lang. As for the bear cub, she thought of the cartoon bear, Xiong Air, from her past life, so she named him Hey Air. For this horse, with its red coat, let's call it Big Red Date. In the face of her older son's speechless look and the horse's rolling eyes, she decisively gave it this lively and spirited name. Big Red Date. Big Red Date, let's go. Follow along, the red horse grumbled. You're the Big Red Date. Your whole family is Big Red Dates.
Wow.
This is Guangzhou City, Yangshi exclaimed as she looked at the city, which was taller and more majestic than Yunzhou. Perhaps because many refugees had not yet arrived, the area outside Guangzhou City was very quiet. The ground outside the city walls was clean and tidy, and even the large stones on the walls were spotless. Only occasionally did villagers come in or go out. Above the city gate, there were 3 big black-blue characters carved, Guangzhou Prefecture. On both sides of the gate, soldiers stood guard. Sometimes, soldiers in shiny armor, holding new red-tasseled spears, patrolled on the city walls. They walked proudly and in neat lines. When Meng Qingluo and her group arrived, they looked very out of place and unimportant. They wore torn clothes, carried their families, some had large iron pots on their heads, others carried baskets, and behind them, there were donkey carts and horses. Most notably, why were some people tied together with ropes? Children chattered curiously, women talked loudly, and even men whispered to each other secretly. The villagers spoke softly, but hesitated to move forward. The soldiers on the city wall looked at the group of over 100 people with curiosity. Hey? Are these refugees coming from Yunzhou or Shizhou? One soldier asked. Why are some people tied up like grasshoppers? It looks like they committed a crime and are being sent to exile.
Haha.
Another soldier laughed loudly. The strange way they looked made him want to laugh, but he tried to hold it in. Wow, that's pretty impressive. They managed to come all the way to Guangzhou. It seems they want to enter the city. Hurry. Ask the officer whether we should let them in or not. Another serious soldier said, trying not to laugh. One soldier ran quickly to the city. Meng Lizi and Old Master Meng went to the city gate to negotiate with the guards about entering the city. The person talking to them was a new soldier, a young recruit about 15 or 16 years old. After hearing what they said, he looked a bit troubled. I need to ask our captain upstairs. If it's just 1 or 2 people, we can let them in if they pay 2 copper coins each.
But you
look like you've come from far away, and it's not just about entering the city. I can't decide this. The young soldier told his fellow guard a few words, then went into the city to report. Meng Lizi and Old Master Meng returned to their group. Old sir, what did they say? Little soldier said he couldn't make the decision. If 1 or 2 people go into the city to buy things and then leave, 2 copper coins are enough. But for us to enter the city, we need to ask above. Meng Qingluo nodded, understanding. Then let's wait here for a while. Just when Meng Qingluo and the old man thought they might have to wait several hours or even a day or 2 for an answer, a group of people came out from the city gate after about half an hour. Come here, everyone come over. Line up. No, I mean queue up, form a long line, and walk over. The new soldier waved at the people from Meng's village, sounding a bit excited. Meng Qingluo was surprised and carried Xiao Bao on her back. She followed Yang's wife and queued up to walk toward the city gate. The group included 2 rows of soldiers guarding the city and a few doctors carrying medical boxes. An official in official clothes approached and asked Meng Qingluo and her group, "Who is the leader of your group?" I am their village chief." Meng Lijing quickly stepped forward. Hearing that he was the village chief, the official looked him over and pointed to a table nearby. "Where are you from? What's your name? Do you have your travel permit and household registration? Bring them here for registration." "Yes, sir, we have everything," Meng Lijing said happily. Meng Lijing went to the table to register. Then the official in official clothes said, "Line up in 3 groups and go to those 3 doctors to check your pulses." The villagers from Meng's village followed the instructions. Meng Qingluo and Old Xue exchanged a look. "Master, are they checking if we have the plague? Then they'll decide whether to let us in. From the looks of it, we might be able to settle down in Guangzhou. The Prince of Yan has been managing it very well. Outside the city, everything was tidy, the people were orderly, officials worked efficiently, and the soldiers on the city walls looked energetic." Old Xue nodded in agreement. Prince Yan is strict in military discipline, and his soldiers fight bravely and wisely. As the saying goes, a son is like his father. This large Guangzhou is well managed. I guess the prince's son is not only physically strong but also a talented and outstanding person. Wu Tongji, dressed in official clothes, accidentally overheard the quiet conversation between the master and disciple. He couldn't help but smile. Of course, their prince was a talented young man, both in literature and martial arts, no less than other princes. As for his health, that was just a legend among the people. They didn't say much about it. Although the first group of refugees arrived only now, the young master had already discussed with the local official and other officials on how to settle them. Today's group should feel honored, as they were personally welcomed into the city gate by him, the deputy. They were also the first group to be settled. Of course, the young master said that if they didn't want to stay in Guangzhou, he would open the city gates and let them go north. They could choose their new home wherever they wanted. They are all citizens of Great Yan. Sadly, they lost their hometown due to drought. Here, they still have the right to choose a new home. While Deputy Wu was lost in thought, looking proud, Little Bao, sitting in a basket at Meng Qingluo's feet, took advantage of her being slightly distracted by the doctor's examination. He skillfully threw black into the basket, then pressed his small body against the front of the basket, causing it to tip over onto Black. Then, he panted and crawled out from under Black's small body. Black, flattened like a paper bear, dared not shout, afraid that if the little one noticed, his mother might turn him into bear meat porridge. Little Bao crawled, and then stopped at the feet of someone wearing deer-hide boots. Today is the 9th day of September. Yan Xiuzhu, after climbing high, returned and saw the scene at the city gate. Seeing that both sides were orderly, with no arguing or fighting, he stopped his carriage to watch. After all, this was the first group of refugees to arrive in their Guangzhou territory. He was curious. The refugees had been expelled and blocked in Yunzhou. He had heard about it, especially since he recently went there to find a divine doctor and knew how miserable the refugee situation was. Thinking of those poor refugees, he couldn't help but sigh silently. Xiyun two states were not his father's territory, and he couldn't interfere even if he wanted to. Prince Qi, the fool, thought he could stop the refugees from heading north, but he was just giving the court an excuse. Now, the emperor's uncle was seriously ill. Crown Prince was on a diplomatic mission to a neighboring country and hadn't returned. Minor had just recovered from poisoning and was hiding in the prince's residence, not daring to reveal any news. As for the others, forget it. Pulling back to his thoughts, the fact that these people traveled thousands of miles to reach him and that they were the first group showed they had some ability. What he didn't expect was that just as he stepped down from his carriage and steadied himself, a clean, well-dressed little bundle suddenly crawled out of the basket and quickly scurried toward him. Seeing that her master did not get angry, She looked at the little kid curiously. The palace guard, unsure whether to stop or not, looked up at the sky. Today's weather is very nice. The sky was a bright blue, as if washed by his mother. The white clouds looked like the soft cotton used in her mother's padded coat, drifting in the sky. Little Bao saw his feet and quickly sat up. His little bottom was sitting right on Yan Xiaozhu's foot, which felt a bit uncomfortable. He moved himself and shifted his bottom onto the flat ground. Then he looked up and made eye contact with the man who was observing him. He was not afraid and communicated openly, saying, Huh? Why does this child look so familiar to him? Feeling the familiarity, Yan Xiaozhu looked at the chubby little hands raised by the kid, holding a small, black, and ugly little dog. In the next second, Yan Xiaozhu's pupils shrank. Little bear cub? He crouched down with interest, looked into the child's eyes, and asked after a moment, Are you trying to give me this? Little Bao nodded at the handsome man in front of him, then looked at the carriage nearby. Inside, there was delicious food. He wanted to exchange it with their hay for something tasty. Little Bao and Dr. Meng Qingluo, who was checking the pulse, turned around. Oh no, where's the little kid? He looked around nervously and saw the little kid talking to a young man, even offering the little bear cub to him with both hands. He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He didn't know what the other person had caught his brother's attention with, but he eagerly offered the bear cub in exchange for food. He was quite generous. His brother would probably cry later. Before Yan Xiaozhu could understand that little Bao wanted to exchange the bear for food, he heard a familiar voice. Is it her? Haha. Yan Xiaozhu smiled. He wondered why little Bao looked so familiar. It turned out they had just met not long ago. This kid even peed on his clothes. TSK, that smell, he would never forget. In just over a month, the little guy had been raised by their mother to be much chubbier and taller, so he didn't recognize him at first. Meng Qingluo came over, picked up the little kid sitting on the ground, and patted his little bottom. Who told you to crawl around? I didn't watch you carefully and you disappeared. Is it really you? Yan Xiaozhu smiled politely and exchanged greetings, no longer tense like when they first met. Yes, long time no see. Is your nephew doing well? Meng Qingluo also smiled and nodded at him, thinking that the person in front looked even better than before. He is fine now, but he often talks about you, saying he doesn't know when he can repay your kindness. It's nothing. Just a small matter. By the way, why are you here? My family is inside Guangzhou City, so of course I am here, Yan Xiaozhu replied with a smile. Then he pointed to the nearby villagers. Are those your family members? Did you find them? Yes, they are all from our clan. The whole village fled here to escape hardship. Those who didn't die are here. My family is inside. What are your plans now? Yan Xiaozhu asked with concern. The two of them seemed like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. There was no big joy or excitement, nor awkwardness from unfamiliarity. They talked slowly. For the past 2 months, we've been walking on the road. The villagers are mentally exhausted. They want to settle down, but they are worried about whether Guangzhou can take us in. From what I see now, it looks hopeful, Meng Qingluo said, glancing at the villagers and family members registering from afar, smiling. Do I still have the iron badge I gave you? Yes, you do. Give it to the official in uniform. He will arrange things according to your needs. Yan Xiaozhu looked at his eager little treasure. He wanted to say more, but seeing someone start to notice him nearby, he quickly explained to Meng Qingluo and hurried onto the carriage to avoid unnecessary trouble.
Soon, the carriage left.
Meng Qingluo carried little treasure back to the team. Old Master Meng and Meng Li were pleading with Wu Tongji, trying to soften their words. Everyone had decided to settle in Guangzhou. However, the villagers from Meng's village wanted everyone to be arranged in one place so they could escape hardship together. Naturally, they preferred to stay together. Wu Tongji thought that one village was too many people to arrange all at once. They would have to split into 5 or 6 groups and be scattered. The villagers panicked. Their main support was Meng Li and Old Master Meng. If they were separated from these two families, they would be bullied and have nowhere to seek justice. That's why everyone was willing to leave their homeland and escape hardship only when they truly couldn't survive anymore. They found it hard to leave their roots behind, and others were bullying them. In ancient times, every 3 or 5 years, a household registration was made, similar to a modern census. If someone was found to be absent, their household registration was cancelled. If you didn't return to your original home before cancellation, it would be hard to go back later. Also, if your household registration was cancelled and you couldn't find a new place to settle, and the authorities recognized you as re-registered, you would become a true, displaced person. Displaced people had no land, and if caught, they could be drafted into the army or imprisoned and exiled. This is similar to the modern, black household, where a person without official registration finds it very difficult to live normally. They can't get an ID card, like an ancient travel permit, can't study, and face many restrictions. In the Great Yen, household registration was made every 3 years. Villagers felt that, even if they separated, everyone still wanted to stay with Meng Qingluo's family. Meng Lijing's family was grouped together, which caused a lot of arguing, and the city gate area turned into a busy marketplace of voices. Deciding who to keep and who to leave was very difficult. Old Master Meng and Meng Lijing decided to talk more with Wu Tongji, or show some gesture to see if they could get more people to stay together. When Meng Qingluo saw Meng Lijing about to give a big bag of silver to Wu Tongji, she quickly stepped forward and pulled him aside. "Lijing uncle, don't give too much silver. Just a little tea money to show good faith. Also, when you give the silver, include this iron token and see what he does next." Meng Lijing took the token and looked at it, his eyes suddenly wide. "This?" Meng Qingluo nodded. "It was given to me by the noble young man I saved earlier. He said he has some connections with the king's residence, so it might help." Good, Aluo. You're like a timely rain." Meng Lijing smiled happily. He took 5 taels of silver from his bag and placed it with the iron token, then quickly ran back, stuffing what he had into Wu Tongji's arms. Wu Tongji looked down. The 5 taels of silver and the token. He suspiciously picked them up. "What is this?"
Huh?
Wu Tongji's pupils shrank. He realized that they had. He had been standing in the cold wind, arguing with them for a long time, but it was all pointless. The heir had already informed him and the prefect that they should watch out for refugees coming from Shizhou. If anyone showed the king's iron token, they must be properly settled. He and the prefect had already chosen a place for their settlement. Wu Tongji casually took the 5 taels of silver and smiled, saying, "I accept your kindness. Later, the brothers here working and the 3 doctors will go back to the city for tea. Then, where will we settle?" Meng Lijing asked carefully.
Ha.
"I just remembered. It's not far from Guangzhou City, about 30 miles away. There's a town called Jixiang Town and below it a beautiful village called Fulai Village. Fulai Village is large but has few people. It's perfect for your group to settle there." Wu Tongji smiled politely, secretly giving himself a thumbs up. He thought he was quite clever, otherwise his serious words earlier would have made him look foolish. "Oh, thank you so much, Lord Wu. Once we settle down, we will come back to Guangzhou City to thank you properly," Old Master Meng said happily, his beard curling up. Although he saw the sign and the silver, he didn't understand the full reason behind it, so he sincerely thanked the official. That's right. Jixiang Town doesn't have a county office. It's directly managed by our government. From now on, you are all citizens of Guangzhou. It's our duty as officials to make arrangements that please the people," Wu Tongji said sincerely and earnestly. He was genuinely trying to build good relations. After all, the crown prince had said that the person with the sign had helped him, so he should show gratitude. Wu Tongji's enthusiasm and different attitude surprised the old master and shocked Meng Lijing, but it didn't stop the 3 from exchanging pleasantries. Everyone had seen the world, after all. Everything is arranged. When you go into the city, you can either explore or go your own way. I need to return to the government office now. After greeting his subordinates, Wu Tongji even waved the escort, showing full trust and freedom to Meng Qingluo's group. As for the one-eyed man and his group, Wu Tongji, after learning the truth, simply arranged for people to take them to the city jail, looking speechless. When he returned to the city, he didn't go straight to the government office but hurried to the Wang mansion to report what had just happened to Prince Yan. After Meng Qingluo's group entered Guangzhou City, only a few who knew the full story looked confused as they entered, and just as confused, they left the city again. Uncle Lijing, third uncle, where are we going? Tiger Z stepped forward to ask him. Let's go to our new home, Meng Li happily replied, also speaking to everyone. We finally have a new place to live. Oh, new home, new home. The villagers and children cheered happily. Li Zheng, where is our new home? A woman in the crowd asked excitedly. That big brother said it's a very good place with a lucky name, Jixiang Town, Fulai Village, Guangzhou Prefecture. That's great. It's so smooth and lucky, not only auspicious but also full of good fortune. Yang Shi smiled happily. Uncle Li Zheng, how far is it from here? Not far, about 20 or 30 miles. We can get there today. Great. Everyone hurry up and start walking. The villagers were excited. The place is good, the name is good, and hope is just ahead. As Meng Qingluo and her group entered the city, the Chen family also arrived. Father, it looks like they stayed in Guangzhou. Chen Yuliang guessed as he watched the excited villagers from Meng's family walk away. Isn't it better if they stay in Guangzhou? Your big aunt's eldest daughter, your older cousin, is working at the Yan King's residence in Guangzhou. Father, should we go find our older cousin? Yes, we should. This is a crucial time. Whether they get a good place to settle depends on connections. Besides, I hope to borrow some of that village's good luck to find a nearby place for us. Old Chen took out a fine jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to his eldest son. Go into the city and find your cousin at the Yan King's residence. With this jade pendant, she will see you. We'll wait outside the city. Okay, father. Chen Yuliang carefully took the jade pendant and kept it safe. After you find her cousin, don't beat around the bush. Tell her everything about our family, how your mother passed away. Don't hide anything. Also, tell her our purpose directly. Say that my uncle asked her for help. Your aunt once wrote to me, saying her daughter is straightforward, honest, and doesn't like tricks or beating around the bush. Got it, son. I understand. Go quickly and come back soon. Meng Qingluo's entire village could have rested in Guangzhou City, rented some donkey carts or ox carts, loaded their belongings, and traveled to Fulai Village by cart. But they didn't want to leave. As always, they chose to walk on foot and carry their things on their shoulders. With hope, they no longer walked aimlessly downward. They traveled happily, resting by the roadside when tired, chatting, and then continuing on after a break. I don't know if Fulai Village has a river or pond. As long as there's water, I can raise ducks again. When they're ready, I can make salted eggs to sell, and we'll have enough for the family, said Sister Changshao, her small eyes shining with hope for the future. Of course there is. Aunt Zhao, the third aunt, smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. Without water, it would be a bad name for Fulai Village. Arrow, everyone in our village owes you thanks. Sister Changshao turned the conversation to Meng Qingluo. Now everyone knew that the reason they could be placed together, especially so close to Guangzhou City, was because Arrow had saved a noble young master who gave her a special token. That caught the attention of the officials, and they took good care of them. Yes, Arrow has always been lucky, said Granny Hu quickly, jumping into the conversation. This girl was clever. If she hadn't hinted for her to search those robbers, she wouldn't have gotten so much silver. She planned to save the money for Bao Miao to use when he grew up and got married. Other women, including the village head, also praised Meng Qingluo, all saying she was lucky and brought benefits to everyone. On this journey, everyone forgot about her past gossip and only remembered her good fortune and the benefits she brought. The Meng family was naturally happy. Even the old man was proud, listening to the praise, and he modestly responded now and then. Haha, she's lucky, but her luck is also your luck, someone said. Stop. The only good thing about this girl is her kind heart, others added. Faced with the villagers' praise, Meng Qingluo neither denied nor admitted it. She just smiled modestly, hiding her achievements. Here we are. We've arrived at Jixiang Town. We're home, shouted Wulong, who could read, excitedly running back and forth to report to his friends. Great. Meng Lijing started crying again, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Finally, we've arrived. The old man looked at Jixiang town bathed in the sunset glow and sighed with emotion. Yes, we have arrived. Meng Qingluo's eyes looked through the red glow at the small town called Jixiang. She had been traveling the whole way since crossing over. Now, finally, she can settle down. She was genuinely happy. Who would want to wake up every day covered in dirt, with nothing to do but walk? Walking 40 or 50 miles every day, not knowing if the weather ahead would be scorching heat or freezing cold, not knowing where her home was, not knowing where her next stop would be. Jixiang town is a large and prosperous town. Although called a town, it is almost like a county. The town mayor, Shen Wanshan, is a man of achievement, a successful scholar. Right now, Shen Wanshan had 2 official documents in front of him about settling the refugees. These documents were brought by Meng Lijing. Originally, the local officials should have sent soldiers to escort and hand over the refugees to the town authorities. But to show trust, the documents were kept in Meng Lijing's hands. Did no one from above come with you? Shen Wanshan asked with a frown. Yes, sir, replied the town guard with a nod. There are 102 people, mostly women, children, and the elderly. These people are quite capable. Shen Wanshan's frown eased. No matter where they came from or how skilled they were, he would follow the instructions. Over the years, as long as he followed the rules, he had never made a mistake. Yes, sir. There are also many small children hidden in baskets. Considering the situation in Yunzhua and Shizhou, it's clear these people are quite capable, the town guard added with admiration. Then Shen Wanshan nodded. Go ahead and do as instructed. Take them to Fulai village, he said, pointing at the documents on the table. But, yes, Fulai village is a good place, but it's sudden and there's nowhere for them to stay. And so many people. Follow the rules, Shen Wanshan said calmly, giving the guard a quick glance. Yes, I understand. The guard shivered under his gaze and immediately understood. When the Lord said this, it meant, less trouble is better than more.
He didn't want to get involved.
Just take these people to Fulai village and hand them over to the village head. Let the village head worry about where they will stay or not. These people traveled thousands of miles, but no one knew if they had silver on them. The official documents didn't specify how much settlement silver they would receive. Do they have to pay out of their own pockets? Furthermore, the town mayor is usually cautious and prefers to avoid trouble rather than seek glory. He is just a small officer, so it's unlikely he will do anything extraordinary to impress everyone. The officer's name is Yu Yong. He took the official document and slowly came out. Follow me. The town mayor said, I will escort you to Fulai village. Meng Lijing was very experienced in dealing with such people. He immediately stepped forward with a smile and asked, What is your honorable name, sir? He smiled and handed some silver coins from his palm to Yu Yong. Since you're new here, this is a small token of our goodwill. Please accept it for tea. Yu Yong clenched his hand tightly, estimating that there was about 1 or 2 silver coins. He knew his monthly salary was only 2 taels. His eyes brightened and he smiled. Yong, today I will trouble you, Officer Yong. Please lead the way. Of course. Everyone follow behind. We need to move quickly. Fulai village is about 10 miles ahead. If we don't hurry, it might get dark before we arrive. From then on, Meng Lijing stayed close to Officer Yu, asking about various things about Fulai village, about Jixiang town. Yu Yong said Fulai village was a good place, with mountains and water nearby, close to the town. The original residents were few, so there were fewer disputes. When you arrive, you won't be easily bullied. Meng Lijing nodded eagerly. That really is a good place. But Yu Yong changed the subject, because there are few residents, you might not have a place to stay once you arrive. Yu Yong's warning was probably because of the small amount of silver they had. Meng Lijing was surprised. Sir Yu, how many households are there in Fulai village? Well, only 7 households, about 70 people. It's a small village, but it's large enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been assigned here. Meng Lijing frowned. 7 households could probably fit comfortably. Are all the villagers of the same surname? Not exactly. Half are surnamed Zhang, as their ancestors have lived here for generations. The others have surnames like Gua and Su, who moved here later. But the village head is surnamed Zhang. Meng Lijing understood. It seemed that the Zhang family descendants in this village were few, with only a few households, and the population was small. This was quite good. When they arrived, there were more people than the villagers from the original village, so they didn't face much rejection. Soon, before it got completely dark, Meng Qingluo and her group reached Fulai village. At the entrance, they could see faint white smoke rising, and from time to time, they heard dogs barking and chickens crowing. In front of the village, there is a small to medium-sized river flowing slowly. Behind the village, tall, lush mountains stand. On both sides of the river, there are large fields and fertile land. At the village entrance, there is a small blue stone bridge. Led by Yu Yong, the people from Meng's village cross the stone bridge and enter the village. The peaceful and beautiful scene made everyone, including Meng Qingluo, stay quiet, afraid to disturb the residents inside and ruin the lovely atmosphere. Meng Qingluo thought to herself that such a beautiful, pastoral village could make her heart race, and she felt happy to settle here. No wonder Wu Tongji and Yu Yai both said Fulai village was a good place. Thinking about it, it was probably lucky because of that iron badge. She noticed that at the foot of the mountain on this side of the river, there was a row of very nice-looking houses, standing alone like villas. She wondered who lived there. As the people from Meng's village entered, they received curious looks. Everyone was watching the ragged group with interest. They all wondered, "I haven't heard that the government arranged for disaster victims here, right? If they were disaster victims, why were there donkeys and a big horse?" In their village, only Zhang village head's family had a cow, the Gua family had a donkey, and no one else had a horse. The children, curious, followed behind, wanting to get closer to see the big horse at the end of the line and the two little bundles on its back. The two little bundles stood up from the basket, looking at the village children with curiosity, making sounds they couldn't understand. "Mom, those two little brothers sitting in the basket on the horse look so fair-skinned. A girl about 7 or 8 years old, with two small pigtails, said at her home door. "Yes, they're fair. Looks like they escaped from a disaster. How can children be so healthy and pretty? Even better than the kids in our village. Mom, horse, big horse." A boy about 4 or 5 years old ran excitedly in front of his mother and sister. "Yes, yes, yes, horse, big horse." The people of Mungjia village knew that the others were observing them, and they were also watching the others. The looks they received ranged from curiosity, pity, and sympathy to disdain and contempt. After Yu Yong led everyone to the village chief's house, he stopped. "Village Chief Zhang, is the village chief at home?" "Yes, yes, he is." The village chief's house was a blue brick and tile building, the best in the village. At this moment, the strong voice of the village chief came from the courtyard of the blue brick house. After a while, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a square face, big eyes, and a beard, about 40 years old, came out. Seeing the ragged clothes of the Mungjia villagers, he was first surprised. After reacting, he noticed Yu Yong standing in front of Awu. "Oh, it's Yu Yi. What wind blew you here?" Yu Yong chuckled and handed over a document. "Nothing special, just a formal letter from above. They came from Shizhou. You know, this year Shizhou has had many disasters. They are here, so you should arrange things well for them." Village Chief Zhang took the document. "Yi, would you like to come in for some tea?" No, I can't stay. If I drink tea now, I'll be late for dinner at home, and my wife will pinch my ear." Yu Yong finished speaking, mounted his horse, and rode away. "Dad, what kind of tea should I drink now? Better hurry." Village Chief Zhang looked at Yu Yong's departing figure with complicated feelings, then his gaze shifted to the big horse behind the team. He paused for a moment before turning to Meng Lijing. "Are you all from the same village?" "Yes, Village Chief Zhang, we are all surnamed Meng. Are you the village head of Mungjia village?" Zhang village chief asked again. Meng Lijing nodded. "Yes, I am. Since you are the village head, we can speak frankly. We won't use official language. I'll be straightforward. You were sent here from above, so you need to stay in our village. We welcome that, but since you are the first group to arrive, I don't have much experience in arrangements. The documents don't specify whether the officials will provide money or grain to help settle you. So this is a bit difficult. I can only, within my authority, allocate a piece of land in the village for you to build houses for free. Other good farmland will need to be bought with your own money. Meng Lijeng was excited when he took the official document from Wu Tongji, as he suddenly had a place to settle down, but he didn't look at it carefully. After hearing village chief Zheng's words, he felt something was off. He took the document and saw that it only had a few simple instructions to arrange things well for them. Since he had experience in official circles, he knew that the meaning of, well, could be very broad. Wu Tongji handled this matter well. Wu Tongji, who had just reported back from the palace, suddenly sneezed twice. Was someone thinking of him? He raised his eyebrows. Yes, someone was definitely thinking of him, probably quite a few people. By now, the group from Shizhou should have arrived at Fulai village, right? He believed that they would be grateful and might even mention him kindly, especially since the officials had carefully chosen a good place for them. Meng Lijeng thought, yes, they must be thinking of him. He touched their hearts. All right, I understand. I will discuss this with them and give a reply to village chief Zhang tomorrow.
But
it's already evening. Where do we stay? Village chief Zhang thought for a moment and looked a bit troubled.
Well,
you're new here, so it's hard to arrange houses for everyone. First, you just arrived in a strange place and probably don't want to be separated. Second, since you're new, the villagers don't know you well, and they might be a little afraid of you. Meng Lijeng shook his head. Village Chief Zhang, don't feel bad. We won't stay in others' houses. I don't know if there are any empty houses in the village, but as long as there's a place to stay and shelter from the wind, that's enough. There are some. Village Chief Zhang nodded immediately. There's an empty house at the village entrance, but it's a bit small. It might be a little crowded for you. We can squeeze in. We've been traveling under the stars and moon all this time. As long as we have a place to shelter from the wind, it's good enough. Please, Village Chief Zhang, lead us there, Meng Lijeng said. All right, follow me. Hearing Meng Lijeng's words, Village Chief Zhang felt guilty, but also let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, they were reasonable people. Otherwise, with so many of them causing trouble, he wouldn't know what to do. This is it. But because it's old and run down, no one has lived here for a while. You'll need to clean it up before you can stay. Looking at the dilapidated house, Village Chief Zhang felt even more guilty. If these people had been stubborn or unruly, he might have hardened his heart, but now he felt sorry for them. However, after these people arrived in the village, they didn't say much. Only their village chief had a business discussion with him, and just now on the road, the chief also gave him a silver piece, saying that since he was new here, he should take care of him in the future. Village head Zhang left, but before leaving, he told everyone that if they needed anything in their house, they could ask him to borrow. He also kindly mentioned that the row of houses across the river belonged to important people. Although he didn't know exactly who they were, he asked everyone not to cross the river to bother them. The people of Mingjia village looked at the broken house in front of them. They felt a mix of emotions, bitterness, sweetness, and sadness all at once. Some even started to cry. They should be happy to have arrived at a place with a roof to shelter from the wind and rain, much better than sleeping on the road with the sky as their bed and the ground as their blanket. But thinking about their old home in Mingjia village made their hearts feel very sour. In the past, Meng Qingluo's family and Meng Lijeng's family lived in big blue brick and tile houses. Other families had earthen brick and tile houses, and some were so poor they only had thatched roof huts. No matter how broken, these were still better than what they had now because they were their own homes. All right, everyone, light the torches and go inside to tidy up. Meng Lijeng quickly organized everyone, coming back to his senses from his mixed feelings. Meng Qingluo led her horse into the yard last as dusk fell, and she looked around. The yard was a bit broken, with withered that grass everywhere, but it had a decent wall and tiled roof. It was quite large, with 6 small rooms, a kitchen, a storage room, and in the corner of the yard, there was a simple toilet. Everyone started to clean up. Outside, the men pulled weeds, repaired the gate, and fixed the wall. Inside, the women took out buckets or basins from their homes, went to the river to fetch water, and cleaned the windows and the kong, a traditional heated bed. In Western Zhou, people slept on wooden beds, but when villagers saw the unique heated kong from the north, they were very surprised. They touched it, looked at it, and wiped it, trying to clean it. But no matter how they wiped, it couldn't be cleaned because the surface was covered with dust and dirt. Old Fourth's family. What's this thing called? Is it a bed? Will someone fall into the pit in the middle while sleeping? Granny Who asked loudly to Yang. Yang rolled her eyes and replied, Fall? With such a big person, where could they fall? Yang and Zhao had already claimed a main room for their family and were busy tidying up the house. Their family has many children and women, including 3 small babies. At night, they must not sleep outside in the yard where they would be exposed to the cold. Mrs. Yang and Mrs. Zhao are busy inside the house, while Mrs. Pan and Mrs. Su go to help in the kitchen. Even the children are busy, either pulling weeds in the yard or collecting firewood nearby. Meng Qingluo takes the baskets carrying 2 children off her horse and carries them into the house that Mrs. Yang has tidied up. The 2 little ones are excited and now sleep soundly in the baskets, holding White Wave and Black too. Mother, I'm going to lead the horse and donkey out to drink water and eat some grass, Meng Qingluo says to her mother. She greets her mother and then leads the little gray and big red dates outside. The donkey tied at the village chief's house nearby hears the noise and starts stamping its hooves, struggling to get closer to Meng Qingluo. Seeing this, the village chief's wife laughs and says, Luo, why don't you also lead my donkey over? Okay. Meng Qingluo responds cheerfully and leads the 2 donkeys and a horse toward the river. Behind her, Meng Li and Old Master Meng are whispering, Animals are just like people. The more you feed them, the more attached they become. Look at our donkey. A Luo feeds it all along the way, and now it only recognizes her. Anyone trying to touch it has to be careful, or it'll snort at them. Meng Qingluo smiles, knowing that the food she feeds the animals is special, spring water from the ancient well in her space. She has tested it and found that, although it doesn't have the miraculous effect of bringing people back to life, it can speed up healing wounds, reduce pain, strengthen the body, and whiten the skin. Just look at the 2 little ones now, clean and fair, and White Wave, Black too, and the shiny, smooth fur of the little gray donkey all show the benefits. This time, Meng Qingluo didn't feed the animals the spring water, but gave them river water and dry grass found by the river. Since they have food and water, she doesn't need to give them special treatment, avoiding drawing unwanted attention. After more than an hour of work, the yard's gate is repaired, the weeds are pulled out, the house is tidied up, and the stove is lit. An old, dilapidated house is reborn under the villagers' care, giving a fresh and lively feeling. That night, everyone ate together, no more dividing into your family and mine. I cooked a big pot of warm wolf meat soup, adding mountain mushrooms and green wild vegetables. I also made several pots of brown rice porridge and fried mixed grain and vegetable pancakes. It smells so good. It makes my mouth water. Fortunately, this house is far from the village, so the smell doesn't drift over, or else people might gossip. After escaping thousands of miles, everyone looks so poor. Just look at their clothes, dirty enough to peel off a layer, and their hair is full of lice and white nits. It's enough to make your scalp crawl. It seems only the families with a little more wealth, like those with horses and donkeys, are better off. Inside the broken courtyard, regardless of what the villagers are thinking or saying, everyone sits or squats, holding bowls of hot porridge and drinking warm soup. Uncle Meng sighed. This is the real life. He no longer worries about having to keep moving tomorrow, nor about guarding against other refugees or wild animals at night. He doesn't have to save water every day, afraid that one day they might run out and die of thirst on the road. Yes, once we rebuild our house and earn enough to buy land and fields, we'll truly have a new home, Meng Changshao said as he looked up from his soup bowl. His wife, Sister Meng, sitting beside her husband, smiled softly at his words, her eyes flickering over their eldest son, Zhuzi, who was gnawing on a wolf bone. That's wonderful. Her family is still all together. Father-in-law, younger brother-in-law, children, and husband, all still by her side. They escaped together, and now they are still the same people, none missing. However, some families have tears in their eyes. Huzi from the water team looked up at his family and saw that they had originally left with 8 people, but now only 6 remain. Her mother and younger sister have died. Her mother died from exhaustion on the road, and her younger sister never returned after the bitter orange pack was scattered. Meng Qingluo finished feeding little Bao, and Yangshi also fed big Bao. "Mother, eat your meal," Meng Qingluo said, filling a bowl of porridge for Yangshi, topped with plenty of hearty wolf meat. She took a piece of pancake and ate half with wolf meat and broth. "A Luo," Yangshi nudged her with her elbow. "Mother, what's wrong?" "I think your grandma is missing your big aunt and little aunt. She's sitting there wiping tears," Yangshi said softly. Meng Qingluo paused. She had been busy caring for her family's safety and the villagers' well-being, so she had forgotten about this. She should have asked that person that day to see if there was a way to help find someone. TSK, she really is forgetful. She met the person twice and even saved her nephew, but she forgot to ask his name. Fortunately, the sign she asked the village chief to find for Mr. Wu was returned and put away. Although her first attempt was just to cling to a big opportunity, and she was a bit bold about rushing forward, now she has made some connections. She has some friendship, so she should ask what his name is. Meng Qingluo looked over there. Not only her grandmother, but her aunt, second aunt, and third aunt all had red eyes. "Mother, what's wrong with the three of them?" "Silly girl, because of you, our whole village was in danger, but managed to get through. Now that we are safe and settled, they no longer worry about themselves, but start to worry about their family members." "Oh," Meng Qingluo didn't know what to say. She just nodded sadly. "Are they worried about their family?" "Yes," Yang nodded. After a moment, she looked a bit lost and said, "Mother doesn't even know where her family is, so she doesn't know how her relatives are. But now this is a good thing. Mother, you have me, father, and 3 brothers." Meng Qingluo reached out and touched Yang's hand. "Let's eat quickly. The wolf meat will get cold and won't taste good." "Okay." Under the tempting smell of the wolf meat, Yang's mood quickly improved. She focused on eating the delicious meat and didn't think about her background anymore. After eating, the women washed up and tidied themselves, taking care of the children. The men built a fire in the yard and sat around it, discussing future plans. Meng Lijing took a puff of dry tobacco, then exhaled and said, "You all heard what Village Chief Zhang said today. The official documents don't specify how we will be settled. We don't know yet if the government will send money or grain to help us. But now it's September in the north, and the weather is getting cold. We need to build our houses soon, before any official arrangements. That's good. We can finally settle down. The village chief will give each family a piece of land for free to build a house. Since it's free and the location is good, the plots probably won't be too large. I and Uncle Sam mean that once the free land is available, we will start building. Big or small, good or bad, it doesn't matter as long as we have a place to live. We will build a house with a stove and firewood for warmth, so we won't be cold this winter and can get through it slowly. We all know that we escaped from Mingjia village together. We don't have much silver left. Besides building a house, we also need to buy daily supplies. So, we are selling wolf pelts and medicinal herbs on the road and the items we took from those people the other day. All of these are gathered and divided equally among everyone. Children under 5, whether boys or girls, are not included. Does everyone agree with this way of sharing? No objections, we agree. Everyone nodded. Good, if no one objects. Shall we come here? Tell everyone how much silver we have and how much each household can get. Tomorrow, we will go to the town to exchange the silver notes, pawn the jade pendant and silver hairpins, and then distribute everything fairly. That way, everyone can start building their houses early. Okay, Dad. Meng Changshao immediately started calculating with everyone. After selling the medicinal herbs and wolf pelts, we still had 180 taels of silver. We also found 30 taels and 501 from those bandits. We gave 5 taels to Mr. Wu, 1 tael to Officer Yu, and 1 tael to Village Head Zhang. We still have 203 taels and 501, plus a jade pendant and 2 silver hairpins. Based on the quality of the jade and the style of the hairpins, Dr. Shui said they are worth about 5 taels in total. In the village, there are 20 children under 5, including Aluo's 2 boys, De Lang's older sister, my son Juzi, and Bao Miao. However, I want to say that if we are sharing, it must be fair. Uncle San's family, Ling Jun, and Dr. Shui should also get a share. We can't exclude outsiders just because they are not from here. There are 102 people in total. Subtracting the 20 children, 82 people are eligible to share. That means, roughly, each person can get about 2.5 taels of silver. Even the family with the fewest members, like CA's family, will get less than 8 taels. Of course, no one mentioned the silver that Aunt Hu had, which still carried a strong smell. Everyone probably didn't forget it, but they chose not to bring it up, knowing her family was in a difficult situation and that she had personally taken it out of someone's pocket. After Meng Changshao finished speaking, Old Master Meng took a puff from his pipe and slowly said, "With this money, everyone can build a house that keeps out the wind and rain. Those with less money will build smaller houses, and those with more money will build bigger ones. I know that dividing the money this way is the fairest method, but it's not perfect. True fairness is hard to achieve, and complete fairness is almost impossible. I believe in everyone.
We all share the Meng family name.
We've traveled together through storms and hardships, nearly losing our lives a few times. Our thoughts have changed. We no longer care about small petty gains. Third uncle, we won't mind." "This is already very good," Huzi said quickly, with his eyes still red. Yes, this is good. When we were at home, we didn't save this much silver. We're grateful to have this now," Sanmao added immediately. "I have no objections, but I am a bit worried. After we finish building the house and buy the things we need for the home, we still have to buy winter food and vegetables. We don't have land or fields now, so everything depends on buying," Nyozi said with concern. Seeing everyone agree openly, Old Master Meng nodded happily. "Nyozi is right to worry, but we won't be overwhelmed. We will find a way to get through this winter safely. Tomorrow, I'll visit Village Chief Zhang to ask for advice. Maybe I can get some more silver or grain from above, or think of other ways to make money. The most urgent thing now is to build the house quickly. Everyone should move into their own homes. It's okay for so many people to stay in one yard for a few days, but if it goes on too long, something might go wrong." Meng Qingluo sat nearby, listening to everyone discuss and their current difficulties, lost in thought. She knew that Grandpa and the village chief wanted to divide the money by person, not by household, because larger families contributed more effort. In this way, her family could get over 50 taels of silver, enough to build a good house. She didn't know how much silver her family originally had or whether they could use all the divided silver to build the house, but she was sure that the new house would be better than the old one in Mingjia village, definitely an improvement. Now her family had a master and Gong Lingjun, who could share a room with a few brothers. However, the master must give him a separate room. Also, Talom is grown up now and can't share a room with his parents anymore. Thinking about the ginseng in the space, there's no need to explain how it got there. Mother knows, and she needs to discuss it with her. Maybe they could sell a 50-year-old ginseng to help grandfather enlarge the house a little. As for how big to build, just enough to live comfortably without feeling crowded. They originally fled from famine, so building a very large or fancy house might attract unwanted attention. "Mother, how much silver do you think is left at home?" Meng Qingluo quietly asked Yang. Yang thought for a moment and shook her head. "Not much. Last year, your third uncle was hurt by a big insect. To save his life, the family spent almost all their savings. Over the past year, they haven't saved much again. Before fleeing, they also had to prepare. I guess not more than this amount." Yang raised 2 fingers and waved them. 20 taels. Meng Qingluo was surprised. A family of farmers can save that much silver in a year, which is quite good. Yang nodded and lowered her voice. "That's including some silver your eldest aunt and younger aunt gave to your grandparents before they left, just in case of emergencies on the way. Otherwise, it might be less than 10 taels. I understand," Meng Qingluo said. Then she asked Yang, "Mother, just now, grandfather and the eldest uncle were discussing dividing silver to build a house. Our family has over 50 taels. Would that be enough to build a decent house?" "Yes, it would," Yang replied with a nod. "This area is well managed by the Crown Prince's son, so prices haven't gone up. 50 taels can indeed build a good house. Since the family doesn't have much silver saved, can grandfather use all of it for the house?" "No, that's not possible," Yang said firmly. We have a big family, and winter is coming soon. In the north, winters are very cold. Men can't earn much silver, so they stay home to eat and drink. The daily expenses, winter clothes, and quilts all need to be bought. Your grandfather might even want to save a few silver to buy a few acres of land. That's not something a little silver can buy. Yang hesitated for a moment, then gently patted Meng Qingluo's hand. Luo, my girl, those 2 sticks were actually found because Enin, that little lucky star, discovered them. They are your belongings. I was planning to keep them to sell for a good price so that in the future, when you find a good husband, they can be part of your dowry and no one will look down on you. Your mother and father are not very capable. One has no help from her family, and the other is as innocent as a little child and doesn't understand people. We can't help you much. Even if your grandfather and grandmother spoil you, they have 4 sons, 10 grandchildren, and will have great-grandchildren too. They want to give you a lot, but they also have to think carefully and be cautious. Their abilities are limited. Of course, your mother doesn't mean your uncles and aunts are bad. On the contrary, they are all good. But even the best people will think about their own children first. That's just human nature. Yang sighed and changed her tone. Luo, these things are yours to decide. You don't need to ask your mother for permission. Right now, helping the family is also helping yourself. When the family is doing well, you'll be better too. Luo understands, Meng Qingluo said, reaching out to hug Yang. Her adoptive mother always thought of her in every way. Mother, you don't need to worry. Even if I get married in the future, with my skills, I will earn a good dowry. You don't need to worry about my 3 brothers. Once we settle down, I will talk to Grandpa. Next year, I want all 3 of them to continue studying and learning to read. Yes, I believe in you, Yang replied. Yang didn't say much more, feeling comforted inside. A smile appeared on her face. She knew her Luo had changed. She was more confident, capable, and fortunate now. The people of Mingjia village had the most peaceful night since fleeing the famine. At dawn, everyone got up. Today there was a lot to do. Meng Chongshao took Uncle Meng to the town to exchange jade pendants and silver hairpins for broken silver and copper coins. Meanwhile, Meng Li and Old Master Meng took representatives from each household in the village to Zhang village chief to find a suitable place to measure land. The weather was very good today. The women at home washed and scrubbed, heated water to wash their hair and bathe, and also washed the children. On the road fleeing the famine, no one had washed their hair or taken a proper bath. Everyone carried a strange smell on them. After tidying up herself and the children, she took all the clean clothes to the river to wash. Heavier clothes were hung out in the sun to dry, and even the blankets were sun-dried. For a moment, the riverbank's pebbles and large stones were decorated with colorful patches. Meng Qingluo and Yang Shi were also washing up. However, the shampoo they used was secretly taken from her space and stored in a clay jar. Even the body wash was secretly poured into a bamboo tube from her space. Similarly, the laundry detergent for the children's clothes was also prepared by Meng Qingluo. She was eager to use these items herself, but she kept them for the children and Yang Shi. She was very discreet. When she had good things, Yang Shi would never ask about them out loud. In a corner of the yard, Meng Qingluo took some shampoo from a small clay jar, rubbed it into Yang Shi's hair to create foam, then helped her wash it out. She poured hot water over her again to rinse. Suddenly, Yang Shi's hair smelled wonderful, and her long hair became smooth. She sat happily, drying her hair, and said, "Luo, it smells so good and feels so soft. What kind of shampoo is this? It's really nice. If you like it, Mother, you can use this to wash your hair from now on. No need to hold back. When it's finished, I'll go to Guangzhou City to buy more," Meng Qingluo replied casually while continuing to wash Dabao Chongping's hair. Yang Shi smiled happily. Such a precious thing. It's okay to use it sometimes. But if I use it all the time, I won't be able to afford it. Meng Qingluo didn't explain. As long as her space remained, they would always have enough. "Mother, hold Dabao so I can dry Xiao Bao's hair," she said. Yang Shi, who had finished drying her own hair, reached out to hold Dabao. The little one had changed into a clean, dry outfit after bathing last night. Now that her hair was washed, She radiated a faint fragrance all over. Yangsher used a clean white towel that Meng Qingluo had prepared especially for the little girl to dry her hair. Sitting in the warm sun, the small girl's face was pink and white, her hair fluffy, with a few stubborn little cowlicks sticking up. She sat in her mother's arms like a doll. It was a pity that the little girl always kept a serious face, with a cool expression in her eyes. It probably looks just like the child's father, Yang thought to herself. When she looked up, her little treasure, who had just finished washing his hair and was being held by his grandmother to dry his hair, was smiling at her. This made Yang smile too. Maybe because he had just finished bathing and washing his hair, he felt fresh and happy. He smiled so brightly at his grandmother and mother that his eyes nearly closed from joy. Grandma's laughter filled the whole yard, making everyone feel even happier. Later, on the way, the children ate well. Both of them had grown their first tiny teeth, 2 on top and 2 on bottom. Big brother had 2 more teeth, 3 on top and 3 on bottom, making 6 teeth in total. Luo, wife, I want to wash my hair too. Silly father finished breakfast and went out to play with his 3 sons. At this moment, he didn't know how he came back alone. When he saw them sunbathing and washing their hair in the corner of the wall, he reached out and ruffled his hair, saying to the 2, "Okay, I'll wash mine too." Meng Qingluo smiled at Yang. "Mother, father is becoming more clean." Yang looked at him with a happy smile and nodded. He looks much better than before. He can speak several more words now and they are more clear. He even tells me to eat more and to dress warmly. This was something new. The first time he told her to eat more so she wouldn't go hungry, she secretly cried a lot. No one wanted her husband to get better more than she did. If he got well, he would be the backbone of the family. She would have support, and the children would have someone to rely on. Look after the 2 treasures. I'll wash your father's hair, Yang said, placing the big treasure into the basket and going to fetch hot water again. Yes, Meng Qingluo responded, thinking to herself that she should get a walking cart for the children. It would help them exercise their legs and give her a break when they were busy. Plus, she wouldn't have to worry about them falling when they were in the cart. The children grew quickly and became more active. Their baskets often tipped over on the way, but luckily, Bailang and Ariai always helped cushion the fall, so they never got hurt. After 2 hours, just as the women started preparing lunch, Uncle Meng and Meng Changshao returned from town. The jade pendant and silver hairpin they pawned at the shop fetched about the same price as old head Shui estimated, 5 taels and 500 coins. Old Master Meng and the other village elders have returned from measuring the land. The land is located not far from the house where they live, separated from the original Fulai village by a small hill. Although they are now all part of Fulai village, the land's location makes it almost a separate village. Meng Lijing immediately asked his eldest son to settle the accounts and distribute the silver to each family head. The land has been measured, and the silver has been received. This afternoon, you can start planning to buy bricks and tiles for building the house. We can gather stones ourselves from the mountain for the foundation. As for the wood needed for the house, village head Zhang said there's a shared forest nearby where everyone can go to cut trees. But you can't cut trees recklessly. Report how much wood your family needs to village head Zhang, and only after he approves can you go to cut. If any family has laborers who want to save money, they can dig mud to make bricks and dry them. The tiles can be replaced with thatch, which can be cut from the mountain. In winter, the thatch needs to be thicker. Anyway, no one should delay building their house just to save money. It's September now, and October is coming soon. The weather here isn't like in Western State. Once October arrives, it will be freezing, with ice forming on the water. Meng Lijing and old Master Meng worked hard to handle everything. Once all was arranged, each family began building their house on the measured land, laying the foundation and starting construction. At Meng Qingluo's home, she gave old Master Meng a 50-year-old ginseng root and shared her plan for building her house with her grandfather. Although the house wouldn't be very fancy, she wanted her family to live comfortably, with a high wall for safety. At that moment, old Master Meng was debating how to divide the silver he had received when Meng Qingluo pulled him into a room. Frowning in thought, old Master Meng suddenly saw a large wooden club in his granddaughter's hand. He almost staggered in surprise. "A luo, where? Where did you get that?" Meng Qingluo quickly helped him steady himself and smiled. "I got it from the mountain in Yunzhou. I hid it away, waiting for a time when I might need it." "Grandpa, you won't be mad, will you?" Once he steadied himself, old Master Meng reached out affectionately to pat her head and shook his head. "Silly Aluo, you've always been too soft and kind-hearted. Now that you have that, I'm just happy for you. I wouldn't be angry. My grandfather, as the clan leader, naturally considers the villagers when fleeing from danger. However, he doesn't owe them anything, nor do my children and grandchildren. It's good that my grandfather isn't angry. Here, take this. Tomorrow, the eldest uncle can take it to Guangzhou City to sell, so we can build our house sooner." Old Master Meng thought for a moment and didn't refuse. "Aluo, I will keep this for now, as it's urgently needed. But I will talk to your uncles and aunts. Once our family is better, we can save this money for your dowry. Grandma, you're being too formal. Don't treat me like a stranger. I am part of the family. When I can help, I will. For example, your eldest and second uncles often sell game they catch in the mountains. Do they keep the money for themselves?
No. Our family is one.
When one suffers, we all suffer. When one is happy, we all share. This money should be used for the family. Don't think about saving my dowry. I can earn my own living. When I get married, will you and the uncles and brothers just watch me leave empty-handed? That's impossible." Old Master Meng raised his head proudly and snorted. "As long as I am alive, they dare to do that, I will kick them out of the Meng family." "Humph. All right. Grandpa, say something lucky. No need to talk about life and death. Grandpa and Grandma want to live a long life. Not only do we want to see me married in a beautiful red dress, but we also want to see me happy and healthy forever." "Yes, that's what Grandpa wants to hear."
"Go now.
Call your eldest and third uncles, and De Wang to come in." The tall, proud old man ordered his granddaughter, with a proud look. Such a proud old man. Meng Qingluo couldn't help but laugh and cry as she left the room to call them. At this moment, inside the Prince Yan's residence, Prince Yan's little friend, Yan Min, had recovered well. He was sitting by the carved window, staring at the sky in a daze. He couldn't go anywhere in the palace, only bouncing around in the backyard of about an acre. It made him very annoyed and upset. Grandpa Yuan. Little Lord Su Zhongyuan stepped into the room. "Grandpa Yuan, where did my little uncle go today?" Yan Min thought about how his uncle took guards to climb high and look far yesterday without taking him. He wanted to cry. He felt so sad and hurt. How could he leave his adorable little nephew alone to enjoy himself? Shouldn't good uncles and nephews share happiness and face difficulties together? "Your Highness, the Crown Prince didn't leave the residence today. He should be in the study handling official matters. Not gone out." Yan Min's eyes lit up. He quickly got up and ran with short steps. "Your Highness, take it slow down. One runs ahead, the other chases from behind." In the study, Governor Hu and Deputy Wu had just left. They were discussing how to settle the disaster victims. This matter is now the top priority for Guangzhou, the most important issue. Yesterday, 2 groups of disaster victims arrived, and more are expected soon. They will come in large numbers. They need to prepare quickly with enough people, money, and grain, so they won't be caught unprepared later. The main policy for settling disaster victims is, first, victims can stay in Guangzhou voluntarily. No one should be forced. Second, those who stay voluntarily will receive 5 taels of silver as a settlement fee for each household, plus 10 jin of coarse rice per person each month. The grain will be provided until the new harvest next year. This requires a large amount of silver, which makes Yan Xiuzhu a bit worried. He rubbed his forehead and thought he should talk to the steward of the Wang family's estate about cutting costs. He also needs to write a report to Uncle Emperor. Yesterday, besides the group he met, there was another interesting group. The first group was familiar to him, but the second group was related to Steward Bai from the estate. Steward Bai asked to see him, saying he wanted to be closer to Fulai village. Steward Bai's family name is Bai. He handles procurement. His mother used to save the Empress Dowager's life. Later, she served her in the palace, being a trusted maid named Chen. When the Empress Dowager followed the emperor to the southern border, Chen also went to serve there. Because of this relationship, Yan Xiuzhu decided to help Bai's family and agreed to his request. He wondered if the group from Mingjia village had been settled yet. What about the dark, thin female doctor and the 2 children?
How are they doing now?
Thinking of the group from Mingjia village, his mind kept drifting to the innocent, smiling face of little Ball, the chubby hands holding the bear cub, eager to give it to him. Just as Yan Xiuzhu's lips curved into a slight smile, he saw a small head peeking into the study door, looking around cautiously, hesitant to come in. Minner? Yes, little uncle, it's me. I'm here. Yanmin jumped into the room happily. Standing in front of the desk with her hands behind her back, she looked at Yan Xiuzhu and asked, Little uncle, what do you want me to do, Yan Xiuzhu? Isn't it you who came uninvited? Why are you asking me? Then he remembered something and raised an eyebrow. Minner, do you want to go out and play? Yes. Yanmin quickly took 2 steps forward and threw herself into her uncle's arms. She placed her small hands on his legs and looked up with big, bright eyes full of hope. Then go back and tell Grandpa Yuan to get ready. We will start going to Jixiang town tomorrow and stay for a while. Minner understands. I'll go now. Yanmin turned around and ran off happily. She was so excited to be able to go out and play outside the palace. Fulai village by the river. Balahang was holding a bright red horse, while Jialong and Shirling each held a donkey, feeding them water. Big Sister said that starting today, the 3 of them would take care of the horses and donkeys at home. If they took good care of them, and they weren't thinner than now by the new year, she would buy each of them the most wanted gift. Balahang's wish was for a sharp, well-forged dagger, so he could have a handy weapon when hunting with his grandfather and uncles in the mountains. Jialong wanted a counting frame used by accountants. He thought that the accountant who could make the beads click loudly was very impressive and capable. He admired him and wanted to be an accountant too. Shirling wished for a bag of sweet candies with a milky flavor he had tasted on the road and a shuttlecock that could fly very high. He hoped the feathers would be from the most beautiful wild chicken, making the game more fun and stylish when playing with friends. Hey, kid, is this your horse? A chubby boy, about 7 or 8 years old, approached them and asked arrogantly. Balahang looked at the boy and, remembering his family's advice not to cause trouble with village kids, nodded proudly. Yes, it's ours. The chubby boy frowned and looked at them with disdain. Didn't you come here fleeing from hardship? How could you afford to buy a horse? Did you steal it or snatch it? When Xiao Shirling heard this, he was not convinced. Although the horse was really stolen during a fight between his older uncle and sister, when little Fatty said it, something didn't seem right about the smell. The small person immediately placed his left hand on his waist, waved his right hand forward, tilted his head, and stared at little Fatty like a teapot. He said, Hey, little brother, are you underestimating us? What's wrong with us fleeing from hardship? My sister said, We are not stealing or robbing. We just left because our hometown was hit by a disaster, and we had to find a new place to settle. Is fleeing from hardship a crime?
No.
Fleeing from hardship is honorable. I'll tell you, I usually don't talk to strangers, but my sister is amazing. She can heal wounds, fight and make faces that swell like a pig's head, climb very tall trees, help Brother Baga kill big gray wolves, buy us candies and cakes. She can do many things we don't know or can't do. Anyway, I won't tell you all. Just remember, whatever my sister says is right. Besides, we came fleeing from hardship, so we didn't have money to buy a horse. We do. Not only do we have silver to buy a horse, but we also have silver to build a house. Your sneering face is unacceptable and needs to change.
And
whoever said it, it's good to admit mistakes and improve. You shouldn't look at people with biased eyes. Remember, there's a saying, a soldier should be looked at anew after 3 days. The little fat boy. A flock of crows flew over his head, with their beaks wide open, and he stared at the smaller, thinner kid with wide eyes. Did he just say something? Who is he? Where is he? What is he doing? Why, after just asking the other person a question, did the little kid, who was much younger than him, babble on with words he could understand some of, and some he couldn't. Xiao Shirling thought to himself that if it weren't for two of his teeth falling out during his teething period and temporarily making him a bit drafty, he could speak 10 times more smoothly than he was now. One effort, then decline, then exhaustion. After a long days, little Fatty's face turned red, and his shoulders drooped. He wondered why the other person didn't look like someone his mother said was easy to bully when fleeing from hardship. After hesitating for a while, his eyes brightened and he looked up. "Does your sister also know martial arts?" "Of course. My grandpa, my uncle. They all do. Look, my 8th brother is here, holding the horse. He can do it too. Doesn't your family have anyone who can?" "No." The chubby boy shook his head weakly, feeling very disappointed. He had come to show off and feel proud of being from this village, but instead, he was taught a lesson and couldn't even argue back.
"You're really so sad," someone said.
"Your family doesn't even have anyone who can fight." Tenling nodded sympathetically. He walked over to the chubby boy and wanted to pat his shoulder to comfort him, but he realized his small hand couldn't reach, so he had to lower it and just pat the back of the boy's hand instead. "Can I come along and help with the horses?" the chubby boy asked nervously, touching his small hand, which had just been patted by a little kid. The little kid's hand was warm. "That's something you need to ask Brother Ba," Tenling replied. "Brother Jiao and I are responsible for feeding little Gray, and Brother Ba takes care of Big Red Date." The chubby boy looked at Ba Lang with hopeful eyes. Ba Lang felt a surge of pride and said, "Of course you can. As long as you listen to me." "Okay, I'll listen to you. In the past, all the children in the village listened to me. From now on, they will all listen to you just like I do," the chubby boy declared excitedly, looking at the strong and impressive Big Red Date and making a vow. "No problem. My name is Meng. I am the 8th boy in my family. I am Meng Belong. What about you, Brother Belong?" "I'm Guizijia. Can I touch your horse?" "Sure."
"Wait.
Your hands are too dirty. Go wash them in the river first. Wash 3 times, no, 5 times. Only when your hands are clean can you touch it. From now on, you can call it Big Red Date. My sister gave it that name." "Got it, Brother Belong." The chubby boy hurried to the river to wash his hands. Xiao Jilong was standing there holding a donkey, tall and straight. He watched his younger brother Tenlang and older brother Belong perform, eyeing them with a small, proud look. He thought to himself, "My little brother is really impressive. At such a young age, he's already gathered a group of followers with just a few words. In the future, he won't be bored and can just follow his brother around, acting as his clever advisor." As for himself, well, as his sister said, he loved silver coins and the sound of the abacus and money clinking was very wonderful. It was so wonderful, like spring breeze blowing through the forest, like raindrops hitting the roof, like fish jumping out of the water, and even more like pearls falling onto a jade plate. In truth, neither Tenlang nor Julang, the 2 little kids, knew much. They had just listened to Meng Qingluo repeat things a few times and remembered them. With their sister's teachings and guidance, it was hard not to go astray. The next day, Uncle Meng left early in the morning, riding his Big Red Date horse, carrying the ginseng that Meng Qinglu had taken out. Today, he went to Guangzhou City with 2 tasks. First, to sell the ginseng, and second, to buy a cart frame. They already have a horse at home. If they buy a cart, they will have a carriage. With a carriage, it will be much easier for the family to go in and out. At noon, Meng Qinglu was squatting by the river, washing some old clothes of the little twins. She had pulled them out of the big bundle at home. They had clothes for all seasons, and the fabric was still good. The underwear was made of fine cotton. "Grandpa is back."
"Oh.
"Now our family will have a carriage," the children happily said. Meng Qinglu smiled slightly. She accidentally looked into the distance and saw several carriages arriving in front of a wealthy family's villa across the river. The carriages were surrounded by guards and servants. She couldn't see clearly who was inside the carriages. Since she didn't see clearly and didn't pay much attention, she wrung out the washed clothes and put them into a wooden bucket before carrying them back to her temporary home. When she reached the door, she saw villagers gathered around her Uncle Meng, all looking very happy. The big red date horse had already been led into the yard. The carriage behind it hadn't been unloaded yet. The carriage looked a bit worn, but it was still okay. A few young men from her family had climbed onto it to play. The yard was filled with laughter and joy. As Meng Qinglu entered the yard, she happened to meet Grandma. Grandma was holding Da Bao Pingping in her arms. When Pingping saw her, he immediately stretched out his arms, asking to be held by his mother. Meng Qinglu put down the bucket, reached out to take him, kissed his face, and then curiously asked Grandma, "Grandma, why are they all happy around Uncle?" Whether it was selling ginseng or buying a carriage, it was good news for her family. It didn't concern the villagers, and they didn't know about the ginseng sale anyway. Your uncle said he saw a notice posted at the city gate of Guangzhou today. It said that the disaster victims settled there would each receive 5 taels of silver as a settlement fee. Also, each person would get 10 jin of grain every month until the new harvest arrives tomorrow. Everyone is happy about this. Now they have money for building houses and enough grain. No one needs to worry about freezing or starving this winter, even those families with no silver at all. Grandma finished speaking and wiped her eyes. The villagers all say that Prince Yan's heir is a good person, truly caring for us disaster victims. I also heard old Master Shui say that he is weak in health. Everyone just hopes he can get better and live a long life. Prince Yan's heir? When I think of him, the man I met yesterday at the city gate comes to mind. He gave me a metal badge from Prince Yan's residence. Could he be the same person? But my master said she has never seen Prince Yan's heir and mentioned that he is very fragile. The man who gave him the badge looks healthy, able to travel 1,000 miles to seek medical help for his nephew. He doesn't seem sick at all, and his body appears very strong. Could he be a close friend of Prince Yan's heir? I wonder what kind of illness the prince's heir has. Can my master and I help cure him? Arrow, my dear, I want you to hold him. I'm going to hang out the laundry, Grandma said. Then she took a wooden bucket and left. Meng Qingluo held her big child at the gate, listening to the villagers' chatter. They said that since the government gave money to the Yin family, they should stop wasting time and build their house quickly. Then they can have their own home and move out of this broken yard sooner. Everyone who had planned to make bricks from mud decided not to do it anymore. Half of those who wanted to go up the mountain to cut grass decided to build tiles on the roof. The other half still felt a little reluctant, thinking that grass is easy to cut and dry quickly. Is Meng girl here? Suddenly, a deep, warm voice interrupted the villagers' chatter. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a tall, handsome middle-aged man, about 40 years old, standing there. Behind him, 2 young men dressed as servants carried a bright red box that looked very heavy. Our village all has the surname Meng. There are quite a few girls named Meng. May I ask which Meng girl you mean? Old Master Meng, wise and experienced, looked at the visitor with a commanding presence and spoke first. Well, but Steward Yen hesitated. The master only said, Meng girl, and didn't mention her name. He didn't know there were so many girls named Meng here. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in his mind, and he continued, This girl once saved my family's young master in Yunzu, and she brought water to him. Oh, and he has a metal badge from Prince Yan's residence that my young master gave him. Today, I come on behalf of my young master to thank her. The matter of young Master Yan's poisoning and seeking medical help should not be shared outside. Fortunately, the young master mentioned it briefly, saying that Miss Meng also gave water. My young master said that back then, on the road to Yunzhou, conditions were limited, and he couldn't express his gratitude properly. Yesterday, when you used the royal emblem, our young master learned that you came to Fulai village. So today, I was sent to thank Miss Meng, said housekeeper Yen, bowing respectfully to the old master. After speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Meng Qingluo, as if to say, It's you, it's really you. Meng Qingluo smiled politely at the villagers, gently holding Da Bao and walking forward. She handed Da Bao to her grandfather, then slightly bowed to the housekeeper in the traditional Yen dynasty style and admitted, I am the one. Housekeeper Yen looked at Meng Qingluo. She really is the dark, slender female doctor. Meng Qingluo couldn't hear Yan's inner thoughts. If she could, she might have jumped in surprise. You're the dark one. You're the thin one. Miss Meng, these are gifts from our young master.
Please accept them, said the housekeeper.
All right, you've worked hard. What is your surname? Please come inside for tea and talk. Meng Qingluo nodded politely, not being overly courteous. My surname is Yen.
Thank you, Mississippi.
It's not convenient here now, so let's talk another day. We'll leave these items in the yard. We need to go back early to report to our young master. Oh, and we live in the house across the river. If you need help, just bring the badge my young master gave you to find us, said housekeeper Yen, hurriedly leaving with 2 young servants after dropping off the items. Old Master Meng called De Lang and Air Lang to carry Meng Qingluo's belongings into the room reserved for women of the Meng family. The boxes were not opened. The villagers, curious, wouldn't ask without reason. Knowing that the gifts were from the noble young master, De Lang and Air Lang didn't bother to peek. They simply placed the items and left to do their own things. Meng Qingluo didn't expect that the house across was actually that handsome young man's, and that the visitor's surname was Yen. Yen is the family name of the great Yen dynasty. Could that young master also be surnamed Yen? Curious, she reached out and lifted the lid of the wooden box, wanting to see what was given. Hiss! It was hot to the touch, and she quickly slammed the lid shut with a bang. Meng Qingluo took a deep breath, holding her pounding heart. She felt her heart was beating even faster than lovers meeting for the first time. Instead of butterflies, she had many little deer fighting inside her. What did she just see? 4 rows of gold ingots, 2 rows of gold ingots, and 2 rows of silver ingots. 10 in a row, 40 in total. Wow, so much money. Her mind couldn't add it up. She needed help. Who can help me count? I'll give him a gold ingot, I promise, really. Meng Qingluo sneakily looked at the door and the yard. No one was there. Everyone in the village was busy building houses, following village chief Meng Lijing to Zhang village. No one paid attention to her. She quietly reached out and slightly opened the box lid. Her hand slipped inside and took out 1 gold ingot and 1 silver ingot. She looked at them carefully. They were both 10 taels each, and new, shiny, and bright. Meng Qingluo had a space where she would never worry about food or clothes.
But
who would complain about having too much money, right? If anyone dares to say they dislike having too much money, come out and see if I can beat you to death. Besides, this was her first reward after coming to the great Yen dynasty, earned with her own ability. It was her first big fortune, so she felt very happy. Meng Qingluo kept 1 gold ingot and 1 silver ingot, and put the rest into her space. Under the gold and silver ingots there was cloth. She opened it and saw many things inside: jewelry, rouge, powder, and writing supplies like rice paper, ink sticks, and brushes. She reached in and lazily grabbed a handful, too tired to pick through each item. She bit her lip, thought for a moment, then squatted down and hugged everything with both hands. 1, 2, 3, and then she tipped it over.
Crash.
All the items spilled onto the bed. Her movements were rough but quick. Luckily, the bed was big enough. Otherwise, everything would have fallen to the ground. In her past life, Meng Qingluo was born into a military family. Later, she became a female soldier. She was a rough girl, good at cooking and sewing, but she was clumsy when it came to things women usually did. Like when she first arrived and suddenly became a mother, if she hadn't had her space, she would have thought she might raise her 2 children into weak little kittens. But of course, she couldn't let that happen. She could take care of herself, but she wouldn't let her 2 little ones become weak. Seeing a box of items spilled messily, Meng Qingluo was stunned. Luckily, she heard Yang's voice outside the yard calling for help. Mother, mother. Come quickly. Please save your daughter. Yang, hearing her voice, pushed open the slightly open door and entered. Oh my, Luo, did someone break into the house and rob you? No, it's not like that. Meng Qingluo smiled awkwardly. Yang had gone out earlier and wasn't in the yard, so she didn't see the gift-giving person. Mother, this is a thank you gift sent by the noble young man from before. Thank you gift. Yang's eyes lit up. She quickly no, in 5 steps, rushed to the bed. He sent so many things again? My girl, that young man is really generous, so wealthy. No, mother, you shouldn't worry about whether he's rich or not. Help me tidy up and count what he sent. Maybe we should send a return gift later. You, my child, are really generous. Such good things, how could you just pour them out of the box like that? You'll ruin them. Oh, dear. Yang started to worry again. Her daughter was moving forward on a different path, changing her old ways without looking back, and she couldn't pull her back. Meng Qingluo awkwardly smiled at her mother. She couldn't explain that she was used to this. In modern times, when she traveled for work and stayed in hotels, she did it this way. When she opened her suitcase, she would confidently dump everything onto the bed, then pick what she needed directly from there. It was so much easier than carefully unpacking a large travel box piece by piece. These bolts of cloth are good quality, all fine cotton, and the colors are suitable. Both children and adults can wear them. The jewelry isn't fancy, except for a pair of jade bangles. Everything else is silver. The styles are simple and elegant, suitable for elders, middle-aged women, young girls, and little girls with hair ornaments, and men with silver hairpins. There are a few sets of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, perfect for scholars. Oh, and 2 small drums for children to play with, 2 pairs of deerskin boots, and 2 thick tiger head hats. Luo, that young nobleman, really thought of everything. Look at these things, useful for our family, not just pretty but practical. Yang carefully packed everything back into the wooden box while chatting with Meng Qingluo. Her admiration for the young nobleman grew even more. She is wealthy and powerful. She had already given them many gifts before. Now that she knows they have come to Guangzhou, she eagerly sent more gifts the very next day. These gifts were not just simple tokens of gratitude, but valuable silver money. Meng Qingluo watched and nodded in agreement with her mother. Indeed, the thank you gifts were sent promptly. Besides the money, the other items seemed proper, but they showed she put some thought into them. After tidying up everything on the bed, Yang arranged the box and locked it carefully. She turned around and noticed 2 more items not put away in the corner of the bed. She reached out to check, and her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, mother, these are also gifts from that noble young man. They are placed on top of the box. Usually you rarely see such new and shiny things. You can keep one silver one to play with, and the gold one is for Grandpa and Grandma. When I have my own, I will get a gold one for you too. Meng Qingluo looked at her mother's 2 gold ingots and generously said, Young, keep them to play with? When did our family have so much gold and silver that they could just keep them for fun? It's like the wealthy women in the capital, casually grabbing handfuls of gold beads and silver ornaments. Here, take these and play. Is her daughter now a wealth goddess? Her eldest brother just returned and told her that the ginseng they received was of good quality, worth 120 taels from the pharmacy. That was just the income from it. And now, so much more. Yang's mind raced with vivid imagination. Oh, mother, now that there are many people living here, it's better to divide the items in the box among the family members. Keeping everything together might cause trouble. The items inside the box were seen by many when it was brought in. It would be inconvenient to put them back into the space. Our family has many women. 1 pair of silver bangles isn't enough for each person. 1 each. 2 pretty pearl hairpins for big sister. The silver hairpins for grandpa and uncle. The younger ones don't need them. 4 calligraphy supplies. Give them to the children studying at home. Mother, you should pick out the things for the 2 babies and what we need for the 4th branch. Keep the useful items, and the rest can go to Grandpa for distribution. Yang thought for a moment and nodded.
All right.
That pair of jade bangles looks valuable. I'll keep them for you. When you get married, they can be part of your dowry. Another dowry. Her mother seemed to dislike her very much and wanted her to get married. Meng Qingluo had already given up struggling and waved her hand indifferently. Mother, just decide for me. What about the 2 children? The eldest son was taken to the village by Grandpa, and the younger one was carried out to play by 4th brother. Maybe now he's also gone to see the lively scene in the village. Housekeeper Yen finished delivering the items back to the courtyard across the river. On the way, He thought to himself that his young master was really going all out today to repay kindness. Yesterday, he was still talking to him about how, because they needed to help disaster victims, the expenses of the royal household had to be cut back and staff reduced to avoid wasteful spending. In his view, the silver given to the divine doctor was just a small amount to other princes and young masters, something they might spend on drinks or a feast. But for his young master, those silver coins were saved over the years, earned through hard work, and were his entire savings. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at when he said this. His young master was truly a poor young master.
Why?
Because in recent years, there had been constant natural disasters, and the ongoing conflicts among several princes caused war and chaos. This made the imperial treasury less full than his own humble household, and military supplies often ran short. The prince was guarding the border, while his young master couldn't just watch his parents worry themselves to death or see soldiers freeze and starve. So, the little money his young master earned with sweat and tears mostly went to help his father fill the big hole in the treasury. Some might say his family's prince was the one causing trouble for his son, but in his opinion, the prince was the one hurting his son, just like the former emperor did to the emperor. Having so many sons for what? Why not imprison or execute a few? Or make them all princes? He thought that the Yen family's old ancestor had a tradition of causing trouble for their children. The prince was causing enough trouble for his young master. Whenever money or grain was needed, a letter would arrive. Usually, there was no communication at all. His family and the princess were happily living in the southern border, while one son was left to be unnecessary. He even joked that his young master should change his name to Yenxs, or call himself Bamboo, because he was like a stubborn, unloved weed, tough and resilient, but ignored. Originally, with his family's cleverness, they could still manage to support the prince, who was causing trouble for his son, even if their funds were a bit tight sometimes. But this time, another natural disaster struck. Refugees arrived in Guangzhou, and the money and grain needed to help them kept flowing out. As a result, his young master became the poorest young master in the entire Great Yen dynasty. Haha. That mighty general's residence still wants to marry their spoiled daughter, who often cries, to the heir as the future wife. But that's just their wishful thinking. Her father, the mighty general, is also struggling in the northern border, lacking many things. He's so poor that he has to tighten his belt, eat and sleep with his soldiers, and hasn't returned to the capital for many years. Marrying a poor girl to another poor family, especially when both are from the two main generals who control most of the army, seems like a foolish dream. Fortunately, their heir is clever and knows that his royal uncle is testing his father. He quickly spread rumors that he has a weak health condition, which made the marriage proposal be rejected. Originally, the story was about the eldest legitimate daughter who was raised in the countryside. The emperor, the prince, and the general's family all agreed that it was not a big deal. The emperor also knows how much affection a girl raised in the countryside can have for the general's family, and how much affection the people of the general's family can have for her. She herself doesn't have much experience or cleverness to stir up trouble, so the emperor can easily control the situation.
But
people's greed is endless, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. At Yen Xiuju's small villa, on the roof of the house across the river, looking up at the sky in front of the city gate, all he could see was, damn. Borrowing from readers' comments, the author chuckles proudly. That Yen Xiuju's personal guard was watching Meng Xiling carrying a little kid toward them, wanting to warn him to stay away. But he hesitated and didn't say anything, just kept looking up at the sky. Meng Xiling heard that the handsome young man living in the house across the street was the noble young master who always sent gifts to their family. Curious, he carried little Inen and strolled along the river to this place. He looked at the big red gate at the front, which was tightly closed and didn't welcome visitors. Little Inen, holding two black kittens, pointed with her small hand to the side. Meng Xiling looked at her gesture and surprisingly understood that she wanted him to go in from that side. Driven by curiosity, Meng Xiling gently carried the little bundle and slowly moved toward the other side of the house. Fu Sanyue, are you going to deal with those two on the ground? Another secret guard, Yan Ing, nodded to signal the two people walking below. If you have the guts, you can do it. Don't blame me if the air punishes you to clean the toilet. Fu Sanyue said reasonably. Ha, you won't take care of me, so I will? I don't want to clean the toilet, it's so stinky. My point is, you don't know that steward Yen just came out from that side door with two young servants. That side door is now unguarded and not locked. The two boys want to sneak in, but that door leads to the young master's study. The young master is busy in his study, trying to think of ways to get money. If he gets angry, we won't just be cleaning the toilet. We'll have to go to the farm to pick manure and farm. Anyway, now everyone in the entire mansion knows that the disaster victims are coming to Guangzhou. Our young master has become the poorest young master in the world. He doesn't even have as much silver as our secret guards. Fat Eagle, you have to believe me. If you follow me, I can even let you go pick manure. Fu March says confidently. Fu March, I told you not to call me Fat Eagle. Do you know something I don't? Yanning looks curious, eager to hear more. Inside, he's thinking he only took a day off because of stomach trouble on September 9th. Most of the time, he's often with the young master. Did something big happen that day that he doesn't know about? What do I know? I only know those two boys were caught inside the house by the young master. The young master didn't scold us, and was even happy because the little girl in his arms is the daughter of the goddess doctor who saved the little prince. Oh, Yanning suddenly understands and nods. Look, Steward Yen is back. The box in the servant's hand is gone. The divine doctor took it. Really? He took it. Fu March's eyes show surprise, then he looks sad. Our young master is even poor now. Hearing this, Yanning also feels sad. Yeah, when the young master is poor, we don't know when our salary will be paid. We're 3 months behind, Fu March emphasizes by waving 3 fingers, his face looking even more worried. Who told you your dad named you Fu March? Compared to others, Yanning, who is only a month behind in his salary, feels a bit proud and amused. Isn't Fu March supposed to be 3 months behind? Outside, near the side door, 4th young master, guided by an gently pushes open the slightly open door. He steps inside with 1 foot. Is anyone here? No one responds. 4th young master, playful but knowing it's not good to enter without permission, hesitates and asks, holding an should we go in? Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. There's delicious food inside. As Yen Xiaozhu, walking out of the study, suddenly heard a child's soft, innocent voice. He thought he was hearing things and paused to listen carefully. The youngest child in the family was only Yen Min. Why did he sound like a little baby? Hurry in, 4th uncle. 4th brother heard the little one shouting and urging, hesitated, and then stepped in with 1 foot. Is anyone there? Hearing the familiar voice of the little one, Yen Xiaozhu smiled and stepped out from under the tree. Someone's here. His gentle voice was like the sound of gold striking jade, clear and beautiful. 4th brother looked at Yen Xiaozhu, standing tall under the osmanthus tree. He felt a bit ashamed of himself. Yen Xiaozhu was truly handsome. He was the most good-looking among his 10 brothers, definitely not admitting that his younger brother, who looked just like him, was equally handsome. But he was surprised to see that Yen Xiaozhu's elegant manner, aura, and stunning face completely outshone him. Sorry to bother you. 4th brother quickly apologized, looking guilty.
No bother.
I know you didn't come here for yourself, but for the little one, right? Yen Xiaozhu's expression was calm, but his eyes held a gentle smile as he looked at an in his arms.
Huh?
4th brother was surprised. How did he know? Little one, are you here to bring me your puppy? Yen Xiaozhu approached the 2 children, speaking to Anin with interest. Anin raised his hands, offering the little black dog without hesitation. Then he pointed toward the study room. Yen Xiaozhu looked at the teddy bear in his arms, and then at the direction Anin was pointing. After a moment of confusion, he understood. He held the teddy bear in one arm and picked up Anin with the other. Let's go. When they reached the study, Anin pointed inside. Yen Xiaozhu hesitated. Was he going into a study? His study was filled with books, official documents, letters, and reports. Nothing valuable. All right, to the study, he decided. Yen Xiaozhu carried Anin into the study. Fourth brother naturally stood outside, waiting. He had heard from his father and sister that the study of a noble family was a sacred place and shouldn't be entered casually. Anan was young and naive, but he knew better than to be disrespectful. In the study, Yen Xiuju looked at the plate of snacks on the table with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. He then glanced at the calm little ball of a child and finally at the black bear curled up on the table. He finally understood what the little one meant. The snacks on his table were indeed good, made by Grandma Yu. Grandma Yu used to work in the palace's kitchen, making sweets, but when she got older, she left the palace and came to Yen Wang's residence, where she took care of his meals. Yesterday, the snacks were in his carriage. Grandma Yu was worried he might be hungry after climbing down the mountain, so she made them early in the morning. Today, Steward Yen took the snacks from the carriage and brought them directly into the study. Since it was cool and the snacks hadn't gone bad in a short time, he didn't want his staff to throw them away. He planned to let the little one eat them when he was hungry. Little one, is your nose a dog's nose? How can you tell that? And you want to trade your precious bear cub for me? You'd be losing a lot. Little Bao said, don't worry about me. I'll eat your snacks first, and then Bear will go home again. Yen Xiuju first found it funny, then felt a bit sad. He realized he hadn't thought carefully enough. When he gave gifts to Miss Meng yesterday, he should have asked Steward Yen to bring some snacks for the children. The snacks were soft and suitable for children. Yen Xiuju took a clean cloth, wrapped a piece of the snack, and held it near the little one's mouth. Eat it. Today's isn't very fresh, so just have a piece to satisfy your craving. Uncle will have someone make fresh ones later and bring them to you, okay?
Ah.
The little foodie grinned happily, finally getting to eat the snacks he had been longing for. Snacks exchanged with the most miserable pet, Hey. After the little one finished eating, Yen Xiuju personally fed him some water, wiped his mouth, and then carried him out of the study to Meng Sir. Time for lunch, so your family won't worry. You can carry the little one back first, and when you have time, bring it over to play. Sorry, young Master Yen, we really caused trouble. Sir C reached out to take an in trip. Trip.
Fall. Fall.
The little ball of a child was very happy. He had finally eaten the snacks, and Bear hadn't been lost. Yen Xiuju also had someone pack some to take back for his twin older brothers who hadn't come yet. In his excitement, the little one, with a babbling mouth, first vaguely called out Dad, then waved his chubby little hand and shouted excitedly, drooling all over. Yen Xiuju and Meng Xilang were first confused and stunned, then surprised. Meng Xilang. Anan can talk now? He even calls him father? Yen Xiuju, that calls him father? Little kid, you mean he calls him dad? Does he like him that much? Suddenly, he felt a bit dizzy. His mind, heart, and feet all felt light. As Yen Guanjia was walking back to the study, he stopped in his tracks. When did his young master have a child? He can call him father now? Did the child's mother come to claim him? Wow. I must tell the lord and lady quickly, so they can share in the joy. Yen Guanjia imagined a scene of the child's mother claiming him, wearing a kind smile. Meng Xilang reacted quickly, apologized to Yen Xiuju, and hurriedly grabbed the little one to leave. If the old master found out he was carrying the kid around, calling him father, he'd be in trouble. Haha, his grandpa's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat was definitely on the menu, maybe even mixed together. After Grandpa finished, his grandma would give him another round. Meng Xilang carried it in and ran away quickly. Yen Xiuju was still standing there, a bit embarrassed, with his ears turning red. He, who isn't even married yet, was called father by someone else. How exciting! And he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He actually enjoyed it. Oh, how shy he felt. He liked that little kid, so cute and a bit silly but clever when it came to food. Young master. It was time to come back to himself. Yen Guanjia called out several times. Only then did Yen Xiuju realize what was happening. Seeing Yen Guanjia's worried face, he straightened his expression. What's wrong? Young master, I just heard that little one call you. Whose child is he? Yen Xiuju gave him a look that said, You're overthinking, and replied, That's Miss Meng's child, the younger brother of the twins. Did you send the things over? Did she accept them?
Oh.
So he's Miss Meng's child. Yan Guanjia felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't gotten to enjoy the big news about the young master. Yes, I sent them. Miss Meng was quick to accept. Good, just accept it. She seems straightforward and honest. Unlike the noble ladies in the capital, petty, cold-hearted, and full of tricks. By the way, does the young master know Miss Meng's name? I almost didn't know who I was looking for just now. I don't know. Yesterday, I heard Old Wu report that everyone in the village has the surname Meng. I guess she is also Meng. If you want to find out, it's easy. You can either ask around or go back to the Wang residence and look through the registration book with Old Wu. After speaking, Yan Xiuzhu turned around and floated back to the study. From a hidden corner where Steward Yan couldn't see, a pair of lips curled up in a high smile. On the roof, Fu Sanhua looked proud as he watched Yanning. Fatting, what do you think? I was right, wasn't I? If you follow me, I promise you won't have to do dirty work like cleaning toilets. Yanning nodded respectfully and flattered him. Yes, Brother Sanhua, you're amazing. I really admire you. Fu Sanhua, I'm coming. Young master. Fu Sanhua appeared very seriously in Yan Xiuzhu's study. Go back to the Wang residence and do two things, Yan Xiuzhu said, sitting at his desk. His long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. First, tell Grandma Yu to prepare some good snacks suitable for children around 1 year old. Second, go to the government office and get the registration book from Mingjia village from yesterday. Hurry back after you finish. Fu Sanhua thought to himself, I am your senior guard and protector, the most important guard. Why are you asking me to get snacks and a record? Can't that chubbying do it or other guards? Is it necessary for me to do such a small task? By the way, tell Grandma Yu to make more snacks. 2 little kids will be eating, Yan Xiuzhu added. Yes, young master. Fu Sanhua could complain silently inside, and he could act playful in secret. But openly disobeying Yan Xiuzhu's orders was absolutely unthinkable. The young master has his ways of ruling. He won't skin you alive or threaten your life, but his methods can make you wish you were dead. Meng Xilang ran home with little Bao in his arms, rushing back. Anan in his arms thought her uncle was playing with her and giggled as she was jostled. At home, Meng Qingluo was secretly applying a whitening mask and drinking a small cup of Gujing spring water. She was lying on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, showing off. When she heard her little son's milk-sweet laughter in the yard, she immediately lifted her face mask, casually threw it into the space, and sat up quickly, as fast as she had in her previous military life when she heard the morning call. Older sister, Meng Qingluo was still holding a facial tissue in her hand when Xilang pushed open the door with little Bao. You're back. Meng Qingluo calmly threw the tissue back into the space. Older sister, I want to tell you something. Xiliang hesitated.
Just say it.
Why are boys so indecisive? I took little treasure to the nice house across the street. Oh, Meng Qingluo nodded. How did you two get there? We just couldn't resist out of curiosity. Xiliang decided to be honest and told Meng Qingluo everything. After hearing the full story, Meng Qingluo, her child is really talented. So impressive. Not only can he exchange his pet bear for food, but he also acknowledged someone as his father. Most importantly, she had been waiting for the first mother call from Daba and Xiaobao, dreaming of hearing their first words calling her Mom, feeling so excited and happy. But this greedy son went out, and her dream first call was stolen by a rude man they had only met twice. Xiaobao didn't call her Mom first, but Dad instead. Such a sad disappointment and painful realization. Looking at the small package of fragrant snacks Xiliang brought back, Meng Qingluo sighed silently, then reached out to hold the little one, gently patting his tiny bottom twice in anger. Why are you so greedy? If your brother's mother didn't feed him herself, he probably wouldn't even wake up from hunger. Only you. Seeing Xiaobao's innocent-looking fox-like eyes staring at her, Meng Qingluo couldn't continue. When Xiliang saw that his sister wasn't angry, he quietly relaxed, thinking he had escaped her. Mixed attack. Meng Qingluo opened the neatly wrapped snacks, looked at them, and saw they were beautifully made with high-quality ingredients. Really good snacks. There were about a dozen pieces. She left one for each of the two children, ate one herself, gave one to Siliang, and packed the rest to send to her father and mother. She had plenty of snacks and food in her space. Her little one's greed reminded her, when she had the chance, she should give the children more delicious food to satisfy their cravings. They were no longer on the run, always on alert. Once the house was built, and they moved into the new place, she would have her own room and more freedom. Before long, Sherling returned again, but his eyes were slightly red, and he was still holding some snacks he hadn't given out yet. "What's wrong? Did someone scold you?" Meng Qingluo asked. "It's not me. No one scolded me." Sherling shook his head. "I found Grandma at the corner of the wall outside, and she—" Meng Qingluo immediately stood up. "What happened to Grandma?" "Don't worry, sister. Grandma is fine." She was just holding Brother Ajuan and wiping her tears, worried about the eldest and youngest sisters. "I didn't go up, I quietly came back. Hold little treasure. Give me what you're holding and I'll go see Grandma." Meng Qingluo had been thinking about this matter for a while, but she hadn't fully decided to act according to her own ideas. However, seeing the elderly woman crying again and again, she knew she couldn't delay any longer. In the afternoon, when Yan Juju sent the steward Yan to deliver snacks to the children again, Meng Qingluo followed the steward to the opposite side to find Yan Juju. "Steward Yan, may I ask, what is your young master's background? What is his relationship with the Yan Palace?" Steward Yan chuckled. "I won't hide it from Miss Meng. My young master is the heir of the Yan family, the only son of Lord Yan." Meng Qingluo was a bit surprised after hearing this, but she quickly understood. Since ancient times, how many princes and kings have pretended to be sick or foolish to protect themselves and their families. Seeing that Meng Qingluo didn't show much reaction or surprise after learning his identity, and knowing she was a disciple of a divine doctor with medical skills not inferior to her master, she probably guessed that the young master was pretending to be sick. But he remained calm and composed. Truly, a divine doctor is not an ordinary peasant girl. Knowing the other's identity, Meng Qingluo's plan and purpose could now be half implemented. The remaining half was for both sides to reach an agreement. "Aluo, where are you going?" An old man with white hair and beard, carrying a medicine basket, his neck no longer crooked and his leg no longer lame, appeared in front of the two. His face was rosy, and his hair was blown into a messy nest by the mountain wind. "To the other side and back soon," Meng Qingluo smiled and replied to her master.
"Oh.
Did the family leave me some food?" "Yes, it's kept warm in the pot." "Hurry back. You've just arrived, and you're not resting yet. Why are you running up the mountain to pick herbs?" Meng Qingluo scolded the old man gently. I heard she left some food behind, so the old man didn't care about Meng Qingluo's nagging. He secretly ran away carrying a basket of herbs. Housekeeper Yen felt that the old man in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he'd seen him before. Curious, he asked Meng Qingluo, "Miss Meng, who was that just now?" It definitely wasn't her grandfather. He had just seen her grandfather this morning. "Oh, Dr. Shuiyang, my master," Meng Qingluo said on purpose, so her medical skills would seem legitimate in front of everyone. "I knew it! I knew it!" Housekeeper Yen said excitedly. "I thought he looked familiar. I saw him once when he went to the palace to see the Empress." No wonder, no wonder." He clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "Really?" Meng Qingluo also smiled. "The old man travels around treating people. This drought has really taken a toll on him, so he looks much darker and thinner now." Housekeeper Yen and Meng Qingluo quickly found common ground, and their conversation brought them closer. They talked happily along the way, sharing interesting stories. When they reached Yan Xiuju's house, Meng Qingluo had already learned some news about Yan Xiuju. She also found out that Yan Xiuju was very poor, a penniless young master who barely ate and often owed his guards wages. Housekeeper Yen joked about this, making Meng Qingluo laugh out loud. What a sad young master. In the study, Yan Xiuju was looking at the registration records of the villagers from Mengjia village. His expression was complicated. because when he opened the record, one name jumped out at him. Meng Qingluo. From Mingjia village in Qining County, Shizhou Prefecture. Meng Qingluo. The girl who once had a marriage contract with him and was abandoned by the general's residence, sent back to Qining County. She was the mother of those 2 children. The divine doctor, who once saved his nephew. When the emperor's uncle wanted to matchmake him, he also sent people to learn about her. He knew she was a gentle, obedient girl raised by her foster parents and spoiled at home.
But
did he misunderstand her past information? The woman he saw now gave him the feeling of being straightforward and natural, not gentle and quiet at all. When did she learn all those medical skills? Is her master Dr. Shuiyang? And who are her 2 children? He saw that although she had 2 children, she was not dressed like a woman of age. Instead, she looked like a young girl. Could it be that she is not married? Could the 2 children not be her biological children? Did she pick them up along the way? At this moment, Yan Xiuzhu felt that Meng Qingluo was like a big mystery, waiting for him to understand and finally reveal the truth. He even started to doubt his own subordinates' abilities. If they could not find out information about a girl in a small village, what use are they? Tomorrow, he would have Fu Sanyue set new tasks and give them a good lesson. He wouldn't tolerate them quitting just because he didn't give them their salary or having bad feelings about it. Anyone who dares to think that way should be dealt with. People like that are just not thoughtful. While Yan Xiuzhu was thinking about Meng Qingluo, Steward Yan brought Meng Qingluo in front of him. Yan Xiuzhu. He placed a book on top of the registration book in front of him. He didn't want Meng Qingluo to know he was investigating her, so he felt like he was spying with bad intentions. In the past, Steward Yan would knock before bringing someone into the study, but today was different. The person was special, Meng Qingluo, who had saved the young prince's life. The young master was very grateful to her and brought her straight in. Meng Qingluo didn't notice Yan Xiuzhu's small actions. Instead, she stared directly at his handsome face for a long time. Not because she admired his handsome looks, but because she was angry. At noon, she was grateful for his care for their village and the gifts he sent, gold, silver, and presents. But now, the person in front of her had taken her first. Well, her first time. Although this was not her first time in the usual sense, she felt very sad, very jealous, and she wanted to punch that handsome face. Yan Xiuzhu felt a chill down his back from Meng Qingluo's gaze. He felt a bit guilty. Although he didn't know why he felt guilty, he just did. Do you need something? Why are you looking for me? Yes. Meng Qingluo sat down on the chair at the table, took a sip of tea from the cup Steward Yan handed her, then straightforwardly said, I have something I need the young master to help with. Of course, I won't ask for help for nothing. Helping is what I should do. Please, just tell me, Yan Xiuzhu said without hesitation. It's not just helping. Meng Qinglu waved her hand. When I hurriedly helped your nephew detoxify, I had my own purpose. Now you have arranged such a good place for our entire village to settle, and you have given us many gifts. We are even now and our debt is paid. Next, I want to talk about something else. When our family fled from hardship, my eldest aunt and younger aunt did not leave with us. Later, I happened to meet my younger aunt's child, and I learned they were robbed by bandits. My little cousin escaped luckily, but we have no news of the other families. We haven't seen them alive or dead. Since we were fleeing, I didn't have the energy to look for them. Now, I want to use the power of the young master to put up a missing persons notice at the city gate of Guangzhou. If they also come to Guangzhou, we can find them. This is a small matter. Yan Xiuzhu suddenly stopped speaking because he thought of something. Is it inconvenient? Meng Qinglu saw him pause and was slightly worried, thinking he was pondering something. No, I just want to ask about your eldest aunt and younger aunt's families. What are their husbands' surnames? Oh, that. Let me think. Meng Qinglu searched her mind carefully and replied, My eldest aunt is named Meng Chunhua, and her husband's surname is Yu. My aunt's husband is Yu Dazhuang. They have 2 sons and a daughter. My younger aunt is Meng Chunlan, and her husband's surname is Gong. Her husband is Gong Rinkai, and they also have 2 sons and a daughter. The little cousin we saved is the younger son of my younger aunt's family, named Gong Lingjun. Wait a moment, Yan Xiaozhu said, then left the study. Meng Qinglu then heard him ask, Housekeeper Yan, the group I brought back last time with Uncle Fu, those people are from the same hometown in Shizhou. Where did you arrange for them to go? They are still living in a village outside the city. They said they wanted to repay your life-saving grace by helping us work in the village. Yesterday, the servant was thinking of informing you and arranging for the disaster victims to settle there during this relief effort. Why are you suddenly asking? I'm just asking what those people are called. Oh, those people are not from the same family. They are two families related by marriage. The man from one family is named Yu Dazhuang. He used to be a courier. The other is a scholar with the surname Gong. I heard he is a teacher at home. In the study, Meng Qinglu could no longer sit still. She immediately ran out. Housekeeper Yan, where do they live? How far is it from us? Not far now, just past Guangzhou City, on the road toward Jixiong Town. What's wrong? Do you know her, Miss Meng? Yes, I know her. Her name matches that of my two uncles, but I don't know much else. Meng Qingluo looked excitedly at Yan Xiaozhu. Young master, how did you meet them? Meng Qingluo was still a bit dazed on her way home. She never expected that Yan Xiaozhu had saved her two aunts and their family. In this world, fate. It's true, what's meant to come will come, and you can't avoid it. And what's meant to leave will leave, no matter how much you want to keep it. Yan Xiaozhu said that after saving her nephew Yan Min, they hurried back to Guangzhou. On the fourth day, they encountered a group of bandits robbing people by the roadside, and they had already killed someone and spilled blood. The screams and cries of the victims drew their attention. If it had been before, Yan Min's poison hadn't been fully cured yet. He would have just sent a few secret guards to kill the bandits and rescue the people, and that would be it. But now that Yan Min was cured and had water from Meng Qingluo, he was in a better mood and decided to help. After rescuing those people, he ordered their carts to follow his carriage, disguising them as his attendants and their families, and they safely crossed Yunzhou Prefecture together, then smoothly reached Guangzhou. Meng Qingluo's initial idea was very simple. She saw Yan Xiaozhu's unusual status and boldly wanted to latch onto a big backer. At that time, she had just arrived in this new dynasty, completely in the dark. She was panicking inside. But she didn't expect to trigger such a chain of events, which not only saved her big and little aunts' families, but also helped them overcome many difficulties on the way. She saved Yanmin alone, and Yan Xiaozhu immediately gave her some food, arranged for them to stay there, and even sent a lot of gifts to thank her. Now, Yan Xiaozhu had saved her aunt's two families, dozens of lives.
Sigh.
She really couldn't keep track of all this. Well, it's not about repaying a life-saving grace with her body, right? That might be acceptable. But this body, no. Her gratitude isn't for herself, but for her little brat who's always causing trouble. She decided to bundle him and the little bear and give them to Yan Xiaozhu. Little Fudianen. Why does the big sister have to repay her life-saving kindness with him? No, I absolutely won't do it. Second Black. Life is so hard for Xiong. He can be cute when he wants, support others with his strength, and exchange for tasty food. Now he even has to sell himself to repay kindness. How could this be? How could this happen? Xiong slams the table. When Meng Qingluo returns to their broken house, the room is full of the adults. But the 10 young men are not sitting. They stand in a row, listening quietly to their grandfather's instructions. Funny enough, their father also isn't sitting. He stands at the front, as if he still considers himself a baby who needs to listen too. Meng Qingluo doesn't disturb the family. She quietly sneaks closer and eavesdrops openly. It turns out that their mother left for usable rooms and some gifts for the two children. But everything else was given to their grandfather, who then divided it among the family members. Grandfather wants them to learn gratitude. They shouldn't take it for granted just because she is their niece, sister, or older sister. Usually, they should buy things for her. But now, everything is reversed. The main point is that they must remember this and never forget. In summary, from now on, if Aluo says to go east, you must not go west. If Aluo says the things are white, even if they are clearly black, you must say they are white.
Aluo is right.
Even if she is wrong, she is still right. After listening, Meng Qingluo couldn't help but laugh and cry. Was she really so bossy? Isn't that unreasonable? To say black is white, to say wrong is right, that's only something a foolish ruler would do. Grandfather didn't mention the ginseng and gold ingots. A few of the young boys are still too young. Though clever, if they accidentally spread the news, it could cause trouble. Old Master Meng is worried. His little Luo's luck seems to have turned against heaven. Just 2 days ago, they sold so much ginseng for silver. Now, the fourth family secretly gave him a gold ingot, shining brightly and weighing 10 taels. Luo's words were, "That noble young man gave it." Grandfather and grandmother probably haven't seen such a new, heavy gold ingot before. They kept it to play with. His heart felt warm and hot. His wife was so touched she shed tears on the spot. He has seen gold ingots during courier trips, but never such a new one. He's never used one before. He never thought that in his old age, he would own a gold ingot from his youth that made him so envious. At that time, he thought, when he had money, he would go to the bank and exchange a small ingot to keep at home as a family heirloom. His kind granddaughter helped him realize this wish. After Grandpa finished his scolding, Meng Qingluo happily walked in with a big smile. "Grandpa, Grandma, I have good news to tell you." The whole family immediately looked at her. What was the good news? Even Yang's big child in her arms and second aunt's little one looked at her eagerly, as if saying, "Mom, quickly tell us." "We're listening. I have news about my older and younger sisters." "Really?" Old Master Meng and Madame Meng both stood up from the Kong bed. Madame Meng was so excited she nearly lost her balance and almost fell. Gong Lingjun hurried over, grabbing Meng Qingluo's sleeve. "Sister, where are my parents?" "Jun, don't worry." Meng Qingluo patted his head and said to Grandpa and Grandma, "This news was told to me by young Master Yen from the opposite side. He happened to rescue my older and younger sisters on his way back to Guangzhou, and he didn't mind the trouble of bringing them back to Guangzhou City. Now, my older and younger sisters are staying at young Master Yan's estate, not far from here. That's wonderful."
Amitabha.
Heaven has eyes, Luo is blessed. Madame Meng was so excited she couldn't speak clearly. She knelt back on the Kong, clasped her hands together, and wished she could thank all the gods and Buddhas. It was them who brought such good fortune to Luo. She also wanted to thank young Master Yen. If not for him, their children might have been harmed or lost on the way. Once they received the definite news, the Meng family couldn't wait any longer. Uncle Meng quickly took out a big red date and prepared the cart. Once the cart was ready, Gong Lingjun hurriedly climbed in. Grandpa Meng and Grandma Meng were helped onto the cart by Uncle Meng, and then Uncle Meng drove the cart out of the village. "Uncle, when you go to young Master Yan's place, they just said they would send someone to take you along. Got it, Luo?" Meng Qingluo watched the cart leave quickly, her eyes full of worry. What she didn't dare to say just now was that young Master Yen mentioned there had been casualties when he went to rescue the two families. She didn't know who was hurt or who had suffered. She could only be sure that her two aunts and her uncle were safe. She wasn't sure about the others, like the children in both families. As housekeeper Yen said, he didn't know much. As Meng Qingluo turned around, she saw 3 pairs of eager eyes staring at her. Her first reaction was to be startled, and her second was a slight sigh inside. "Luo." Second aunt's eyes already looked red as she spoke. Meng Qingluo stepped forward and hugged each of the 3 aunts to comfort them. "I know you're all worried about your parents and brothers back home. I just talked with young Master Yen from across the way and we have a plan. Don't worry too much. As long as they can come to Guangzhou, we can contact them." When the 3 aunts heard that Meng Qingluo had a plan, they were so moved that tears streamed down their faces. They all rushed to hug Meng Qingluo tightly, crying loudly.
"Wait. No.
Don't cry. Why are you crying?" Meng Qingluo was held by the 3 women, stiff and helpless. She really had no idea what to do with these water-like women in her family. She wasn't a women's friend, nor the director of the Women's Federation. In her past life, she was a tough girl. In the army, whether she had conflicts or mutual gratitude with her comrades, She dealt with everything directly. When showing gratitude, she would greet the other with a light punch. If they annoyed each other, they would go to the training ground for a fight, work up a sweat, and feel better. But these women at home, her mother, her grandmother Yang, and the three aunts, were all as delicate as water. When they were moved or excited, whether happy or sad, they all welled up with tears in front of her. Mother, Meng Qingluo looked at Yang, who was standing nearby, and asked for help. Yang looked at her daughter's helpless expression, wanting to laugh but not daring to. She stepped forward and pulled the three sisters-in-law apart. All right, stop crying. Aluo has been growing up with you all. It's right for her to do what she can. According to her plan, you three should go find Wulong, write down your parents' and brothers' names and where they live clearly, and give it to young Master Yen. Maybe you'll see them soon. Hearing Yang's words, the three aunts stopped crying and let go of Meng Qingluo to go find Wulong and write everything down. Oh, mother, you always have a way. I can't stand to see women cry. Meng Qingluo stepped forward, holding Yang's arm and shaking it, flattering her. Yang looked at her with a helpless expression, disdainfully pulling her hand away from her arm. What does it mean to dislike seeing women cry? Lu, you're also a woman. Oh, mother, look. It's getting late. I want to go see where the children are playing. And father, I don't know where he's gonna have fun. I'm worried, so I need to find him. Meng Qingluo quickly changed the subject, slipped away smoothly, and ran off. Yang said, Why does her hand feel so itchy? She wants to hit someone. Meng Qingluo slowed her steps outside the broken courtyard gate. As she walked, she thought, first, since Yan Xiuzhu gave her so many gifts, what would be a good way to return the favor? Second, she wanted to work with him to do business and make money. What kind of business would be suitable? Yan Xiuzhu was very short of money, and she was also in need. Both of them were poor, but the difference was she was pretending to be poor while actually being rich, and he was pretending to be rich while actually being poor.
Sigh.
Such a pitiful little guy. Of course, he was also a young master who deserved respect, someone who cared about doing good and had the hearts of the common people. Yan Xiuzhu's money was mostly used for the disaster victims or for the soldiers of the great Yan dynasty. As a former soldier herself, she had deep feelings and nostalgia for soldiers, and she was willing to work with him. Big fool, big fool. Give it to me, you. Mine. It's mine, my treasure. Give it to me. Suddenly, Meng Qingluo heard her father's voice coming from the riverbank nearby, sounding both wronged and angry, along with another man laughing and cursing him. Meng Qingluo frowned, changed direction, and ran toward the riverbank. When she got closer, she saw two people there, one she didn't recognize, and the other was indeed her father. At this moment, her father was tightly grabbing the other person's hand, trying to snatch something back. His long hair was messy and draped over his shoulders, looking a bit disheveled. Meng Qingluo's eyes flicked over her father's head, and she understood what was happening. Daddy's foolishness isn't real stupidity, it's just a child's innocence. After some acupuncture treatment, and using the ancient well water from the space, he's made great progress. He now knows to keep clean and take care of his appearance. Today, Mama left a silver hairpin for men, and he saw it. He insisted that Mama put it on him. Mama was worried he might drop it at first and didn't agree. But Daddy threw a little tantrum, so she finally put on him. It was just a silver hairpin. If it had been a gold one, she wouldn't mind losing it. After Daddy wore the silver hairpin, he felt very happy. He happily wandered around the village, showing off his new hairstyle and his treasure, feeling quite handsome. Meng Qinglu quickly ran over, pulled her father behind her, snatched the silver hairpin from the other person's hand, and kicked him hard, knocking him down. The whole move was smooth and graceful, like flowing water, making everyone amazed. They felt very excited inside. Across the river, a big person and a small person hurried over and stared wide-eyed. Daddy, are you okay? Meng Qinglu was worried her silly father might get hurt, so she pulled his hand to check. Looking at his face, she saw he was fine, just his hair was messy.
Girl, he took.
My treasure. Daddy looked very upset, pointing at the person lying on the ground. Seeing her father's sad little face, Meng Qinglu couldn't stand it. She stepped forward again and kicked the other person hard. Whose family are you from in Fulai village? If you want to steal, you should first check if our Meng Qinglu family is someone you can bully. The person on the ground was trying to get up, but after being kicked again by Meng Qinglu, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing no response, Meng Qinglu looked at his face. Okay, he was just knocked out. She shook her foot from kicking, then shook her leg again. The 2 kicks hurt a little. She thought, this body is a bit weak. I need to train harder and regain my previous skills. She twisted her neck, stretched her waist, and swung her legs. Suddenly, she looked up and saw a big person and a small person standing across the river. Her eyes widened. Was she being watched the whole time? Or was she in the middle of being attacked? Meng Qinglu awkwardly smiled at the uncle and nephew across the river. He fell by himself. I didn't kick him. Yan Xiuzhu. Though I'm poor, I'm not blind. Yan Min. So you're really this kind of doctor sister. Young Lord Yan, young Master Yan, you two keep enjoying the scenery. The view here is really beautiful. I am taking my father back now. Meng Qingluo, despite being thick-skinned, felt a little embarrassed. She held her father's large hand and started to walk away. Across the river, Yan Xiuzhu spoke. Miss Meng, is that your father? Yes, he's my father. If you had come a little later, I would have acted too. Yan Xiuzhu's face was cold, but his words felt warm. Meng Qingluo paused, blinked her pretty fox-like eyes at the person across the river. Really? Then thank you, young Lord Yan. Meng Qingluo left. Yan Xiuzhu, sitting under a tree and looking at the sky, said calmly to Fu Sanyue, wake up the person across, ask where they came from, and send them back. Also, do something about that hand that snatched the hairpin. Lai Fu village is beautiful with mountains and water, but only a few families live here. This is because it is Yan Xiuzhu's place to relax. There are a few households in the village, with no numbers of people, men, women, their names, and personalities. He has already checked everything clearly. For his safety, he knows which houses might have secret tunnels, whether the mosquitoes are male or female. His secret guards have all the details. No one can escape his and his guards' eyes. The people from Meng's village were arranged to come here, but it was through Governor Hu and Deputy Wu. Without his approval, they definitely wouldn't have been allowed to stay. That person just now looked unfamiliar. They probably came from Laifu village to visit relatives, or for some other reason. Meng Qingluo took her simple-minded father back to their broken courtyard. Inside, the 2 little ones had already returned home, each holding a pet, and De Wang's daughter, Dia, and the little 3rd child were sitting face-to-face on the Kong, chatting softly like babies. Yang Shi saw Meng Qingluo pulling her silly father back. The itchy feeling in her hand was gone. She thought she really went to find her father, but seeing her husband with messy long hair, she couldn't help but ask, why is your father's hair all messy? Meng Qingluo didn't want Yang Shi to worry. She said, the hairpin fell out so his hair got messy. You should help him redo it. Yang Shi took the hairpin from her hand and went to help her silly father redo his hair. Meng Qingluo turned and left the broken courtyard, flying back to the river. But when she arrived, she saw a dark figure carrying the person on the ground and leaving. Yan Xiuzhu and Yan Min have already gone back. I could only see their distant figures walking away. Meng Qingluo felt a mix of emotions. So, the young master, Yan, guessed she might come back again, and he helped her handle things? Next door in Minyu village, Shirlizhi was carried back to his broken house like a little chick, then thrown on the ground like a dead dog. Fei Ying, no, Yan Ying, received orders from his boss. He was told by his 3rd brother to bring the person back, but he also injured his right hand. That's why Shirlizhi is still unconscious. Yan Ying scooped a big basin of water from the kitchen's water jar and poured it over him. A loud scream, and the person on the ground woke up. Shirlizhi opened his eyes and saw a figure dressed in black, wearing a mask with fangs, standing in front of him. Ghost! Shirlizhi shouted sharply, tilted his head, and fainted again. He fainted 3 times, waking up twice. TSK, Boring, coward. Yanning thought it was no fun. He kicked the person on the ground and left. That night, Uncle Meng and Grandpa and Grandma Meng didn't come back. Meng Qingluo quickly fell asleep on the bed. Today was the first day of her new life in Fulai Village. Many things happened that day, exciting, thrilling, and tiring. Meng Qingluo's day was very exciting, and the Qin family's day was even more so. Yesterday, they stayed in an inn in Guangzhou City. After breakfast, they set out to leave the city. Because Steward Bai needed to report to young Master Yan, they had to wait for his reply before making arrangements. When Steward Bai finally responded, it was already late, so they decided to leave today. Early this morning, Steward Bai came again, giving them official documents for their settlement, some food and drink, and a silver note worth 50 taels. He said it was to buy winter clothes for his aging uncle. The place arranged for them by the government was quite good. It was in a nearby village called Minyu Village, next to Fulai Village in Jixiang Town. It was just across a mountain and it was only a few miles around the mountain. They met the town head Shen Wanshan. Shen Wanshan treated them as he would the people of Mingjia Village, sending a clerk with the documents to take them to Minyu Village. Today's clerk was still surnamed Yu, yes, Yu Yong's younger brother, Yu Mao. Yu Yong was resting today, and wasn't there. Likewise, old man Qin bribed his son, Qin Yuliang, with 1 or 2 silver coins. Although Yu Mao is Yu Yong's younger brother, their personalities are very different. Yu Yong is clever and sneaky, but has a strong sense of justice. Yu Mao, on the other hand, is a smiling tiger on the outside, greedy inside, and uses some harsh methods. Like his name suggests, he is full of schemes, disappointing their father, who spent 250 coins to have a wise and meaningful name chosen for his sons, hoping they would be brave and clever, working together to bring honor to the family. Their father and the teacher hoped the brothers would be brave and smart, helping each other to succeed. Yu Mao felt that the money from the Qin family was too little, but he still acted friendly and cheerful in front of them, even fooling the old man Qin. On the way, Yu Mao talked about the scenery of Lucky Town and Fierce Bull Village, saying common things everyone knew. He didn't mention the details of Fierce Bull Village, how friendly the villagers are, or how easy it is to talk to the village head. Chen Yuliang asked him questions, but Yu Mao just brushed them off with jokes. Like Yu Yong, Yu Mao threw the official documents about resettling disaster victims to the village head, Shi Yao Kai, and left after a few words. He forgot to take the latest notice about the resettlement from his pocket. When Yu Mao left, Shi Yao Kai looked at the ragged group of people in front of him without saying a word. Old Mr. Qin saw this and looked at Qin Yuliang. Qin Yuliang understood and secretly gave him a silver coin. Unexpectedly, Shi Yao Kai didn't avoid anyone. He opened his hand, looked at the coin, flicked it, and said, "Since you've come this far and the documents are here, I will arrange for you. The empty land at the foot of the mountain across the river is yours. Build a shelter and stay there." Qin Yuliang and his father looked at each other. Did they only buy his help with 1 or 2 silver coins? Village head sure, the mountain across is high. Building a shelter at the foot of the mountain might attract wild animals at night, which isn't safe for women and children. Do you have any empty houses in the village? We can wait a bit and start building our own houses tomorrow. There are empty houses. Shi Yao Kai pointed to an old courtyard in the distance. That one. Old Mr. Qin was happy. Then, you need to rent it. 2 silver coins a month. Xiao glanced at old man Chen with a neutral expression and said, "That is the village house, so we can't let you stay for free." Old man Chen understood immediately. He suspected that the person in front of him was only interested in money and was taking advantage of their situation as refugees. Since that was the case, they decided to rent the house with silver. They would live there, and in the future, they wouldn't owe anyone favors. Each would live their own life. Time changes everything, 30 years east, 30 years west. He only hoped that someday they wouldn't need to ask for help or rely on others. 1 month was enough for them to build their own house. Despite the pain of losing teeth and swallowing blood, they agreed. "All right, we'll rent it. Please, village head sure, write a contract." Shi Yao Kai stood up and went inside. Soon, the contract is written. Both sides stamped their thumbprints, each kept a copy, and Chun Yuliang paid him 2 taels of silver. The Chin family members silently went to the half-destroyed house and started to pack up. Old man Chun, being old, didn't get involved in these small matters. Instead, he walked out of the house with his hands behind his back, pocketing some pine nut candies given by his niece from the palace that morning. He needed to go to the village to gather information and understand the situation of the enemy from within. He also worried about how the Meng family in Fulai village was doing after settling there. Did they have a place to stay? Were they also being harassed and pushed out by the locals like them? Escaping hardship was difficult, and settling down was not easy either. He planned to find time to visit Meng's hometown and chat with the villagers to learn more. The next day, Meng Qingluo held a book and found Wulong. Wulong, help me write a few copies. Meng Qingluo could recognize the characters of the great Yan dynasty, but she couldn't write well. Well, she could write, but it looked very messy. Big sister, what do you want to write? Wulong immediately took out the ink, brush, and paper her sister gave him yesterday. Since there was no table, he placed them on the box that young Master Yen had brought the day before and sat on the ground to write. Let me read. You write. Okay. After half an hour, Wulong finished writing. He looked curiously at the book Meng Qingluo was holding and reading aloud. Big sister, why do the characters in your book look so broken and incomplete? That's adult stuff. Don't ask. Meng Qingluo quickly stuffed the book into her pocket, actually throwing it back into her space. Oh, Wulong asked again. Big sister, what are potatoes? And what is spinach? Just now, my older sister asked him to write about how to grow these 2 things, but he has never eaten or heard of them before. That's an adult's matter. Don't ask, Goro. All right, I won't ask. Anyway, Grandpa said that from now on, whatever my older sister says is right, and whatever she wants to do, just do it quietly and ask fewer questions. Meng Qinglu carried a small bag and left the broken courtyard, heading across the river. In the study, Yan Xiuzhu looked at the items Meng Qinglu took out of the bag and asked suspiciously, "What are these?" "A gift for you." "A gift?" Looking at 10 mysterious objects about the size of goose eggs, with greenish shells and small sprouts growing on them, and a bundle wrapped in cowhide paper containing small, brown, diamond-shaped seeds about the size of sesame seeds. Yan Xiuzhu felt he couldn't believe his eyes. "What are these 2 things?" Yan Xiuzhu asked Meng Qinglu, suppressing his curiosity. "This bag of seeds is called spinach." "Oh no, it's called water spinach. When grown, it becomes a vegetable with green leaves, like greens. These 10 are potatoes, also seeds," Yan Xiuzhu. "So, the gift I received today is a small bag of seeds and 10 individual seeds. It's the first time in my life I've seen someone give seeds as a gift. How strange." Seeing Yan Xiuzhu's disbelief and shock, Meng Qinglu's lips curled slightly, teasing him. "Young Master Yan, do you think my gift is okay? Is it okay?" "It should be." "Yes, very good." Meng Qinglu chuckled softly, feeling amused by Yan Xiuzhu's mixed feelings. These 2 vegetables don't even exist in the big Yan kingdom, which exceeded his understanding. He took out several papers written by Goro from his pocket and handed them to Yan Xiuzhu, smiling. "Young Master Yan, you should wait until you've read them before praising." Thinking about how the person in front of him almost became his spouse and now was deliberately teasing him, 2 red streaks quietly crept up Yan Xiuzhu's ears. He took the papers from Meng Qinglu and pretended to look at them carefully. Meng Qinglu glanced at her beautiful hand. It was long and jade-like, with clear joints, very pretty, but... "Young Master Yan, you picked it up upside down, huh?" "Upside down?" Looking at her hand, she saw that Yan Xiuzhu's face was truly flushed. His face turned completely red. "Miss Meng, please, can you not remind me to my face? I am not concerned about losing face, huh?" Meng Qingluo saw that her 2 words actually made this handsome young man's face turn red, which surprised her. Was he so sensitive? Then she decided not to tease him anymore. "Young Master Yan, these 2 items are my gift to you. They are yours now. Take your time to look at them later." Meng Qingluo changed the subject. "I came today mainly to talk about a partnership." "A partnership?" Yan Xiuzhu's blush faded slightly. He looked at her in surprise. "What kind of partnership?" "Just tell me." Boldly, Meng Qingluo took out 2 more things from her bag, 2 bottles of wine, each 400 milliliters. Seeing her take things out of her bag, Yan Xiuzhu remembered how she had taken out a silver needle the first time they met. Once again, he felt that her small, worn bag was full of good things. He looked away and focused on the 2 old-fashioned ceramic bottles on the table, curious. What's inside? Meng Qingluo reached out, opened one bottle, and immediately, the aroma of wine spilled out. Even Yan Xiuzhu, who didn't usually drink, brightened his eyes. Smells good. Nice wine. My stuff is naturally good. Meng Qingluo closed the bottle cap, her eyes fixed on Yan Xiuzhu's face, not missing a tiny change in his expression. This is the item I want to cooperate with you on. Since it's cold in the north, it's good for gift-giving or dining. We can go high-end, selling to wealthy families, noble merchants, those rich households. The price can be dozens or hundreds of taels per bottle. We can add a gimmick to raise the price, and you can set the final price. You know those high-status families and noble families better than I do. I will supply the wine, young Master Yan, so you don't need to worry. You just use your channels and methods to sell it. The profit will be split 3-7, 3 parts for me, 7 for you. As for why I only take 3 parts, I'll be honest. It's because I respect your efforts for the military and the people. Of course, the most important point is the origin of this wine. The young master and your people must not inquire about it, nor investigate secretly. If I find out that the young master is investigating, we will have to cancel our cooperation and any future partnership. I trust the young master's integrity. Of course, if others become jealous and try to investigate, the young master must help me stop them and cover for me. I also believe your influence can protect me. Meng Qinglu spoke confidently, explaining everything she could think of to Yan Xiuzhu. Then she looked at him and asked, "What do you think, young master?" Yan Xiuzhu was extremely shocked. He stared blankly at the woman talking so freely, noticing her commanding presence, confidence, and even a hint of hostility in her eyes. Yes, hostility. He wasn't mistaken. A trace of killing intent flashed in Miss Meng's eyes. It was quick, but he saw it. If he dared to investigate her motives, she wouldn't just see it as a simple partnership. She might even want to kill him. Thinking about her medical skills and recalling her quick and precise movements yesterday, he was worried he might die before he even found out what she was up to. A doctor skilled in both medicine and poisons, and also very capable in combat. Killing someone wouldn't be hard for her. At this moment, Yan Xiuzhu imagined a beautiful woman holding a bowl of medicine, walking gently toward him, saying, "Delang, here, take your medicine." He shivered at his own daydream, quickly shaking off those wild thoughts and straightening his posture. He nodded and raised his finger to swear. "All right, I will follow Miss Meng's instructions. I won't ask or investigate. If anyone tries to, I will stop them. If I break my promise, may I be struck by lightning and meet a bad end." If he missed this opportunity, he would be a fool. The money was right in front of him, and he wouldn't push it away. No, he wouldn't do such a thing. Good, it's settled. Let's sign the contract. Meng Qinglu was pleased with Yan Xiuzhu's response. She took out 2 sheets of paper and handed them to him. Yan Xiuzhu looked at the contract, which was filled with clear terms. The bottom of the paper already had her signature. However, the writing on the contract looked a bit childish, somewhat inexperienced, and needing practice. After reading it, he thought there was nothing to change. He happily signed his name on both sheets, kept one for himself, and handed the other to Meng Qinglu. Meng Qingluo took a look and saw that Yan Xiuzhu's 3 characters were written with strong, powerful brushstrokes. The writing was lively and elegant, giving a sense of strength and grace. TSK, such a good-looking person, nice hands, and beautiful writing. Meng Qingluo admired for a while, then silently praised in her heart before saying, "Let your people come to find me in 5 days. I will take them to get wine. The first batch, I will give you 1,000 bottles. Okay?" After giving instructions, Meng Qingluo packed her things, whistled happily, and left casually. After Meng Qingluo left, Yan Xiuzhu picked up the paper she had given him and looked at it carefully. The first sheet listed the conditions needed to grow potatoes, such as suitable temperature, soil type, the best planting months, growth cycle, yield, and how to cook them as food. The second sheet detailed how to grow spinach, with thorough instructions. Yen Xiuju was very surprised after reading. If these so-called potatoes could be cultivated and grown, it would truly be a blessing for the people of Great Yen. And the spinach, which can be grown all year round, was especially important because it could be planted now. Meng Girl said that once large fields of these vegetables grew, he could use his influence to promote them to the tables of the capital and wealthy families across the land. During winter, green leafy vegetables are in short supply. Even if they're expensive, people will buy them to eat. But when selling, they should appear high-end and classy, not call it spinach directly, but name it emerald spinach. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Meng Qingluo had just laughed at him. The notes mention that these two seeds were obtained by chance, not native to Great Yen, but imported from overseas. He didn't recognize them. How good or bad they were, could they be grown? Oh, how embarrassing. Then he suddenly thought, if these two things could be cultivated successfully, the gift would be extraordinary. It wouldn't be just an ordinary valuable gift. He would need to give Meng Girl silver. Although she said it was a return gift, its value would far surpass what he had given her. Mainly because it was worth more, and it could help solve part of Great Yan's grain shortage and winter vegetable scarcity. Yen Xiuju decided he couldn't stay in Famine village any longer. He had to go back quickly and find some experienced farmers to try growing these two things first. Also, find someone who can taste wine to help set the price, then sell quickly. Potatoes and spinach are valuable, but they are vegetables and take time to grow. They can't be grown instantly, and there's no way to fix the current problem. The most urgent thing right now is the money, which depends on the wine Miss Meng gave. Housekeeper Yen, Housekeeper Yen. No one answered. Fu Sanyue, where is Housekeeper Yen? Fu Sanyue on the roof looked at the distant figure of Housekeeper Yen. He's playing with the children at the bridge. Yen Xiuju. Tell him to come back quickly. We're about to leave for the palace. Also, tell Uncle Fu that we have urgent matters and need to go back immediately. Just as he was about to sneak out to find some children playing in the village across the way, little Yen Min heard Fu Sanyue's message. It was like a thunderbolt hitting him on the head.
What?
What? Yen Min stiffened and looked at Fu Sanyue, his face full of disbelief.
Why?
Why is this happening? They just stayed for one night, didn't even spend 2 full days, and now they're leaving. Isn't his little uncle tired from running around? Does he want to exhaust his adorable, unbeatable, good-looking nephew? Why is he so good-looking? Because he noticed that the children across the river don't look as good as him. Right now, he is the most handsome boy in Famine village. He was just beginning to enjoy this proud and happy feeling, and now, he has to go back to the palace alone, beautiful and sad. He really, really doesn't want to leave. Housekeeper Yen happily walked into the study. Young master, why are you suddenly going back? Yen Xiuju, rarely acting childish, lifted his head proudly and said, going back to earn silver. Housekeeper Yan's eyes widened.
Earn
silver. Oh no, oh no. His young master is going crazy over money. Yesterday, he said he was upset and came to Famine village to relax. He only stayed one night, and now he's eager to go back to earn more silver. His young master is so pitiful, so pitiful. Should he consider taking out his little savings and donating it to help the young master get through this tough time? Master Yan's shocked expression naturally caught Yen Xiuju's eye. She couldn't help but laugh and said confidently, all right, don't look at me with that strange look. It's not what you think. I'm not crazy, and I can handle this. I just have a way now. When I return to the palace, I'll tell you everything in detail. I have my own plans. Oh, Yen Guanjia nodded and sighed in relief. It's good you're not crazy. Suddenly, he smiled and asked, guess who I just held? Held? Thinking of the message from Fu Sanyue, Yen Xiuju smiled. Did Anin come again? Yen Guanjia shook his head.
No, not Anin.
It's Meng's eldest son, Chongping. By the way, young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Yen Xiuju shot him a look, signaling him to stop bothering. He was in a hurry to go back and earn money. I think Chongping looks a lot like you when you were young. You haven't seen, really? Yan Xiaozhu paused. When he saw Chongping over a month ago, the boy was thin and dark, like a little kitten. He didn't see the resemblance then. This time, he only saw Xiao Bao, who looks like his mother, Meng. Young master, I found out that Meng's master is the famous Dr. Xue. Chongping and Chang'an are Meng's biological children, born last year. They turned 1 year old on the first day of October. Meng's name is Meng Qingluo. Do you remember the eldest daughter of the general's mansion, Meng Qingluo, who is supposed to be granted to you as the princess consort by the emperor? Of course I remember. Yan Xiaozhu nodded seriously. The child turned 1 on October 1st, and with a full 9 months of pregnancy, that means Meng was pregnant around that time. Thinking about the timing, Yan Xiaozhu was even more surprised. It was around the New Year last year, right before the emperor's marriage proposal. She was in the Jingcheng general's mansion, and he was also in the capital. Suddenly, Yan Xiaozhu remembered a troubling incident from that time, one he never wanted to think about. He had a cleanliness obsession, both physically and mentally. But once, in Jingcheng, he was caught off guard and was schemed against by Prince Qi's son, Yan Xiaoming. He had grown up watching his father and mother happily married, with harmonious music and singing. Their backyard had never had any concubines or beauties, only his mother. There was never any rivalry among half-siblings. So, he has always kept himself pure and only wants to find one person in his life, like his father and mother, to be happy together without anyone else interfering. Other princes have many beautiful concubines, but the Prince of Qi only has one. By the time he was 17, he had no women in his backyard. The Prince of Qi secretly wanted to destroy something he was proud of.
Some people are like that.
They don't want others to have what they don't have. He himself is in a dark, deep abyss, and wants to pull others who are living in the sunlight down with him, living together in darkness, as gloomy as rats in the night. It seems I need to send someone to the capital to investigate what happened back then. Yan Xiaozhu clenched and loosened his fists slowly. He wants to find out what Miss Meng experienced at the general's residence. How did her 2 children come about? Who is the father of the children? And that girl in the red pavilion, was she really from there or someone else? Yan Xiaozhu's eyes flashed with anger and determination. I must investigate thoroughly. Yan Xiaozhu and his group hurriedly left Fulai village and returned to the palace. Meng Qingluo went back to the broken courtyard and saw Wu Lang still leaning over a box, writing something. Wu Lang, what are you writing? Is sister back? I'm writing a letter to father. Grandpa said that since we've decided, we should tell him so he won't worry. We even wrote to him before leaving Mingjia village. Hearing this, Meng Qingluo became interested. She had never met her second uncle, who only appeared in family stories. Do you know where to send it? Meng Qingluo asked curiously.
Wu Lang smiled.
Sister, did you forget? My father is in the southern border. The last time he wrote, he asked how you were doing and said he missed you very much. If he knew you forgot where he was, he might be very sad. Wu Lang looked at his sister with a teasing expression. Soon, he planned to include this in his letter to father. Maybe father, excited and worried that sister might forget him, would find a way to come home. He missed his father so much. When his father left, he and his brother were only about 8 or 9 years old. It's been 5 years. He really misses him so much. Sometimes, Mother would wake up in the middle of the night secretly wiping tears. She and her brother would pretend to sleep, but deep down, they knew Mother missed Father and was worried that he might be hungry, cold, or tired outside, or even in danger during the war. Meng Qingluo blushed and said after a while, Sister was not very old 5 years ago, so she wouldn't remember everything. Sister just remembered now, but forgot for a moment. Sister still remembers how much Father loved her, often buying flower crowns for her to wear, in different colors. She changed them every day. After saying this, Meng Qingluo sighed quietly. The innocent little Wu Lang gave Meng Qingluo a knowing look, showing that sister still remembered how much Father loved her and bought her flower crowns. At this moment, in the southern border region, the weather was a bit hot. The rolling mountains were lush and green everywhere. A border town was located in this green landscape. Near the military camp of this town, Meng Lai, the second brother of Meng Qingluo, whose name is Meng Lai, the third brother is Meng Dao, the eldest is Meng Sheng, was sitting on a horse, dressed in military clothes, watching the horse calmly eat grass. Today was his day off, so he took his horse out to eat grass and drink water. Recently, he received a letter from home. His father wrote that there was a big drought in Shizhou, and they were preparing to leave the village to go north to find a new place to settle. They planned to write again, once they had settled down. Lately, he often heard soldiers say that Shizhou and Yanzhou were suffering from severe droughts, with vast areas of land turned to dust and many people dying. The two local princes didn't seem to care, and the court also paid no attention. It had been over 2 months. He wondered how things were now. Did they find a place? Was the journey smooth?
Lai.
Have you received any letters from home? Chen Xiliang, a fellow from Qining County in Shizhou, approached him with a worried look and asked. No, Meng Lai shook his head. What about you? Me neither, Chen Xiliang also shook his head. Then he said, my cousin's wife is very worried. She asked me to check on you. We are all worried about my cousin's family and our own families while fleeing. Chen Xiliang is the nephew of the nanny Chen Mama, who is very close to the princess consort of the Yan King. Recently, during a battle, he saved her life, and that is how they met. Upon asking, they found out they are from the same hometown. To repay her kindness, and because they are fellow villagers, and since he is skilled in martial arts and reading, Chen Xiliang arranged for him to join the military camp. He was assigned to the king's 100-guard team to protect the prince. Before, he was a captain of 100 soldiers, but now his rank is equivalent to a captain of 1,000. Finally, he can return home dressed in fine clothes to see his parents, wife, children, and family. Sadly, he has no news from his family about the future. Fulai Village. By noon, his eldest uncle, grandfather, and grandmother still hadn't returned. Meng Qingluo didn't wait for the family's carriage anymore. After eating, she told Yang Shi to watch the two children while she went out. Yang Shi thought she was going to meet the young master from across the street to discuss something, so she agreed easily. Yan Xiuzhu had already left. Of course, Meng Qingluo wasn't going to see him. She was going to the town to handle some wine matters. After leaving the village, Meng Qingluo quickly headed to the town. She found a shop, spent a few silver coins to rent a small yard, then used her space to remove the modern packaging from the bottles of wine she planned to give Yan Xiuzhu in 5 days. After packing and locking the yard, she returned home. Not long after, her eldest uncle arrived on a red horse. Everyone in the broken-down yard came out to see them, having heard about the situation of her 2 aunts' families. Third uncle, third aunt, are Chunhua and Chunlan doing all right? Meng Li Zheng was still in the yard, smoking dry tobacco. They're fine, they're all fine. The old couple looked calm, happy, but not overly so. While villagers gathered around, asking about her parents, Meng Dabo squeezed out of the crowd, drove the big red date into the yard, and unloaded the horse. Balahang, give the big red date some water and hay. It's tired from running around. Meng Qingluo called to her younger brother. Okay. Meng Balahang led the horse away. Only then did Meng Qingluo ask her uncle, are my 2 aunts and their families doing all right? Uncle Meng nodded, and then shook his head. There are good and bad things. The good is that your 2 aunts, your uncle, and some cousins were saved by young Master Yan. The bad is that several others from your aunt and uncle's families were killed. Your eldest uncle's parents tried to protect their children but were attacked by bandits. Another brother was also lost. Your younger uncle's family lost both brothers. The survival of your small family was mainly thanks to the help of your big uncle's family. Without their help, your younger aunt has become very thin and looks like a paper figure, lying in bed barely breathing. She's been thinking about Ling Jun and living with guilt every day. She said that at the time, the situation was chaotic and dangerous. Everyone hurriedly followed young Master Yan for a long time. After passing Yinzhou City, they remembered Ling Jun was missing. By then, it was too late to go back and find him. Sigh, Uncle Meng looked at his little sister's face and sighed sadly. Qing Luo Meng. So, was Ling Jun forgotten in the chaos by her younger aunt and uncle?
That.
Poor child. If Ling Jun knew, how big would his psychological shadow be? What are they planning to do now? Qing Luo Meng asked again. They said they will stay in the village for now, helping young Master Yan's family with work. After some time, they hope he can help find a place in Guangzhou for them to settle down, preferably near our village. Today, Steward Yan also told me they can leave anytime. Of course, if they want to stay and help, they're welcome. He understands their urgent desire to repay kindness. Now that Ling Jun has returned, the two families are truly reunited. Your younger aunt's spirits have improved a lot. Last night, she ate a bowl of rice, drank some soup, and talked with your grandma for a long time. Oh. Qing Luo Meng nodded. They will handle their own arrangements. Finding the big and small aunts, her grandma's spirits clearly improved. Her grandfather also looked happy, always cheerful and busy working on the house foundation. Qing Luo Meng's family plans to build a big house. Besides the land the village gave for free, her grandfather bought an extra mu of land nearby. He listened to his granddaughter. Now, the family isn't short of money. They want to build a nice, bigger house and surround it with a tall wall. To make it easier for Black and White Lang to grow up and go into the mountains, a back door was planned to be built on the wall facing the mountain in the backyard. The men and boys were busy working on the foundation, while the women had started planting vegetables in the fields on the third day after arriving in the village. Since the weather was still warm, they tried to grow as much as they could. They planted radishes, beets, Chinese cabbage, and some spinach seeds that Meng Qingluo got from Prince Yan. There wasn't enough time to clear the land, so Meng Qingluo's family asked village chief Zhang to buy a mu of dry land in the village. Other families, led by Meng Linzheng, pooled their money to buy another mu of land. Although the plots were small, everyone could have a piece to grow vegetables for their families. Time flew by quickly. By the end of September, villagers in the broken-down yard started moving out one after another, happily moving into the new houses that had been built. Meng Qingluo's house was large but hadn't been tiled yet, so they had to wait a few more days before moving in. On the first day of October, the two little babies turned 1 year old. The Meng family had planned to celebrate when they moved into the new house, but since it wasn't finished, they celebrated in the old, broken house instead. On October 1st, the two babies still dressed festively. They wore tiger head hats given by Yan Xiuzhu, small deerskin boots from him, and red jackets made by Grandma Yang. They looked like little porcelain dolls, delicate and adorable. They also wore longevity locks and silver bracelets given by their great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Other grandmothers, grandfathers, and uncles brought gifts for the babies. Yan Xiuzhu didn't come himself, but he sent his housekeeper to visit, bringing delicious snacks and a piece of jade for each child. The jade was made from high-quality sheep fat jade, carved with intricate designs. When separated, it was 2 pieces of jade. When joined, it formed one. The pattern featured auspicious clouds and a dragon, but the dragon had 4 claws. A note here: 9-clawed dragons are the highest rank, 5-clawed are imperial, and 4-clawed are considered a type of serpent or lesser dragon, with different ranks in ancient times, such as princes and kings having 5 claws, others 4. When Meng Qingluo received this gift, she was quite puzzled. She wondered why Yan Xiuzhu had given the children a jade with a dragon pattern. But she also knew it wasn't proper to accept such a gift. Later, she thought more freely. Perhaps he was too poor and had given the jade he wore as a child to the children. Because he was too poor, she forgave him. However, this jade cannot be given to the children, so she directly put it into her space. For the 1-year-old's birthday, the 2 little ones said they liked everything very much. Later, she simply organized a small celebration for the children, placing many things on the bed. Surprisingly, the eldest took a seal, which was borrowed from village chief Zhang for the village, and the youngest took some fragrant snacks sent by Yan Xiuzhu. Meng Qinglu looked at her younger son speechlessly. Can't he just look at his older brother? Are you going to be a foodie forever? Oh well, isn't it just about wishing them a safe and peaceful life? Anyway, she has everything she needs to eat in her space. Meng Qinglu has completely given up trying to change Nin's love for snacks. Now that they are 1 year old, the two children can walk unsteadily and are starting to learn to speak. They're just saying one word at a time. They call her Mom, Grandma, Uncle. When Meng Qinglu was upset that her youngest didn't call her Mom, first, she was happy when her wish for the eldest to call her was fulfilled. She kissed the little face of the eldest repeatedly, making it turn red. The eldest thought, Mom is really easy to please. Meng Qinglu planted potatoes and spinach for Yan Xiuzhu in the manor. With the effort of the experienced farmers and Yan Xiuzhu personally tending, the seedlings have started to grow. However, due to temperature considerations, the spinach was planted in an open field, while the 10 precious potato seeds were planted in a heated greenhouse. After giving the seeds to Yan Xiuzhu, Meng Qinglu took a back seat because she only knew how to hold a gun, a scalpel, or a silver needle, and didn't know how to farm. She couldn't help much even if she wanted to. She only asked her steward, Yen, when he came to pour wine, and he said the seedlings had already sprouted and were growing well. She was happy for Yan Xiuzhu and the people of the great Yan dynasty. The wine she gave Yan Xiuzhu was already selling well in the capital. In September, she sent him 2 batches, the first with 1,000 bottles, the second with 3,000 bottles. Modern wine is high in purity and strong, so drinking it is very satisfying, but the quantity is small. It has already become very expensive in the capital. Isn't it just 100 taels per bottle? The wealthy and powerful men who loved to drink quickly took out their best wine, believing it was worth the price. They refused to pay less because the wine was so tempting and exciting. After a few drinks, people felt like they were floating on clouds and they would shout down the alley, "Open the door. Look who's here. Take us home." In just half a month, 2 popular songs in the capital praised this wine. "Drink our wine and you'll breathe easily without coughing," and "Drink our wine, it boosts your energy and keeps your mouth fresh." Everyone enjoyed drinking, and Yan Xiuzhu happily counted his money. Over half a month, he counted so much that his hand cramped. 100 taels per bottle for 1,000 bottles, totaling 400,000 taels. He only spent about 10% of that money. The remaining profit, after giving 30% to Meng Qingluo, was 250,200 taels, all his. This money was enough to settle 50,400 families, not counting the 5 taels used for their new homes or the money for buying relief food. On October 6th, the weather was perfect, with bright sunshine. Meng Qingluo's family finally moved into their new home, leaving the old broken house behind. After they moved out, no one lived in the old house, which was cleaned up and handed over to village chief Zhang. Everyone in Meng Qingluo's family was very happy. The new house was better and more luxurious than the original Mingjia village house. Each person had their own room, including the children and the 3 treasures. The furniture was all new, and even the curtains matched. The boys' rooms were blue, the girls' rooms were pink, and the adults' rooms were a festive crimson color. Besides the bedrooms, there was a kitchen, a living room, 3 study rooms, a medicine room, and several guest rooms. One study was used by the old master and Uncle Meng for discussions and work. The other 2 were for the children studying, like Wugong and others. The medicine room was mainly for old head Shui, who used it himself, but Meng Qingluo also needed to use it sometimes. Meng Qingluo looked at her new, large, bright room and smiled happily. It wasn't easy. She finally had her own room. In the future, she could go into her space whenever she wanted and do whatever she liked. Ah, the taste of freedom. That day, Meng Qingluo's family went to town to buy meat, chicken, duck, fish, and lamb to celebrate moving into their new house. In the evening, the family split into 2 groups and closed the door to enjoy a good celebration. Of course, since this new house was built differently, after fleeing hardship and settling down, the villagers didn't hold a feast, and Meng Qingluo's family didn't want to make a big show. They only invited village chief Zhang and Meng Lijing to share a drink. Meng Qingluo brought out some wine from the capital, 3 bottles in total. They drank 2.5 bottles, and after the meal, the remaining half bottle was taken home by village chief Zhang, who enjoyed it happily. Zhang village chief drank the wine contentedly. Half a month later, when he went to Guan Prefecture on official business, he learned that the wine he drank that day cost 100 taels per bottle. He was so shocked he fell down, and then broke out in cold sweat from worry. That day, he left half a bottle of wine behind, meaning he spent over 200 taels on drinks, even though he didn't drink it all himself. Later, he secretly pocketed 50 taels without hesitation. Oh no! He felt he had betrayed Meng's family, Fulai village, and his ancestors. He was just a reckless fool. He heard that those 3 bottles of wine were gifts from a wealthy young man living nearby to Miss Meng. What a mistake. Meeting such an unappreciative person like him was truly a loss for Miss Meng. That evening, Meng Qingluo's family celebrated moving into their new home, while Yan Xiuzhu sat in her palace study, listening to Fu Sanyue report. Young master, Meng the divine doctor and Miss Meng's family, the mighty general's residence. It's quite complicated. I spent a lot of effort and even paid a lot of silver to hire famous investigators from the secret bureau to look into it. After careful investigation for over half a month, we found out that Meng's grandmother, Lady Wen, is the official wife of General Meng, but not his biological mother. She is his stepmother and also his aunt. His biological mother, who is the twin sister of the old lady, only had one son with the previous mighty general. Miss Meng's father, Meng Shangfei, and the other brothers are all children of the stepmother and the old lady, that old wicked woman. That Meng the old lady is very cunning. No one knew she took her sister's place and became a concubine. Everyone in the capital thought she was the original wife of the previous mighty general. That person is sweet on the outside but bitter on the inside. If it weren't for her own unworthy sons, those who are neither talented in literature nor martial arts, things might be different. Plus, young Meng Shangfei is a brave soldier, trained by a former mighty general, and he's been brought up in the army. After the death of that general, Meng Shangfei took control of the military directly. It's hard to say whether the mighty general's position will go to him or not, or if he will even survive to adulthood. Hearing this, March 3rd sighed quietly. He didn't expect that the proud and fierce General Meng was actually a lonely orphan. Crown Prince, a letter. Before March 3rd could finish reporting, Steward Yan entered, holding a letter. Whose letter is it? Yan Xiuzhu glanced over.
Prince.
Prince Wang's. Steward Yan hesitated as he placed the letter on the table. He could guess what was written inside without opening it. He stretched out his long hand and rubbed his forehead. How much does he want this time? Steward Yan opened his mouth but didn't dare to speak. Yan Xiuzhu shot a quick look at Steward Yan, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. He needed some quiet time. Thinking for a moment, he casually took the letter and opened it. The next second, he spat a mouthful of water onto the letter. That was the silver he had just earned. His father was truly a money-consuming beast. Fuming, Yan Xiuzhu threw the letter onto the table and said to Steward Yan, "He just knows how to boss me around." Long ago, he sent a letter to Uncle Emperor, and Uncle Emperor and his younger brother cried poverty, saying the treasury had no silver. They allocated 20,000 taels of silver and 50,000 jin of grain. What's the use of hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Tell him to write another memorial to Uncle Emperor, saying I have no silver. The little silver I just earned is for helping disaster victims. Now, refugees from several states in the West have flooded into Guangzhou. Uncle Emperor even sent an order to keep the people here. Don't go to the capital.
Keep them here.
But he's only giving me silver to keep them? Yes, Crown Prince. Steward Yan looked at him with sympathy and left the study to write the reply. Keep going. Yan Xiuzhu looked coldly at March 3rd. March 3rd secretly glanced at the Crown Prince's face. Should he say something or not? The following content would make the Crown Prince angry again.
Say it. Oh.
March 3rd shivered his shoulders. Furthermore, Miss Meng's biological mother, Lu, also died because of her. Initially, Lu was accepted into the family with the approval of the brave general, and Meng Shangfei liked her very much. They were a good match. However, shortly after giving birth to Miss Meng, Lu passed away. Later, Meng Xiangfei married someone arranged by the old Madame Meng, who was a distant relative. Miss Meng only lived in the general's residence for 3 months. Her mother Lu named her Meng Qingluo, meaning she hoped her life would be strong and resilient like wild green vines, and that her life would stay forever young and green. When Miss Meng was just 7 days old, General Meng was defeated in a battle at the border and was badly injured. At the same time, Madame Meng accidentally fell and hurt her head, and Lu's health was also worsening. Madame Meng said that Miss Meng was unlucky and should be sent away. At first, Lu refused, but perhaps she sensed something. When her health worsened, she decided to give up her child, hoping to save her own life. Maybe it was fate. After making her decision, Lu, despite being ill, went to the famous Fuguang Temple in the capital to pray and seek a blessing for her child. The renowned monk, Master Juowu, told her that her child must be given away or she wouldn't live past 16. He also specified where the child should be placed so that the right person could find her and ensure her safety. General Meng was far away in the northern border, and Lu's family was weak and not in the capital. Their influence couldn't compete with the mighty general's residence. Lu was alone in the capital, ignored by everyone. She chose to compromise and listen to Master Juowu's advice. Later, you know what happened. The young master took Miss Meng in and raised her well, until the general's family came to reclaim her, and she was sent back. During her year in the general's residence, Miss Meng's life was not easy. On the surface, her grandmother and stepmother treated her well, but inside, they allowed the servants to bully her. She was fed, clothed, and cared for less than the servants. When she went out, she was dressed beautifully. Everyone in the household was kept from knowing the truth. They told her that Madame Meng was her biological grandmother, her stepmother was her real mother, and her stepmother's children were her siblings. Although Miss Meng is kind and honest, she is not stupid. She accidentally learned that everything in the government house that was meant for her is fake. Her family is fake, and the kindness she received is also fake. Her biological mother died long ago. Since her birth, her father has only visited her 4 times. After her mother's death, he visited once and married a stepmother. Her father, General Meng, doesn't know anything about this and still writes to her, telling her to listen to her grandmother and stepmother. The purpose of bringing her back to the general's residence was to get close to the heir, Your Highness. Miss Meng doesn't want to be a pawn in their plans. She wants to return to Meng Village, where her family truly cares for her, more than her own relatives. But the cruel old lady of the Meng family told her that if she doesn't stay in the capital to marry into the royal family and instead goes home, then her adoptive family in Meng Village will be buried with her. At this point, Fu Sanyu is so angry she almost wants to go to the general's house and beat that old woman. Later, the mighty general's house suddenly changed its mind. They said they would have another legitimate daughter marry the heir instead of Miss Meng because they found out she was pregnant. They couldn't use her anymore to climb the social ladder. To prevent the pregnant Miss Meng from damaging the general's reputation, they sent her back to Meng Village. In fact, they knew very well that it was possible for Miss Meng to marry the Prince of Yen. But they believed the emperor wouldn't agree if the younger sister married him. Still, they were so eager for wealth and status that they decided to take a big risk. This means that the people from the mighty general's house can mistreat Miss Meng and use her as a pawn, but they won't harm her if she's pregnant. Yan Xiuzhu didn't expect that Meng Qingluo had suffered so much in the general's house. She closed her eyes to calm down before analyzing the situation calmly. Yes, I haven't found out who caused Miss Meng to become pregnant or who attacked her. I am incompetent. Continue investigating. When there's a result, let me know. Also, how is the investigation of that matter at Yihong Court going? Sir, I only found out that the girl appeared in your room out of nowhere. I checked the records from that night. She wasn't from the building, but her identity remains unclear. No one in Yihong Court knows how she got there. This matter is my fault. That day, I returned without checking the face of the girl on the bed because we were in the backyard of the Yihong courtyard. I instinctively thought she was someone from the courtyard, so. It's not your fault, Yan Xiuzhu waved his hand. thinking about Yan Xiaoming's annoying face later, which made him angry. The day after that incident, Yan Xiaoming was riding high on his horse, laughing proudly at him. The girl from Yihong Courtyard is pretty, isn't she? That figure is so tender it makes people. At that time, young and full of pride, he also believed that the girl who ruined his innocence was from Yihong Courtyard. Someone who passively set him up. He had already been kind not to seek revenge. He wouldn't even ask which girl from the building she was. After a moment, Yan Xiaozhu said again, "You go back to the capital and keep investigating. Both cases need to be looked into. I think Miss Meng's matter isn't so simple. Although most people from the general's house have no reason to want to harm us, I can't guarantee that a few individuals haven't." Yes, but Su Sanhua looked at Yan Xiaozhu sadly, wanting to say something but hesitating. "What is it, young master? Does Steward Yan still have money in his account?" "We still owe money to the secret treasury, Yan Xiaozhu. Go and get it. It's very important to find out about these two cases." He had a gut feeling that the two children were his, but if he suddenly acknowledged them without investigation, Miss Meng would think he's crazy or that he's coveting her treasures. She might even attack him with a few kicks and punches, driving him away. Actually, Yan Xiaozhu was very nervous inside. He hoped the two children were his, but he was also afraid that Meng Qingluo would ignore her again. If she disappeared with the children and he couldn't find them, what should he do? Yes, Su Sanhua immediately looked happy, with a flattering smile on his face. "Young master, what about our salary?" Yan Xiaozhu shot him a sidelong glance. "It will be paid next month. All 4 months' worth at once. You saw the money from selling wine last month. The relief for the disaster victims is still not enough. Your lordship's father also wrote asking for silver and grain. Your salaries will be paid together next month after the wine is sold this month. It will have to wait until next month." March's smile slowly disappeared from her face. She lowered her head and drooped her shoulders as she left Yan Xiaozhu's study, feeling tired and unmotivated, heading back to the capital to work. In Fulai village, at Meng Qingluo's home. Meng Qingluo entered her family's study. There were no books on the shelves yet, only a set of ink, paper, brush, and inkstone on the wide table. Her grandfather happily sat behind a desk, his face flushed from drinking wine the night before. He looked quite grand, like an old master. "Grandpa, do you want to talk to me about something?" "Yes," the old man nodded. "Close the door. I have something to tell you." "Okay." Meng Qingluo gently closed the door and sat across from her grandfather. She naturally placed her hands on her lap, sitting upright, looking like a well-behaved child. "Qingluo, here, this is for you." Her grandfather took a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to her. Meng Qingluo took it. It was an old, yellowed piece of paper. The writing was faint, but the paper seemed of good quality, not something an ordinary family could afford. "Qingluo, the eldest daughter of the mighty general's house, born in." Meng Qingluo carefully examined it and softly read aloud. It was her original identity, her current self. The paper listed her name, introduced her background, birth date, and explained why she was abandoned, all written clearly. "Grandpa, where did this come from?" "It was when I found you in your swaddle," her grandfather replied, continuing, "When I found you, you were only 3 months old. It says here that you were cursed to bring misfortune to your family elders. Your grandmother, Madame Meng, wanted to give you away. Your biological mother had no choice but to leave you with someone else. It was because of this paper that the general's house sent someone to pick you up, claiming your mother missed you and was ill. I didn't stop them at the time, which led to what happened later. You should know, if you had been bullied, I would have fought to protect you with my life. Qingluo, I didn't dare ask you before, but now I want to. Even if your grandmother in the general's house treats you badly, and your father is away at the border, don't you still have your biological mother? Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cub, let alone a mother. Moreover, from what's written on this paper, it's clear that Qingluo's biological mother loved her just as much as any other mother. This yellowed old paper awakened all the memories of her original self that Meng Qingluo had buried deep inside her mind. Previously, she only had a rough memory. The original owner was living a life of being bullied at the general's residence, cold and unfeeling. As her memories flooded back, Meng Qingluo's aura grew colder. After a moment, she tearfully said, "Father, my real mother died long ago. I think her grave must be overgrown with grass now." Old Master Meng was surprised.
How could that be?
"When they came to pick you up, they said your mother missed you so much she fell ill." "No, father, they are all lying. After I returned to the general's house, they kept it a secret from me. They made the current stepmother pretend to be my mother, so I would listen and marry the Prince of Yen." Based on her memories, Meng Qingluo summarized again. "The grandmother of the general's house isn't my real grandmother. She is the second wife of the general's grandfather, and she is my grandmother's sister. My real grandmother, now Lady Meng, is a ruthless and cruel person who eats people without leaving bones. Father, you are the only family I have in this life. The people at the general's house have bullied me, and I will get revenge. I won't let any of them go." Old Master Meng was shocked to find that the people at the general's house were even more shameless than he thought. Bringing a Luo back was just for connections, even lying one after another to do so. "Father, I also have a sister named Meng Qingbi and a brother named Meng Qingcheng. They are both born of the stepmother. When I was at the general's house, they bullied me. Sometimes they pretended to be kind to me, but when no one was around, they made me bark like a dog or ride on their backs like horses. I sensed something was wrong. I overheard some servants' conversations and finally learned the truth. Hearing this, old Master Meng trembled with anger, tears streaming down his face. Was this even human? Was this even human? The little Luo, who was spoiled like a princess, had suffered such great pain and insult after returning home. He stood up, hugged Meng Qingluo tightly, crying bitterly. His heart was broken. "Little Luo, my poor Luo. Tomorrow I will go to the capital. Even if I have to risk my old bones, I will burn down the entire house to avenge you." No wonder the child had become more silent after returning. What could she say to them? She was naturally a caring child. She only spoke out because she was worried about them. "Grandpa, don't cry. Luo wants to tell you the truth so you won't be fooled by the people in the general's residence anymore. As for revenge, Luo wants to do it herself to feel better." Meng Qingluo took out a handkerchief to wipe Grandpa's tears. All right. Luo will take care of the revenge herself. If you want Grandpa, your uncles, and brothers to do something, just say it. Luo, who is the father of those two babies? Who is he?" Meng Qingluo searched her mind again and shook her head. "Grandpa, I really don't know. That day, I argued with Madame Meng from the general's residence. I said I wanted to return to Meng village and not marry into the Yen King's household. Then Madame Meng said some threatening words. I didn't eat all day." Meng Qingluo didn't mention that Madame Meng was using Grandpa's family to threaten her, to avoid making Grandpa feel more guilty. "I had no servants or maids to command in the general's residence. That night, I was starving and didn't dare go to the kitchen to find food, afraid of being caught. I took the silver you gave me when I left, there was still some left, and sneaked out through a dog hole to buy food on the street. Usually besides Madame Meng and my stepmother who had to take me out for social reasons, I rarely went out. They always said I should stay at home and wait to get married, not to show myself too much outside. If I went out too often, the princess and the heir might not like it. After walking a short distance, I fainted. Later, I ended up in a brightly lit alley with many red lanterns hanging above. I could smell food and wine from inside. I couldn't resist and found a dog hole at the back door of a building, then crawled inside." Meng Qingluo recalled that at that time, the original owner was truly hungry. She hadn't eaten enough and hadn't had a hot meal all day. She was starving and had no hot water. She just wanted to sneak into that lively place to see if she could steal some food. Now, she thought it was probably a well-run brothel. But since she entered through the back door and didn't see the sign at the front, she didn't know its name. If she went to the capital, she could definitely find that place. Her memory stopped after she sneaked through the dog hole and entered a room. The rest of her memory was blank, as if someone had erased it. Then she woke up in the morning to find she had lost her innocence, and a man's jade pendant was on the bed. To avoid being discovered, she woke up feeling uneasy and scared. Heart pounding, She secretly slipped out through the backyard dog hole with her jade pendant and hurried back to the general's residence. This missing piece of memory is the key to finding the culprit, but the original owner lost it. When she found out she was pregnant, she was terrified but also happy. She finally could escape the general's control and go home. The old woman knew and was furious. She wanted to kill her but dared not. Instead, she sent someone to bring her back. Old Master Meng heard she wanted to go home and that her grandmother had starved her, which made her desperate enough to leave the house and look for food, losing her innocence in the process. He couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears, covering his face. It's all his fault. All his fault. The loud crying from the master's study frightened the whole family. Uncle Meng rushed over, pushed open the door, and ran in barefoot, dropping his shoes in his haste. Aunt Meng was also scared and ran over. Just moments ago, she was so happy. What happened now? The family crowded into the study, shocked to see the sad, crying master and Meng Qingluo with red eyes. Luo, what's wrong with your grandfather? Asked Aunt. Sorry, Aunt. It's my fault I made Grandpa cry. Please comfort him. I'll go now, Meng Qingluo said, leaving space for her family and grandfather. She stood up and left the study for her room. On her small bed, the two children slept soundly. She carefully stored the yellowed paper in her space. It was written by her biological mother, Lu. The letter was full of love and longing, but also helplessness. She remembered everything now. Her biological mother, Lu, was the daughter of a fifth-rank civil official. She was chosen by her grandfather from the general's house and was proposed to by her stepfather. Lu was beautiful and kind, and her stepfather liked her. After her biological mother Lu passed away, her stepfather returned home for her funeral. He then learned that she had been sent away. But the old woman didn't tell him where she was, fearing he would bring her back. She only said that Lu was unlucky with relatives and elders and that her foster family treated her well, so he need not worry. Her stepfather had grown up in the military with his grandfather and didn't know that her grandmother was cruel and dishonest. Every letter he received from her told him she was doing well at the general's house and that she was arranged to marry the crown prince's son. Marrying into the Yanwang mansion as the heir's main wife was definitely a good match, so her scoundrel father believed it. Her father, a poor man, had lived most of his life in lies. He probably still doesn't know that she isn't his biological granddaughter, but the daughter of her real grandmother. It was actually his aunt who had taken over her mother's place, occupied her mother's husband, bullied her grandmother's granddaughter, and mistreated her children. Meng Qingluo thought for a long time and suspected that her grandmother's death might be connected to that old, stubborn man. That old man had a strong desire to control everything. She hoped the general's house was fully in her control, with no outsiders allowed. Meng Qingluo decided that since she had told her family about the situation in the capital, she needed to go there herself to find out the truth. She wanted to repay kindness and revenge for wrongs. But she needed a perfect excuse, or her grandfather, grandmother, and mother would worry about her. The affairs in the capital already made them sad and anxious. She didn't want to add to their worries. At night, Meng Qingluo finally could enter her space openly. As soon as she entered, she went straight to the old well to check on her herbs. The herbs she threw in remained as they were, slanted and lying there. She looked around the well and saw that part of the ground around it was muddy soil, suitable for planting. The rest was cement or tiled ground. She considered digging a bigger patch of soil, but went to buy a hoe. She tried to dig out fresh earth, but no matter how hard she tried, the cement and tiles wouldn't move. Disappointed, Meng Qingluo put down the hoe. Her space couldn't be changed. It was as it was. Fortunately, there was a small patch of mud where she could plant some herbs. She just didn't know if they would grow. She doubted it deeply. She planted the best ginseng, lingji, and sanchi she dug up from the mountain. After planting them, the muddy area around the well was fully used, with no space left. She didn't expect much, just as much as she could plant. It was better than nothing. She poured some well water from the old well to water the herbs, completing the planting. Plant good herbs. Meng Qingluo washed her hands, brushed off the dirt from her body, and left the space. She planned to wait a while before checking if the herbs could grow well inside the space and how long it would take for them to mature. The next day, Meng Qingluo woke up early, just as dawn was breaking. Since she had decided to go to the capital to seek revenge on the general's family, she needed to regain her fighting skills from her past life. Her body was young and full of potential. As long as she worked hard, she could return to her peak strength. Plus, she had the spiritual spring in her space to help her. Meng Qingluo dressed quickly. Her 2 children were still sleeping soundly. She neatly tied her long hair into a bun and left the house. Outside, most of the family was already busy. Her aunties and mother got up to cook, wash clothes, and sweep the floor. All 10 boys also got up, ready to practice martial arts and exercise. In their village, it was common for boys to wake early and train their bodies, even if they didn't learn fighting skills. It helped them stay healthy, especially since the road to escape famine was tough. Many of the children had kept up their training from before. Now that life was stable, they naturally resumed their exercises. "Aluo, why did you get up so early?" Uncle Meng turned around and saw her. His eyes showed affection, but he quickly smiled and said, "I also want to exercise and go for a run," she replied. "I want to run too, sister," said Shirlang immediately. "I'll go with sister," said Jilong, joining in the fun. "Good. From now on, every morning, the 10 of you will follow Aluo outside for a few laps, then come back. After that, you'll practice martial arts, study, or learn to read," Uncle Meng nodded. From then on, no matter if it was windy, rainy, sunny, or snowy, 10 boys in Fulai village would run by the river every morning. Leading the group was a girl with a bun, and over time, she became a beautiful sight in the village. Sometimes, if no one came out to run or someone was missing, villagers would ask with concern, "Why didn't your eldest son come out to run today?" Or, "Where did Aluo go?"
I didn't see her this morning.
After her morning run, Meng Qingluo saw that her father, who always woke early, hadn't gotten up. She asked her mother, who was hanging clothes in the yard, and only then learned that her father was sick. Meng Qingluo felt guilty. Her words had made her father fall ill. "I poured a bowl of hot water and added spring water from the ancient well, then brought it into Grandpa's room." The eldest uncle was also there. Grandpa was half leaning on the bed, eyes slightly open, and they were chatting casually. "Grandpa, drink some water." Meng Qingluo pretended not to notice anything and happily handed the bowl of water over. Seeing her cheerful face, Grandpa didn't refuse. He took the bowl and drank the water. He felt that as long as he could see his lively and happy granddaughter every day, his headache would go away. Meng Qingluo took out a piece of paper from her sleeve or space. It was filled with notes about the steps to make distilled liquor, descriptions of the distillation equipment, and the recipe. Grandpa, here, since Grandpa had something to do, he shifted his attention from her so he wouldn't get sick. "What is it?" "A new liquor recipe and how to make it." Meng Qingluo tilted her head and smiled playfully at Grandpa. Grandpa took the paper and looked at it. The writing was small, about the size of an ant, not written with a brush, but it was clear that the strokes were sharp and full of spirit. It didn't look like little Aluo's handwriting. When she was young, her calligraphy was very ugly. She often cried because her writing was so bad when she was learning to recognize characters and write. In the end, she had to be coaxed with sugar cubes, saying that it was good for girls to write, and she didn't need to worry about how well she wrote. Although the characters were small, they were easy to read. After reading, Grandpa's eyes widened. "Aluo, this is a secret recipe for liquor. Why are you giving it to Grandpa?" "Of course, to brew the liquor," Meng Qingluo shrugged casually. "Grandpa and Uncle Lee have been discussing how to help the villagers of Mingjia village earn money, right? This is it. Aluo, Grandpa can't take this. I don't know where you got this secret recipe, but yours is yours. In the future, you can pass it to the 2 little ones and they can pass it to their children. Grandpa, you're so clever. Why are you thinking the wrong way now? The secret recipe is controlled by our family. We divide the liquor-making process into several parts, with some people responsible for each part. The villagers help with the work and earn wages, and the money is divided into shares, how much the family gets and how much I get. This isn't just a win-win, it's a multi-party profit. Meng Qingluo deliberately joked and rolled her eyes at the old man. Grandpa. This kid, she needs a good scolding. Old Master Meng thought for a moment. From now on, only he and his eldest son would know the secret recipe. His granddaughter was here and did not hide her trust in him. Moreover, he was getting old, and many matters would have to be handled by his eldest son in the future. If this wine could be brewed successfully, as his granddaughter said, everyone would benefit. The villagers would have a way to make money, and the family would have a source of income. All 10 of his grandchildren were growing up. Not only did they need money for daily expenses, but also for schooling and marriage. The money was flowing out like water. Most importantly, he could openly earn money for his granddaughter to save for her dowry. This was a good thing.
The old man understood now.
He got busy with work, his spirit lifted, his headache disappeared, and he felt happy inside. He threw off the blanket, got up, ate, and started working. Elder brother Meng watched the old man, who had just been lying on the bed looking near death, ready to settle his affairs, suddenly become lively and energetic.
He was surprised.
After comforting his old master, Meng Qingluo left and went to her master's medicine room. Inside, an old man with white hair and beard puffed out his cheeks and pouted. He was busy sorting herbs. When he heard Meng Qingluo's footsteps, he paused for a moment, then continued, secretly turning his head toward the door. He refused to look at her. Humph, master, it's time to eat. You didn't sleep all night and didn't wash your face. What are you trying to do? Meng Qingluo looked at her annoyed master, feeling both touched and worried. The old man, hearing this, was so angry that his chin's beard twitched. Finally, he spoke. What can I do? Make the most poisonous medicine, the kind that kills those damn bastards. If anyone dared to bully his disciple, he would be dead. All right, master, you don't need to make the most poisonous medicine. Just make some effective ones, like ones that won't kill, but cause unbearable pain. For self-defense in the future.
Huh?
Old head Shue's eyes lit up. This was good. He looked up at her. Yes, you should have done this long ago. Remember, you are my disciple, the first female successor of the Medicine King Valley, and when I am gone and buried, you will be the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley. If a successor of Medicine King Valley could be bullied by some worldly scum and be powerless to fight back, his master would be laughed at and ashamed, bringing shame to the valley and himself. Meng Qingluo. How did she suddenly change her identity and become the heir of the Medicine King Valley while talking? The matter of the Medicine King Valley I will tell you slowly later. For now, I want to prepare some good things for you, said the old man. Then he started working on herbs again. Master, there's no rush. Go wash your hands and have breakfast. Eat well, then take a nap. I still have something for you to do. What is it? Meng Qingluo took out a prescription again. This is for a beauty ointment. If I can make it, it will be my dowry in the future. Can I earn a dowry? The old man listened and thought this is a good idea. I must make it. Without asking what kind of recipe it was or where it came from, he took it and tucked it into his clothes, then hurried out to wash up. Meng Qingluo left the pharmacy, thinking about another person, Yang Shi, whom she needed to comfort. She couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. This generation of adults is really hard to manage. After breakfast, Meng Qingluo went to the town. The first batch of wine for this month hadn't been given to Yan Shizhi yet. In the town, she first visited the blacksmith shop, then went to the small courtyard she rented to store the wine. This time, she kept 3,000 bottles. After organizing everything, she also left a letter for him. In the letter, she asked if he knew any good brewers to recommend. She asked for iron sheets needed for distillation equipment, but the blacksmith said that the Dian dynasty has strict control over raw iron, so he couldn't help her. She also asked him to invest in the business, because in the future, the sales channels for the wine will still depend on him. Besides, as the wine business grows, having a strong backing is necessary. When Meng Qingluo returned home, she saw two familiar strangers. Old Man Chen and Chen Yuliang, the father and son. Old Master Chen and Chen Liheng were chatting with someone. Meng Qingluo shyly smiled at them, greeting them. She also glanced at the items on the table, which seemed to be brought by the father and son. There was a large piece of pork weighing about 2 jin and 2 boxes of decent snacks. They probably arrived just before her. She heard Old Man Chen say to the elder, "Oh, fellow townsmen, if you hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have known about the silver for settling down and relief grain." Meng Qingluo frowned. Wasn't this information announced on the second day after they arrived at the government office? Old Master Meng and Meng Lijing immediately looked at him seriously. "We arrived at Mingniu village the day after you came to Fulai village. It was early morning, and the city gate hadn't yet posted any notices. When we reached the town, neither the mayor nor the yamen officer told us anything about this matter. When we got to Mingniu village, the village chief was just as greedy for money as his name suggests, and he didn't tell us anything either. After we arrived in the village, we focused on building houses. We didn't go to the town, and no other disaster victims came to the village besides us. So now that our houses are built and people are living in them, we haven't heard about this issue. I thought since we all came from Shizhou, traveling together from Guangzhou, and today I came with my son, we could chat and get to know each other. Maybe in the future, we'll be fellow villagers." Is that what really happened? Everyone is different, but we're not lacking anything. Fellow villagers, you've been wronged. Tomorrow, go to the town and ask what's going on. We get our silver and grain from the town. We received ours on the third day here. Yan Shitzi from Guangzhou is a good young lord who cares about the people. He wouldn't ignore us, but you didn't get anything. All right, no need to wait until tomorrow. Let's go now, Old Chin nodded. But he was secretly thinking that it's a pity they couldn't stay in Fulai village. Look at this, they went to Mungniu village and everything just went wrong. The town isn't far. We can go this afternoon. You two should come to our house for lunch, Old Master Meng offered. Thanks, Uncle Meng.
I'm Chickskinnet.
We really planned to have lunch with you. But since this matter came up, we're eager to ask around. If we can get it, we'll take it. Our houses are built, but we're short on silver and grain. All right, then come next time. Our villages are close, and it's just a short trip. Old Master Meng knew they were anxious, so he didn't insist further. Definitely. Maybe in the future, we'll owe you again and ask for your help. No problem. After they left, Meng Qingluo watched their figures and thought she should tell Yan Shitzi about this. She didn't want their hard-earned silver to end up in the hands of corrupt officials instead of the disaster victims. Aluo. HM? Grandpa just discussed with Big Head, but none of us know how to make wine. Early this morning, Grandpa was so happy he forgot about this. When Meng Li Zhang and two others talked it over, they considered who in the village could help and who could contribute. After everyone agreed, they realized the most important problem. No one in Mingjia village knows how to make wine. They almost had no idea what to do. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about this. I'll send a message to young Master Yan across the street. Let him handle it. He will send a winemaking expert to help. When they heard that Meng Qingluo had already thought of this, they didn't say anything more. They just waited for young Master Yan to send someone. This matter isn't urgent. Winter is coming soon, and the wine recipe involves different grains, not just one kind. It takes several grains mixed together. So, they got up and went to the village to talk to village chief Zhang. Mom. Meng Qingluo, resting there, turned around and saw two little kids walking unsteadily toward her. They looked excited to see their mother, opening their small arms as if to hug her like little chicks rushing to their mother hen. Bai Lang and Erhe had grown quite a bit. They followed the two kids like two little generals, guarding their treasures and ready to sacrifice themselves if needed. Thanks to these little protectors, Meng Qingluo and her family didn't have to worry about the kids falling and hurting their heads, feet, or other important parts. Big Sister, who is 6 months older than the two little ones, could walk steadily now. Usually the three played together. Big Sister looked like a big sister, always chasing after the two and saying, "Ping," and then walk slowly, be careful not to fall, but the two little treasures didn't listen. They both jumped into Meng Qingluo's arms, eyes shining. Mom. Meng Qingluo smiled and patted their heads. She also waved to Big Sister, saying, "Big Sister, come here too. Auntie has brought some delicious food for you three." Meng Qingluo reached into her bag and pulled out 3 bright orange tangerines, as if by magic.
Wow.
The 3 little ones were amazed. "Peel them yourself." Meng Qingluo handed each of the 3 a tangerine and then took another one from her space to peel and show them how. The 3 kids tilted their heads, understanding now. Standing still, she started peeling quickly. She is smart, calm, and fast with her hands. She finished peeling and put the pieces in her mouth to eat. The older daughter, being a bit older, was the second to finish peeling. Only little Foodie Inan didn't want to think and was eager to eat. When peeling didn't work after a few tries, he just bit into the orange directly. The orange peel was sour and bitter, making him squint and shake his head. Meng Qingluo couldn't help but laugh and cry. She didn't help, just watched him and enjoyed the show of her little son. The older sister saw her younger brother biting into the orange and paused for a moment. After reacting, she handed her peeled orange to Inan and took the one he was drooling over to peel it herself. Her small face was serious. "Aluo, what are you giving the older girl to eat? She's the sister. She shouldn't fight with her brother for food." "The food is for the 2 good children." Xiao Pan's wife came in from outside, smiling and asking her. "She's not fighting for food. You and Big Brother are teaching her well. She knows to be polite and share with her brother. She's a good sister." After saying that, Meng Qingluo put a peeled orange into Xiao Pan's wife's mouth. She gently bit it, and the sweet and sour juice filled her mouth. She nodded with a smile. "It's really sweet and tasty." Meng Qingluo then handed the rest to her, pointing to the things on the table she had taken out earlier when no one was in the living room. "Young master, Yen brought some good oranges from the capital.
He sent a few Jean to me.
The adults have enough to eat, so of course the 3 little ones do too." "Oh, young master," Yen gave them again. "Is it my mother cooking lunch today?" Meng Qingluo asked as she peeled another orange and finished it. "Today it's Aunt Four's turn." Xiao Pan's wife nodded. Meng Qingluo picked up 2 more bags from the table with the oranges and went to the kitchen. "Mother, here." "What?" Yang, who was cooking rice, looked up. "Oranges. Oh, such good oranges. You eat them yourself." "I ate one, then give some to your father." "Father has some. There are a few Jean. Everyone in the family has some." Hearing that everyone in the family had oranges, Yang finally took the oranges from her hands. "Aluo, what do you have in your hands now?" "Beef brisket and potatoes." "Beef." Yang's face changed. "Where did it come from?" "The oxen in Great Yen must be registered with the government and cannot be slaughtered randomly. Old, sick, or injured oxen need to be reported to the authorities before they can be killed." That's why Yang's expression changed when she heard about it. "Mother, don't worry. These were given by Lord Yen. The oranges and these things are from him." "Oh, they're from Lord Yen again? What a generous young man." "What is this potato? I've never heard of it." Potatoes are a kind of vegetable that can be eaten. They were brought over from overseas. Lord Yen got some and plans to plant them next spring. He gave me a little to make beef stew with potatoes." "Stew with potatoes? I've never made that before." "I don't know how," Yang said, glaring. "I don't know how to cook, but I know how to prepare it. Later, I'll teach you. You're good at cooking, so I'm sure you'll do well." Meng Qingluo was not a good cook herself. She could talk about it, but not actually do it. She was the kind of person who knew what to do with her eyes and words, but not with her hands. "Just tell me what to do." Meng Qingluo showed Yang how to peel the potatoes, cut them into pieces, and wash them. After preparing the potatoes, she helped with the beef. "Cut it into chunks, blanch it in water." "Mother, I'll tell you the steps, you just follow along." Finally, with teamwork, one talking, one doing, they cooked for a long time and actually made beef stew with potatoes. "Mother, try a piece. It's delicious." Meng Qingluo's eyes sparkled as she picked a piece of beef and fed it to Yang. Living in this era for over a month, fleeing from hardship had changed her habits a lot. Now she loved eating meat.
Yang nodded.
"It's tasty. It's cooked well, very tender and salty and fresh. Eat a potato too." Potatoes are delicious, Meng Qingluo said, eating a piece herself and then feeding one to her mother before putting down her chopsticks. Oh, so that's what potatoes taste like, soft and powdery. Really delicious. Meng Qingluo thought that even though they used fewer seasonings, the beef stew with potatoes was still very tasty. Wow, it smells so good. What did Mother cook for lunch today? The whole family was drawn in by the wonderful aroma. I can smell beef, old Shui said, having been napping all morning. He was awakened by the smell.
Beef.
His favorite. Unfortunately, the officials do not allow people to kill cows freely, so he has to hold back his desire. He can't eat as much as he wants and only occasionally uses his connections with patients to get some meat to eat. Since his wife passed away, no one cooks for him, and he often can't fill his stomach. He hasn't eaten beef in a long time. Yes, it seems his decision was right and wise. He found a good apprentice, has a family now, and every day he has hot water, hot meals, and beef to eat. Master, are you awake? It's time for lunch. Meng Qinglu knocked on the door. I'm awake. I'll get up now. Hurry up, I'll come in soon. Meng Qinglu stood outside listening to the rustling sounds of him dressing. After a while, the old man opened the door. What do you want? Here, I bought this in town. Meng Qinglu isn't good at sewing or making clothes, so today she bought 2 sets of clothes for the old man, one for inside and one for outside. The little old man came with their family fleeing from danger. He had no money, only the clothes he was wearing and some old clothes from Balang. The children's clothes looked strange on him. He couldn't wear his grandfather's clothes because he was too small. What? Clothes? Meng Qinglu handed them to him. This is a gift for you. Oh, you bought these for me? Old Shui smiled happily, snatching the clothes without hesitation, worried that Meng Qinglu might take them back. Meng Qinglu shook her head with a smile. Of course I didn't buy them for someone else. Hurry up, lunch is ready. Today we have beef to eat. If you're not quick, my 10 brothers will finish it all, and there won't be any left. Suddenly, Meng Qinglu felt a gust of wind pass by her. Her master was gone. Meng Qinglu. She was just joking with the old man. Did he take it seriously?
Or
does he really love eating beef?
She
seems to have figured out something. That evening, Steward Yan returned to the palace from Jixiong town and handed a letter to Yan Zhuzhu. Miss Meng left it with the wine. It says, from the heir, opened by you personally. It should be about something important for the heir. How many bottles did we bring back today? Yan Zhuzhu asked as she opened the envelope. 3,000. Good, very good. Yan Zhuzhu nodded and looked at the letter. Miss Meng wants to set up a small workshop near Fulai village to make wine. She has the recipe but no master brewer or brewing tools. The tools need to be made of tin and we need to help out. Housekeeper Yan, this matter still needs you to handle it. Yan Zhuzhu returned the letter to the housekeeper. Yes, young master. I will do my best to finish it quickly, the housekeeper replied, knowing the young master values the cooperation with Miss Meng. With Miss Meng's help, he can solve the urgent financial problems and future expenses. Miss Meng is like a lucky star and a blessing for his family's young master. He must serve her well. Yan Zhuzhu didn't think as much as the housekeeper, but he was still happy. If Meng Qingluo has trouble, she comes to him. She first thinks of involving him in business, which shows he still has some importance in her heart, not just a useless person. The biggest fear for a person is losing their usefulness. He didn't know if Fu Sanyue could find new clues or uncover the truth from the past after going to the capital this time. At this moment, at Meng Qingluo's family dinner table, the old master announced 2 big things. First, except for the 3 brothers, De Lang, Air Lang, and San Lang, who already know how to read and have learned martial arts, the other 7 brothers must go to the town's private school the next day to start learning to read and write. How much they learn is up to them. The meaning was clear. Some are aiming for the imperial exams. Others are just learning a few words for fun. This was decided by him, Uncle Mengda, and Uncle Meng San, along with Meng Qingluo. His daughter A Luo was right. No matter how hard life is, education should not be sacrificed. When the 7 brothers heard this, their expressions varied. 4th brother. No, I don't want to. I just want to live off others. 5th brother. Good news. He can finally aim for the scholar's title again. Sixth and seventh brothers. They had no strong feelings or opinions. They just followed their older brothers. Eighth brother. Whose idea was this?
It must be sisters.
She said a general must be both brave in war and talented in literature. Well, I'll learn too. Ninth brother. No, I don't want to. I just want to learn counting from sister and become a proud accountant. Tenth brother. I'm still young. I'm still young. Grandpa can't see me. Can't see me. Old Master Meng watched his 7 grandsons' expressions quietly and continued. They will go to school, but household chores cannot be neglected. From now on, every morning I will practice martial arts and run, then eat a good breakfast and go to the town school. By midday, I will finish school, return home for lunch, and after eating, do chores around the house. In winter, we need to store more firewood. Our home is different from my old village, Mingjia village, where heavy snow often blocks the mountains, making it hard to go up. During winter, we need fire for heating and cooking, which uses a lot of firewood. The old man arranged things this way mainly because the town is close to home and it's convenient. Also, to save money. 7 children going to school costs a lot of money each year, and living at the private school would be too expensive for the family's budget. Thanks to my granddaughter, Aluo, they all get to attend the private school. Got it, Grandpa. The 7 boys all answered together. Though they each had their own thoughts, they knew this was a big expense for the family. They had to be sensible and study hard once they went. Dad, I also want to go to school and learn to read. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the grandfather and grandson's conversation. Everyone looked at the simple-minded dad, Meng Wujin.
Was that
what he just said? Wujin, 4th brother, say that again? I didn't hear clearly, Grandpa said, clenching his fists, excited, speaking to his youngest son. The simple-minded dad blinked and smiled at Grandpa. His long eyelashes fluttered beautifully, like a lovely eyelash fairy. Grandpa, I also want to go to school and learn to read. Good, good. Wujin will also go. All of you go and learn to read together. Grandpa's clenched fists relaxed, and his mind was filled with fireworks, bright, colorful, and never-ending. Divine Doctor, thank you. Thank you so much. Grandpa bowed deeply to Old Head Shui. No need to thank me, Old Head Shui said calmly, waving his hand. He was used to such scenes. Although, this time, he had taken half the credit for his disciple's success. Thank you. Thank you, Divine Doctor.
Oh.
Wujin is going to get better. He's going to get better. Grandma Meng covered her mouth and cried loudly. Yang Shi sat nearby, wiping her tears. She had seen her husband's improvement recently, but today was special. Hearing Grandpa speak so clearly and accurately express his thoughts, especially about studying, was the first time she had seen such a thing. It was like a girl going to her first wedding. His husband is getting better, really getting better. Belong and Jilong also cried happily, and Shilong saw his family crying and confused, started crying too. From now on, Dad is still Dad, but no longer his playmate. Ming Qinglua looked at Dad with a smile, then at the little old man sitting there with a proud face, and at the excited family. It's so wonderful. My family, from now on, I wish you bright springs, warm winters, rain with umbrellas, dark nights with lamps, timeless days, and old friends never parting. I hope someone loves and understands you. May everyone you meet in the future be kind. There's also good news I want to share. Dr. Su and Aluo will soon help the 3rd brother heal his leg. Dr. Su has already checked his leg, and it can be cured. It was impossible before, but now we are settled, and this season is perfect. It must be treated. The sooner, the better. The old man calmed down after excitement, and then announced another big event. This time, the 3rd family was excited. 3rd Uncle Ming Dao already knew about it, so although he was happy, he stayed calm on the outside. 3rd Aunt Zhao and 6th and 7th brothers looked at him with excited eyes, as if they didn't recognize their own husband, Dad. Really? Will it really heal? 4th uncle has recovered a lot, and Dad will definitely get better too. They believe it. The next morning, Ming Qinglua and Shizhi Long went for their usual early run, but this time, there was one more person at the back, Dad. After running, they ate breakfast early, then all 7 brothers set off, heading to Jixiang town. Dad followed behind the 7 little ones, carrying a light pink twin-shoulder bag made overnight by his wife, Yang Shi, looking energetic. How the bag was made, Meng Qinglua taught Yang Shi. Whether cooking or doing needlework, she mostly talked, while Yang Shi did the work. The other 7 wolves envied Dad's bag because they didn't have one. Seeing that others didn't have it, only he did, Dad's little eyes showed pride. His daughter only liked him, a tall man, carrying a small bag, facing the morning sun, happily leaving home to go to school. Sunshine shines bright, flowers smile at me. Little birds say good morning. Why are you carrying your small school bag? A group of people disappeared at the village entrance, and Meng Qingluo happily hummed a song as she went home. At home, 2 little babies were waiting for her to feed them milk for Grandma. When the 7 boys and their father arrived at Zhang's private school, they were greeted by the teacher in charge, Teacher Jiang. Seeing the father, Meng Wujin, following the 7 children, Teacher Jiang was surprised. Village head Jiang had said today only the 7 sons of the Meng family would come. Why is there an extra one? But Teacher Jiang didn't say much. Village head Jiang and his father were friends. His father had already spoken to him, saying that as long as they could pay the tuition, it didn't matter if there were 7 or 8 children. Wulong took out a bundle from his book basket, containing 16 taels of silver, the tuition for all 8 children. The tuition at Zhang's private school was 2 taels of silver per person per year, not including writing brushes, ink, paper, or food and accommodation. Since they arrived halfway through the year, they paid for a half year. Wulong respectfully handed the silver to the teacher. Teacher Jiang, I am Meng Wulong from the Meng family. I have already passed the child's exam and was given the name Meng Yanhua by my former teacher. These are my brothers, Siling, Luleng. And this older one is my little uncle, Meng Wujin, because of a childhood accident. But now he's better, so he's coming to school with us. Wulong clearly explained the situation of his brothers and his little uncle to Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang took the silver, counted it, nodded to show he understood. He didn't mention that Meng Wujin was an adult now, or that he had once been rejected by the school for being slow. Besides Teacher Jiang, there were 3 other teachers at Zhang's private school, each teaching Class A, B, and C. Class A students had a solid foundation. They were already child scholars or about to take the exam. Wulong was placed in Class A. Class B students had learned some basics, recognized common surnames, the 1,000-character classic and the 3-character classic. Liangleng and Qilong were in Class B. Class C students had not learned to read or only knew a few characters. Siling, Bilong, Julong, Shirlang, and their father were in Class C. As soon as the 8 members of the Meng family entered Zhang's private school, they became famous.
Why?
Because studying was very important in this era. Most families could only send 1 or 2 children to school, which was already hard enough. But look at the Meng family, they sent 8 children at once. I heard that they escaped from the western region, truly impressive. This is explosive news, and will definitely make the headlines at Zhang's private school. Even the 3 teachers from classes A, B, and C asked Master Jiang to verify the news. After he confirmed it, they couldn't help but gather around to see the other students from the Meng family who weren't in their class. A few days later, Yan Xiuzhu received a letter from a servant in Fulai village. It was written by Meng Qingluo. After reading the letter, he immediately sent some of his men to the palace. The next day, Magistrate Hu and Deputy Wu were invited into the prince's study. As soon as they entered, Magistrate Hu stepped on a sharp piece of broken porcelain. The sharp shard pierced through his shoe and into his foot. Ow! Magistrate Hu grimaced in pain. Seeing the prince sitting silently behind his desk with a serious face, he clenched his teeth and knelt down. Deputy Wu, seeing his superior kneeling, dared not stay standing and also knelt. However, Magistrate Hu carefully avoided the sharp shards and knelt on a safe spot without broken porcelain. May I ask what the prince wants with us? Yan Xiuzhu remained silent. The atmosphere was heavy, making it hard for the 2 men kneeling on the ground to breathe. Reluctantly, Magistrate Hu had to speak up. Yan Xiuzhu continued to stay silent, then threw several sheets of paper with information written by his people onto Magistrate Hu. Magistrate Hu looked at just one sheet and saw sweat dripping down his forehead. These people are too bold. What kind of person is the prince? What methods does he have? Don't they know? The prince is so poor he's cutting back on palace expenses. He and Deputy Wu are also just common folks. Yet, they are secretly embezzling disaster relief funds from below. Stop kneeling. Leave now, Yan Xiuzhu finally said after a long pause. Prince, your servant. Say nothing. I only care about the final result. Whether you should be executed, dismembered, or imprisoned. Deal with it yourselves. I won't be doing it for you. Yes, yes. Your servant understands. I will go handle it now. Magistrate Hu limped out of the study, followed closely by Deputy Wu. He quietly patted his chest, relieved that his head was still attached. Outside the palace, the two men got into a carriage. Magistrate Hu handed the papers to Deputy Wu to look at. Look at how clever our young master is. The person in charge of the investigation had recorded how much silver was taken, where it was used, how much remained, and where it was hidden, all written clearly. Oh my goodness, I can't believe their ancestors' 18th generation. Wu Tongji suddenly cursed loudly after reading it. Yomo, is he tired of living? If he wants to die, don't drag us down with him. Governor Hu closed his eyes briefly and ordered the coachman to stop at the medical clinic. His feet and knees were bleeding. Sir, are you all right? Governor Hu rolled his eyes. If you want to know if he's okay, try checking yourself. He didn't realize that his small tricks, like not kneeling on broken porcelain, wouldn't make the young master let them leave the mansion peacefully. If he had done as he thought, would the young master really let them go? What a clever idea. Wu Tongji, sitting opposite, didn't realize that his small cleverness was being looked down upon by his superior in his mind. Governor Hu took a deep breath, enduring the pain as he analyzed. Look at this paper. The first people we checked were Yomo, Shanwanshan, and the village head of Minyu village. That shows the first mistake was with them. They're the ones who caught the young master's attention. Soon, we will send someone to arrest Yomo and lock him in the government jail. He didn't spend a single coin at home. Most of his money went to his mistress and some to brothels. The young master hates officials who neglect their families. He's determined this time. Shun Wanshan didn't participate, just didn't act. His position as town mayor is over, demoted to replace Yomo. As for the history teacher of Minyu village, just hearing his name isn't good. Why is he even a village head? Remove him. Let him go farm with a hoe for this official. As for other towns, as long as they have disaster victims, we'll send people disguised as peddlers to investigate village by village. Check how much silver and grain they received, and see if anyone received nothing at all. All right, I'll go back and handle it. The medical clinic has arrived. Sir, go check your leg first. Once it's bandaged, come back. During this time, we can't rest properly, nor can we go home to our wives and children, Wu Tongji sighed. The one who lost his temper the most was the senior official. His subordinates made a big mistake, and they have to work overtime to give an answer quickly. Otherwise, the young master might blame them directly. A smell of blood filled the air. Wu Tongji looked at Governor Hu with sympathy. Blood was seeping from his legs and soles through his clothes and shoes. His lips were pale. Luckily, he was quick-witted and didn't have to suffer through this.